At the tender age of 13, I succumbed to a severe illness, enduring a relentless fever that defied the expertise of numerous esteemed physicians. It was my grandfather who ultimately restored my health, yet he met an untimely and mysterious demise 5 years later. It was then that I realized he had entangled himself in the web of karmic consequences for my sake. Consequently, I inherited his legacy and embarked on the path of a Feng Shui master. Chapter 1. The Summoning of Souls. During that fateful year, my illness persisted despite my parents' efforts to seek treatment at various hospitals, where the only diagnosis was an unyielding fever with no discernible cause. Upon hearing of my plight, my grandfather insisted that my father return me to our ancestral home. Upon our arrival, my grandfather, with a mere glance, discerned that my soul had been lost. A diviner by profession, he had spent his entire life in this craft. My father, skeptical of my grandfather's beliefs, had relocated to the city with my mother and me shortly after their marriage. Consequently, my visits to my grandfather were limited to the winter and summer holidays that in those days. My grandfather's practice flourished. I vividly recall the long lines of individuals seeking his counsel each day. That very evening, he prepared a blade of meat, aromatic incense, and candles, instructing my father to accompany me to a crossroads in our village for a soul-summoning ritual. According to local lore, when a person's soul is lost, it wanders to a crossroads, awaiting its master's call. All crossroads are interconnected, allowing the lost spirit to hear the invocation regardless of the location of the ritual. By the time we reached the crossroads, it was already past 11 o'clock at night. My grandfather lit the candles, burned 4 sticks of incense at the intersection, and commenced the sacred ceremony to summon my soul. I cannot recall the specifics of the ritual. All that remains in my memory is the sight of my grandfather binding me with ink lines around my neck, feet, and hands. That evening was peculiar. The sky was initially adorned with a few stars, yet as the ceremony neared its conclusion, thunder rumbled and lightning flashed, followed by a torrential downpour. The day after the ritual, my ailment had vanished, but I found myself unable to remember any events prior to my 13th year. I cannot even recognize my parents or my grandfather had they not informed me. I would have remained oblivious to the fact that they were my closest kin. Upon my recovery, my grandfather wished to keep me by his side, but my parents vehemently opposed, resulting in a heated argument. I distinctly remember my grandfather declaring that the spirit summoned that night was not my own, but belonged to another. He asserted that if I wished to continue living, I had no choice but to heed his words. Following this statement, my parents ceased their quarrel. From that day forth, my parents allowed me to stay with my grandfather, who arranged for my enrollment in the local middle school. Consequently, I transitioned from the city school to the one in town. My parents remarked that my previous academic performance had been dismal, with my total scores in Chinese and mathematics failing to exceed 100 points. However, after transferring, my grades underwent a remarkable transformation, culminating in a combined score of 180 points. My parents, astonished by this improvement, felt a profound sense of relief. After residing with my grandfather for 6 months, he began to present me with books on the study of the 4 pillars of destiny. Strangely, as I perused these texts, I experienced a sense of familiarity, as though I had encountered their meanings before. After delving into the intricacies of the 4 pillars of destiny, my grandfather encouraged me to explore the geographical principles of Feng Shui, a tome dedicated to the art of geomancy. It seemed as though I possessed an extraordinary aptitude for this field. Every book I perused left an indelible mark upon my memory. In the span of 3 years, I mastered the arts of Baozi, Feng Shui, physiognomy, and traditional Chinese medicine. However, my grandfather forbade me from practicing these skills on others. I remained oblivious to his reasoning, yet I heeded his counsel, for I believed he would never steer me as. One fateful day, 3 years later, my grandfather presented me with an abacus and commenced my lessons in divination. From that moment forth, he ceased to offer such services to anyone, regardless of the sum they were willing to pay or their social standing. He simply would not engage. Over the course of 2 years, I honed the craft of divination under his tutelage. Time swiftly passed, and I found myself on the threshold of 18. On the day of my 18th birthday, my parents were present. Our family gathered for a joyous reunion dinner. My parents lavished praise upon my college entrance examination results and inquired about my preferred institution. While my parents radiated joy, I noticed a storm cloud upon my grandfather's brow. He had uttered no more than 5 words throughout the evening. After dinner, as our family engaged in light conversation, my grandfather suddenly adopted a grave demeanor and announced that I could no longer continue my education. His proclamation left me bewildered, utterly at a loss for understanding, and my parents were equally astonished, pressing him for an explanation. Yet, my grandfather remained resolute, stating with utmost seriousness, "When I say no, it is final. Not only must you cease your studies, but you can no longer remain here." After speaking, my grandfather approached me solemnly and said, "Li Yao, perhaps you will harbor resentment towards me, yet my capacity to assist you is limited. The journey ahead, I can no longer accompany you." He paused momentarily, then added, "I have left a letter beneath your pillow. Open it in 3 days. Be sure to remember the contents of the letter." At this point, my grandfather unexpectedly embraced me. Having lived together for 5 years, he had always maintained a demeanor of coldness, keeping others at bay. Yet now, he held me tightly, conveying his affection in this poignant manner. When he finally released me, I noticed his eyes glistening with unshed tears. I was perplexed, sensing an atmosphere of farewell surrounding him. "Grandfather, where are you going?" He gazed into the distance and murmured, "To a faraway place. Remember, do not seek me out." With those words, he resolutely departed. I was uncertain of his destination, but I understood that once he left, he would never return. My parents were bewildered by my grandfather's departure, especially as they had yet to comprehend why I could not attend university. The following day and the day after, my grandfather indeed did not return. My parents organized a search party, scouring a 10-mile radius, but to no avail. He had vanished without a trace since that day. 3 days later, I opened the letter my grandfather had left behind. The letter contains words from my grandfather. "Liao, I have departed, and this departure may very well signify a final farewell. My dear child, I owe you an apology. Had it not been for that soul calling 5 years ago, perhaps we would never have met, nor would we have shared these 5 years. R.S.'s grandfather and grandson. Do you recall how you often inquired about my past? My silence was not born of reluctance, but rather from my own ignorance. Perhaps it is the unseen threads of fate that have woven you into the fabric of my life, my grandson Li Yao. Throughout the years, I have regarded you as my own grandchild, pouring all my efforts into deciphering your destiny. Yet, my abilities are limited, and ultimately, I have been unable to fully comprehend it. I can only impart to you all the knowledge I possess, hoping that one day you will grasp the essence of your own destiny and understand the purpose of your existence. You are truly gifted, and I am confident that you will unravel all mysteries that lie ahead. My child, there are 3 matters I must entrust to you. First, leave the village and journey southward. Continue until you encounter a woman clad in black who will converse with you. Only then may you find a place to settle. Second, the knowledge I bestow upon you may suffice for your sustenance, but can only be utilized after you meet a woman with the surname Huang. Third, remember this well, never offer divination services to anyone bearing the surname Ma. Upon reading my grandfather's letter, a torrent of emotions surged within me, and tears streamed uncontrollably down my cheeks. I realized that my grandfather's demise was for my sake, a consequence of that soul calling 5 years ago, and I bore the weight of blame for it all. The following day, after gathering my belongings, I set forth on my journey. Chapter 2. The woman with the surname Huang. I journeyed southward, navigating countless vehicles, pausing for an hour or 2 at each bus station, hoping to encounter a woman clad in black who might engage me in conversation. I had presumed it would be a simple task to await a woman dressed in ebony. Yet after traversing several locations, I found myself devoid of such an encounter. After 3 days of intermittent walking and resting, I arrived at a quaint southern town known as Xingzhou. As I disembarked from the vehicle, twilight had already descended. Upon exiting the station, I was approached by a woman who approached me with a radiant smile and inquired, "Young man, are you in need of accommodation?" Just as I was about to decline, the attire she donned halted my words in their tracks, for she was adorned in a black dress. Initially, I had no intention of staying, as lodgings near the station are typically overpriced. However, buoyed by my spirits, I resolved to spend the night at her establishment. After a restful night, I secured an affordable single room in this unfamiliar city. Despite waiting for 3 days, the woman with the surname Huang had yet to appear. With merely 200 yuan remaining in my possession, I was compelled to seek employment, for I remained uncertain as to when the woman would finally show herself. I found work at a furniture store, where the proprietor offered a monthly salary of 2,500 yuan, along with commission. Thus, I balanced my labor with the anticipation of the elusive woman with the surname Huang. Half a month later, I had become well acquainted with every facet of Xingzhou, the cultural milieu, geographical nuances, Feng Shui configurations, and developmental trajectories. The southern region is predominantly mountainous, and Xingzhou City is a city surrounded by mountains on all sides. The local geomantic layout is known as 9 dragons returning to the cave. Although it is termed as such, 3 of these dragons are lifeless, hindering the economic development of Xingzhou City. The presence of these 3 dead dragons has resulted in numerous unfinished buildings and projects, which have undeniably impacted the economy. Nevertheless, this does not diminish the fact that a noble or significant figure emerges from this place every century. 8 or 9 decades ago, a prominent individual hailed from here, a source of pride for the locals to this day. While the real estate market may falter, the development of tourist attractions is thriving, with a breathtaking Wanfeng forest and lakes nestled within it. There's a reason my grandfather arranged for me to be in such a place. It is indeed suitable for my growth. Although I have yet to fully master the skills imparted by my grandfather, this small locale perfectly allows me to progress gradually. I must say, my grandfather is truly remarkable. Yet, I cannot help but notice that the woman surnamed Huang has yet to appear, and I find myself out of money. The 200 yuan I had has lasted me half a month, and I have been frugal to the extreme. I contemplated asking my boss for an advance, but given that I have only been working for half a month, it feels rather awkward to broach the subject. Today is my day off, and as I stroll through the streets, the sight of vendors selling grilled meat nearly drives me to distraction. Yesterday, I subsisted on merely 2 steamed buns and water. It has been ages since I last feasted on meat. The sight of the sizzling, oily skewers makes my mouth water. Liu! Suddenly, a voice filled with surprise calls out from behind me. I turned to look towards the voice and saw a girl approaching me with an expression of sheer delight. It was Yi Tingting. I couldn't help but murmur her name. Yi Tingting was a high school classmate of mine, quite attractive, with glasses and long hair, leaving me with an impression of both beauty and kindness. After reaching the 2nd year of high school, she transferred to another school, as she was reportedly living with her grandmother while attending ours. Later, her parents returned and took her away. At that time, she performed well academically and was quite proactive in her studies, frequently seeking my assistance with her questions. "Is that really you, Liao?" Yi Tingting exclaimed excitedly as she approached, her smile radiant. "Yi Tingting, have you transferred here?" I inquired. She nodded, saying indeed. "But to be precise, I will be attending university here. By the way, what about you? You haven't applied to this place, have you? Your college entrance examination scores were quite impressive." The mention of school stirred a pang of sorrow within me, though it was fleeting. I shook my head in resignation and replied, "No, I'm not continuing my studies." "What?" Yi Tingting asked, astonished. "Why not? You have such excellent grades. How can you not go to school?" "It's nothing, I just don't want to," I replied dismissively, not wishing to divulge that my grandfather forbade me from continuing my education. Yi Tingting seemed poised to inquire further, but perhaps sensing my discomfort, she refrained from pressing on. I suddenly feel a bit embarrassed to ask, but could you lend me some money? I'll pay you back in a couple of days." Borrowing money from a female classmate is indeed an awkward situation. Yi Tingting gasped in surprise at my unexpected request. I quickly clarified, "I assure you, I'm not the type to borrow money from just anyone, nor am I one to fall on my debts. I understand that asking for money upon our first meeting is inappropriate, but I am genuinely quite hungry. If you could lend me 20 yuan, I promise to repay you." Upon finishing my plea, I felt a flush of embarrassment creep across my face. Noticing my discomfort, Yi Tingting promptly turned to the barbecue vendor and called out, "Boss, I'll have 10 skewers of grilled meat, 2 sausages, and 5 chicken wings. Oh, and don't forget 2 chicken legs." After placing her order, she turned to me and inquired, "Is that enough?" I hurriedly replied, "That's more than enough." "Too much. It's all right. This one's on me," she insisted. Yi Tingting produced 2 crisp 100 yuan notes from her pocket and handed them to me, saying, "Here, take this for now. If you run out, feel free to ask me for more." In that moment, I felt an overwhelming warmth towards Yi Tingting. In this unfamiliar city, encountering someone as kind as her was a stroke of fortune. Just as I was about to express my gratitude, a sudden roar of an engine interrupted our conversation. A lavish Porsche, worth several million, pulled up at a nearby intersection. Shortly after, a stunningly beautiful woman stepped out of the vehicle, dressed in a refreshing ensemble. "Liao, what are you staring at?" Yi Tingting nudged me when she noticed my silence. I let out a sigh and said, "Well, it's only natural for men to be attracted to beautiful women. That's our university's belle, Huang Yi. She is already in her 4th year and comes from an incredibly wealthy family. There are countless suitors vying for her attention." I quickly turned to Yi Tingting and added, "No, that's not it. I was admiring her beauty. Rather, wait, what did you just say her name was?" "Huang Yi. Huang Yi. A woman with the surname Huang. Please wait a moment." After speaking to Yi Tingting, I made my way directly towards Huang Yi. Chapter 3. Dr. Zhao. No wonder I felt an inexplicable aura surrounding her the moment I laid eyes on her. She was indeed the woman with the surname Huang. As my grandfather had mentioned, it seemed that everything was foretold in my grandfather's divination. As I approached within 5 meters of Huang Yi, I called out her name, Huang Yi. Upon hearing me, she halted and turned to face me. Huang Yi was undeniably stunning, with large eyes and a round face, and she effortlessly styled her short hair to perfection. "Who are you?" she asked, her tone somewhat aloof as she scrutinized me from head to toe. To her, I probably resembled a mere frog hoping to confess his feelings. "I am Liao. Recently, has someone in your family been ill, and despite seeking help from numerous hospitals, there's been no improvement?" I spoke directly, aiming to capture Huang Yi's attention with my opening line. Otherwise, it was likely that a girl like her would dismiss me entirely. Indeed, my words had the desired effect, and Huang Yi's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. No longer did she regard me with her usual aloofness. Instead, her gaze was filled with confusion and caution. "How do you know? Who exactly are you?" she inquired. "Fear not. I harbor no malice. I merely wish to convey that this matter is one I can resolve." Huang Yi scrutinized me with an air of skepticism, clearly doubtful. Yet, after a brief moment of hesitation, she asked in a tone laden with incredulity, "Can you truly resolve this?" Sensing a victory, I confidently nodded, of course. In truth, I was not entirely certain, as I remained unaware of the specifics regarding her family's predicament. Observing her disheveled brows and a blemish on her right eye, it was evident that her household was experiencing misfortune. While she appeared unharmed, it was clear that someone in her family must be unwell. I could only reach a definitive conclusion after further investigation. Just as Huang Yi consented to take me to her home, a voice emerged from behind us. Yi Tingting called out, "Liao, your skewers." Handing me a package of meat skewers, I thanked her and said, "Could you please leave me your phone number? Once I have resolved this matter, I will be delighted to treat you to a meal." After exchanging contact information, I accompanied Huang Yi to the car. As I departed, I caught a glimpse of Yi Tingting's bewildered expression through the glass, her hand still clutching the 200 yuan she intended to lend me. The ailing individual was Huang Yi's father, Huang Sihai, who had begun to feel unwell approximately a month prior, experiencing lightheadedness and a general sense of malaise. He went to the hospital for a thorough examination, and the results revealed that his health was completely sound. Consequently, the doctor prescribed some medication. However, instead of improving, his condition worsened significantly, leading to severe vomiting and diarrhea, coupled with a remarkable loss of appetite. His grandfather soon suspected that he might be afflicted by a sinister ailment, prompting him to summon numerous traditional Chinese medicine practitioners and spiritual healers. Yet, despite consulting many, none could remedy his malady. Rather, his condition continued to deteriorate. A few days ago, Huang Sihai confided to his family that he had experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, a small, bald old man with a white beard appeared, incessantly pointing at him and scolding him, though the words were inaudible to him. This relentless berating persisted for 3 days, after which he fell into a state of unconsciousness. Before long, I accompanied Huang Yi to the Huang residence. The Huang family was affluent, residing in an impressively large self-built villa. The villa boasted an expansive courtyard, with a bamboo grove situated to the left of the entrance, positioned directly to the south of the house. According to the principles of geomancy, the presence of a bamboo grove in the south is deemed exceptionally auspicious, promising the birth of talented offspring and a legacy of prosperity and success. Such a household not only enjoys wealth, but also boasts children who excel academically. I glanced towards the southeast of the villa, where a tall overpass stood approximately 70 to 80 meters away. This is recorded in literature as the Eastern Road and the bridge in the Sun direction bring joy and freedom to descendants for generations. This, too, is an excellent Feng Shui arrangement, indicative of nobility and power, suggesting that the Huang family not only possesses wealth, but also has members in positions of authority. Finally, I raised my gaze to the imposing mountain behind the villa, which loomed like a majestic dragon overseeing the Huang residence, a splendid manifestation of the Azure Dragon. The Huang family's villa is truly remarkable. Such a prime location, if not for the guidance of a sage, who could ever discover it? Upon entering, one can hardly overlook the meticulously arranged interiors, all adhering to the principles of Feng Shui, leaving no room for error. Soon, Huang Yi led me into a room. Standing at the threshold, I was acutely aware of an unsettling aroma emanating from within, one that seemed discordant with the house's Feng Shui. Inside, there were 4 individuals, 2 elderly men, a patient, and a young man. "Yi, why have you returned? Were you not at school?" Suddenly, an aged man, frowning, turned his gaze toward Huang Yi, revealing himself as her grandfather, Huang Baiwan. "Grandfather, I." "Enough," Huang Baiwan interjected, waving his hand with a stern expression. "You should go downstairs. Dr. Zhao is currently administering acupuncture to your father." Just as Yi was about to explain, I preempted her. "Acupuncture is ineffective for this ailment." No sooner had I spoken than Huang Baiwan's attention shifted to me, while Dr. Zhao, who was in the midst of his procedure, halted and turned to scrutinize me with his piercing gaze. "Grandfather, this is Liao. He claims he can cure my father." Huang Yi seized the moment to introduce me. "Is he a doctor as well?" Both Huang Baiwan and Dr. Zhao remained silent, while the young man questioned me with a look of skepticism. Huang Yi regarded me with confusion, as she too was unaware of my profession. Calmly, I declared I am not a doctor. I am a fortune teller and Feng Shui practitioner. Though this was my first time engaging in such matters, I knew I must maintain composure to earn their respect. This is what my grandfather conveyed to me. In our profession, one can lack many things, but one must never lack confidence. As for fortune-telling and Feng Shui, I deem it to be mere deception. In this era, one encounters all sorts of individuals. It's astonishing how the young forsake honorable endeavors to become charlatans and swindlers. Miss Huang, I must responsibly inform you that you have been deceived. The young man was visibly displeased, as he perceived my presence as a challenge to his master's reputation. In his view, if his master could not cure an ailment, then no one in this world could. Huang Yi looked at me in disbelief, her expression suggesting she too was beginning to doubt the authenticity of her situation. The young man attempted to reproach me, but was interrupted by Dr. Zhao. "Young man, you claim my acupuncture cannot heal Mr. Huang, yet you profess to be a fortune teller? By your reasoning, is Mr. Huang's condition somehow related to Feng Shui?" Dr. Zhao's words dripped with derision, and he appeared eager to trample me underfoot. Chapter 4. A prophetic utterance. I instinctively glanced at Huang Sihai, lying on the bed, and then employed my skills in physiognomy to observe his aura. Huang Sihai's complexion was ashen, his lips a deep shade of purple, with dark energy emanating from both his crown and soles, an unmistakable sign of impending death. The ancient texts state, at the moment of death, the soul transforms into energy, which departs from the head, when it exits through the feet. It is a sign of unforeseen calamity. Both head and feet signify a fundamental issue of Feng Shui. I nodded slightly and affirmed, yes, it is indeed related to Feng Shui. No sooner had I spoken than Huang Yuan's countenance shifted dramatically as he bellowed. This is utter nonsense. You impudent youth, still in the throes of adolescence, daring to dabble in the art of Feng Shui. Are you even aware of who assessed the Feng Shui of my household? It was none other than Master Zhu He, who personally graced us with his presence and provided his esteemed guidance. Any individual with a modicum of understanding regarding the principles of Feng Shui would laud the merits of my home's arrangement. Your audacity is nothing short of shameless, boldly proclaiming that there are issues with my Feng Shui. Do you believe that having perused a couple of tomes on Feng Shui qualifies you as a master? I perceive you merely as a frog confined to the depths of a well. Huang Baiwan's fury was palpable, his nostrils flaring with indignation. His son was gravely ill, and his anxiety was already at its peak. The arrival of a charlatan at such a critical juncture felt like a direct affront. Little one, are you aware of who Master Zhu He is? Seizing the moment, Dr. Zhao seized the opportunity to exacerbate the situation. Master Zhu is the most renowned Feng Shui master in the entire provincial capital, having authored numerous acclaimed works on the subject. A mere online search would unveil the myriad sensational events attributed to Master Zhu. And you dare to critique his assessments? You! Get out of my sight! Huang Baiwan exclaimed in anger, directing his ire towards me. Once he had vented his fury upon me, he swiftly turned his wrath toward Huang Yi. Huang Yi, you too, blindly believing whatever others say. You invite anyone into our home as long as they are human. You are a university student now. Have you not yet developed the discernment to judge character? Witnessing Huang Baiwan's ire, Dr. Zhao hastily intervened. Huang Lao. This is not the fault of Miss Huang. Today's deceivers are exceedingly cunning. Miss Huang, being somewhat naive and distressed by her father's grave condition, has fallen prey to their manipulations. Understanding the situation is sufficient. There is no need to jeopardize harmony. I am nearly at my wit's end. Upon my arrival, I merely uttered a few words, only to be met with such harsh rebuke. Had it been anyone else, I would have turned and walked away. Yet this is explicitly stated in my grandfather's letter. Regardless of the challenges, I must see this through. Only by resolving the issues with the Huang family can I return to my preferred means of earning a livelihood. I have no desire to continue selling furniture. Therefore, I cannot leave. Since departure is not an option, it seems I must speak plainly. Mr. Huang, if I am not mistaken, your family has lost no fewer than 3 young individuals, correct? Moreover, every time a daughter-in-law or granddaughter-in-law becomes pregnant, should it be a male child, the infant meets an untimely demise. Am I right? As soon as I finished speaking, I noticed the expression on Huang Baiwan's face, which had previously radiated hostility, transform into one of shock and disbelief. His gaze involuntarily scrutinized me once more, indicating that I had indeed hit the mark. The apprentice of Dr. Zhao exclaimed, "You rascal! This is quite remarkable. I assent it. You've exposed his deceit, and yet you continue to curse him. It seems you want to shed tears until you see the coffin." Huang Baiwan interjected sharply silence. The apprentice was so taken aback that he swallowed the words he had yet to utter. Dr. Zhao, I sincerely apologize. Let us conclude today's treatment here. Huang Baiwan then directed towards Dr. Zhao. This statement left Dr. Zhao momentarily stunned. He had merely raised his hand and had not yet administered the needle, only to be informed that the treatment would not proceed. However, being perceptive, he seemed to grasp the underlying meaning and did not press further, simply responding, "Understood, Mr. Huang." After the departure of the esteemed Dr. Zhao, Huang Million underwent a profound transformation in demeanor. With trembling steps, he approached me, brimming with excitement, and exclaimed, "Master, master, I was blind to your greatness earlier. I am truly sorry." Witnessing Huang Million's actions and behavior, a sense of satisfaction welled up within me. Was he not quite imposing just moments ago? Now he acknowledges his error? My heart soared with delight, yet I chose to maintain an air of calm and composure. I deliberately inquired, "Do you believe now?" Huang Million nodded fervently, responding, "Yes, yes. You might easily learn of my son's plight. But the pregnancies of my daughter-in-law and granddaughter-in-law are known only to us. You must be a remarkable individual. My eldest son's wife, my granddaughter-in-law, has suffered the loss of 2 sons within her womb over the past 5 years before they could take their first breath. My youngest son's wife bore 1 child. He was lifeless at birth. No male infant has survived among them. Master, I implore you, you must assist me. You must help the Huang family. I have lost 2 sons and a grandson, and now my 4th son has also fallen ill. I beg of you, please help me. Upon finishing his plea, Huang Million's already haggard visage appeared even more worn, nearly bringing him to tears. He respectfully bowed deeply before me, his demeanor exceedingly sincere. Observing Huang Million's attitude, my resentment dissipated by half. He stepped forward to support him and inquired, "Grandfather Huang, given your extensive connections, why have you not sought their assistance regarding this matter? This issue has persisted for no less than 5 years, and I find it perplexing that it remains unresolved." Huang Baiwan sighed deeply, responding, "I have indeed sought help numerous times, yet they all insist there is no problem. Even the disciples of Master Zhu have come to assess the situation, claiming it is unrelated to Feng Shui. Though I sense something amiss, their unanimous assurance leads me to believe it cannot be a matter of Feng Shui." I nodded thoughtfully. "Very well. Let me first awaken Uncle Huang and inquire about the situation. Your residence appears free from issues, yet remains uncertain if the ancestral grave may be at fault." Huang Baiwan seemed poised to speak but swallowed his words instead. "Please prepare a pair of scissors, a bowl of chicken blood, 2 needles, and some vermilion." 10 minutes later, all the items were gathered. I poured the vermilion into the chicken blood, then raised my finger and, without hesitation, cut my middle finger, allowing 2 drops of blood to fall within. After completing this act, I looked up at Huang Baiwan and remarked, "By the way, Grandfather Huang, I also require the blood of a maiden." "A maiden?" Huang Baiwan blinked in surprise. "Well, my granddaughters have all gone to school, so a virgin would suffice." Upon uttering these words, my gaze instinctively turned towards Huang Yi. As my gaze drifted, Huang Baiwan also turned his attention to his granddaughter. Chapter 5. The Soul-Subduing Needle. Upon sensing our gazes, Huang Yi's cheeks flushed crimson. She dared not meet our eyes and hastily lowered her head. "Yi, why are you still dawdling? Come here at once," Huang Baiwan called out. Yi responded with a soft awe, yet did not approach immediately, her face still awash with embarrassment. Observing this, Huang Baiwan's gaze flickered, and he sternly inquired, "What is it? Are you?" "No, I'm just afraid of the pain." Yi, understanding her grandfather's implication, felt her face grow even warmer. The already beautiful Huang Yi, now blushing, appeared even more exquisite and delicate, a true vision of loveliness. Ultimately, for the sake of her father, Yi stepped forward and extended her middle finger towards me. Likewise, I used scissors to pierce her fingertip, letting 2 drops of blood fall. Yi questioned why I chose scissors instead of needle. I replied, "In ancient times, carpenter's chalk lines and tailor's scissors were both used to ward off evil. Scissors were not merely tools for cutting fabric. They were also employed in the act of taking life. Having taken many lives, scissors carry a certain malevolence, thus becoming instruments of banishment. The blood from the scissors, infused with this malevolence, when combined with the blood of a young boy or girl, along with chicken blood and vermilion, possesses the power to subdue spirits." Hearing my explanation, Huang Yi nodded, though whether she fully comprehended it remained uncertain. Yet, it was time for me to proceed to the next step. I picked up the 2 silver needles and immersed them in the cinnabar chicken blood for approximately 5 minutes. Afterward, I extracted the needles and approached Huang Sihai's feet, removing his socks. Facing his Yongquan acupoint, I recited the soul-restraining incantation. "Heavenly Spirit, respond. May longevity be preserved. The essence of the supreme mystery, guard its true form. The soul returns to its rightful place. The corporeal self returns to its essence. The 3 souls and 7 spirits return to their palace. Divine weapons, swift as the law commands." Upon completion, I plunged one of the silver needles into the Yongquan acupoint on Huang Sihai's soul. Following this, I ascended to his head and, using the same method, inserted the other needle into the Baihui acupoint atop his head. Having secured these 2 acupoints against the departure of his soul, I poured the remaining chicken blood and cinnabar onto the floor, encircling the bed. This is known as the soul-restraining circle, It was not strictly necessary. Yet due to my trepidation regarding my own abilities, I opted to proceed with it. After all, this was my first encounter with such a matter, devoid of any prior experience. Thus I could only act with utmost caution. Upon finishing the pouring of the chicken blood, Huang Baiwan immediately approached and inquired, "How is it?" "Master, have you completed the task?" I nodded slightly and replied, "It is done. In 10 minutes, once his soul has returned to its rightful place, he shall awaken." Despite this being my initial venture into such a practice, I felt compelled to exude absolute confidence in the presence of Huang Baiwan. Whether in speech or action, I endeavored to project an air of seasoned expertise. After hearing my words, Huang Baiwan nodded in acknowledgement and then gestured for me to join him in the hall for tea. Just as we were engaging in casual conversation, a sudden piercing scream erupted from within the room. Following that, a panicked voice of Huang Yi echoed, "Grandpa, Grandpa, my dad is spitting blood. He has spitting blood." Upon hearing this, a chill crept down my spine, leaving me feeling rather cold. Had I perhaps mismanaged some aspect of the procedure? The soul requiem chant should have been executed flawlessly, and I was certain I had not erred. Upon hearing her words, Huang Million hastily entered the room, and I followed suit. There, I witnessed Huang Sihai expelling a pool of black blood, which clung to his lips and stained his neck. Huang Million was alarmed, his expression tense as he turned to me and asked, "Master, what is happening? How could this be?" I was momentarily speechless, despite my earlier composed and confident demeanor. This unforeseen turn of events caught me off guard. I diligently reviewed all that my grandfather had taught me over and over again, yet I was resolute that I had made no mistakes. Just as uncertainty consumed me, suddenly, Huang Sihai emitted a strained cry, which drew Huang Million's attention. Gradually, Huang Sihai opened his eyes. "Old Four, how are you?" Huang Million inquired anxiously. Huang Sihai took a couple of deep breaths, surveying his surroundings before weakly stating, "Dad, I feel much better." Upon hearing this, the heavy weight that had settled in my heart finally lifted. Thank goodness nothing serious had occurred. Had I caused harm on my very first assignment, I would have been in deep trouble. However, it felt as if my feet and head were bound by something, causing me considerable pain. Upon hearing Huang Sihai's words, I promptly stepped forward and remarked, "It is nothing. I am the one who manipulated the soul-settling needle." Huang Sihai, upon seeing me, wore a perplexed expression and inquired, "Who might this be?" Huang Baiwan hastily made the introductions. After listening, Huang Sihai initially expressed skepticism towards me, perhaps due to my youthful appearance, which made it difficult for him to fully believe. However, after a brief moment of doubt, he showered me with gratitude. Clearly, he was aware of his own state of unconsciousness. His expressions of thanks were secondary, as we had yet to reach a point of genuine gratitude. I delved directly into the matter at hand. "Uncle Huang, I heard from Miss Huang that prior to your coma, you experienced a dream. In this dream, an elderly man was conversing with you, but you could not discern his words, correct?" Huang Sihai, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow and gravely replied, "Indeed, an elderly man. He was bald, save for his beard. He scolded me in my dream, though I could not hear what he was saying. I desperately wished to inquire about his words, yet I could not utter a sound. It was as if our worlds could not intersect. As he continued to berate me, he struck me, and it was with that blow that I lost consciousness. Upon hearing this, I found it quite mysterious. After all, it was my first encounter with such an extraordinary occurrence. I intended to ask further, but unexpectedly, Huang Baiwan interjected, "That was your great-grandfather. In other words, my grandfather. In truth, not only did you dream of him, both the eldest and the second also had dreams of him before their demise, and those dreams were identical to yours." As he spoke, Huang Baiwan's countenance darkened, conveying a sense of foreboding, as though anyone who had experienced that dream was destined to meet with death. "I sought the counsel of individuals regarding your great-grandfather's grave, yet none discerned any issues. I also burned a considerable amount of paper money for him, hoping he might visit me in a dream to convey his message. But I have yet to experience such a dream. Mr. Li, do you think this matter could be connected to my grandfather?" Huang Baiwan turned to me, his expression filled with skepticism. I nodded in agreement, stating, "There is indeed a strong possibility. Let's visit his burial site." Chapter 6. The fatal Feng Shui arrangement. An hour later, we arrived at Yun Mountain. Nestled in the southwestern corner, to the left lay a meandering river, which, according to Huang Baiwan, flows toward the Malan River. Beyond that, a grand canyon awaits, where this river converges. To the right of Yun Mountain, several flat peaks rise, with only the first standing tall, while the subsequent ones remain level. This indeed is a quintessentially auspicious location. The river on the left embodies the spirit of the Azure Dragon, while the towering mountains on the right resemble a fierce tiger gazing upward. The flat terrain behind signifies the legendary white tiger position. Yuntan Mountain is truly a treasure trove, with the Azure Dragon on the left and the white tiger on the right. Although there is no vermilion bird in front nor black tortoise behind, to be interred in such a place, having identified an appropriate Feng Shui site, surely promises abundant blessings for one's descendants. Huang Baiwan's grandfather rests on the mountainside of Yunnan, and we arrived by car, halting beside his grandfather's grave. Although it is situated on the mountainside, the Huang family has constructed a direct path for the convenience of incense offerings and rituals. Upon disembarking, I immediately lifted my gaze, surveying my surroundings. To the left, I beheld the meandering river, while to the right loomed the formidable Baihu Mountain, which at that moment resembled a crouching tiger. The scene was indeed one of the Azure Dragon coiling gracefully, while the white tiger lay submissively. Observing my earnest contemplation of the mountainous terrain, Huang Baiwan remarked, "This is my ancestral home, where my grandfather once resided as a farmer. By a stroke of fate, he saved an elderly gentleman, who happened to be the master of my ancestor, Zuha. At that time, Zuha's master had little to offer in gratitude, so he arranged for my grandfather to be interred in this very spot after his passing. Following my grandfather's wishes, he was laid to rest here, and thereafter, our family prospered. My father transformed from a humble farmer into a businessman. In my generation, we flourished even further, eventually becoming the wealthiest family in Xingzhou City." Listening to Huang Baiwan's narrative, I nodded thoughtfully. Such favorable feng shui indeed warranted our rise to affluence. I refrained from responding, instead directing my attention to the evergreen trees standing sentinel before the grave. These trees had grown robust and stout over the years, yet their leaves were withered and their trunks decayed, giving the impression that they were on the brink of death. Noticing my gaze upon the trees, Huang Baiwan continued, "These were planted at the time of my grandfather's burial, having endured for several decades, yet they now appear to be dying." A tinge of sorrow crossed his countenance, as if he were witnessing a dear friend in ill health. I gently shook my head and then inquired of Huang Million, "Do you know why one should plant evergreens at the gravesite?" Huang Million shook his head and replied, "I have not heard my father mention this. Is it not merely for beautification?" Upon hearing this, I shook my head and said, "Certainly not. The absence of trees at a grave signifies that, wherever trees are planted, there must be a reason. Your grandfather's grave lies in a site of exceptional feng shui, a location that can be considered fundamental in altering your family's fate. Your father may have encountered some issues at the ancestral shrine, and evergreens symbolize descendants. It was only after planting these 2 trees that your father was blessed with a son." After my explanation, Huang Million nodded repeatedly, affirming, "Indeed, before my grandfather's passing, my father had no sons. It was only after his death that I became his sole offspring." The texts do not lie. The expertise of this feng shui master is undoubtedly profound. Feng shui can indeed alter destiny. Your father, lacking a son, sought one at your grandfather's grave, and you, as it happens, embody the blessing of numerous offspring. These 2 evergreens have grown considerably, yet they are far from the brink of death. The age of the evergreens exceeds a millennium, yet they began to wither after merely a few decades, indicating a severe disruption in the grave's feng shui. I continued, "If I am not mistaken, your family has been ensnared in a feng shui trap, one that threatens to render the Huang lineage extinct." Upon hearing my words, Huang Million was instantly taken aback, and those who accompanied him wore expressions of utter shock. Huang Million, with an expression of disbelief, retorted, "How could this be? Our Huang family has never offended anyone in our endeavors." I raised my hand and pointed to the ground, saying, "If you doubt my words, you may dig 3 feet into the earth, Beneath this very soil, there must be countless insects. You can choose any spot. Upon hearing my words, Huang Million and his companions appeared skeptical, yet intrigued, prompting him to order his men to fetch shovels and commence digging. Before long, a shout echoed from the diggers. "Sir, there is indeed something here. There are so many insects." As the servant's words reached Huang Million and his party, they quickly gathered around. Just as they leaned in closer, Huang Yi let out a piercing scream. I hurried to the edge of the pit to take a look. The sight was startling. Had I not been concerned about preserving my own dignity, I might have reacted just as Huang Yi did. It was a horrifying scene. The excavated pit teemed with insects, centipedes, millipedes, pill bugs, ants, snakes, and some grotesque, plump creatures writhing in the disturbed earth. Those afflicted with a phobia of clusters would likely be driven to madness by such a sight. Huang Million was equally taken aback by this spectacle. At that moment, he had no lingering doubts about me. His face alight with urgency, he implored, "Mr. Li, please, you must assist us. You must help the Huang family. Whatever you desire in return, I shall grant you." I waved my hand dismissively and replied, "Having come this far, I am naturally here to resolve the issue. As for your promised reward, we shall discuss it later." At 6 in the evening, we prepared to unearth and open the coffin. Upon hearing the words digging up graves and opening coffins, Huang Baiwan's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure, nodding repeatedly and affirming, "Yes, yes indeed." As we descended the mountain, Huang Yi approached me and whispered, "Mr. Li, is our family's Feng Shui assessment complete?" I nodded and replied, "Yes, it is." She inquired, "Do you not need the compass?" "The compass? It is necessary when burying the deceased, but in cases where the Feng Shui has already been disturbed, it is of no use." I offered a wry smile and added it can be employed, but it is unnecessary. Huang Yi fell silent, gazing at me with a look of astonishment. At 6 o'clock, everything was in place. The workers had gathered beside the grave, poised for action. I checked the time. It was indeed 6 o'clock. Everything thus far aligned perfectly with what I had read in the Feng Shui texts. I fervently hoped that the opening of the coffin would proceed without incident, wishing for my first endeavor to unfold smoothly. "Let us begin," I commanded, and as my words hung in the air, several burly bodyguards rolled up their sleeves and commenced their work. However, just as the pickaxe struck the ground, a sleek black Audi A6 suddenly pulled up, followed by a voice shouting, "Stop! Do not dig!" Chapter 7. The Three-Legged Toad, as the voice echoed. A middle-aged man clad in black, appearing to be in his 50s, emerged from the vehicle. Accompanying him were a man and a woman. The woman was strikingly beautiful, while the man was quite handsome. Upon disembarking, the middle-aged man, visibly anxious, exclaimed, "Do not dig, do not dig." Shortly thereafter, he approached the grave, and Huang Baiwan, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Mr. He, what brings you here?" The man, referred to as Mr. He, replied with a grave demeanor, "What brings me here? If I had delayed any longer, you would have committed an egregious error." He then demanded, Who instructed you to excavate this grave?" Mr. He's agitation was palpable, as if the disturbance was to his own ancestral tomb. Huang Baiwan instinctively glanced at me before addressing Mr. He. "Mr. He, this is Mr. Li. Mr. Li, this is He Zhongtian. Mr. He, the esteemed disciple of the venerable Master Zuha." Huang Baiwan hastily made the introductions. It turned out that he was indeed the legendary Master Zuha's disciple, the one responsible for the exquisite design of the Huang family villa. Given the prowess of both Master Zuha and his mentor, it was reasonable to assume that their disciple was no ordinary individual. As I was embarking on my inaugural endeavor, I deemed it prudent to maintain a respectful demeanor. Just as I was about to extend a courteous greeting, He Zhongtian, with an air of superiority, regarded me and said, "Old Huang, are you quite certain you are not mistaken? A person of such caliber has been entrusted with grave excavation? Do you not understand that this is a great taboo? Regardless of your esteemed status, even a rural dweller would not dare to dig a grave without cause. Moreover, this tomb is a creation of my master, one of his most magnificent works. In this grave, one cannot discern such an exquisite burial site, not just within the provincial capital, but across the entirety of Xingzhou City. Upon hearing He Zhongtian's remarks, Huang Baiwan's brow furrowed slightly. He calmly explained, I am aware that this Feng Shui position is quite favorable, yet my family has encountered numerous misfortunes, all of which Mr. Li has accurately predicted. Without allowing Huang Baiwan to finish, He Zhongtian swiftly dismissed his words, exclaiming, Mr. Li? What nonsense! It is merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead mouse. He has perused a few books, and now fancies himself a master. Huang, you have truly been deceived this time. To dare disturb the earth of such a grave, thereby jeopardizing its feng shui, is ample evidence of his deceit. Any genuine expert in feng shui would never permit anyone to wield a spade upon a tomb. Having hastily delivered this statement, he turned his piercing gaze upon me, as if he intended to intimidate me with the mere power of his eyes. This individual possessed a volatile temperament and an inflated sense of pride. Little fraud, you too study feng shui, do you not? Pray tell, are you familiar with the definition of the San Yuan feng shui? Do you grasp the principles of the San He feng shui? Furthermore, do you comprehend the distinctions between the Xiantian and Houtian trigrams within the 5 secrets of geography? After making his declarations, he pointed at me, and at that moment his aura peaked. At that instant, the disparity between us was palpable. He stood as a formidable figure at the pinnacle of the world, while I appeared to be nothing more than a petty charlatan. All eyes were fixed upon me, seemingly awaiting my response. However, I did not stoop to answering such trivial inquiries. To do so would only serve to fulfill his intentions, elevating him to the status of a lofty teacher while casting me in the role of a caught cheater. I made an effort to maintain a gentle demeanor, controlling my eyes as I calmly retorted, since you believe there are no issues with the feng shui here, could you enlighten me as to why 3 young members of the Huang family have perished within 5 years? Why have 4 male infants met untimely deaths? Furthermore, what could account for the decay of these ancient evergreens? And after digging 3 feet into the earth, why are there countless insects beneath? Mr. He, as a practitioner of feng shui, I implore you to elucidate what the wilting of evergreens before a grave and the emergence of insects beneath the soil signify. As I posed these pointed questions, I observed Mr. He, who had recently held himself in high regard, now faltering, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. He appeared at a loss to provide answers. Without allowing him the opportunity to gather his thoughts, I turned to Mr. Huang and declared, Grandfather Huang, if you place your trust in me, Liao, we should proceed to exhume the grave and open the coffin. Should you harbor any doubts, I shall take my leave immediately. Upon hearing my words, Mr. Huang's expression shifted dramatically, yet within mere seconds, he reached a resolution. Mr. Li, I certainly trust you. Dig. Follow Mr. Li's instructions and continue the excavation. Old Huang, Mr. He interjected anxiously, but before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted by Mr. Huang. Enough. Mr. He, refrain from further commentary. If you wish to remain here to observe, then hold your tongue. If not, you are free to depart. This is a matter concerning my Huang family alone. He Zhongtian, filled with anxiety and agitation, exclaimed, such misdeeds. Truly, such misdeeds. I cannot fathom what kind of enchantment this lad has cast upon you. Moments earlier, while we were in the vehicle, Huang Baiwan had informed me that he had consulted Master Zhu's disciple, the very He Zhongtian before us, who had assessed both the feng shui of the ancestral tomb and the residence, and he had pounded his chest, vowing that it bore no relation to feng shui. As for the numerous calamities that had befallen Huang's household, his explanation was simply fate. Previously, Huang Baiwan had been a believer, but after the events of today, I doubt he will maintain that belief. It is this newfound conviction that emboldens me to speak so boldly to Huang Baiwan. As the burly men continued their excavation, I instinctively glanced at He Zhongtian. He had not departed. He stood nearby, an expression of deep worry etched upon his face. Upon noticing my gaze, he swiftly transformed, his eyes narrowing into a fierce glare that seemed to convey a desire to devour me whole. Yet, I felt no trepidation, for my grandfather had imparted wisdom to me. As long as one remains steadfast in their righteousness, there is no need to fear anyone or anything. Given Huang Baiwan's presence, He Zhongtian could only express his animosity in this manner, refraining from any outrageous actions. Half an hour later, one of the excavators suddenly shouted, "Sir, we have uncovered a coffin." Huang Baiwan and I hurried over, and indeed, we beheld the coffin's lid. After years of decay, the lid had begun to corrode, but perhaps due to the coffin's quality, it had not completely disintegrated. Huang Baiwan cast a glance at me, and I noticed him choke back emotion. I commanded the burly men, "Continue digging until we can pry open the coffin's lid." They exchanged glances, then lowered their heads to resume their tasks. After several minutes of considerable effort, they finally managed to pry open the coffin lid. The moment it was lifted, an involuntary gasp escaped everyone's lips. Inside lay a skeleton, and beside it, astonishingly, was a toad, an entirely crimson creature with but 3 legs. Chapter 8. The red toad's fortune. Indeed, it was a toad with only 3 legs. The front featured 2 limbs, while only a single leg protruded from its posterior, positioned centrally. It remained beside the skeleton, and upon witnessing the lid's removal, it merely croaked once, casting a fleeting glance in our direction before resuming its immobile stance. We gazed in astonishment at the 3-legged toad within the coffin, utterly astounded. In our rural community, whenever a young man experiences the disappointment of a failed courtship or a divorce, the elders would console him, saying, "Fear not, it's merely a woman." The elusive 3-legged toad is rare, but 2-legged women are abundant. This, indeed, was the proverbial 3-legged toad they spoke of. Ah, the red toad's fortune. As my gaze remained fixed on the crimson 3-legged toad within the coffin, He Zhongqian exclaimed in astonishment, clearly recognizing the significance of this peculiar Feng Shui arrangement. Huang Baiwan turned to glance at him, though he refrained from inquiring further, instead directing his attention towards me, asking, "Mr. Li, what is this peculiar creature? How could such a thing exist?" I gazed at the crimson 3-legged toad nestled within the coffin, murmuring an explanation. The red toad signifies cursed fortune, heralding calamity without cease. Within a decade, it shall ensure the extinction of your lineage. Upon hearing my words, Huang Million gasped, his countenance paling to a ghastly hue. I continued, "This Feng Shui configuration ranks among the foremost in all scholarly traditions of geomancy. There exist 2 varieties of 3-legged toads. One is golden, known as the Jin Shan. Should one unearth the Jin Shan, prosperity and wealth shall assuredly follow, as the golden toad dwells only in realms of affluence. In stark contrast, the red toad is a harbinger of misfortune, not only siphoning your family's fortunes, but also releasing them, attracting countless earthworms. The myriad earthworms buried 3 feet below were drawn here by the energy emitted from this red toad. Beneficial fortune nourishes such creatures, and the emergence of these earthworms has encroached upon the roots of the evergreens, rendering them near death. Upon my elucidation, Huang Million finally comprehended the gravity of the situation, yet he remained perplexed and frustrated. How could this be? Who has cast such a dire Feng Shui predicament upon us? I, Huang, have always acted with integrity. I remain oblivious to whom I may have offended. The most troubling aspect is that even now, Huang Million is unaware of the individual he has wronged. After a moment of vexation, he hastily addressed me. "Mr. Li, what shall we do now? Shall we slay this red toad?" I shook my head and replied, "Killing it would be futile. It must depart of its own accord. Only then will your family's fortunes begin to mend. You must eliminate it from within. Within a year, your family will surely perish." Huang Million was greatly alarmed by my words, and he hastily exclaimed, "What should we do?" I replied to Huang Million, "Do not fret. Bring forth the 24 red paper offerings and the 3 yellow paper offerings that I prepared earlier. Only by sending it away can the Huang family rest easy." Upon hearing my words, Huang Yi, like a dutiful attendant, promptly rushed to the vehicle to retrieve the red and yellow paper offerings I had instructed them to prepare. I first burned 3 sheets of yellow paper money before the gravestone, and then ignited the red paper money in the freshly dug grave. I cast the red paper money into the grave, reciting as I did so, "Heaven's 3 wonders, sun, moon, and stars, astonishing the spirits of the earth and sky. With these 24 red bills, may malevolence flee without pause. May all misfortune be banished. May it never return to this pit for eternity. Break." As I uttered the final word, the last of my red paper money was consumed by flames. Once the red money had burned away, the three-legged toad suddenly croaked, leaping directly out of the grave. With that leap, it covered a distance of approximately 10 meters. The red toad leaped, and with each jump it croaked. Soon after, it hopped away, vanishing from our sight. Moments later, the croaking ceased, and the three-legged toad disappeared entirely. Seeing it depart, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was settled, although there were some minor interludes along the way. Everything unfolded precisely as described in the texts. Now, let us close the coffin and fill the grave, I instructed Huang Million. However, at that moment, He Zhongtian could no longer contain himself. He muttered to himself, "No, it's impossible. It simply cannot be. This is too suspicious. This matter is exceedingly strange." After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly raised his hand and pointed at me, exclaiming, "It must be him. He is undoubtedly the one who set this geomantic trap." At that moment, He Zhongtian resembled a ferocious dog, intent on sinking its teeth into me. Upon hearing He Zhongtian's words, the members of the Huang family furrowed their brows and directed their gazes towards me. His accusations left me utterly bewildered, yet I maintained my customary composure. Despite being wronged and my heart racing, I knew it was imperative to uphold my calm demeanor. "Mister, what do you mean by that?" Huang Million inquired, his tone tinged with irritation. He Zhongtian replied, "Geomancy is not something one can master after merely 10 or 8 years of study. To truly comprehend geomancy, one requires at least 20 years of dedication. This fellow appears to be quite young, not even 20. I refuse to believe he's been studying geomancy since birth. If such a geomantic trap was indeed set, even I could not discern it. So how could he possibly do so? Thus, I am convinced he is the one behind this geomantic scheme. His motive is clear: to gain renown within the realm of esoteric arts. Just think, this geomancy was arranged by my master. Even though he has been deceased for many years, his reputation endures in the esoteric community. If any issues arise from the geomancy he arranged, and this individual resolves them, the news will undoubtedly spread, and he will achieve great fame." After hearing He Zhongtian's words, Huang Million's brow furrowed into a deep frown. "Old Huang, this fellow harbors ulterior motives. I stake my life on the assertion that he is undoubtedly the one who has set up the Feng Shui arrangements for your family." I let out a cold laugh and said, "Mr. He, it is surprising that as a disciple of Master Zuha, you would utter such words. Are you suggesting that others are not permitted to understand what you do not? I find your statements to be contradictory. Just moments ago, you claimed that without at least 20 years of practice, one cannot be considered skilled in Feng Shui. Now, you accuse me of placing a Feng Shui curse on the Huang family. Is that not self-contradictory? Old Huang, I arrived here from a distant rural area merely half a month ago, and I am entirely ignorant of your family's affairs. If you doubt my words, feel free to investigate. Neither I nor my grandfather has ever set foot in this place." Upon hearing my declaration, He Zhongtian immediately attempted to argue. "If it wasn't you, then it must have been your grandfather. Surely, it was your grandfather who cast the Feng Shui spell and sent you to resolve it, thereby establishing your reputation." "Enough, He Zhongtian." Huang Baiwan finally could not contain his frustration. "Cease your baseless accusations. Out of respect for your master, I ask you to leave now. Should you continue to speak nonsense, do not blame me for severing ties." Chapter 9. A million in compensation. He Zhongtian widened his eyes, perhaps shocked that Huang Baiwan would confront him in such a manner. However, he refrained from further discussion on the matter, merely nodding repeatedly. "Very well, old Huang. This is your choice. Just do not come looking for me when complications arise. Qingshan, Liuel, let us depart." He huffed angrily and turned to leave. Just a few steps away, I noticed a sinister aura trailing behind him. I hastily called out to him, "Mr. He, you ought to be cautious lately. Something has taken an interest in you." Upon hearing this, He Zhongtian halted in his tracks, his eyes blazing with anger as he glared at me and retorted, "Little brat, if you wish to play tricks, feel free to try. If I, He Zhongtian, say no, then you have one." Thus, my well-meaning warning was perceived as a provocation. Leaving me quite helpless, He Zhongtian, accompanied by his apprentice, stormed off in his Audi A6. Once they departed, Huang Baiwan cautiously inquired, "Mr. Li, Do you intend to teach him a lesson? Hearing this, I was at a loss for words. Did Huang Baiwan truly believe I was so petty that I would engage in a dispute over such a trivial matter? How absurd! I replied to Huang Baiwan, why would I stoop to such a triviality? My grandfather has not raised me to be so narrow-minded. It was merely that when he turned away, I noticed a sinister aura trailing behind him, likely a remnant from recent dealings that had not been properly concluded, resulting in malevolent entities following him. Having observed this, I felt it my duty to offer a benign warning. Huang Baiwan sighed in disappointment, saying, I thought you were going to show him a bit of authority. What? Do you seem to desire that I take him down a peg? Huang Baiwan scoffed. Why wouldn't I? I sincerely wish someone would put him in his place. Although he Zhongtian is a disciple of the Grandmaster, he possesses little substantive skill. Now, he relies on the few locations of geomancy left by his master, ancestor, to flaunt his abilities, performing fortune-telling live and participating in variety shows, presenting himself as a grandmaster in the field of geomancy. In truth, I discerned long ago that he had not inherited the true teachings of ancestor he. With a sigh, he continued, alas, Mr. Li, do not take my grievances to heart. I merely feel regret for ancestor he. Do not heed the words he just spoke. That is simply his temperament, unable to tolerate others surpassing him. It is evident that in Huang Baiwan's eyes, I have already outshone Master He. I can comprehend why he Zhongtian reacted so vehemently. In his view, he is ancestor He's disciple, the most formidable individual in Xingzhou City. Yet I, having consulted the geomancy of his revered master, have undermined his authority, which incensed him greatly, arousing in him a desire for retaliation. Thus, I have unwittingly made my first enemy upon arriving in Xingzhou City, perhaps sensing the melancholy on my countenance. Huang Baiwan reassured me, it's all right, Mr. Li. You need not worry too much. Afterward, I will have a word with him, and this matter will pass. I nodded in acknowledgement, choosing to remain silent. An hour later, the grave was filled, and all tasks were completed. The night had fallen by the time we returned to Huang Baiwan's residence, arriving at 9 o'clock. Approaching Huang Sihai's bedside, he lay motionless. Upon our entrance, he promptly inquired, Dad, how did it go? Is everything all right? Huang Baiwan responded affirmatively and proceeded to inform Huang Sihai about the geomantic matters. Upon reflection, Huang Sihai was astonished, pondering whom they might have offended. However, it seemed that they were utterly oblivious to the identity of their adversary, no matter how hard they tried to recall. In truth, I was acutely aware of the reason for their amnesia. While the Huang family, particularly Huang Baiwan, might not be deemed paragons of virtue, they were certainly not detestable enough to incite someone to obliterate their lineage. They seldom made enemies and had their own methods for resolving conflicts. Consequently, uncovering the individual behind this predicament proved to be quite a challenge. Nevertheless, I was confident in my ability to identify this elusive figure. Thus, I reassured them, Grandpa Huang. Uncle Huang, rest assured, the person behind this will seek me out. I have unraveled their Feng Shui arrangement, and they will inevitably experience a backlash, at which point they will come to me for assistance. In the realm of Feng Shui, there exists a belief that if one's arrangement is dismantled by another, the architect of that arrangement will suffer repercussions. In severe cases, this may even lead to fatality. Only the one who dispels the Feng Shui can offer salvation. I recalled an instance when my grandfather had once resolved someone's Feng Shui dilemma, only for the one who had set it in motion to be afflicted and subsequently plead for my grandfather's help. Is that so? You must tell us who that person is. Huang Baiwan exclaimed with palpable eagerness. It was evident he harbored a desire to confront this individual. I nodded in affirmation, saying, Fear not, I shall do so. But first, let me administer acupuncture to Uncle Huang. Having spoken, I moved beside Huang Sihai and removed the 2 needles I had just inserted. Mr. Li, does my father still require acupuncture, or should he take medication? Huang Yi inquired cautiously, her gaze fixed upon me. Each time I laid eyes on her, I was struck by her exquisite beauty, compelling me to avert my gaze and shyness. This ailment is but a mere phantom, a malady born of the whims of fate. Now that the issues of fate have been resolved, the illness shall likewise dissipate. Rest assured, Within a matter of days, his health will be restored. For the time being, it suffices to provide him with nourishing sustenance. Upon hearing my words, though skepticism lingered in the air, several individuals displayed expressions of relief. Master, the meal is prepared. A maid suddenly announced before Huang Baiwan. Ah, indeed, the feast awaits. Mr. Li, you have toiled greatly today. Shall we partake in dinner? Huang Baiwan turned to me, invitingly. I felt no hesitation, for hunger had indeed taken hold of me. Thus, I joined him in the dining hall, where the table was laden with an extravagant array of delicacies, both terrestrial and aquatic. Although I had earlier savored the skewers purchased for me by Yi Tingting, the sight of such a sumptuous spread was enough to stir anyone's appetite. As I settled in, I momentarily cast aside concerns of decorum and indulged heartily in the feast. Following a satisfying repast, Huang Baiwan engaged me in conversation, but soon the hour had advanced to 10 o'clock. It was time for me to take my leave. I rose to bid farewell to Huang Baiwan, who inquired, Mr. Li, what sum would be appropriate for your efforts? At last, the matter of compensation had arisen. I had initially presumed that their hospitality would extend without financial recompense. Recalling how my grandfather would accept payment with such nonchalance, allowing others to offer whatever they deemed fit, I replied to Huang Baiwan, please, choose freely. The amount is of little consequence. Upon hearing my response, Huang Baiwan appeared momentarily taken aback, exclaiming softly in apparent distress. After a brief contemplation, he posed the question, would 1 million suffice? Chapter 10. The Ghost Knocks 1 million. Upon hearing this staggering figure, I nearly gasped aloud. 1 million, such an astronomical sum for me. To think that my grandfather, at his pinnacle, once charged a mere 3,600 for his services. And now, on my very first assignment, someone is offering me 1 million. How outrageous! Of course, if that is insufficient, I can always negotiate for more. The moment you express your willingness, I am open to any amount. Huang Baiwan, observing the tumult of emotions on my face, hastily interjected with utmost caution, assuring me that if it wasn't enough, he could certainly augment it. Goodness gracious, the affluent truly are unlike the rest of us. I quickly waved my hand, asserting, no, the amount is of little consequence. It's merely a gesture, but is 1 million not rather excessive? At my words, Huang Baiwan appeared momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, he exclaimed, when I hired someone to consult on Feng Shui and they found nothing of note, they still charged me hundreds of thousands. You have resolved a tremendous predicament for our family. 1 million is hardly excessive, not in the least. As he spoke, Huang Baiwan forcibly thrust a bank card into my hands, declaring that the password was 6 zeros. Resisting his insistence proved futile. I could only reluctantly accept. Nevertheless, 1 million truly is an extravagant amount. Leaving the Huang residence, I gazed at the bank card in my hand, my heart racing with exhilaration. 1 million? This is indeed 1 million. My parents have labored for most of their lives, and I doubt they have ever amassed such wealth. With every couple of steps I took, I found myself pausing to glance at the card, ensuring that I would not inadvertently lose it. Just as I was lost in my thoughts, a car suddenly halted beside me. Huang Yi's voice emerged from within. Mr. Li, get in. It's not safe to hail a taxi at this hour. I shall drive you home. I turned a glance at the car window and was met with Huang Yi's charming smile, which made me feel a bit bashful. Thus I politely replied, there's really no need. I can walk back by myself. Mr. Li, it is only proper that I drive you home. Please get in. If I return now, my grandfather will surely scold me. Huang Yi urged. Seeing her so insistently kind, I felt it would be impolite to decline. Consequently, I opened the door and entered the vehicle. Inside, Huang Yi started the car. This was my second occasion riding in her car. The first time had been shortly after my arrival at her home. At that moment, my mind had been preoccupied with the events occurring in her household, leaving no room for me to truly notice her. Now, having resolved those matters, being in such a setting felt distinctly different. Mr. Li, thank you so much. I am truly grateful. If it weren't for you, my father would certainly. Huang Yi's voice faltered as she spoke. My mother passed away when I was young, but my father has given me all his love. When I learned of his illness, I was genuinely terrified of losing him. Do you understand? You have saved not just my father, but an entire family, a lineage. I sighed softly and replied, "It is nothing, merely a small effort on my part. It is of no consequence. In truth, it is not solely my merit. It is your grandfather and father's accumulated virtue. Your father and grandfather were both good men. Their destinies should not have met with such tragic ends. Now, I understand why my grandfather urged me to rescue those of the Huang family. Huang Million is a commendable person, and his son, Huang Sihai, is equally virtuous. They belong to a lineage that should not be extinguished, a family that ought to endure through generations." Huang Yi nodded thoughtfully and remarked, "From now on, I too shall strive to be a good person. By the way, what you accomplished today was truly remarkable. Previously, I held skepticism towards such matters. Yet after accompanying you to my great-grandfather's grave, I realized there are innumerable mysteries in this world that defy explanation." I offered a bittersweet smile and said, "If you're interested, I could take you." Before I could finish my sentence, Huang Yi's phone rang, interrupting my words. She apologized and answered the call. On the other end was a friend of hers. I could hear snippets of their conversation, yet the content eluded my understanding. In that fleeting moment, I was captivated by Huang Yi. She was genuinely exquisite, the kind of beauty that is flawless from every angle. Throughout my years in middle and high school, I had encountered numerous beautiful girls, but none compared to her allure. Being in such close proximity to her made my heart race uncontrollably. Suddenly, Huang Yi set down her phone and said, "Mr. Li, I apologize. It was just a classmate of mine. By the way, are you all right? Do you feel warm? Your face appears quite flushed." I let out a small gasp, awkwardly locking eyes with her for a fleeting moment before hastily averting my gaze. I'm feeling a bit warm. After all, I was alone with such a stunning beauty, and at my tender age, I had never experienced romance. Huang Yi, being slightly older and more mature, made me feel rather bashful in this intimate setting. "Warm? But the window is open. I actually feel a bit cold," I replied, trying to regain my composure. She raised her hand to let the breeze in, pouting playfully. "Shall I open the sunroof too?" No, I quickly interjected. "We're just a turn away from my home." A few minutes later, the car came to a halt outside my old residential complex. The place I rented was a vintage building, an aged walk-up with ivy climbing its exterior. I had chosen this location for its affordability. Huang Yi exited the vehicle alongside me, gazing up at my complex with a hint of surprise. "You live in this neighborhood? It's quite an old workers' community. It has a certain charm," she remarked. "By the way, may I accompany you upstairs?" she asked, her hand gesturing eagerly towards the entrance. I hesitated, wanting to decline, but Huang Yi had already stepped into the complex. "Don't worry, I'll just take a quick look and then come right back down." Resigned, I led her up the stairs. I diligently pondered whether I had any trousers placed in a conspicuous location. If so, it would undoubtedly be quite embarrassing for Huang Yi to discover them. Fortunately, upon our arrival in my rented abode, I was able to breathe a sigh of relief. However, the confines of my modest dwelling felt rather awkward with a young lady present. Please have a glass of water." I hastily offered her a cup. Huang Yi held the glass, lifting her gaze to survey my room as if assessing its feng shui. To be honest, having a girl in my space at such a late hour was somewhat disconcerting. I struggled to find a topic of conversation. Just then, a sudden knock echoed from the door, breaking the awkward silence. Huang Yi exclaimed, "At this hour, is it a friend seeking you?" As she moved towards the door, intent on opening it, I realized with alarm that I had no friends in Xingzhou, save for Yi Tingting, whom I had just met today. "No, don't open the door. It's a ghost knocking." Chapter 11. The ghost at the door, I rushed forward, seizing her arm and pulling her behind me. This sudden movement startled Huang Yi, and she gasped, her face a portrait of fear. "What? A ghost knocking?" I could distinctly feel her grip on my arm tremble. I murmured a comforting, "Don't be afraid, just step back." After retreating 2 or 3 meters, the knocking resumed with a rhythmic cadence. Knock, knock, knock. Indeed, it is not a mere human knocking at the door, but rather a specter. The consciousness of a person is coherent. Thus the knocking would not possess such a rhythmic quality. Conversely, the awareness of a ghost is rigid. Their actions are exceedingly methodical, and naturally, their knocking deviates from that of an ordinary individual. In haste, I retrieved a piece of yellow paper talisman from my pocket, then raised my middle finger, biting it to draw blood, which I squeezed onto the talisman. As I inscribed the runes upon the yellow paper, I chanted, "Heavenly clarity, earthly clarity, clarity of all things. Demons and spirits, reveal your true forms. If there is a significant matter at hand, present yourself at the door." Upon finishing the incantation, I cast the yellow talisman forth. It soared through the air with the force of a stone, an extraordinary feat for such a talisman, striking the door with a force akin to hitting the very specter behind it. A piercing scream erupted from beyond the door, followed by a violent shaking that caused the air within the room to plummet several degrees. I found myself compelled to retreat repeatedly, bracing for the unknown. After a fervent tremor, a woman emerged directly through the door, stepping into the room, clad in white, with disheveled hair and a face shrouded in dark energy. She was no longer human. She was a female ghost. Her visage was ashen, devoid of any trace of color. Her hair obscured her forehead, allowing glimpses of her eyes, which were filled with deep-seated resentment. Those eyes were fiercely malevolent, as if they were poised to engulf me at any moment. I swallowed hard, my heart racing uncontrollably. "Who are you? Who summoned you here?" This was my first encounter with a ghost. My grandfather had never allowed me to engage with such matters. He wouldn't even permit me to approach graveyards heavy with malevolent energy. Thus my life had unfolded like that of an ordinary person. Although I possessed means to confront her, the fear in my heart remained unabated. "Ha ha 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 ha." She offered no response, merely emitting a chilling, sinister laughter. At the sound of her mirth, the atmosphere around us grew even colder, and an inexplicable draft swept from her being toward us. "Mr. Li, what is that sound? Who is laughing? Who are you speaking with?" Huang Yi, trembling behind me, raised her head and glanced around, clearly unable to perceive the ghostly figure in white. Perhaps it was for the best. Had she seen it, she might not have slept a wink that night. I chose not to respond, instead directing my words at the specter before me. "Regardless of who sent you, be gone at once." With that, I retrieved 3 copper coins and hurled them fiercely at the ghost. As the coins struck her, a piercing scream erupted from her, and she instantly transformed into wisps of smoke, vanishing into thin air. As she departed, the temperature in the room gradually returned to normal. In the aftermath of driving her away, I felt a pang of urgency. I could have retained her presence to inquire about her sender. After all, it was my inaugural encounter with a ghost, and I had acted too hastily. Behind me, Huang Yi was still trembling uncontrollably. I turned to look at her, her face a canvas of terror, and reassured her, "It's all right. She has already departed." "She?" Huang Yi's eyes darted nervously around the room, and she swallowed hard. Stammering, "Was it truly a ghost?" I nodded, affirming, "Indeed, it was a ghost. However, not the malevolent kind that seeks to claim lives. Merely a specter employed to instill fear in me." Huang Yi's pupils flickered with curiosity. "Mr. Li, who dared to frighten you? Who would have the audacity?" In her eyes, I was a master, a formidable figure, even more potent than the esteemed master she was acquainted with. Little did she know, this was my inaugural venture into assisting someone. I shook my head with a bitter smile. "There is no question of daring. I am not as formidable as you envision." "Then who is it that terrified you? Is it an enemy? Enemies? Where I find such a thing?" I responded, shaking my head. "It was either He Zhongtian, whom I encountered today, or someone who has been meddling with your family's Feng Shui." "Ah." Huang Yi blinked in disbelief. "Are they plotting to take revenge on you?" He Zhongtian was indeed petty and consumed by jealousy. In his eyes, I had undoubtedly become his primary target for vengeance. As for the other unidentified individual, their malice was even more pronounced, capable of causing irreversible harm. It was truly outrageous. I had once regarded him as a master. "Mr. Li, why not stay at my house? This entire ordeal stems from my family, and having you there would provide some protection." Huang Yi extended a heartfelt invitation. I hastily remarked, "No need. They cannot exert any influence over me. If I were to stay at your home, it would only suggest that I am fearful of them, and they would take advantage of that." Huang Yi cast a worried glance my way and ultimately nodded in agreement, saying, "All right then, I shall take my leave. Take care." As she spoke, her gaze anxiously flitted around, revealing her lingering fear. I accompanied Huang Yi downstairs, and, at our parting, I noticed she was still troubled by the earlier incident. Consequently, I offered her a protective yellow talisman. After expressing her gratitude, she drove away. It was only when Huang Yi faded into the shadows of the night that I slowly turned and entered the house. The lingering fragrance she left behind filled the air. While she was present, I dare not act, and now that she had departed, I reflected on my inaction and felt quite cowardly. The following morning, before I had even risen, I received a call from Huang Baiwan. On the other end, he informed me that Huang Sihai had dreamt of the bald elder again the previous night. This time, however, the elder did not scold him or strike him. He merely smiled gently and then entered a room, appearing to have found some solace. Such matters elude my comprehension. Yet it seems that the deceased can communicate with the living in this manner, perhaps linked to the location of the Huang family's ancestral tomb. At times, the placement of a burial site can determine the status of the deceased in the afterlife. Those of higher standing are likely to maintain frequent contact with their descendants, bestowing blessings upon them for a smooth life. Hence, presenting the departed with a favorable Feng Shui is of considerable significance to the living. Chapter 12. A meal with Yi Tingting. After terminating the call with Huang Baiwan, I rose from my slumber, refreshed myself, and tidied up before heading to the furniture store to resign from my position. With newfound financial stability, I realized I could sustain myself through my own skills, rendering a job unnecessary. My next endeavor would be to open a shop, offering services such as fortune-telling and Feng Shui consultations. Upon arriving at the store and announcing my resignation, the proprietor readily granted me half a month's salary. Stepping out of the furniture store, I realized it was mealtime. Just as I was about to seek a place to dine, my phone rang. Upon checking, I discovered it was a call from Yi Tingting. She is the person in this unfamiliar city with whom I share the most warmth, as we have known each other since our hometown. Although Yi Tingting is not originally from my hometown, she has lived there, creating a bond. Encountering a fellow townsfolk in a foreign land evokes the sentiments expressed in that poignant song. When fellow villagers meet, tears well in their eyes. Especially after Yi Tingting treated me to an extravagant barbecue feast yesterday, I felt compelled to reciprocate her generosity. Liao, where are you? Have you eaten? Yi Tingting inquired hurriedly on the other end of the line. I was taken aback by her immediate concern, so I replied, "Not yet. I'm out and about." "Apologies. I've been busy with my enrollment today and just finished. Where are you? I'll come find you." Her words were imbued with genuine care, and in that moment, I savored the warmth of being looked after. After providing her with my location, Yi Tingting concluded the call, assuring me she would arrive in 5 minutes. The reason Yi Tingting was so eager to invite me to dinner was that she had witnessed my vulnerable side yesterday. At that moment, I had asked her for a loan, and she was aware that I was undoubtedly facing hardships. She is truly a kind-hearted girl. While I was at my lowest, she not only stayed close, but also offered her assistance. Regardless of the circumstances, I would not allow Yi Tingting to treat me to this meal. It was only fitting that I invite her instead. With this thought in mind, I tightened my grip on the 1,300 yuan I had just withdrawn and the card boasting 1,000,000, which instilled a sense of confidence within me. 5 minutes later, Yi Tingting arrived. "Liao," she called out joyfully from a distance, waving her hand with a radiant smile. Today, she looked adorably charming in her overalls and white t-shirt, her hair tied up in a ponytail, exuding a refreshing beauty. Though Yi Tingting may not possess the striking elegance of Huang Yi, her natural charm and beauty are undeniably captivating. "Liao, I'm so sorry for calling you only now," she said, approaching me with an apologetic expression. I sighed and replied, "I should be the one apologizing. Yesterday, you treated me to so many skewers of meat and even offered me money. Just thinking about it makes me feel embarrassed. It's no problem. Friends are meant to help each other. Everyone goes through tough times, and a few skewers of meat are nothing," she said reassuringly, as she rummaged through her bag and pulled out 500 yuan. With a generous gesture, she handed it to me, saying, "You left without taking my money yesterday, so here it is now." I gazed at the 500 yuan in Yi Tingting's hand and quickly exclaimed, "No need for that, Yi Tingting. I truly had no money yesterday, but today my boss has paid me my salary. Come, Let's dine together. You choose the place, and I shall treat you." Upon hearing my words, Yi Tingting's expression momentarily faltered. She scrutinized me from head to toe and anxiously inquired, "Liao, you haven't gone to borrow money, have you? If you're facing any difficulties, do let me know. Although my assistance may be limited, I will do my utmost to help you." "I haven't," I retorted, revealing the over 1,000 yuan I had just received from my workplace. "This is my salary from the job I just resigned from. My boss settled it for me." Upon seeing the cash in my hand, Yi Tingting appeared somewhat skeptical, yet nodded slightly, saying, "All right, but you should keep it for yourself. I will treat you this time." I intended to insist on treating her, but Yi Tingting had already taken my arm and led me directly to a nearby restaurant. The establishment, named Fuyuanju, is situated close to the school and primarily attracts students. Once we entered the restaurant and found a seat, we began to order dishes while engaging in conversation. Yi Tingting asked, "Liao, since you've resigned, what do you plan to do next? Are you leaving here?" I could sense her unease, as if she feared my departure. I shook my head and replied, "No, I merely wish to start my own business." Yi Tingting blinked and remarked, "Starting a business sounds wonderful, but what kind of business do you intend to pursue? How much capital will you require?" "I aspire to open a fortune-telling and Feng Shui shop. I no longer intend to conceal my identity. I can reveal it to Yi Tingting, especially since I have encountered members of the Huang family." Indeed, upon hearing my words, Yi Tingting's expression shifted dramatically, as if she had just heard something utterly astonishing. Before she could respond, a girl suddenly called out her name. "Tingting, why are you here alone for a meal? I texted you. Why didn't you reply?" As she spoke, she approached us. "Zhang Yao, what brings you here?" Yi Tingting inquired, glancing at the girl, who was accompanied by two others. Zhang Yao replied, "Senior Chun Chao invited us to dinner, saying he wants to recruit us for the student council. And this place was chosen for the gathering." "Oh, I see. Well, you all go ahead. I am here with my friend, so I shall pass." "That won't do," Zhang Yao insisted earnestly. "Chun Chao said you must come. Your friend can join too." Seeing Zhang Yao's unwavering enthusiasm, Yi Tingting cast a helpless glance in my direction. I understood that she, too, wished to attend, but felt constrained by my presence. Thus, I smiled and said, "It's all right, you should go. It's essential to build good relationships with friends at the beginning of the school year." Yi Tingting shook her head, responding, "That is not possible. I cannot leave you here all alone." After fervent persuasion from Zhang Yao and her classmates, I reluctantly accompanied Yi Tingting to the private room on the second floor. Inside, several boys were already seated, appearing to embody the archetype of senior students. As a few individuals beheld Yi Tingting and her companions enter, their faces radiated warmth and enthusiasm. However, upon noticing my presence, the geniality and smiles on their faces became abruptly frozen. "Zhang Yao, who is this?" inquired Chun Chao, the president of the student council. As he fixed his gaze upon me, Zhang Yao responded with an "Oh," explaining, "This is Tingting's old classmate from her grandmother's side. During our ascent upstairs, Yi Tingting had already introduced me." "Oh, I see. So, he's also a new student who just enrolled this year? Since he's a friend of Tingting's, he's also a friend of mine. Rest assured, if you encounter any issues at school, just mention my name," Chun Chao declared pompously, his face adorned with pride. I quickly interjected, "No, that's not the case. I'm no longer a student. I am here to work." "Yes, indeed. Liao has come here to engage in business," Yi Tingting hastily added, subtly attempting to elevate my status. I understood that she wished to spare me any embarrassment. Chapter 13. Huang Yi call me in truth. Even if I were not a university student, there would be no embarrassment, merely a sense of regret. "Oh, what kind of business are you involved in?" Conducting business in Xingzhou requires a certain finesse. Whether in the entertainment industry or catering services, extensive connections are essential. However, do not worry. Since you're a friend of Tingting's, you're also a friend of mine. I will introduce you to a few of my acquaintances, and once you become acquainted with them, your business endeavors in Xingzhou will surely flourish. Chun Chao continued to boast, as if his resources in Xingzhou were exceptionally formidable. Indeed, I discerned at first glance that this individual was a braggart, someone who spoke with grandiosity. His thick eyebrows, shadowed eyelids, and subtly curled lips suggested, according to physiognomy, that he was a quintessential figure who thrived through his words. If he wasn't a master of deception, he He was likely an attorney. It was evident that he belonged to the former category. Noticing my silence, Yi Tingting nudged me gently and whispered, "Li Yao. Chen Chao is the president of our university's student council, a native of Xingzhou City. He possesses extensive connections and resources. Regardless of the business you wish to pursue, engaging with him will surely be advantageous. Everyone says so. At least extend your gratitude." I nodded slightly and then addressed Chen Chao. "Thank you, Senior Chen Chao. I appreciate your kindness. However, the venture I intend to embark upon does not necessitate the resources you mentioned. Moreover, to me, connections and resources pale in comparison to the significance of Feng Shui. In my view, the essence of business lies primarily in Feng Shui." As my words resonated within the room, all eyes were suddenly fixed upon me, a mix of astonishment reflected in their gazes. I understood their bewilderment but chose to disregard it, continuing, "By the way, the business I plan to establish is not in dining or entertainment. I intend to open a shop for fortune-telling and Feng Shui consultations." "Li Yao." Yi Tingting swiftly raised her hand and grasped mine tightly, hastily clarifying, "Senior Chen Chao. I apologize. Li Yao was merely jesting with us." With a chuckle, Chen Chao could not contain his laughter upon hearing Yi Tingting's words. He waved his hand in amusement, saying, "My apologies. I couldn't hold back. Your friend is truly quite amusing." However, observing his earnest demeanor just moments ago, I'm inclined to believe he was not jesting. I replied with utmost seriousness, "Certainly not. Divination and Feng Shui are my forte. I have no reason to conceal my talents. This is a skill imparted to me by my grandfather, and I see nothing shameful in it." Chen Chao responded with a teasing tone, "Then you needn't bother with a storefront. You could simply set up a stall over on Garden Street. Many elderly gentlemen do just that, and when business is good, they can easily charm a few customers and earn a few hundred yuan. However, you are quite young. I wonder if anyone would seek your services. If you were don a false beard and wear a tang suit, perhaps some would come to consult you." As he spoke, his smile morphed into one of mockery and derision, viewing me as a mere jest. I am well aware that this profession harbors many charlatans, yet I refuse to allow myself to be conflated with such frauds. Just as I was about to passionately enlighten them, Zhang Yao interjected, "All right, Senior Chen Chao, let us discuss something else." Li Yao seems quite embarrassed. She deftly shifted the topic, causing everyone's emotions and thoughts to oscillate elsewhere. The ensuing conversation held no interest for me. Had it not been for Yi Tingting's presence, I would have departed. Frankly, this meal was an uncomfortable ordeal, as I found it beneath me to indulge a braggart with a penchant for fantastical tales. The girls were utterly captivated by Chen Chao's words, their spirits lifted in a flutter. Suddenly, a girl inquired, "Chairman Chen, do you have a girlfriend?" Chen Chao pondered for a moment before shaking his head and replying, "No, I do not have a girlfriend yet. However, there's a girl who has recently been expressing her affection for me, and I'm uncertain whether to accept her advances." "Who is it? Who is it?" The crowd pressed eagerly. Chen Chao, feigning profundity, replied, "You all know her. It's Huang Yi from the senior class." Upon hearing this, I felt an overwhelming urge to gauge the thickness of his skin, for it seemed as if it were fashioned from the wall, exceedingly thick indeed. Yet, his revelation elicited gasps of astonishment from the group, as if they were envious of Chen Chao. Just as I was at a loss for words, my phone rang, and to my surprise, it was Huang Yi calling me. I answered the call, deliberately amplifying my voice. "Huang Yi, is there something you need?" Following my words, everyone fixated on me with peculiar expressions. "Li Yao, where are you? I would like to treat you to a meal." Huang Yi's voice resonated from the other end. "I am at Fuyuanju, but there's no need for a meal." I replied, "All right, wait for me there. I will come find you." With that, Huang Yi hung up. As I placed my phone down, Chen Chao, with a look of disdain, questioned, "Li Yao, you just said that Huang Yi called you?" I nodded, affirming, "Yes. It was indeed Huang Yi." "Ha ha ha. Are you out of your mind? Huang Yi would call you. I believe you're not merely a charlatan, but rather a lunatic." Chen Chao launched a direct attack against me, and after addressing me, he turned to Yi Tingting and said, "Tingting, it's best to limit your interactions with such individuals. You must be mentally unstable. Who knows what thoughts he harbors about you?" Indeed, Tingting, He seeks to present himself favorably before you. Yet, boasting in such a manner is undeniably awkward. How could he possibly know Huang Yi? She is the belle of our school, pursued by countless admirers, and she hardly grants anyone a pleasant glance. From his words, one might think she would invite him to dine with her. Zhang Yao immediately echoed Chen Chao, wearing a mocking expression aimed at me. Yi Tingting hesitated, her face adorned with skepticism as she regarded me. Perhaps she, too, was uncertain of the truth in my words at that moment. Suddenly, the door to the private room swung open. There stood Huang Yi, her face aglow with surprise as she gazed at me. In that instant, everyone at the table was rendered speechless. Well, how about that? My timing is impeccable, Huang Yi remarked as she approached my side. Then she inquired, are they all your friends? I'll treat you all. It seems you've nearly finished your meal. Cool, mate. Let's go somewhere. Instinctively, I glanced at Chen Chao, whose eyes were nearly bulging out of their sockets. However, I had no desire to acknowledge him. After all, everyone was already aware of his bluster, and that sufficed. Huang Yi's arrival was significant, especially since she didn't even spare him a glance, clearly dismissing him entirely. I turned to Yi Tingting and said, Tingting, thank you. Liao I. Yi Tingting bit her lip, appearing as though she was on the verge of speaking, yet held back, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. I understood her unspoken thoughts, so I gently placed my hand on her shoulder and said, it's all right. There are some matters I shall discuss with you later. Chapter 14. Fortune-telling to be candid. I do not blame Yi Tingting for not standing by my side. Any rational person would struggle to comprehend my words. In the eyes of the average individual, our profession is merely superstition, a fade for deception. After departing from Fuyuanju, I entered Huang Yi's car. I inquired where we were headed, but she merely responded enigmatically, stating that I would know once we arrived. After a short while, Huang Yi suddenly asked, by the way, Mr. Li, may I pose a question that may be inappropriate? Is that girl you were just speaking with your girlfriend? I hope my calling you away did not cause any issues. Naturally, Huang Yi was referring to Yi Tingting. I quickly shook my head and replied, no, she's an old high school classmate of mine, and indeed my only friend in Xingzhou City. Oh, Huang Yi mused thoughtfully. No wonder I noticed the way she looked at you was quite different. By the way, wasn't it she who treated you to a plethora of meat skewers yesterday? I nodded in affirmation, stating, yes, she did, prior to yesterday. It had been quite some time since I had savored meat. You're truly humorous. Huang Yi could not suppress her laughter. To her, it seemed I was merely jesting, yet I spoke nothing but the truth. A few moments later, Huang Yi abruptly halted the vehicle, turning to me with a request. Please wait for a moment. After speaking, she swiftly exited the car and returned approximately 2 minutes later, holding a small box in her hands. Once inside the vehicle, she presented the box to me, saying, Mr. Li, this contains meat skewers as well. I initially intended to treat you to a meal, but since you have already dined, allow me to offer you these skewers instead. As she spoke, I noticed a bashful smile adorning her face. This left me somewhat perplexed. Having just discussed the meat skewers the previous day, she now presented me with some. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was trying to convey something deeper. Slowly, I extended my hand to accept the skewers, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Mr. Li, I have a rather audacious request, Huang Yi suddenly stated. May I be your friend? At her words, my heart skipped a beat. To be her friend, was there a prerequisite? I understood that such a friendship must be rooted in a special connection. If it's too much to ask, we can simply maintain our current rapport, I quickly replied, shaking my head. No, of course we can be friends. From now on, please call me Liao. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi's face lit up with joy. She broke into a radiant smile and said, all right then, I shall call you Liao from now on. Before long, we arrived at an upscale apartment complex. Huang Yi parked the car in the building's parking area and then led me directly to the 5th floor. As we stepped out of the elevator, we encountered a portly man approaching us. You've arrived. Upon encountering Huang Yi, the rotund fellow greeted her with a jovial smile. He then cast a scrutinizing glance in my direction and inquired, is this the Mr. Li you mentioned? This portly gentleman, Huang Yi's cousin and the son of her second aunt, is named Wu Di, commonly referred to as Wu Fatty due to his childhood bulk. While both bear the moniker of Fatty, Wu Fatty possesses a grounded demeanor, distinct from that of Chun Chao. Currently, he has embarked on an entrepreneurial journey, having established a bar that thrives, generating several million annually. He is a man of great courtesy, showing me respect and repeatedly suggesting that I assist the Huang family with their Feng Shui concerns. Under Wu Fatty's guidance, we entered a fifth-floor apartment. The door swung open to reveal a lavishly appointed abode, adorned in opulence, with brand-new furnishings that suggested no one had yet graced the space. A cursory glance assured me that the Feng Shui was impeccable, prompting my inquisitive gaze to shift towards Huang Yi. She gestured towards the apartment and asked, "What do you think? Are you satisfied, Liao?" Momentarily taken aback, I queried, "What is this?" "This is the house my cousin just purchased, though he does not reside here," she explained. "I thought it spacious and with excellent air quality. You could move in here. It's perfect for your self-cultivation," she added with a smile. It was then that I realized Huang Yi had brought me here under the guise of mystery, intending to suggest a relocation for me. I must admit, this place is truly splendid, far superior to my current dilapidated neighborhood. The old complex is plagued by cockroaches and mice. Had it not been for my financial constraints, I would have long sought to escape from there. I too yearn to reside in such a splendid abode, yet I am acutely aware that it must come at a considerable cost. Thus, I hesitantly inquired, "The rent here must be rather steep, I presume?" Upon hearing this, Mr. Wu let out a sigh and replied, "Mr. Li, how could I possibly charge you rent for residing here? You have rendered immense assistance to my grandfather's family. It would be my honor for you to dwell in this place. If you wish, you may move in at once and stay for as long as you desire." Upon hearing this, Huang Yi stepped forward and added, "Indeed, this is my cousin's own house. If you like it, feel free to make it your home." I felt a bit embarrassed and said, "How can one occupy a residence without paying rent? I am genuinely satisfied with this place. However, we should discuss the rent." With $1 million in hand, I felt reluctant to decline Huang Yi's generous offer, so I mustered the courage to ask. Yet, Mr. Wu stubbornly insisted on waiving the fee, merely stating, "Mr. Li, if you feel uncomfortable about this, perhaps you could calculate when I might find a girlfriend." At this, Huang Yi shot him a glare. "Say, Wu, you seem to be quite audacious to set conditions." Mr. Wu, with a sheepish expression, replied, "I am merely curious. After 27 years of being single, even your second aunt is worried for me. You, as my sister, should understand my plight." While Huang Yi contemplated her frustration, I calmly responded, "No worries. Just provide me with your birth date and time. Also, a piece of paper and a pen, please." Wu, the plump man, nodded repeatedly and said, very well. My birth date is in the year of Bingyin, the month of Gaisai." After obtaining his birth information, I swiftly calculated his 4 pillars of destiny. While facial features can also provide insights, their precision pales in comparison to the 8 characters. A person's fate is predetermined from the moment of birth. Thus, examining the 8 characters can accurately reveal one's fortune, marriage, and career throughout life. Wu's 8 characters were quite favorable, possessing the presence of Lu Shun, and notably, there were 2, both in the day and month pillars. This indicates substantial wealth, as he is capable of not only earning but also saving money. However, his Peach Blossom and Hong Wan stars appeared somewhat dim. While there are romantic prospects, they are of a less desirable nature. Upon reviewing his major fortune cycles, I inquired, "In your 18th year, you had a girlfriend who betrayed you, resulting in a financial loss, correct?" Chapter 15, The Year of 9. The King of Hell summons. Upon hearing my words, Wu nodded emphatically. Yes, indeed. That was the year I just graduated from high school. My girlfriend of over a year ended up sleeping with someone else. I couldn't swallow that bitterness. I confronted that man and ended up breaking his teeth. In the end, I had to compensate him over 100,000. I nodded in understanding and continued to examine his 8 characters, saying, at the age of 23, "Your Hong Wan star was activated. There must have been a woman who wanted to marry you at that time, right?" Wu's eyes widened, and he immediately responded with a resounding yes. Subsequently, he gave me a thumbs up and exclaimed, "Mr. Li, you are truly remarkable. My family is entirely unaware of this matter." At that time, I was nearing my graduation from university, feeling rather lonely, and ended up spending a night of intimacy with a female classmate. Little did I know that she would cling to me. A month and a half later, she claimed to be pregnant and insisted on marrying me. In my panic, I hastily fled home, purchasing a standing ticket. Huang Yi gazed at Wu Pengzi in astonishment and remarked, "Cousin, how could you make such a grave mistake? A girl is carrying your child, and you simply ran away. You're utterly inhumane." Pa pa pa. Wu Pengzi immediately defended himself, saying, "That woman deceived me. She knew my family was affluent and had long been sending me subtle signals. She was not pregnant at all. This was later confirmed by one of her friends. If you don't believe me, you can ask Mr. Li." Huang Yi, now skeptical of Wu Pengzi's claims, turned to me and inquired, "Is this true, Mr. Li?" I nodded affirmatively and replied, "Indeed, that year there were no signs of child." Upon hearing my affirmation, Wu Pengzi straightened his back and declared, "See? I didn't deceive you. I'm not that kind of person. If she had truly been with child, no matter how erratic she may have been, I would have taken responsibility." Huang Yi scoffed and rolled her eyes at Wu Pengzi. "Mr. Li, you are truly extraordinary. You were able to deduce such a confidential matter. In truth, this was merely the foundation of Batsi fortune-telling. Once the destiny chart is established, interpreting it becomes remarkably straightforward. Although I can discern the quality of his destiny at a glance, I have never engaged in the practice of fortune-telling through astrological charts. This is my inaugural attempt, and I approached it with utmost caution." Upon hearing Wu Pengzi's remarks, I calmly responded, "The art of fortune-telling through one's destiny can unveil all that you wish to see, and even more intricate details can be revealed. For instance, there exists a birthmark upon your posterior, and during your sophomore year, you surreptitiously observe your cousin-in-law." Just then, Wu Pengzi urgently interrupted me, his expression filled with anxiety, exclaiming, "Let us speak seriously. Let us speak seriously." As he spoke, he cast a wary glance towards Huang Yi. Fortunately, she chose not to dwell on the topic, allowing him to continue, "Let us see when I might find a girlfriend." After a moment of observation, I noted that his romantic prospects had stirred once more this year. However, it was still a troublesome affair. Thus I continued, "If I am not mistaken, there is indeed someone currently courting you, is there not?" Wu Pengzi paused for a moment before chuckling, "Yes, indeed. I simply wish to ascertain whether there is potential between us. If so, we plan to wed this year." My gaze lingered on Wu Pengzi's face for approximately 5 seconds before I shook my head and replied, "That is not a possibility. You will not marry this year, nor will you encounter your destined partner. The star of romance remains unperturbed this year, and the influence of the 7 killings presides over your fate. Moreover, it is your year of 9, which signifies that not only will you not wed, but you may also find yourself embroiled in troubles concerning women." Upon hearing my words, Wu Pengzi gasped, his expression suddenly becoming one of bewilderment. "What does year of 9 signify?" he inquired with confusion. I elucidated. The term upon reaching the 9th year refers to the ages of 9, 18, and 27, indicating any year that is a multiple of 9. According to legend, during such years, the king of hell would consult the register of life and death to inscribe the name of an individual, compelling that person to report to the underworld. Anyone marked by the king of hell is destined to perish. Thus, this period is also known as the year of the king's summons. Even if one is not directly chosen by the king in that year, individuals of such ages are likely to encounter misfortunes. Minor setbacks may involve financial loss, while more severe afflictions could result in illness. Surviving this year unscathed is considered a triumph over one of life's tribulations. As I spoke, the 2 listeners appeared bewildered, clearly unfamiliar with these matters, which posed a significant challenge to their worldview. "Mr. Li, does this mean I have been marked by the king of hell?" Fatty Wu exclaimed in a state of panic. "You must save me. Please do not let me be chosen by the king." Observing Wu's despondent demeanor, I reassured him, "Rest assured, if the king of hell had indeed marked you, you would have already faced your trials and tribulations." Upon hearing this, Wu inhaled deeply and expressed his relief. "As long as I do not die, I can accept anything." I shook my head in disbelief and remarked, "In truth, there are far graver fates than death itself. For instance, some individuals may suffer grave injuries during their 9th year, resulting in lifelong disabilities, relegating them to a wheelchair or forcing them to crawl and beg. Others may experience profound changes, rendering them unable to fulfill their manhood for the entirety of their lives. My words reignited Wu's alarm, and he gasped in horror. Ah, is this truly the case? Pray, allow me to recount the tribulations I have endured throughout these 9 years. I fixed my gaze upon Wu, the corpulent fellow, and remarked, "You ought to possess greater awareness than I regarding your experiences. The woman you now speak of is likely the very calamity accompanying your 9th year." Wu, choking back his emotions, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and declared, "Then I shall sever ties with her at once." This woman had reached out to me a fortnight prior. She was a former classmate from high school, one of the 3 renowned beauties of our institution. With porcelain skin, an alluring figure, and possessing all the traits that define beauty, she had long departed abroad. Her whereabouts unknown until her return just a month ago. That fateful evening, she graced my bar with her presence, indulging in copious amounts of alcohol, and recognized me instantly. After conversing for a spell, I learned that she had recently parted ways with her boyfriend. Seizing the opportunity, I made my move, which took an unexpected turn when, to my astonishment, she accompanied me to a hotel that very night. "Wu, you scoundrel! I never imagined you to be such a character," exclaimed Huang Yi, unable to contain her dismay, as she raised her fist and struck Wu with considerable force. No, I was simply speaking the truth in the presence of Mr. Li." Wu hastily protested. Huang Yi shot him a scathing glance and retorted, "I cannot be bothered with you. It appears that the bond between these 2 cousins is rather amicable." Ignoring Huang Yi's ire, Wu turned to me and inquired, "Mr. Li, should I proceed to end things with her?" I waved my hand dismissively and replied, "There is no need for an immediate separation. Such an action would only raise suspicions. I suggest you first inquire with your former classmates about the latest news regarding your peer." "Very well, I shall ask when I return." It is evident that Wu is quite anxious. I responded with a hum and glanced at Wu's fate, saying, "By the way, your true romantic destiny will manifest next year." At this remark, Wu seemed disinterested, as his mind was consumed by the events of the past 9 years. Observing his state, I offered him a few words of comfort and encouraged him to rest. After Wu departed, Huang Yi inquired, "Mr. Li, what has happened to my cousin?" I replied lightly with 3 words. He encountered a ghost. Chapter 16. The unusual man. Upon meeting Wu, I noticed a flicker of an ominous aura surrounding him, a clear indication of an encounter with the supernatural. Utilizing fortune-telling, I offered him a glimpse into his fate. At that moment, had I directly informed him of his ghostly encounter, it would undoubtedly provoke the female spirit, and who could predict the changes that might unfold during his 9th year? Thus, I could only subtly encourage him to uncover the true identity of the specter. Only when he gains this knowledge will I be in a position to assist him. Upon hearing my words about the ghost, Huang Yi's eyes widened involuntarily. She opened her mouth as if to speak, but ultimately huffed, "Serves him right. That scoundrel deserves some punishment." However, immediately after uttering those words, Huang Yi's demeanor softened, and she turned to me, asking, "Mr. Li, could something happen to my cousin? Despite his flaws, he is the only son of my second aunt. Although he may not be exceptionally talented, when compared to the average scion of wealth, he is indeed quite remarkable. Could you possibly offer him some assistance?" Huang Yi gazed at me with a look of earnest supplication, her face etched with concern for her cousin. It was evident that she embodied the archetype of a sharp-tongued yet tender-hearted individual. Taking a deep breath, I replied, "It's all right. Let him navigate this experience on his own. Even if I were to intervene and resolve his issues now, he would inevitably encounter difficulties during this critical period. Rather than preemptively obstructing his path, it would be more beneficial for him to confront this challenge and emerge victorious." Huang Yi seemed to grasp my perspective, yet her worry lingered. I assured her that I would remain here for the time being, but I would relocate tomorrow. Upon returning to my rented accommodation, fatigue enveloped me, compelling me to lie down for a brief nap. I was roused from my slumber by the incessant ringing of my phone, which indicated it was 4:30 in the afternoon. The caller ID displayed an unfamiliar number. I hesitated for a moment before ultimately answering the call. I have a habit of remaining silent when answering calls from unknown numbers unless the caller speaks first. However, Upon connecting, there was an unsettling silence on the other end. "Hello, who are you trying to reach?" I broke the silence after an awkward pause of over 10 seconds. The call was peculiar. It neither disconnected nor offered any words of greeting, and I sensed this was not a prank call. Finally, after I spoke, I could hear a deep, labored breathing on the line, followed by a grim voice that intoned, "Is it you who has disrupted my Feng Shui array?" A chill ran down my spine. It was him, the individual who had cast the Feng Shui array upon the Huang family. He had finally reached out to me. I hastily sat up in bed and replied earnestly, "It is I. Who are you?" Upon hearing my acknowledgement, the voice on the other end wasted no time, stating, 6 o'clock this afternoon at Longfeng Fang. I will see you alone." With that, the call was abruptly terminated. I stared at my phone, contemplating whether to call the Huang family. After a moment's reflection, I decided against it and resolved to investigate on my own. If I were to make the call, Huang Million might react unpredictably. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, I arrived at Longfeng Fang as agreed. Longfeng Fang is a distinctive Chinese restaurant, adorned with charming hostesses in ethnic attire at its entrance. As I approached, several of these hostesses bowed deeply, exclaiming, "Welcome." To be honest, this display left me rather taken aback. I strode inside, casting a glance around the restaurant. My gaze soon settled on a man by the window, clad in a hat and a coat. Though his back was turned to me, I sensed an ominous aura emanating from him. This was the one. Without hesitation, I made my way towards him. As I reached his side, he lifted his head to glance at me. Just that fleeting look sent a shiver down my spine. The man's face was ashen, devoid of color, with bloodshot eyes that appeared to be surrounded by dark circles. Dressed entirely in black, his attire only served to accentuate the lifelessness of his visage. It is no exaggeration to say that had he not been seated before me and just raised his head to meet my gaze, I would have surely mistaken him for a corpse. The man appeared to be in his 40s, with a small, thumb-sized mole on his face, which rendered his appearance quite peculiar. "Sit," he commanded, pointing to the chair across from me, his tone rather brusque. I swallowed hard, taking a seat before him. His eyes continued to scrutinize me for a moment longer, and he murmured, "I never imagined that after years of navigating the underworld, I would fall into the hands of such a young rascal. It is truly lamentable." Upon hearing his lengthy discourse, a sense of dread began to dissipate within me. Perhaps his prolonged dealings with the deceased and the numerous unscrupulous acts he had committed had led him to his current state. "What enmity do you harbor against the Huang family? Why resort to such malevolent Feng Shui to bring them harm?" I inquired, attempting to daunt him with my gaze, eager to pierce through his facade. Yet, I was still too young. After all, he was a seasoned veteran of the underworld. He let out a mocking laugh, taking money to ward off disasters for others. "Speak, how much did the Huang family pay you to disrupt my Feng Shui array? I shall offer you double. Just leave this matter be." "Money?" I scoffed. Is mastering this craft merely about monetary gain? The individual before me was merely a hired hand. He was not the architect of the Huang family's plight. If not for money, then why? Upon hearing my words, the man reacted as though he had heard a jest. Gritting my teeth, I asserted, "Indeed, money can accomplish much, but it is not omnipotent. For instance, it cannot purchase your life, nor can it secure your safety and normalcy." The man let out a cold huff and said, "I will give you 5 million. Cease your involvement in this matter." 5 million. Indeed, it was a staggering sum. Yet I felt that such an amount was insufficient to sway my principles. To be precise, no sum could ever compromise my convictions. The affairs of the Huang family were entrusted to me by my grandfather, and I was resolute in my duty. I locked my gaze with the man, articulating each word with unwavering determination. "I offer you a piece of advice. If you wish to live, you must tell me who is endangering the Huang family." My stance was unyielding. The man's expression became rigid. He offered no response and abruptly seized my hand with a fierce grip. In an instant, a chilling sensation coursed through my body. His hand bore no warmth. Before I could comprehend the situation, he suddenly surged to his feet and, with a loud thud, collapsed onto the floor. I was utterly taken aback, and just then, a female server hurried over. Sir, what is happening? Are you all right?" After shaking the man, she suddenly let out a high-pitched scream, her face filled with terror as she pointed at him, exclaiming, "He is dead. Dead." A corpse. A corpse. Chapter 17. The living dead before long. The police arrived, and I was taken to the precinct along with the man's lifeless body to provide a statement. After I recounted my account, a middle-aged officer entered the interrogation room, holding my recorded statement. He scrutinized me for a moment before sitting down across from me, furrowing his brow as he inquired, "Are you certain that everything you have said is true? Not a single word is false?" I nodded emphatically, asserting, "Not a word of falsehood. Everything I say is true." The middle-aged policeman, with eyes sharp as an eagle's, scrutinized me intently, attempting to pierce through my facade. He was a seasoned veteran, with piercing gaze, thick brows, and a pronounced nose, unmistakably an astute man. The autopsy report indicated that the individual had been deceased for 12 hours. Consequently, I found it exceedingly difficult to believe your testimony was genuine, the middle-aged man gravely inquired, simultaneously imparting a striking piece of information. Dead for 12 hours. This meant that he had perished before our encounter. I had just conversed with a corpse at the restaurant. The thought sent a chill down my spine, and my head buzzed with disquiet. However, I soon recalled a secret technique my grandfather had once mentioned, a mystical practice from Feng Shui concerning the living dead. It was no wonder I sensed an aura of death enveloping the man, his countenance utterly devoid of vitality. Indeed, he was not a living being after all. Yet, I refrained from divulging this to the policeman before me. Even if I did, he would dismiss such esoteric practices. At least this particular officer would. Thus, I calmly remarked, "If you doubt my words, you may check the surveillance footage. I'm certain that restaurant possesses cameras." Upon hearing my statement, the middle-aged policeman refrained from further dialogue, continuing to fix his fierce gaze upon me. I met his stare, though anxiety coursed through me. I strove to suppress the fear within, striving to maintain my composure. Moments later, he rose to depart. It was evident that he found nothing suspicious about me. "May I make a phone call?" I called out to his retreating figure. He nodded in agreement. I then dialed the number of Huang Yibai, and half an hour later, both Huang Yibai and Huang Yi arrived at the police station to take me away. Upon exiting the station, Huang Yibai immediately brought me to a hotel owned by their family for a meal. As soon as we sat down, Huang Yibai, with a look of astonishment, asked, "Mr. Li, Captain Feng just informed me that you were dining with a corpse?" I nodded and replied, "Indeed. That corpse was sent by someone to lay a Feng Shui arrangement for your family. It is a secret art from Feng Shui, known as a living corpse." "A living corpse? Secret art from Feng Shui?" Huang Yibai gazed at me, bewildered. I affirmed, "A living corpse is a form of the Feng Shui secret art, akin to the Feng Shui corpse transportation, which is employed by those of righteous standing. Conversely, a living corpse is utilized by practitioners of the sinister faction of the Feng Shui secret art, as it incurs a loss of moral integrity. A living corpse is created by infusing a deceased body with a soul and spirit, allowing the corpse to act and speak as a living person. It is harnessed to fulfill certain nefarious purposes, such as committing murder or engaging in illicit activities. I once came across a news report about an individual who wielded a knife at a train station, resulting in the deaths of 9 people and injuries to 27 others. That individual was a controlled living corpse. There was also an incident involving the use of a corpse to smuggle drugs. Both of these occurrences were related to living corpses. After hearing my account, both Huang Yibai and Huang Yi were left in a state of utter disbelief. "Can you confront the person behind this?" Huang Million inquired anxiously. Huang Yi quickly turned to me, saying, "Mr. Li, if you lack confidence, it is best not to take this risk. Your safety is paramount. If anything were to happen to you because of our Huang family, then we—" "No worries," I interjected. "This is merely his desperate struggle. I have disrupted his Feng Shui formation. Within 3 days, he will surely perish, so I suspect he will come to me tomorrow, pleading for salvation." Upon hearing my unwavering confidence, the tension on Huang Million and Huang Yi's faces visibly diminished. However, I was left pondering how he managed to communicate directly with me. Logically, they could control the living dead, yet they should not be able to converse with me directly. This perplexity lingered in my mind. The corpse from yesterday had spoken to me as if the individual himself were addressing me, which was quite astonishing. By the way, Captain Feng had mentioned that they discovered a wireless camera on that person's face. Upon hearing this, a realization struck me. So that was it. A camera was present. After dinner, I arranged with Huang Million to wait for him at his residence tomorrow, anticipating that the individual would seek me out. After expressing his gratitude, Huang Million instructed Huang Yi to escort me home. As I sat in Huang Yi's car, I let out a long sigh. She, however, discreetly glanced at me. Her eyes filled with apprehension. Mr. Li, can you truly handle that person? If you're unable, there is no need to put on a brave front. Suddenly, Huang Yi, filled with concern, inquired of me. I replied with unwavering certainty, "It is indeed possible. I am not merely putting on a brave face." "Then why did you sigh just now?" she asked, her beautiful, sparkling eyes fixed upon me. I chuckled lightly. "Perhaps it is simply because I have eaten too much." As I spoke, I raised my hand to rub my belly. However, the tension on Huang Yi's face did not dissipate. She continued cautiously. "You mentioned that he would not encounter trouble until tomorrow. Is there a chance he might seek you out tonight?" At her question, I was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed a possibility that he could come looking for me this evening. I must admit, Huang Yi's considerations were quite thorough. Nevertheless, I maintained my composure and reassured her, "It is nothing to worry about. The situation is manageable." Logically speaking, he was likely feeling unwell today, so the likelihood of him seeking me out tonight was minimal. Huang Yi seemed poised to say more, yet the words lingered on her lips before she swallowed them back. After approximately half a minute, she finally ventured cautiously, "Mr. Li, why have you chosen to assist our family? You only requested 1 million, while that individual offered you 5 million, and yet you declined." I turned my gaze towards Huang Yi, noticing her cheeks redden after posing the question. I sensed an underlying implication, yet I refrained from addressing it directly, simply responding, "Because your grandfather and father are both good men. By doing good deeds, one naturally reaps rewards. I am not overly concerned with wealth." I certainly could not disclose to Huang Yi that it was my grandfather who urged me to assist her family. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi let out a soft "oh," and then added, "Thank you." Before long, we arrived at the community where I rented my apartment. As soon as I stepped out of the car, Huang Yi called out to me, "Mr. Li." She opened the car door and, with a sincere expression, said, "How about I accompany you tonight? I'm still quite concerned." Chapter 18. Lei Daf will accompany me? The moment I heard Huang Yi's words, a jolt ran through my heart, and I could not help but swallow hard. Huang Yi was exceptionally beautiful, and after she left last night, I was filled with a sense of regret. Yet tonight, she surprisingly offered to keep me company. I knew I shouldn't entertain such thoughts, but I am merely a man. When such a stunning woman makes such a proposal, who could refrain from pondering the implications? Noticing the expression on my face, Huang Yi quickly added, "I didn't mean it that way. I'm just worried about your safety. After all, you are involved in matters concerning our family." I nodded hastily and replied, "I understand. I'm fine. You should head back." While I wished for her to stay with me, I knew that if any trouble arose, I would have to divert my attention to protect her, which was unnecessary. However, I interrupted her, saying, "See you tomorrow. I will wait for him at your house." Huang Yi still seemed a bit uneasy, but she did not press the matter further. Instead, she simply said, "All right then, if you need anything, give me a call." I nodded in agreement, and with a lingering gaze, Huang Yi looked at me one last time before getting back into the car. Huang Yi is truly impeccable. Her physique and appearance are beyond reproach. Yet what truly distinguishes her is her genuinely kind heart. Last night, she endured a haunting experience. Yet tonight, she resolutely ascends with me. Such kindness is a rare gem. If only a girl like her could be my girlfriend, how splendid that would be. Sighing, I smacked my forehead and shook my head, muttering to myself, "What am I thinking?" As I turned to ascend the stairs, my phone suddenly rang. I glanced at the screen. It was an unfamiliar number, yet I knew precisely who it was. I pressed the answer button, and the voice on the other end oozed with arrogance. "Kid, how's it going? Have you made up your mind? Take the 5 million and forget about this matter. Or else, the living corpse is merely the beginning." I found his bravado amusing. Surely, he overestimates himself. Does he genuinely believe I'm frightened by his threats? With that thought, I let out a derisive chuckle and retorted, I'll be waiting for you to beg me tomorrow." With that, I hung up the phone. He, undeterred, attempted to call back, but I chose to ignore him. Upon returning home, I drew a talisman at my doorstep, finding solace in its protection before retreating to my room to sleep. That night, nothing untoward occurred, and I passed the hours peacefully. The following morning, Huang Yi called, informing me that she had arrived at the entrance of my community. Her concern for my safety was palpable. Upon seeing me unharmed, her serious demeanor relaxed slightly. Together, we made our way to the Huang residence, waiting until noon when that man finally arrived. Without any ostentation, he arrived driving a car. As he stepped out of the driver's seat, I witnessed him stagger into the Huang residence. No sooner had he entered our line of sight than he erupted in a violent spurt of blood. The newcomer was a man in his 60s, diminutive in stature, with a bald head, slanted eyes, and a pronounced scar etched across his face. "Help me, help me," he implored, his gaze fixed on me, the earlier arrogance from the phone call evaporating, replaced by a visage of desperation. "Lei Dafu." Suddenly, Huang Baiwan's eyes widened in astonishment as he recognized the frail figure before him. His expression was a complex tapestry of disbelief and incredulity at the man's presence. "I, perplexed, inquired of Huang Baiwan, 'Do you know him?' Huang Baiwan, with a grave countenance, nodded affirmatively. "I do." I never anticipated that he would be the one to bring harm to my Huang family. Huang Baiwan raised a trembling hand, pointing at Lei Dafu, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Lei Dafu, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, suddenly displayed a sinister grin. "I never expected that after all these years, you would still recognize me at first glance. Huang Baiwan, did you think I had perished long ago?" The encounter between the two men resembled that of bitter adversaries, their mutual animosity revealing that Lei Dafu was indeed the mastermind behind the schemes. His claims of handling affairs for monetary gain were mere fabrications. From the day I departed from Xingzhou City, I had already experienced death once. I told myself that I must endure, that I must survive, and witness the Huang family descend into oblivion, irretrievably lost. Lei Dafu roared fiercely, resembling a wild beast. Huang Million inhaled deeply and remarked, "I never expected that after all these years, you still fail to comprehend." "Comprehend? How could one comprehend?" A fleeting glimmer of self-mockery crossed Lei Dafu's face. "I've always been a punchline, ridiculed for my short stature and frail physique, deemed an outcast, shunned by others. Whenever they saw me, they would scurry away. Even my parents abandoned me after my birth, never spending a single day with me. In those moments, I felt like a freak. It was Hong Xiu's arrival that transformed my life. She revealed to me that I possessed no flaws, that I was simply a normal person. She played with me, encouraged me, and supported every endeavor, every decision I made. Hong Xiu was a beacon of light in my heart, a shimmer of hope. We grew up together, played together. We were childhood sweethearts. I cherished her, and I sense her affection for me too, but then you appeared and shattered everything. I had envisioned a future with Hong Xiu, a life filled with love and children, yet you took her away, stealing my very existence. Over the years, I wandered far and wide, enduring life's tribulations. Look at my face. This scar is a testament to the day I was robbed of my possessions. A blade slicing through my skin. He pointed to the gruesome scar on his face, speaking with venomous intensity. "And these fingers of mine, they were severed in a desperate attempt to rid myself of a venomous snake's bite while concocting medicine." He raised his hand, which bore only 2 fingers, while the spots where the other 3 fingers had once been appeared starkly bare. Fortunately, I had acquired a set of skills. I reassured myself that I could not yet succumb to death, at least not before you pay the price. I survived, and I had arrived here a decade ago. I observed that Hong Xiu was thriving, and I relinquished my desire for vengeance. I feared for her sorrow. 5 years ago, when Hong Xiu passed away, I sensed her subtle hints, urging me to embark on my retribution. Thus, I laid a Feng Shui formation beneath your grandfather's grave. Witnessing your sons perish one by one, and observing your unborn grandson and great-grandson meet their demise, filled me with delight. I reveled in it. Such a scene had played out in my mind countless times. At this juncture, Lei Dafu became terrifying, a type of monstrous horror. Chapter 19. Hidden Truths. Huang Baimian shook his head, gritting his teeth with profound sorrow as he exclaimed, Lei Dafu, you are nothing short of a beast. Upon uttering these words, his entire body trembled, nearly collapsing to the ground, but Huang Yi rushed to support him. Grandfather, are you all right? Huang Yi inquired anxiously, her gaze fixed on Huang Baimian. He shook his head, mustering the strength to rise again. Upon witnessing this, Lei Dafu laughed, a chilling, maniacal laughter. Am I a beast? Then what are you? You are something far more terrifying than a murderer. You, with your family's wealth, have stripped me of my light and hope, reducing me to a mere shell of existence. Huang Million scoffed and said, Lei Dafu, do you truly believe that Xiaohong harbors feelings for you? It is nothing but pity. You are well aware of the kind of person she is. She possesses a heart brimming with compassion for even the smallest creatures, let alone a human being. When she observed your plight, isolated and devoid of companionship, she took it upon herself to engage you in conversation. After a brief exchange, upon discovering the tragic circumstances of your life, she resolved to extend her kindness towards you. Little did she know, you would misconstrue that kindness as love, as a bond akin to childhood sweethearts. Do you presume that my wealth was the sole reason for winning her affection? Our hearts were in harmony, a mutual desire brought forth by destiny. Does your behavior truly reflect the gratitude she deserves for her encouragement and support? You have not only taken the lives of my child, my grandchild, and my great-grandchild, but you have also claimed hers. If Xiaohong were to learn of your actions from beyond the grave, how profoundly would her heart ache? Huang Million pounded his chest, speaking with fervor. This bears a striking resemblance to the tale of the farmer and the snake. Had she known your true nature from the outset, she would have never ventured near you, not even for a moment. No, Lei Dafu shook his head vehemently. That is impossible. Xiaohong loves me. Her affection is for me. It is you who has unjustly seized my love, leveraging your wealth to rob me of her. Nonsense. Huang Yi hastily replied. How could my grandmother possibly dislike my grandfather? When I was young, she would always hold me close and share stories of her past with him, her face beaming with a beautiful smile as she spoke. She is such a kind-hearted person. How could she ever be drawn to someone as malicious as you? Lei Dafu cast a glance at Huang Yi and then turned to Huang Baiwan, shaking his head vehemently, exclaiming, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xiaohong loves me. It cannot be him. It cannot be him. With that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. He shook his head desperately, appearing as though he had aged a decade in an instant. Upon hearing and witnessing this, I began to grasp the intricacies of this past affair. It was Lei Dafu's vengeful love. He believed that Huang Baiwan had usurped his emotional anchor, thus compelling him to seek retribution. In this world, there exists a type of individual whose possessions must not be touched. Should you dare to infringe upon what they hold dear, they will pursue vengeance for a lifetime. Such individuals are often reclusive or vindictive, and Lei Dafu exemplifies this. He devoted 30 years to mastering dark arts solely to exact revenge on the Huang family. I swallowed hard, my eyes fixated on Lei Dafu, and I suddenly felt a pang of pity for him. Indeed, he is pitiable. What he perceived as mutual affection has devolved into unrequited longing, and the most ludicrous part is that he squandered 40 years on this delusion. Is he not deserving of sympathy? It is you. Suddenly, Lei Dafu fixed his crimson gaze upon me. He struggled to rise from the ground, raising his hand to point at me, exclaiming, It is you who has destroyed my Feng Shui array. Had it not been for your presence, none of this would have transpired. It is all your fault. I shall kill you. I shall kill you. With those words, Lei Dafu charged towards me, emanating a palpable aura of menace. I had never encountered such a scene before and instinctively recoiled. Huang Baiwan shouted, Help! Someone please! A few bodyguards from the Huang family rushed in from outside, but it was too late. Lei Dafu had already reached me, leaping into the air to strike me with tremendous force. At that moment, I was utterly dazed, having never experienced anything like it. I had not anticipated that a dying man could wield such terrifying power. With a resounding crash, he collided forcefully with me, and, simultaneously, a cold object pierced into my abdomen. A chilling sensation coursed through me, followed by a surge of warmth as something hot began to flow from within. Lei Dafu glared at me with an expression filled with unrestrained hatred. Soon, the two bodyguards managed to pull Lei Dafu away from me. But the vivid redness of the wound on my abdomen was strikingly apparent. Mr. Li, Huang Yi exclaimed upon seeing the gash on my belly, with a dagger embedded within it. She hurried to my side and enveloped me in her embrace. I lifted my hand to touch the wound, only to feel a buzzing in my head. I had been stabbed. I had truly been stabbed. Ha 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 ha. As Lei Dafu was forcibly pulled apart, he erupted into a hysterical laughter. Regardless, I am destined to perish, and I will drag you down with me. Mr. Li, are you all right? Are you all right? Huang Yi was visibly anxious, overwhelmed with trepidation. I raised my hand to press against my abdomen and subsequently extracted the knife that had been plunged into my belly. Witnessing my action, Huang Yi gasped in shock, her hands trembling noticeably. She was on the verge of tears as she called out to me, Mr. Li, how could you? I did not wait for her to finish her sentence. I simply tore open my shirt to reveal a metal plate affixed to my abdomen. Beside the plate, there was a superficial wound from a knife, a mere laceration rather than a stab. Fortunately, I had anticipated the possibility of a calamity today and had taken precautions. Had I not, the consequences would have been dire. It was merely a scrape. The situation was manageable. I lifted my hand to touch the injured area, and it was indeed quite painful. Upon seeing this, Huang Yi finally breathed a sigh of relief, her eyes shimmering as she remarked, "You truly terrified me." No, impossible, impossible. Lei Dafu was consumed by rage, and with that fury, a fresh spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. His third instance of vomiting blood. This time he ceased all movement. He was dead. Master, he is dead. What should we do? One of the bodyguards inquired, looking at Huang Baiwan. Huang Baiwan waved his hand dismissively and said, "Let Captain Feng handle it." To show him the surveillance footage from the house. After settling matters with the bodyguard, he hurried to my side and inquired, "Mr. Li, are you all right?" I rubbed my injured abdomen and replied, "It's nothing serious, but I believe we should attend to the wound first. It's still bleeding." Yes. Indeed, Huang Baiwan promptly arranged for a doctor to bandage my injury. Chapter 20. Moving once the wound was dressed, Huang Baiwan expressed his profound gratitude towards me. He recounted the intricate history between Lei Dafu and himself, a tale that began over 40 years ago. His wife was also a native of Xingzhou City. Her father had been a teacher, and she was renowned for her intellect and kindness. The two fell for each other upon their first meeting, swiftly progressing towards discussions of marriage. However, during their wedding, Lei Dafu appeared at the venue, questioning his wife's choice to marry Huang Baiwan, causing a significant uproar. Ultimately, he was expelled by Huang's family. In the following days, he returned to create further disturbances, but Huang Baiwan's wife made her stance clear. Yet, Lei Dafu obstinately insisted that her decision had been coerced by Huang Baiwan. Out of compassion, Huang Baiwan eventually offered him a sum of money to dissuade him from returning. Remarkably, Lei Dafu vanished thereafter, leading everyone to believe the matter had concluded. Little did they anticipate that it would escalate to such an extent. As Huang Baiwan recounted this ordeal, traces of anxiety lingered in his voice. I found myself at a loss for how to comfort him, unsure if I even should. In any case, the Huang family's recent tribulations have bestowed upon me a fresh perspective on the intricacies of fate. Lei Dafu belongs to a destiny governed by the 7 killings, a fate marked by isolation and exceptionalism, characterized by ferocity, malevolence, and treachery. If not closely monitored in youth, such a person is destined to incite calamity in adulthood. There is always a cause for every occurrence, and the cycle of cause and effect is inescapable. Wrongdoing inevitably leads to punishment, an immutable law through the ages. Mr. Li, here is a $5 million check. I am grateful for your assistance in uncovering the perpetrator behind the Huang family's troubles, which has allowed us to navigate this crisis successfully. This is but a small token of appreciation. I hope you will accept it. Suddenly, Huang Million presented a $5 million check before me. I understood that he had heard Lei Dafu mention giving me this sum to ensure I would not involve myself in this matter, hence offering me the money. Gazing at the check in his hand, I resolutely shook my head in refusal. I cannot accept this money. My assistance was not motivated by financial gain. Moreover, you have already compensated me once. To accept again would violate the principles of our arrangement. Huang Million opened his mouth to speak. Mr. Li, do you find the amount insufficient? Your aid to the Huang family is invaluable. Without you, we would surely face extinction within a few years. This is merely a token of gratitude, and I earnestly hope you will accept. I looked at Huang Million with a hint of irritation and retorted, do you believe I act solely for monetary gain? Upon hearing this, Huang Million appeared somewhat flustered. Grandfather Huang, the reason I assist your family is that you are a good person. The Huang family enjoys an excellent reputation in Xingzhou, not only for their efforts in constructing roads and bridges in impoverished areas, but also for assisting numerous individuals in securing employment. Such deeds are truly acts of great benevolence. As for your financial support, I require it only once. Should I accept it a second time, it would compromise my principles. Upon hearing my words, Mr. Huang Million refrained from offering me any further assistance, instead expressing a sense of shame. I have been shallow in my understanding. Mr. Li, your distinctiveness at such a young age is truly admirable. He continued, should you encounter any issues in Xingzhou in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. Huang would not shy away from any peril. In truth, I do not require any backing. To maintain my integrity and not to commit wrongs against others is sufficient for me, and I trust that this will spare me from trouble. Furthermore, even if I were to face difficulties, I doubt the Huang family could be of assistance. Nonetheless, I graciously expressed my gratitude and subsequently took my leave from the Huang residence. Huang Yi accompanied me home, despite my protests. She insisted that since I had been harmed due to matters concerning her family, it was unacceptable for me to return alone. Unable to argue with this young lady, I found myself once again in her vehicle. During the ride, Huang Yi expressed her gratitude profusely and conveyed her guilt over my injury, stating she felt quite remorseful. I could perceive the genuine emotions emanating from her. She was indeed anxious about my well-being. Particularly, at the moment I was wounded, she unhesitatingly lifted me into her arms. That sensation, in retrospect, is profoundly warming. Although I understand her concern stemmed from my injury incurred while assisting her family. The feeling of being cared for is ultimately a beautiful one. Huang Yi accompanied me to the old residential complex where I was renting. Yet she did not take her leave. Instead, she ascended the stairs alongside me. Mr. Li, shall we move your belongings? She suggested. Given your injury, it would be quite inconvenient for you to navigate the stairs. As she surveyed the modest space I called home, her concern was evident. I, too, had intended to relocate today, as the almanac indicated it was an auspicious day for moving. However, I hesitated, feeling slightly embarrassed, and inquired, aren't you going to pay your cousin any rent? Huang Yi shook her head, asserting, of course not. You have already provided him with a second chance. How could he still ask for your money? Besides, my cousin is currently facing difficulties, and he may very well need your assistance. At this point, she appeared somewhat bashful. I, too, felt a twinge of embarrassment, as it seemed I was continually imposing upon her family for various favors. I waved my hand dismissively, saying it's nothing. It's all fate. Since you say so, I shall not be polite. She declared, I will begin packing immediately. With that, I rose from the sofa. However, Huang Yi, visibly anxious, insisted, no, please don't move. Allow me to assist you. With that, she began tidying up my room like a diligent housewife. She meticulously organized everything, from pots and pans to my clothing, ensuring each item was in order. Huang Yi, being a lady from a large family, exhibited this unexpectedly nurturing side, which took me by surprise. Once she had finished packing, she busied herself cleaning the room before gathering my belongings and making her way downstairs. As I attempted to pick up my belongings, she quickly intervened, insisting that I refrain from touching anything and that she would handle it herself, citing that navigating the stairs would be detrimental to her injury. I protested, asserting that my wounds were minor, yet she was resolute in her decision, determinedly making 3 trips on her own, perspiring profusely by the time she finished moving my things. To be candid, as a grown man standing idly by while she toiled, I felt a pang of guilt. Nonetheless, The girl was remarkably stubborn. Once she decreed that I should not assist, she meant it. After the task was completed, we briefly quenched our thirst, and she resumed driving me to her cousin's apartment. Seated in the car, I observed the occasional beads of sweat trickling down Huang Yi's cheeks, feeling an urge to wipe her brow, but ultimately suppressing the impulse, deeming it inappropriate. I expressed my gratitude, saying, "Thank you. I find you to be quite extraordinary." Chapter 21. A surge of spirit. Xingzhou City was unfamiliar territory for me. Upon my arrival, I was utterly alone until I encountered Yi Tingting, who bestowed upon me a long-awaited sense of care, while Huang Yi made me feel the warmth of protection. Regardless of whether Huang Yi's actions stemmed from gratitude or something else, the moment of care and safeguarding deeply moved me. "What do you mean by different?" Huang Yi inquired, lifting her hand to dab the sweat from her forehead, breaking into a smile. "Do you perceive me as someone who has been coddled, accustomed to having everything handed to me without effort?" I glanced at her, a hint of embarrassment coloring my expression, silently acknowledging the truth in her words. In urban circles, there exists a prevalent notion that one ought to rear sons in modesty while indulging daughters. Huang Yi sighed, remarking, "In truth, my grandfather has always maintained a strict demeanor towards us. Regardless of gender, we were instilled with the importance of independence from an early age. Every summer and winter vacation, we would return to our ancestral home to live autonomously. Whether it involved gardening, fishing, or household chores such as laundry and cooking, we were taught to be self-sufficient. Thus, the descendants of the Huang family are adept in various skills, contrary to the perception of us being mere ornamental flowers." Upon hearing Huang Yi's words, my admiration and respect for Huang Baiwan deepened. "By the way, Mr. Li, what are your plans for the future?" Huang Yi suddenly inquired. After a moment's contemplation, I replied, "I aspire to open a store for fortune-telling and Feng Shui consultations." "Ah." Huang Yi paused briefly, then laughed. "With your capabilities, is it truly necessary to open a shop? You are the most talented individual I have encountered. There is no need for you to do so." I turned to Huang Yi and asked, "If I were to claim this is my first endeavor in such a field, would you believe me?" Huang Yi widened her eyes and shook her head, saying, "I do not believe it. Your skills are far too refined for this to be your first attempt." I offered a bittersweet smile and replied, "It was my grandfather who imparted to me the wisdom of remaining calm and composed in any undertaking. Once one has set their sights on a goal, they must see it through to the end. Therefore, the calmness I exhibit is merely a fade, held in check." Huang Yi gazed at me in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape as she remarked, "You need not open a store. I could simply promote you on my social media, and countless individuals would seek your services. You would naturally have no shortage of customers." I swiftly interjected, "That is unnecessary. My purpose in opening a store is to foster connections." Huang Yi cast a sidelong glance at me and said, "You truly are an extraordinary master." No sooner had she spoken than I noticed the vehicle ahead suddenly come to a halt. "Watch out!" I exclaimed. In an instant, I heard the screeching of brakes, followed by a resounding crash. Ultimately, a collision ensued. Huang Yi, petrified, stared at the unfolding scene in shock. "Are you all right?" I asked urgently. She shook her head and replied, "I am fine." Before we could exit the car, a man emerged from the vehicle in front, his face a mask of panic, tears brimming in his eyes. I exchanged a glance with Huang Yi and opened the car door to step outside. Upon reaching the scene, the man hastily apologized. I'm so sorry. It was unintentional. My child is unwell in the car, and I was rushing them to the hospital. They've been vomiting, and that is why I had to stop so abruptly." He glanced at Huang Yi's luxurious vehicle and, with gritted teeth, assured her, "Rest assured, no matter the cost. I will compensate you." Though he was merely an ordinary man driving a Volkswagen Santana, his sense of responsibility was commendable. Upon witnessing the scene, Huang Yi immediately exclaimed, "The rear-end collision was indeed my responsibility. It was my failure to maintain a safe distance, and I shall be the one to compensate. Rest assured, I will take care of it. If the child is unwell, please rush to the hospital. Hurry, come quickly. The child seems to be in distress. You must see him." Suddenly, a middle-aged woman hurriedly emerged from the vehicle, cradling a 4 or 5-year-old child in her arms. The child was convulsing violently, remnants of vomit lingering at the corners of his mouth. As I observed him, I noted that his eyes were tightly shut, his face was darkening, and the veins in his neck were bulging, while his muscles and joints were undergoing intense spasms. The sight was truly alarming. This is dire. Malevolent energies threaten to disrupt the child's spirit. Quickly, lay the child on the ground. I shouted urgently at the middle-aged woman. My command seemed to momentarily stun her, leaving her with a vacant stare fixed upon me. The middle-aged man appeared equally bewildered by my words. I had no time for lengthy explanations and urged again, hurry, place the child on the ground. If you wish to save him, you must act swiftly. Huang Yi glanced at me, noting the seriousness etched on my face, and turned to the woman, saying, Sister, please lay the child down. He is a powerful master who can exorcise evil and heal ailments. You must heed his words. At that moment, the middle-aged woman found herself at a loss, looking toward her husband for guidance. The man, gritting his teeth, approached the woman, took the convulsing child into his arms, and gently laid him down on the ground. Upon witnessing the situation, I immediately bit into my middle finger, allowing blood to flow forth. Swiftly, I drew a 5-thunder incantation upon the boy's forehead. Heaven's path is clear, Earth's path is tranquil, humanity's path is serene. The 3 realms unite, blending the cosmos. All deities return to their command, and myriad generals follow in procession, courageously dispelling the demonic stars. Upon completing the incantation, I inscribed the 5-thunder seal, and in that instant, the boy's convulsing form ceased its tremors. A mysterious surge of energy erupted from my abdomen, as if it were striving to escape my chest and burst forth from my mouth. I did not comprehend its nature, yet an overwhelming fatigue enveloped me. Mr. Li, what is happening? Are you all right? Huang Yi gazed at me in astonishment. Why is your face drenched in sweat, and your lips appear so pale? I waved my hand dismissively, replying, It's nothing, perhaps just a touch warm. Huang Yi hurriedly approached to help me rise, while the couple, seeing their child no longer convulsing, rushed forward to embrace him. I turned to the man and inquired, This child has transgressed a taboo, resulting in malevolent energy clashing with his spirit, nearly dislodging his 3 souls and 7 spirits. Has there been a recent death in your family? The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly in response, saying, Yes, 3 days ago, the child's grandfather was laid to rest. We only returned yesterday, and today, the child suddenly transformed in this manner. I nodded and continued. During the burial, the child accompanied you to the mountain, did he not? The 2 exchanged glances, and the middle-aged man confirmed. Indeed, the child went up the mountain with us. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a reproachful glance at the middle-aged woman, exclaiming, I told you not to let the child go up the mountain and to stay home with his mother, yet you insisted on taking him. This is all your fault. Upon hearing his harsh words, the woman felt a surge of grievance and burst into tears. No, I hastily interjected. The child's transgression was not in accompanying you to the burial. There is nothing wrong with that. It was merely that he relieved himself during the burial. Upon hearing my explanation, the man turned his gaze back to his wife, his eyes filled with confusion, seemingly unaware of the situation. The middle-aged woman bit her lip and nodded slightly, saying yes, he used a restroom nearby, but it was quite far from where my father was being buried. Does that still constitute a transgression? The middle-aged man shot her a glare and retorted, Of course it does. This is all you're doing. It was evident that this man harbored a strong sense of male superiority, blaming his wife for any mishap. His attitude made me reluctant to engage further, prompting me to say, Please refrain from speaking for a moment. Following this, I explained to her, during a burial, the most taboo actions include someone urinating nearby, defecating, or a woman wearing sanitary napkins attending the funeral. Once I finished speaking, I noticed the expressions of both the middle-aged woman and Huang Yi shift dramatically, as they appeared extremely embarrassed. Aware that my comments had made them uncomfortable, I quickly added, I do not intend to look down upon you. This is merely a common superstition associated with burials. The deceased gentleman also expressed similar sentiments. The middle-aged woman nodded with a hint of embarrassment in response to me. I continued, explaining that the burial site is meticulously chosen and the coffin must only be lowered at the appointed time. It is imperative that it does not touch the ground before then. Should it accidentally fall, the deceased would have to be interred in their original resting place. If the site possesses favorable Feng Shui, the burial might not pose a problem, but if the Feng Shui is adverse, it could lead to complications. Moreover, even a well-chosen spot requires the precise moment for the coffin to be placed, for it is only at that instant that the earth's energy will converge, enveloping the grave of the departed. At this juncture, the location must remain impeccably clean to ensure the deceased aligns with the Feng Shui, allowing for peaceful repose. However, if your child happens to relieve themselves at that critical moment, particularly with the significant influence of youthful urine, it can disturb the previously harmonious energy, transforming it into malevolent forces that then invade your child's being. Upon hearing my explanation, the middle-aged woman gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her face trembling as she asked, "Does this mean my father's Feng Shui has been compromised? Is he unable to find peace?" The middle-aged man, hearing her pitiful inquiry, erupted in anger, rebuking her. "Is that even a question? I told you not to bring the child. You insisted he should see his grandfather one last time. And now look what has happened. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, this calamity would not have occurred." I shot a disdainful glance at the middle-aged man. Were it not for his age, I might have been tempted to give him a resounding slap. "Did I not instruct you to refrain from speaking?" The middle-aged man cast a resigned look in my direction and obediently sealed his lips. "In truth, this incident did not affect your father's Feng Shui, so there is no need for concern. Had it truly impacted his Feng Shui, the child would have collapsed on the spot, rather than succumbing 2 days later." My explanation brought a long sigh of relief from the middle-aged woman, who patted her chest and exclaimed, "You nearly frightened me to death. But why has my child only exhibited these symptoms today?" I nodded slightly and continued to elucidate. "As you mentioned earlier, you took your child to bid farewell to his grandfather. His grandfather cherished him dearly and would undoubtedly offer protection. However, this protection is limited. After all, he has just passed away and his capabilities are constrained. While you were in your hometown, his grandfather could still safeguard him. Once you left, that protection inevitably weakened. The child likely began to develop a fever upon your return yesterday, correct?" The middle-aged woman affirmed, "Yes, he started to run a fever last night. We thought it was merely a chill, so we administered some medication. Little did we know that his condition would worsen today. He has not only fallen into a deep stupor, but is also trembling all over. It truly terrified me to see him like that. My heart aches immensely." As she spoke, tears streamed down her cheeks. "Rest assured, everything is fine now. You should take the child home to rest. Once they awaken, everything will be all right." I offered a word of comfort to the middle-aged woman, simultaneously providing her with a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, she knelt before me in a surge of emotion, fervently expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Master. Thank you." In her fervor, she attempted to bow down to me. I quickly intervened, helping her to her feet, saying, "Sister, please do not do this. I cannot bear it." At that moment, the man unexpectedly pulled out a handful of money from his pocket and handed it to me, stating, "Master, this is all I have. I know it is insufficient. Please provide me with your account number, and I will transfer the amount you require shortly." In his hands were several 100 yuan bills, along with some 10 and 5 yuan coins, indicating he had emptied his pockets. I cast a disapproving glance at him and sighed. "You, my friend, possess many admirable qualities, yet in times of crisis, you tend to panic and blame others. In truth, your wife is a person who brings good fortune. Without her, your life would be even more challenging. In the future, refrain from blaming her for every misfortune. Should you drive her away with your words, calamity will surely follow." The man paused, lowering his gaze in embarrassment, and replied, Yes, I was wrong. I was simply too worried about the child and lost control." The middle-aged woman, understanding and compassionate, spoke up in defense of her husband, saying, "Master, he is indeed a good man, just a bit anxious. Master, I am aware that this sum is insufficient. Please accept it for now, and I shall transfer the remainder to you via bank card upon my return." Observing that I did not take the money from his hand, the man urged me once more, pushing the money slightly forward. I glanced at the bills in his grasp and casually took a 5 yuan note, saying, "All right, this will suffice. You can repair your vehicle yourself." The man seemed poised to speak again, but I interrupted him. "Enough of that. Take the child home. It is unsafe out here." After expressing their heartfelt gratitude, the pair finally entered their vehicle and departed. Once they were gone, Huang Yi gazed at me with wide eyes and remarked, "Mr. Li, you're truly a good person. There are not many like you left in this world." Chapter 23. Spitting blood, I turned to Huang Yi, our eyes locking, and I replied as I beheld her clear, large eyes, "Are you not also a good person? Not only are you beautiful, but your heart is kind as well. Individuals like you are even rarer." Huang Yi met my gaze, but suddenly looked away, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Compared to you, I am nothing," she exclaimed. "By the way, given what just transpired, can we still proceed with the move? I've heard that an unsuccessful relocation may lead to some unsettling occurrences." I shook my head, replying, "It is all right. This is merely a matter of fate between that child and me. In other words, have we been ill-fated? He might have." I paused, finding the word death somewhat unpleasant to utter. Saving lives is undoubtedly a virtuous act. During my move, I aided someone in distress, which only served to embellish my relocation experience. After saying this, I glanced at the front of her car, where a portion of the paint had been scraped off. Uncertain of the repair costs, I hesitantly remarked, "It seems your car." "Not to worry, it doesn't impede normal driving. Let us proceed." Upon arriving at Wu Pengzi's apartment, I immediately sensed a significant enhancement in the freshness of the air surrounding me. The ambience and layout here were vastly superior to the cramped quarters I had previously rented. Once Huang Yi had finished helping me with my belongings, she diligently set about making the bed, her actions reminiscent of a devoted young wife. Noticing her busyness, I felt a twinge of embarrassment and said, "I can handle the remaining tasks myself. If you have other matters to attend to, please feel free to go about your business." Huang Yi paused her work and replied, "Mr. Li, it was due to my family's affairs that you were injured. It is only right for me to assist you. If my presence here is unwelcome, I can leave at once." Her face fell with a look of despondency. "No," I quickly interjected, "that is not my intention. It merely makes me feel somewhat awkward that you are being so helpful. Aside from my grandfather, no one has ever treated me with such kindness. How could I possibly dislike Huang Yi's company? In truth, I long for opportunities to be alone with her every day." Huang Yi gazed at me for a moment before saying, "There is no need for embarrassment. This is simply what I ought to do." As she spoke, Huang Yi busily attended to various tasks. It was not until 6 in the evening that we finally completed everything. After our labors, Huang Yi ordered takeout, and we shared our inaugural meal in the new place. To be candid, today has brought me immense joy. It has been the happiest day since my arrival in Xingzhou City. Huang Yi remained with me until 8 o'clock, leaving only after receiving a phone call. It was only after her departure that I dared to tentatively release the pent-up energy within me. Just moments ago, while drawing the 5 thunder talismans to dispel evil, that force nearly erupted from my chest, but I had managed to contain it. Now that Huang Yi was gone, I hastened to let it out. I am uncertain of the nature of this energy, yet I am assured it is detrimental to my health. After a series of deep breaths and focused meditation, I finally expelled the energy. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted alongside it. This was the scene I had wished to conceal from Huang Yi, for I knew it would be accompanied by blood. It appears my cultivation is still insufficient. The 5 thunder technique is not to be employed lightly. If I were using vermilion to create talismans, it would be inconsequential, but utilizing blood energy requires fortuitous circumstances. The energy within me is far too feeble to endure such strain. Had it not been for the urgency of the situation, I would not have resorted to the 5 thunder technique. "Mr. Li." Suddenly, the door swung open, and Huang Yi stood in the doorway, momentarily taken aback. "What happened to you? Why are you spitting blood?" she exclaimed, rushing to my side with concern etched across her face. "What is wrong? How could one vomit blood? I shall take you to the hospital." I waved my hand and replied, "It's nothing. I'm merely a bit fatigued. A moment's rest will suffice." "What brings you back?" I inquired, somewhat taken aback. Huang Yi pointed to the car keys on the table and said, "I forgot the car keys." Thankfully, I returned. Otherwise, I would have remained oblivious to the severity of your condition. If you refuse to visit the hospital, I shall stay here to care for you tonight. Without waiting for my consent, Huang Yi proceeded to the bathroom, retrieving a cloth to attend to me. There is no need for that. You should head back. I'm fine. You vomited blood and still claim to be fine. What constitutes a problem then? Please don't refuse me. I will stay with you tonight. Huang Yi resolutely remained, offering me no opportunity to decline. After cleaning the blood from the corner of my mouth, she assisted me onto the bed to rest. Subsequently, she made her way to the bathroom. 20 minutes later, she emerged, her hair damp, resembling a water lily in bloom, breathtakingly beautiful. As she toweled her hair, she approached me. Perhaps noticing my dazed gaze, she paused, glanced at herself, and asked, "What is the matter, Mr. Li? Do I look unappealing?" I quickly averted my gaze, feeling embarrassed, and shook my head, saying, "No, you look lovely, truly lovely." Hee. Huang Yi chuckled softly, sitting beside me and remarking, "Mr. Li, you are quite endearing when you are not preoccupied with tasks." I am uncertain whether this remark is meant as flattery, yet has left my cheeks flushed. I have never had the opportunity to be alone with a woman, especially not late at night in a room. Even with my mother, I have not shared a bed since I turned 13. "Mr. Li, why is your face so flushed? Are you unwell?" As she spoke, she knelt on one knee and gently touched my forehead with her soft, delicate hand, stirring a myriad of thoughts within me. "I am perfectly fine," I replied, raising my hand to gently brush hers away, fearing that such contact might cloud my thoughts. "Very well. Please rest well. I will be outside. If you need anything, just call for me." After speaking, she exited the room. I am unsure how long it took for slumber to embrace me, but upon awakening the next day, Huang Yi had already departed. She left me a bowl of mixed noodles on the table along with a note that read, "Mr. Li, I have gone to school. I prepared breakfast for you. Call me if you need anything." It was adorned with a cheerful, smiley face. I sighed, my mind already wandering to what name we might choose for our future child. Chapter 24. The dark-hearted individual in the following 3 days, with Huang Yi's assistance. I discovered a storefront located on a quaint old street called On Long Street in Xingzhou City. This shop is situated away from the bustling district in a rather secluded area, and previously operated in the funeral business, selling incense, paper offerings, and wreaths. My pursuit of this shop is entirely driven by fate. My grandfather once mentioned that divination reveals connections, and those who seek are bound by destiny. Have my intentions been purely monetary, I would undoubtedly have chosen a location in the vibrant city center. At the time of my establishment, I refrained from any form of promotion. Firstly, I lacked connections in this area, and secondly, I deemed it unnecessary. I merely shared a meal with Huang Yi, expressing my gratitude for her assistance over the past few days. After our meal, Huang Yi, brimming with excitement, suggested, "Liao, why not let me be your first customer? Could you read my fortune and reveal what my future boyfriend will be like?" With our interactions over the past few days, Huang Yi had ceased to address me as Mr. Li, which I found preferable. Being called Liao felt more fitting, as the formal title made me feel aged. As I observed Huang Yi's striking features, I nodded and replied, "Certainly. Let us examine your fortune through the 8 characters." Just as Huang Yi was eagerly preparing to share her details, a vehicle abruptly halted at the entrance. A flustered, attractive girl with an ample figure dashed out of the car, rushing towards me while exclaiming, Mr. Li, please save my master. I implore you." I recognized her vaguely. She appeared to be a disciple of He Zhongtian. "Are you a disciple of He Zhongtian?" I inquired, puzzled. "Yes. My name is Qin Li. Mr. Li, please save my master, I beg you." The girl's face was etched with panic, her expression revealing profound fear and concern. I had sensed a malevolent aura trailing He Zhongtian that day, which led me to suspect that he had not conducted his affairs with due diligence. I had cautioned him, yet he disregarded my warning and instead conjured a female ghost to frighten me that night. The mere thought of He Zhongtian's arrogant demeanor upon encountering me left an uncomfortable feeling in my heart. Although I am indeed youthful and lacking in experience, I have done nothing wrong. Yet, I find myself unjustly trampled upon, and now I am being summoned to assist him. Well, am I a fool? I casually inquired, "What has happened to you, master?" Qin Liwei replied, My master has developed dark patches on his body. Last night, his chest began to darken, and by today, both of his legs have turned black. I am at a loss as to what is happening, but my master insisted that I come to seek your help. Master, I implore you, please save my master. As she spoke, tears threatened to spill from her eyes. However, Huang Yi remained indifferent, sneering coldly. Isn't your master supposed to be quite formidable? The so-called top figure in the realm of Yin-Yang and Feng Shui in Xingzhou City. Why does he come seeking help from Li Yao when trouble arises? If he possesses any real ability, he should manage it himself. Qin Liyue cast a pitiful glance at Huang Yi, yearning to speak, but was abruptly interrupted. Enough, do not look at me with those eyes. Do you think tears will resolve the issue? When your master was flaunting his power, did he ever consider that this day might come? Miss Huang, my master is truly in dire straits. It was he who sent me to find Mr. Li. With that, Qin Liyue stepped closer, grasping my arm and leaning against me. What is the meaning of this, Qin Liyue? Are you employing the wiles of beauty? Though she possesses certain appealing features and is quite lovely, I'm not swayed by such tactics. I swiftly shrugged off her hand and said, enough of this pretense. Return to your master and inform him that if he wishes to be healed, he must come himself. Could it be that he believes that by sending his disciple to make a few insistent requests, I would be all too eager to resolve his issues? Liu Bei sought Zhuge Liang with the utmost reverence, visiting his humble abode thrice. And yet you, who have offended me, presume so greatly. However, Qin Liyue wished to voice her thoughts, but was abruptly interrupted by Huang Yi. Did you not hear Mr. Li's directive? Let your master come himself. Does he think he possesses such influence that he can summon anyone at will? Helpless, Qin Liyue could only bite her lip and rush out. As she departed, Huang Yi huffed. The mere thought of Yi Zhongtian infuriates me. All along, we have regarded him as a benefactor, grateful for all that his master and grandmaster have done for our family, and we held firm faith in his capabilities. Who could have anticipated that in his quest to uphold the Feng Shui of his master's burial site and solidify his own spurious standing, he would stand idly by as our family members perished one after another? His ignorance is one thing, but to feign understanding and assert that there is absolutely no issue with our Feng Shui, claiming he would take responsibility if there were, is utterly preposterous. Had he not made such claims, our family would not have become complacent, and thus, the calamities that befell us could have been averted. Such a person, prioritizing his reputation over the lives of others, fills me with revulsion. At this juncture, Huang Yi, incensed, placed her hands on her hips. I approached her gently, offering a reassuring pat. Worry not, for is not his retribution already upon him? Huang Yi snorted. To think he would send his female disciple to summon you. Does he truly believe that mere physical allure could sway you? It is utterly shameless. He has the audacity to regard you in such a light. Huang Yi was exasperated, her incessant chatter revealing that my image in her eyes remained quite favorable. Li Yao, are you going to treat him? She suddenly inquired with a serious expression. I was taken aback, momentarily unsure of how to respond. Taking a deep breath, Huang Yi continued. In my opinion, someone like him deserves his fate. It's his retribution. Don't treat him, let him perish. Observing her distress, I attempted to console her, saying, haven't I mentioned before that everything hinges on fate? The crux lies in whether I can resolve this matter. Upon hearing my words, Huang Yi's expression softened slightly, and she bit her lip, apologizing. I'm sorry, Li Yao. I was a bit extreme just now. It's all right. 20 minutes later, a black Audi A6 came to a halt outside our shop. Soon after, a man and a woman emerged from the vehicle. The man was driving while the woman supported Yi Zhongtian as he alighted. The man quickly stepped forward to assist Yi Zhongtian, and together they made their way toward me. Mr. Li, help! Help! Yi Zhongtian was being supported by his two disciples, appearing weak and unable to stand firmly. His complexion was quite grim, and the malevolent energy that had previously surrounded him had intensified. He had attracted something far beyond the ordinary this time. I calmly observed as they dragged him into the shop and placed him on a stool. Before I could even inquire, Huang Yi sarcastically remarked, "Oh dear, isn't this Mr. He? What seems to be the problem? Are you unwell?" Yi Zhongtian, caught in a mixture of laughter and frustration, called out to Huang Yi, saying, "Miss Huang, please refrain from such remarks. I am nearly at my wit's end. Just take a look at my foot." As he spoke, he rolled up his pant leg, revealing a foot marred by a deep, dark hue, indicative of bruising, commonly referred to as stasis black. Subsequently, he pulled aside his shirt, exposing a similarly discolored area on his chest, precisely where the heart resides, suggesting that even his heart had succumbed to darkness. Chapter 25. The infiltration of Yin energy. Upon witnessing the state of Yi Zhongtian's foot and chest, Huang Yi was so taken aback that she instinctively took 2 steps back. I found myself momentarily stunned. This was a clear manifestation of substantial Yin energy infiltrating his body, resulting in a perilous imbalance of his vital forces. Typically, encounters with malevolent spirits do not yield such severe consequences. At most, they impart a minor influx of Yin energy that can be easily dispelled. However, the sheer volume that had permeated his skin was alarming. This Yin energy was abundant and exceedingly toxic. Yi Zhongtian gazed at his darkened leg and recounted, "Yesterday, I experienced a tightness in my chest. After taking a nap in the afternoon, I awoke to find my chest in this dreadful state. I realized that Yin energy had invaded my body, so I placed a soul restraining talisman on my chest last night. Yet, upon waking this morning, not only had the Yin energy failed to dissipate, but it had also spread into my legs. I recalled your words, Mr. Li, about something fixating on me, prompting me to hastily send Green Leaf to seek your assistance." Having spoken, Yi Zhongtian felt a pang of regret for sending a disciple in his stead, hastily adding, "I understand. I should not have sent someone in my place. I ought to have come myself. Yet, I lack the courage to face you. However, if I do not come to you now, I find myself utterly at a loss. Mr. Li, I implore you, if you do not assist me, I shall be utterly doomed. Is it only now that you realize the gravity of the situation? Were you before?" Observing Mr. Yi Zhongtian's pitiable state, one can hardly believe it is the same person who, just days ago, exuded such arrogance. This indeed affirms the adage that one cannot fathom the depth of a proud man's despair until he falls ill. I do not sympathize with him. Rather, I find a sense of schadenfreude in his misfortune. I scoffed, saying, "Mr. He, with your abilities, is it conceivable that you could still encounter such a dilemma? Besides, if you're unable to resolve this issue, how could a mere child like me, still unrefined in experience, possibly come to your aid? You do me too much honor. Perhaps you should seek more adept assistance." My words undoubtedly struck Yi Zhongtian like a resounding slap, reminding him of the time he scornfully criticized me while standing atop the lofty heights of the metaphysical realm during Huang's family excavation. Though I do not pride myself on pettiness, being reproached by such an ignorant individual certainly vexed me. My remarks rendered him momentarily awkward. Just as he grappled for a response, his disciple, Qing Shan, could no longer contain himself. "How can you be so petty? My master is a figure of great repute in Xingshu City. He merely expressed a few words to you. Allowing him to come here despite his illness is already a significant concession. Your lack of gratitude is one thing, but to further inconvenience my master is quite another. If you were to save my master today, it would only enhance your reputation, bringing you no detriment whatsoever." Upon hearing this, my indifference toward Yi Zhongtian only deepened, as my displeasure grew ever more pronounced. "As you say, I understand that your master is unwell, and you should rush over to plead for his treatment to solidify your reputation in Xingzhou, correct?" Yi Zhongtian's expression changed dramatically. He glared fiercely at Qing Shan and shouted, "Duan Qing Shan, are you tired of living? What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to Mr. Li at once." After chastising his disciple, he quickly turned to me, bowing slightly. "Mr. Li, please forgive Duan Qing Shan. He is young and inexperienced. I hope you can overlook his words." "My apologies, Mr. Li." Though Duan Qing Shan appeared somewhat reluctant, he still lowered his head to offer an apology. Such an apology was of little consequence to me, as his demeanor suggested insincerity. Noticing my indifference, Yi Zhongtian continued pitifully, "Mr. Li, as long as you save me, I can offer you any amount of money you desire." "Money?" I shook my head in disbelief, replying, "Do you truly believe that wealth can solve everything?" Yi Zhongtian frowned, gritting his teeth, and said then, What is it that you wish for? I will fulfill any request within my power. I was disinclined to waste further words on such a person, so I stated, if you wish for my assistance. You must answer 3 questions honestly. Of course, please go ahead. First, on the night I returned from the grave, I encountered a female ghost knocking at my door. Was it your doing? Initially, I suspected Lei Dafu of such a method, but after meeting him, my opinion shifted as his tendencies leaned more towards malicious tactics. The act of intimidation is certainly not in line with Lei Dafu's character. He Zhongtian's gaze flickered, and with an awkward gulp, he nodded, his face flushed with embarrassment, admitting, "Yes, it was I who orchestrated this. I merely intended to frighten you a little, nothing more." What a despicable display. Such pettiness is unbecoming, especially for one who claims to be a master. Huang Yi, standing nearby, gritted her teeth in fury, the events of that night vividly etched in her memory. Moving to the second inquiry, as a disciple of Master Zuha, I have witnessed the Feng Shui arrangement set by him for the Huang family. A quintessential embodiment of the perfect harmony of the purple-white 9 stars and the 3 Yuan 9 fortunes. Logically, a disciple trained by such a master should possess extraordinary talents. Why then do you fail to recognize the evident issues within the Huang family's Feng Shui? To be frank, I harbor doubts about whether He Zhongtian is indeed a disciple of Master Zuha. One would expect a disciple of such a renowned figure to wield considerable skill. Upon hearing this question, He Zhongtian lowered his head, a look of resignation adorning his face. Indeed, my master is Master Zuha, and I am his direct disciple. However, I was not initially his primary disciple. At that time, my master had 2 apprentices, my senior brother and myself. My senior brother had been with him for a considerable time, while I only joined him at the age of 10. My senior brother was exceptionally gifted and quickly became the focus of my master's training. Aware of my own limitations compared to him, I initially adopted a careless attitude toward my studies. Little did I know, tragedy struck, and my senior brother met with an unfortunate accident and passed away. It was then that my master, out of necessity, imparted all his skills to me. However, my understanding was quite limited. It was only after the passing of my master that I faced numerous unanswered questions. Later, after I had completed my apprenticeship, many sought my attention, eager to enlist my services upon learning that I was a disciple of Master Zuha. Initially, I performed my duties quite well, and the compensation I received was gratifying. Gradually, however, I became lost in the pursuit of fame and fortune, indulging in self-aggrandizement. I ceased to learn and remained stagnant in my growth. Huang Yi widened her eyes, fixedly gazing at He Zhongtian, and demanded, "So, the reputation you speak of is merely a fabrication, is it not?" He Zhongtian closed his eyes, a look of remorse crossing his face as he nodded. "Indeed, I have mostly been living off my master's legacy. I can only resolve the simplest of matters, such as exorcising spirits or arranging rudimentary Feng Shui. Shameless. You are utterly shameless. And here I was, believing in you so deeply, providing you with ample financial support, only to discover you are nothing but a fraud." Huang Yi exclaimed, pointing an accusatory finger at He Zhongtian, who bowed his head in embarrassment. I recognized the dishonor I had brought upon my master, feeling unworthy. "Enough. I have no desire to hear your confession. All I need to know is that you are a disciple of Master Zuha. Remember, my assistance is not for your sake, but out of respect for Master Zuha. Few possess the ability to perfectly align the purple and white 9 stars with the 3 Yuan 9 fortunes, highlighting the exceptional skill of Master Zuha. My third inquiry: what was the last task you undertook for someone, and approximately when did you perform it?" He Zhongtian pondered for a moment before raising his head to reply. "It was 8 days ago when I went to exorcise the evil spirit plaguing Wang Hongwei's son from the 9 stars future city." Exorcise? I couldn't help but express my bewilderment. Chapter 26. The malevolent spirit devours the soul. He Zhongtian nodded gravely. Yes, indeed, it was an exorcism. Wang Hongwei's son, Wang Shua, was possessed, and I went to perform the exorcism on him. The exorcism took place 8 days ago, and he only began to show signs of reaction yesterday. This implies that it took a full week for the effects to manifest. Generally speaking, the retribution from malevolent spirits is swift. If the exorcism is not thorough, within 3 days, it will surely retaliate against the practitioner. Yet, an entire week has elapsed before any backlash commenced, which is rather peculiar. Are you certain that you have not engaged in any other activities during this time? I continued to inquire of He Zhongtian. He nodded emphatically no. I now only perform 2 exorcisms a month. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Yi interjected, performing 2 exorcisms a month, charging 2 million per session, yields an income of 4 million monthly, approaching 50 million annually. Such earnings surpassed those of over 90% of businesses. Upon hearing this, He Zhongtian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he could hardly bear to meet my gaze. Good heavens, earning 50 million in a year with such abilities is truly remarkable. Indeed, people nowadays remain exceedingly ignorant. During the exorcism, did anything unusual occur? I was uninterested in his financial gains and pressed on with my questioning. He Zhongtian shook his head, stating no. It went very smoothly. I merely inscribed a few symbols and performed a ritual to exorcise the spirits, subsequently cleansing their home, and thus I managed to dispel the ghost. While the act of banishing spirits is not particularly arduous, even though He Zhongtian may lack exceptional skills, he is still capable of basic exorcism. However, I fear that this spirit may not be an ordinary one, but rather a formidable entity beyond He Zhongtian's capacity to expel. Therefore, let's pay a visit to Wang Hongwei's residence. After gathering a few essentials, I addressed He Zhongtian. He Zhongtian, taken aback, stammered, "Visit Wang Hongwei's house? Can't you resolve this directly for me?" I let out a cold chuckle and replied, "How may I resolve it? A physician must diagnose the ailment before administering treatment. If I am unaware of the nature of the entity you have offended, how can I assist you?" "But," He Zhongtian said, his expression one of distress, "if we go to Wang Hongwei's house and disclose this matter, they will realize that I possess little capability, merely relying on my master's past reputation. If word gets out that I lack skill, it would be a grave matter. Not only would I tarnish my master's honor, but I would also offend numerous influential figures in the business world. No, we cannot go. We cannot visit Wang Hongwei's residence." I was left speechless. This He Zhongtian truly fears disgrace to the point of risking his very life. "Very well." I reluctantly nodded and said, "Since you value your reputation and your master's esteem so highly, then please return. This matter is beyond my ability to rectify. However, I must caution you that when the malevolent energy envelopes your entire being, you shall find yourself utterly lost. When the time comes, you shall perish, devoid of even a soul, let alone the prospect of reincarnation." I am not attempting to frighten He Zhongtian. The plight he currently endures is known as soul-devouring yin energy, a force far more potent than ordinary yin energy, magnitude stronger, in fact. Other forms of yin energy merely ensnare the body, causing illness, with the worst outcome being death. However, this particular kind is exceedingly rare, capable of obliterating even the soul post-mortem, a phenomenon I have encountered only in an ancient tome left by my grandfather. The events chronicled therein transpired centuries ago, recounting a group of individuals who ventured to capture spirits. Upon successfully ensnaring a ghost, they returned only to find their bodies shrouded in darkness. They recognized it as malevolent energy, yet none could dispel it. Despite employing every conceivable method, the blackness engulfed them entirely, leading to their demise. The text merely documented this occurrence, offering no solutions. Thus, upon observing He Zhongtian's legs and chest, I could almost definitively conclude that he had fallen victim to soul-devouring yin energy. The pupils of He Zhongtian had undergone a dramatic transformation, his spirit fraying at the edges. A profound humiliation for one who has dedicated a lifetime to the study of metaphysics, having interacted with the supernatural throughout his existence. To die without a remnant of his soul, vanishing entirely from this world. What could be more disgraceful? He opened his mouth, panic etched across his face, and inquired, "Is there no other way?" "Indeed," I nodded and replied, "you must take your own life. As long as this yin energy has yet to consume your 3 souls and 7 spirits, by ending your life, your souls may still emerge, granting you at least a chance to become a ghost." "No, He Zhongtian widened his eyes and exclaimed, I mean immortality. If I were to commit suicide, that would indeed be death. Being driven to take my own life by a ghost is an even greater disgrace. Enough, He Zhongtian. Huang Yi interjected, her patience waning. You are indecisive. Do you truly believe you have any choices left at this moment? You are already lacking. Why fear others discovering it? Her words struck deep, piercing through to the core. Indeed, I concurred. At this juncture, you have but two choices. If you wish to live, you must visit Wang Hongwei's residence. If you desire to preserve your 3 souls and 7 spirits, then take your own life. But let me make this clear, do not end your life here. If you choose to do so, return home. I set aside my belongings and issued an eviction order. Master Go, fear not. We shall accompany you. No matter the trials you face or how others perceive you, you will forever be my greatest mentor. Suddenly, the who had been silent all along, spoke up. Had it not been for your kindness in taking me in, Master, I might have been sent to an orphanage by now. You not only adopted me, but also imparted your skills. In my heart, you are like a benevolent father. Indeed, his other disciple, Qing Shan, quickly echoed. Master, my parents passed away when I was very young, and my grandfather left this world when I was 10. If I had not encountered you, I cannot fathom whether I would still be alive today. Rest assured, regardless of how others view you, our lives will forever be yours. He Zhongtian turned to glance at Qing Shan and Liu, then sighed deeply, his expression transforming into one of profound anguish. This decision is indeed arduous for one who places great emphasis on reputation. Moreover, he stands to lose the identity and status he has painstakingly built over many years. Just as he found himself in a state of bewilderment, his phone suddenly rang. Greenleaf retrieved the device and handed it to him, stating, Master, it is Uncle Wang Hongwei calling. He paused momentarily, accepting the phone with a perplexed expression directed at me. I offered no response, for I had already conveyed all that was necessary. The subsequent choices lay solely in his hands. This individual, I could assist or choose not to assist. I noticed him clench his jaw, ultimately deciding to answer the call. Hello, Mr. Wang. I could not discern the conversation on the other end, but I observed his brow furrowing and his countenance darkening further. What? Again? How could this happen? All right, I will come immediately. With that, he ended the call, his face a mask of panic as he turned to me, saying, Mr. Li, his son encountered another issue last night. He wants me to go over now. Please, come with me. I let out a cold laugh. You want me to accompany you? Are you not concerned that your carefully constructed image will crumble? He nodded gravely, asserting, in comparison to fame and fortune, I value my life far more. I do not wish to perish. Chapter 27. Wang Hongwei Huang Yi could not help but let out a sarcastic laugh. Of course, you wish to survive. If you were to die now, all the wealth you have amassed would be rendered useless. Wouldn't that merely benefit your 2 disciples? Miss Huang, might I suggest you temper your words? My master has changed so drastically, yet you still speak so harshly. Greenleaf exclaimed in irritation toward Huang Yi. Huang Yi retorted, What? Have I spoken incorrectly? Your master himself has admitted to being a fraud, so what are you defending? Greenleaf wished to argue further, but was halted by He Zhongtian, who interjected, Greenleaf. Enough. He turned to Huang Yi, his expression one of regret, and said, Miss Huang, I owe an apology to your family. Over the years, I have deceived you. Your resentment towards me is entirely justified. Huang Yi scoffed, uninterested in his seemingly remorseful words. Half an hour later, we arrived at the 9-star Future City. This expansive shopping complex boasted entertainment venues, bars, restaurants, and supermarkets, all owned by Wang Hongwei, a man of considerable wealth. It was evident that Wang Hongwei was a prosperous businessman. Among the individuals he Zhongtian associated with, most were influential figures, whether in business or politics. Huang Yi informed me that Wang Hongwei had come from afar to conduct business, possessing a strong political background, and that he had single-handedly developed 9-star Future City. Initially, the Huang family sought to invest, but Wang Hongwei had declined their proposal. He was known for his prideful demeanor, seldom mingling with local businessmen from Xingzhou City. In essence, he looked down upon the people of Xingzhou, simply because he hailed from a larger metropolis. Beyond 9-star Future City stood a detached villa, the residence of Wang Hongwei's family. Upon entering the villa, a rotund, middle-aged man with an extraordinary demeanor approached me. This man, bald and adorned with spectacles, possessed the quintessential features of a prosperous individual, characterized by a pronounced forehead and a square chin. While not conventionally handsome, his wealth and fortune were undeniable. At that moment, his gait exhibited a hint of urgency, and his countenance was marred by an oppressive air of anxiety. Indeed, he was Wang Hongwei. "Mr. He, you have finally arrived," Wang Hongwei exclaimed upon spotting He Zhongtian. However, his expression shifted to one of puzzlement when he noticed that He Zhongtian was being assisted by two disciples. "What has happened to you?" he inquired. He Zhongtian cast an awkward glance in my direction before stammering, I. Oh. At the sound of He Zhongtian's hesitant voice, Huang Yi could no longer contain herself and bluntly stated, "What are you stuttering for? Just tell him you have been backfired. It was simply because you saved his son and your abilities were insufficient. There is no need for hesitation." Upon hearing this, Wang Hongwei involuntarily furrowed his brow. He scrutinized Huang Yi from head to toe and inquired, "This young lady seems somewhat familiar. May I ask your name?" His gaze then shifted to me, appraising me before returning to He Zhongtian with a question. "Mr. He, are these two your newly acquired disciples?" This young girl appears to be rather reticent. Indeed, as Huang Yi had remarked, he carried an air of arrogance, his words imbued with a sense of superiority. He dismissed any statements made by those he deemed unworthy as mere whispers in the wind, treating Huang Yi's forthrightness as if it were inconsequential. He Zhongtian hurriedly interjected, No. This is Miss Huang, the granddaughter of the esteemed Huang Million." Wang Hongwei responded with an "Oh," as understanding dawned upon him. "No wonder she seems somewhat familiar. She is indeed the granddaughter of Huang Million. Is she studying under you? It makes sense, given your close relationship with Huang Million. Your master assessed his residence, and his ancestral tomb was evaluated by your grandmaster. However, it appears that this young lady could benefit from some refinement in her manners." "Not at all," He Zhongtian hastily corrected him, though he refrained from elaborating on how he had come to be in such a predicament. Instead, he turned to me and introduced, "This is Mr. Li, a highly skilled master of metaphysics. He possesses considerable expertise in both Feng Shui and yin-yang principles. As for Miss Huang, she has accompanied Mr. Li." Wang Hongwei's gaze returned to me, his eyes sharp and penetrating, as if attempting to see through my very essence. Yet in mere moments, his earnest expression shifted to one of disdain. "Haha, Mr. He, you truly are modest. Could it be that he surpasses you in skill? Those who come to learn from you surely seek your guidance, so there is no need for excessive humility. Your reputation is top tier, even in the provincial capital." I had encountered individuals lacking eloquence, but I had never met anyone so utterly inept in conversation. Wang Hongwei's demeanor was nothing short of extraordinary, as if only those he deemed worthy could capture his attention. And as for He Zhongtian, he had arrived here without clarifying the reason for his current state, instead stammering in an attempt to mask the truth. The utterances made were evidently an intentional diversion from the topic of his own predicament, indicating an apparent lack of urgency in addressing his afflictions. In the presence of Mr. Li, my capabilities seemed rather insignificant. He Zhongtian subtly attempted to draw me into their discourse through his oblique remarks. "Mr. He, I find it increasingly difficult to restrain myself. It appears that you are not particularly eager to remedy your ailment, which is fine by me. I, too, am in no rush." As for the incident involving Boss Wang's son, from the look on Boss Wang's face, it was evident he would not permit me to provide treatment. Given this, I decided to take my leave. After speaking, I grasped Huang Yi's hand and turned toward the exit. Mr. Li, He Zhongtian exclaimed anxiously, calling out to me. However, I chose to ignore him. Such a person had lingered in the world for far too long, and his words had become as seasoned as oil. If he was unwilling to lay his cards on the table, why should I be summoned to treat him? "Stop!" Wang Hongwei shouted at my retreating figure. Following his command, two men clad in black swiftly obstructed my path, blocking my way alongside Huang Yi. "Young man, what is your attitude?" Wang Hongwei bellowed. "Mr. He is modest. You take a few compliments and truly believe yourself to be a paragon of this industry. Young people like you, brimming with arrogance. Think you can save my son? Who do you think you are? I must tell you, even if Mr. He is unable to provide assistance, I will seek help from others. But I will not enlist the services of someone with such an attitude as yours. In his opinion, my profession demands a service-oriented demeanor. Implicitly, he seems to suggest that I ought to ingratiate myself with him. I turned to fixate on Wang Hongwei's eyes and stated emphatically, "Very well, then seek someone more capable. If they can cure your son, that would be splendid. If not, I shall not be responsible for his treatment." Upon finishing my words, I grasped Huang Yi's hand in an attempt to bypass the two bodyguards clad in black. However, the moment I moved, the two men, like inanimate objects, repositioned themselves before us. "What do you intend to do? Is it even permissible for us to leave?" Huang Yi inquired, glancing back at Wang Hongwei. With a derisive laugh, Wang Hongwei retorted, "Isn't he supposed to be quite capable? If he cannot even exit this door, what kind of ability does he possess?" Chapter 28. Subtle changes. His words were laced with mockery and disrespect. "Boss Wang Yu." Huang Yi, anxious, attempted to protest further, but I interrupted her, saying, "It's fine, leave it to me." As my words settled, I swiftly retrieved 2 yellow talismans from my pocket and recited, "Spirits of the 4 directions, deities of the 8 corners, with my divine connection, I bind your essence, bind." As the incantation concluded, I deftly placed the talismans into the pockets of the 2 bodyguards. They appeared momentarily stunned, and then they stood still. Grasping Huang Yi's hand, I strode purposefully out of the Wang residence. And the 2 men did not pursue us any further. It appears that the incantation from the Maoshan sect is indeed quite effective. I never anticipated that I would witness immediate results on my first attempt. How infuriating! I had long heard of Wang Hongwei's arrogance, yet I was astonished to find it to such an extreme. Upon exiting the villa of Wang Hongwei, Huang Yi could no longer contain her ire and began to unleash a torrent of invective. Did he truly believe that his wealth and power entitled him to the adulation of all? It serves him right that his son is possessed. Huang Yi's anger escalated, her hands resting defiantly on her hips. I too felt a surge of frustration. Wang Hongwei had gone too far. I had visited his home to resolve issues concerning his son, only to be met with such disrespect. Did he truly think that everyone ought to curry favor with him? No matter. Such a person is not worth our concern. Observing Huang Yi on the verge of losing her composure, I promptly offered her words of comfort. Nodding in agreement, Huang Yi continued to inquire, "Liao, what was it you just used? How did they both become so still? Did you somehow seal their acupoints with those talismans?" Shaking my head, I replied, "No, that was the Maoshan sect spirit settling talisman. It can temporarily anchor their primordial spirits, preventing them from being controlled by their bodies." "The spirit settling talisman," Huang Yi murmured. "You truly are remarkable." Wang Hongwei must be wearing a rather grim expression now. If I were still inside, I would have taken a photograph of him with my phone. This young lady certainly has a sense of humor. As we approached the entrance of Jiuxing Future City, a man clad in a black suit led a bald monk, adorned in a robe and wearing a string of prayer beads around his neck, towards us. The monk holding a set of prayer beads in his hands. The 2 individuals appeared quite anxious, their destination being the 9-star future city from which we had just emerged. I took note of the monk. He was characterized by an air of exuberance, exuding the demeanor of a master. However, at that moment, dark energy swirled around his head, his forehead darkened, and the vital energy within him was dissipating, clearly indicative of impending death. If I was not mistaken, he too was on a mission to exorcise evil spirits for Wang Hongwei's son. It was no wonder that Wang Hongwei maintained his composure upon seeing He Zhongtian injured. He had evidently sought the assistance of a skilled practitioner. As we were fellow practitioners, witnessing such a portentous sign stirred my compassion, prompting me to step forward and obstruct the monk's path. "Esteemed master, I perceive a dark energy following you. You may soon face calamity." The monk cast a fleeting glance my way, then erupted into hearty laughter. Upon concluding his mirth, his eyes transformed into a gaze of disdain. Subsequently, he disregarded me entirely and proceeded into the 9-star future city. Arrogant. Just like Wang Hongwei, this man clearly was not a legitimate monk. "Liao, what's going on? Why are you speaking to him?" He acts as if he is above everyone else. Huang Yi inquired, her displeasure evident as she furrowed her brow. I gazed in the direction the monk had vanished, replying calmly, he is doomed. Huang Yi's frown deepened, her eyes locking onto mine with intensity as she asked, is that true? Is he indeed heading to exorcise evil from the Wang family's son? I shook my head and replied, I do not know. But his darkened forehead and the dispersal of his vital energy are clear signs of impending demise. Huang Yi gazed at me with a look of astonishment, then blinked and inquired, what about me? Is there any darkness on my forehead? I smiled wryly and replied, of course not. Huang Yi pouted, seemingly about to ask more. But before she could utter a word, a voice emerged from behind us. Mr. Li, please hold on. The two disciples who had previously supported He Zhongtian had now replaced their assistants with a wheeled cart. They pushed He Zhongtian towards me, with a look of contrition. Said, Mr. Li, it is entirely my fault. I apologize for not clearly conveying the situation to you. Mr. Wang's temperament is as such. He is, after all, a businessman who does not readily place his trust in just anyone, particularly given your youth. It is only natural for him to harbor doubts. Therefore, would you kindly consider approaching Mr. Wang once more? I believe he will offer you an opportunity. Chuckling, I could not contain my laughter. He will give me an opportunity? Mr. He, have you perhaps misunderstood something? On what grounds should he grant me an opportunity? Should he deny me the chance to see his son? Must I then curry favor with him and voluntarily offer my services to exorcise and heal his child? What absurdity! I have never encountered such nonsensical reasoning since time immemorial. Who has not shown respect for those versed in metaphysics? He Zhongtian sighed, his face flushed with embarrassment, and he awkwardly remarked, Mr. Li, I recognize your capabilities, yet many matters cannot simply be resolved by skill alone. For instance, in this situation, Mr. Wang originally enough of your superfluous words. There is nothing more I can do for you. I abruptly interrupted him, and now, even speaking to him makes me feel nauseous. Let us depart. With that, we made our way directly to the parking lot. I approached the passenger seat when suddenly Huang Yi called out from behind me, Liao, could you please release my hand? I exclaimed in surprise, realizing that I had been holding her hand since we left the house, and had not let go until this moment. Embarrassment washed over me, prompting me to immediately release her hand as I stammered, I completely forgot that I was still holding your hand. My apologies. How mortifying it was. I had held Huang Yi's hand all the way from the Wang family's villa to here. It must have taken at least 10 minutes, and in my anger, I had completely overlooked it. Huang Yi's face flushed as she lowered her head, saying it's fine. After that, she walked to the driver's seat to open the car door. Sitting in the confined space of the vehicle, an awkward silence enveloped us. I'm truly sorry. I really forgot I was still holding your hand. I hastily reiterated. With a blush on her cheeks, Huang Yi avoided my gaze and merely shook her head, saying, it's all right. I actually forgot too. As the car started and exited the parking lot of 9-Star Future City, I felt too shy to initiate conversation with Huang Yi. The tension lingered in the air until Huang Yi broke the silence. Liao, don't overthink it. I was also upset earlier and forgot about it. We are friends, and holding hands isn't a big deal. I am uncertain whether Huang Yi has genuinely forgotten. Yet I indeed have forgotten. A bitter smile escaped my lips, and I found myself at a loss for words. She continued, let me tell you, what the Wang family did today was utterly outrageous. Even if they come seeking you afterward, do not meddle in their affairs. Otherwise, they will perceive you as a soft persimmon, easily manipulated. Of course, although I may be young, I still deserve dignity. If I am looked down upon, how can I press my warm cheek against their cold backsides? I'm sorry, but that is beyond my capacity. Chapter 29. Zhang Zifeng Huang Yi escorted me to the location of my shop on Long Street before heading off to school, claiming she had classes in the afternoon. The day that followed was remarkably tranquil. He Zhongtian did not seek me out again, presumably due to whatever the monk who visited the Wang household conveyed to him. The next day, a Saturday, Huang Yi arrived early to find me. It seemed she had made a special effort with her appearance today. She wore lipstick, donned a more pronounced makeup look than usual, and sported a short skirt that revealed her fair thighs. Her long hair, previously cascading over her shoulders, was tied up, and she adorned her face with a pair of sunglasses. Upon seeing her in this attire, my heart could not help but thump erratically. Memories of our hand-holding stroll from Jiuxing Future City flooded my mind. Could it be that she deliberately dressed up to meet me? Li Yao. From a distance, she approached me with a beaming smile, running toward me like a young girl experiencing the flutter of first love. Although I'm uncertain of the precise meaning of an innocent young girl awakening to love at this moment, I undoubtedly embody the essence of an innocent young boy experiencing his first stirrings of affection. For she came running towards me, and I felt as though my heart might soar alongside her. So how about today? Is it open for business? Huang Yi approached me, took a seat, and gazed at me with eager anticipation. I found myself captivated by her lovely visage. Indeed, she was exquisite. Why are you staring at me? Huang Yi suddenly lifted her hand and waved it in front of me, then touched her own face, asking, "Is there something on my face?" I quickly shook my head and replied, "No, nothing's there. It's just that you seem a bit different today." Huang Yi giggled, "Really? I put on some makeup. How do I look?" I shyly nodded in acknowledgement. "Look at that silly expression of yours. You hardly resemble an expert. By the way, is it open for business today?" I shook my head, saying not yet. Upon hearing my response, Huang Yi's face fell in disappointment. "Well, how about we go out and have some fun? After all, you read fortunes based on fate. The weather is splendid today, perfect for an outing." Huang Yi flashed me an enchanting smile. Faced with such an invitation, how could I possibly refuse? She had dressed up so beautifully, clearly ready to enjoy a day out with me. Just as I was about to agree, a luxurious Mercedes-Benz pulled up at the entrance, and outstepped a handsome young man clad in athletic wear. The man stood at an impressive height of over 6 feet, possessing a strikingly handsome visage that radiated vitality, reminiscent of a young star. Upon alighting from the vehicle, he called out to Huang Yi with enthusiasm, "Zifeng, you've arrived." As Huang Yi settled into her seat and spotted the man approaching, she immediately rose from her chair, her face alight with anticipation. A pang of unease coursed through me as I scrutinized this dashing figure anew. He unmistakably exuded the air of a wealthy scion, his demeanor and attire far surpassing my own. The sight of him alongside Huang Yi suggested a serendipitous pairing. As he reached the entrance of a store, he glanced upward, surveying my establishment before inquiring, "Why did you choose to meet me here?" Huang Yi stepped forward, taking the man's hand and leading him inside, declaring, "This is my friend, Li Yao. Mr. Li, he is a master in the realm of yin-yang and Feng Shui, exceptionally skilled. Li Yao, this is my dearest friend since childhood, Zhang Zifeng. We were classmates in elementary, middle, and high school. He studies abroad now, but has already established his own company. He just returned to Xingzhou yesterday." As she introduced Zhang Zifeng, a hint of pride illuminated Huang Yi's features. At that moment, a wave of bittersweet emotion washed over me. Whether it was jealousy or something else, I couldn't quite discern, but left me feeling rather unsettled. I managed a soft "oh," nodding at Zhang Zifeng and uttering a polite "hello." It dawned on me that Huang Yi had not dressed up today to meet me, but rather for Zhang Zifeng. I realized I may have been rather self-indulgent in my earlier thoughts. Zhang Zifeng did not greet me. He merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. From his expression, I discerned his disdain for the concept of yin-yang and Feng Shui. However, I could hardly blame him, as many people nowadays are skeptical of such beliefs. "Let us go. Did you not say last night that you would take me to Wanfeng Valley today? It has been quite some time since my last visit, and it will be delightful for you to play the role of guide." Zhang Zifeng seemed eager to leave this place without delay. Huang Yi nodded in agreement, and then turned to me, saying, "Let's go, Li Yao." Upon hearing Huang Yi call my name, Zhang Zifeng's expression shifted noticeably. He frowned and inquired, "Are you really inviting him to join us?" Huang Yi responded dismissively, "Of course, he is coming with us." Just as I was about to decline, Zhang Zifeng let out a cold laugh and remarked, "Have you lost your mind? How can you start believing in such deceitful nonsense? You wouldn't be gullible enough to let him deceive you, would you?" "Zifeng," Huang Yi said, somewhat irritated, "don't speak carelessly. Li Yao is not a fraud." She turned to me, her face filled with concern, and apologized on behalf of Zhang Zifeng. The fact that she was apologizing for him revealed much about their relationship. I shook my head, feigning indifference, and replied, "It's fine." "Then let us go." "Close the door," Huang Yi said with a smile, still intent on shutting the door behind me. I gently shook my head and said, "I won't be joining you. You both go ahead. I need to stay here and tend to the shop." A look of disappointment graced Huang Yi's face as she was about to speak when Zhang Zifeng interjected. "Come on, Yi. The master still needs to open the door to offer his fortune-telling services. Let us have some fun for a while. I still need to seek out boss Wang Hongwei." As he uttered these words, Zhang Zifeng cast a deliberately provocative glance in my direction, seemingly flaunting his youthful accomplishments. Upon hearing Zhang Zifeng's remarks, Huang Yi paused, inquiring, "What do you need Wang Hongwei for?" Zhang Zifeng replied with a smile, "I'm here to have him sign a contract. He has a project in Qianzhou that collaborates with our company. Thus, the primary purpose of my return is to finalize this agreement." In Zhang Zifeng's perspective, collaborating with Wang Hongwei at his age was quite an achievement worthy of boasting. "I lack such advantageous connections as you do. Otherwise, I would open a fortune-telling shop myself. Easy and effortless, merely engaging in idle chatter to earn a few dozen or even hundreds of dollars." It was a veiled jab, a thinly veiled mockery. Whenever Zhang Zifeng noticed Huang Yi inviting me, he resembled a porcupine, always seeking opportunities to prick me with his words. Admittedly, he was handsome, yet his pettiness was remarkable. "Zifeng, your comments are becoming increasingly excessive. What does this have to do with Li Yao?" Huang Yi's irritation was palpable, her tone turning quite unfriendly. "I don't care whom you collaborate with, but could you refrain from dragging Li Yao into everything? Let me tell you, Li Yao has been a tremendous help to my family. If you continue down this path, I might just lose my temper." Zhang Zifeng hastily grasped Huang Yi's hand, wearing an expression of eager appeasement as he said, all right, I shall say no more. Let us proceed." Huang Yi gently pushed Zhang Zifeng's hand away, casting an embarrassed glance in my direction. She seemed inclined to offer me an apology, but at that moment, a vehicle came to a halt at my doorstep, a Maybach. Shortly thereafter, a serious-looking balding man emerged from the car, accompanied by a middle-aged gentleman being supported by bodyguards and a driver. These two were none other than Wang Hongwei and He Zhongtian. Upon spotting Wang Hongwei, Zhang Zifeng's expression turned to one of utter astonishment, akin to that of a fervent admirer encountering their idol. He parted his lips and approached Wang Hongwei, exclaiming, "Boss Wang, what brings you here?" Wang Hongwei disregarded him entirely, not even casting a glance in his direction, and instead marched straight towards me, his face etched with anxiety as he implored, Master, please, save my son. Save my son." Chapter 30. Wang Hongwei seeks help. Witnessing this scene, Zhang Zifeng was rendered completely dumbfounded. He stared agog at Wang Hongwei, then cast a bewildered look in my direction. Throughout, he appeared utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, akin to the emotions one experiences on a roller coaster. I withdrew my gaze from Zhang Zifeng and focused on Wang Hongwei. I had anticipated his visit, though I had not expected him to arrive so promptly. Wang Hongwei's complexion was pallid, his eyes tinged with bloodshot veins, and his pupils constricted, a clear indication that he had been rattled. Another individual, He Zhongtian, who followed closely behind, was even more formidable. At this moment, a sinister aura enveloped much of his being, likely rendering his torso below the chest entirely shrouded in darkness. I inquired nonchalantly, "So is Mr. Wang and Mr. He? Is there something amiss?" Upon hearing my words, Wang Hongwei appeared on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "Master, I apologize for yesterday's incident. Here is a check for 5 million. I implore you, please save my son." Wang Hongwei reverently presented a $5 million check from his pocket, both hands extended towards me. I merely glanced at the check, shook my head, and allowed a scornful smile to spread across my face. "Mr. Wang," I had yet to speak when Huang Yi interjected, unable to contain herself. "Didn't you say yesterday that even if you were to engage someone else, you would not consider Li Yao? Why the sudden change of heart? This hardly seems in line with your character." Her biting remark left Zhang Zifeng, who had been standing by in a stupor, hastening forward, his expression fraught with anxiety. "What are you saying?" "This is the business magnate, Wang Hongwei." His demeanor indicated that Huang Yi's words had unsettled him greatly. Mr. Wang, you didn't mean it that way. She simply, Zhang Zifeng, be silent. Huang Yi could no longer restrain her displeasure, asserting, this matter pertains solely to Li Yao, Wang Hongwei, and myself. It does not involve you. If you're unaware of the circumstances, kindly refrain from speaking. Zhang Zifeng's eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape, rendered speechless. Wang Hongwei spoke with a countenance filled with remorse. Miss Huang, Master Li, I acknowledge that my actions yesterday were misguided, and I sincerely apologize for my behavior. I implore both of you not to hold my misdeeds against me. Please, save my son. As he spoke, Wang Hongwei bent deeply at the waist, performing a bow of 90 degrees. This gesture startled Zhang Zifeng, nearly causing his jaw to drop. To him, Wang Hongwei was a figure of reverence, and witnessing such a display of humility was indeed shocking. The arrogance he had displayed moments ago vanished, replaced by a visage of sheer astonishment. Observing the duplicitous Wang Hongwei, I couldn't help but feel amusement within. How grand he had been yesterday, and today he stood utterly disheveled. Boss Wang, I presume you sought the services of a master to exorcise evil from your son yesterday? Did that master fail to banish the malevolent presence? I deliberately shifted the conversation toward the bald monk. Upon hearing me mention the monk, Wang Hongwei's expression of panic became even more pronounced. His body trembled slightly before he lifted his gaze to meet mine and uttered, Master Huijua has died. As I had anticipated, the master was shrouded in a dark aura, with the spiritual energy around him dissipating, a clear harbinger of death. Although I had foreseen this outcome, the confirmation still left me momentarily taken aback. Previously, I had only encountered such theories in books. Now it seemed that theory was merely the result of others' experiences. Reflecting on the master's departure, I felt a twinge of regret. Perhaps this was an acknowledgement of life's fragility. Mr. Li, I beg you, for the sake of Boss Wang's deep love for his son, please save him. He Zhongtian quickly chimed in, supporting the plea. Though he was in dire straits himself, he still sought assistance from Wang Hongwei. It was evident that the so-called Master Huijua must have informed him that if he were to save Wang Hongwei's son, the malevolent energy surrounding him would dissipate naturally. I merely cast a glance at He Zhongtian without responding to his words. I gestured towards the door and said, Mr. Wang, please take your leave. With your connections, finding someone to rescue your son should be a trivial matter. As for myself, I'm still young and have much to learn from books. As I spoke, I picked up a volume. I recalled the events of yesterday vividly. I hold no grudges, yet I am not so forgetful as to disregard the occurrences of the previous day. Wang Hongwei's complexion changed dramatically, and I saw him swallow hard before he gritted his teeth and declared, Master, if you can heal my son, I will give you 10 million. 10 million. Such an amount is astronomical to anyone, and upon hearing Wang Hongwei's words, He Zhongtian's eyes widened exponentially. However, this held no sway over me whatsoever. I do not place great value on money. Moreover, a gentleman appreciates wealth obtained through righteous means. I would never compromise my principles for the sake of monetary gain. Mr. Wang, this is not merely a matter of finances. It is a matter of principle. Yesterday, you expelled E and me, and today you come seeking our return. If we were to acquiesce and accompany you back, it would undermine my principles. Conducting business without adherence to principles would be a profound disrespect to my grandfather and to myself. Wang Hongwei silently withdrew the check from his hand, his gaze shifting momentarily before he asked, his eyes ablaze. So, what will it take for you to part with it? I let my eyes wander, gesturing towards the door as I replied, if you are sincere, then kneel at the entrance for 2 hours. No sooner had I spoken than the expressions of everyone in the room shifted dramatically. Even Huang Yi's countenance altered. The atmosphere became heavy with silence in that instant. Finally, Wang Hongwei could no longer contain himself. His breath came in ragged gasps, his face flushed with fury. You, young man, are exceedingly presumptuous. I, Wang Hongwei, have navigated the world since I was 20, never once bowing before anyone, only ever having others plead to me. Today, I have already humbled myself. Yet you remain obstinate and demand that I kneel. That is out of the question. Do you not wish to confront me head-on? Let me make this abundantly clear. If my son perishes, you shall not survive either." With that, Wang Hongwei stormed out of my establishment in a fit of anger. He Zhongtian watched Wang Hongwei leave with a look of helplessness and said to me, "Mr. Li, why put yourself through this? Do you believe that having some skill allows you to disregard everyone? Some matters are not as simple as you imagine." With a sigh, he departed the store, supported by the two bodyguards. Huang Yi approached, her expression complex, and asked, "Liao, was that a bit excessive?" Before I could respond, Zhang Zifeng interjected, "Excessive? Indeed. It was far too much. You have successfully provoked Boss Wang." Who exactly is Boss Wang? He operates in both the light and the dark. Even in the provincial capital, there are but a handful who would dare to provoke him. If he is resolute in his intent to target you, your demise is inevitable. You, my friend, are truly insatiable. Having already received a sum of 10 million, you still demand that he kneels before you, regardless of his flaws. He is a person of stature and influence, and your actions are utterly excessive. I must warn you, you have landed yourself in a grave situation. Keep your distance from him. Do not allow this predicament to ensnare you or your family. Chapter 31. The woman who came to Bao Zhang Zifeng firmly grasped Huang Yi's arm, urging her to maintain a safe distance from me. Huang Yi exclaimed in surprise, shaking off Zhang Zifeng's grip, and said, "Zhang Zifeng, this matter is one that Li Yao and I have both instigated, now that he is in trouble. How can I possibly stand by idly?" "Li Yao." Huang Yi approached my side, gazing at me cautiously as she continued, "What you did just now was indeed a bit excessive. Wang Hongwei, after all, is a person of considerable repute. You made him kneel. This is rather injurious to his pride. You may not realize that for someone like him, dignity is held in higher regard than anything else." I did not share her perspective and saw nothing inappropriate in my demand for him to kneel. Just yesterday, I had visited his residence, only to be met with his scornful jibes before being unceremoniously cast out. If I were to tolerate such affronts, where would the pride of our sect, Shinmen, reside? If I were to submit, will we not become mere pawns for the powerful, summoned at their whim and discarded at their leisure? I, Li Yao, shall never be a pawn. It is of no concern. I am confident in the decisions I have made. You need not involve yourself in this matter. I do not wish to bring trouble to the Huang family. I spoke sincerely to Huang Yi, maintaining a serious gaze locked onto her eyes. "Li Yao." Huang Yi's eyes flickered, her expression filled with anger. "What do you mean by that? This situation is one we have both created, and regardless of the outcome, I will face it alongside you. Since you have resolved not to save his son, then return home with me. At my house." Wang Hongwei would not dare to act recklessly. As she spoke, Huang Yi reached out and grasped my arm. I shook my head and replied, "It's nothing. It's not as severe as you imagine. I have already lived 18 years. I am not destined to perish now." "Li Yao," Huang Yi continued to implore with earnestness, "I recognize your capabilities, but Wang Hongwei's methods are beyond your comprehension." Not wishing to squander further words on this topic, I redirected the conversation. "By the way, weren't you planning to go out? Your friend has come a long way. Perhaps you should join him for a while." Huang Yi appeared momentarily taken aback, her large, watery eyes fixed on me, clearly displeased with my attempt to change the subject. Do not waste your breath on someone like him. Let's go." Zhang Zifeng interjected, grasping Huang Yi's arm. Yet, Huang Yi did not depart with him. Instead, she addressed him, "I'm sorry, Zifeng. I cannot go out with you today. Why don't you explore on your own for a bit?" Upon hearing Huang Yi's words, Zhang Zifeng was momentarily taken aback. He pointed at me and inquired, "Is it really because of him?" Huang Yi nodded emphatically and replied, "Yes, Liao is my friend. Given the current situation, I have no desire to play anymore." Looking at Huang Yi, I felt a profound sense of gratitude. Despite being born into a prestigious family, she exuded an approachable warmth. Most commendably, she always stood by my side, consistently considering my feelings. To be acquainted with a girl like Huang Yi is indeed a stroke of fortune for me. Zhang Zifeng, in a state of disbelief, glanced at Huang Yi, then turned to me, shaking his head as he remarked, "It seems you've fallen under some sort of spell cast by him. He is merely courting trouble. When offered a way out, he refuses to take it. And even with $1 million on the table, he chooses to insist on having others kneel. Isn't that akin to courting death? Enough, Zifeng. There are many things you do not understand. It would be best if you left now, Huang Yi said, her impatience evident as she ushered him away. Zhang Zifeng, visibly irritated, nodded repeatedly. Final go. With that, he turned and strode back to his car without a backward glance. Once Zhang Zifeng departed, Huang Yi finally took a seat across from me, her tone calming as she asked, Liao, now you can tell me why you insisted on having Wang Hongwei kneel just now. I must admit, beyond her beauty, she possesses remarkable intelligence. She has indeed discerned the underlying truth. I closed the book that I had just placed on the table, opting not to respond to the question, but instead addressing her with gratitude. Thank you for choosing to believe in me. Rest assured, Wang Hongwei will not do anything to me. Perhaps sensing my confidence, Huang Yi fell silent, merely pouting and murmuring. All right then. Disappointed by the lack of the answer she sought, she nonetheless felt relieved to hear that I would be safe. As for me, I felt somewhat apologetic for delaying her outing with friends. I expressed my slight remorse to Huang Yi, who graciously waved her hand and replied, what I said was the truth. Given the circumstances you've faced, how could I possibly think of enjoying myself? Besides, I truly wanted you to join us today. Hearing her words took me by surprise, and I inhaled deeply, saying, thank you. Huang Yi merely offered a bittersweet smile. By the way, the Taoist from yesterday has indeed passed away. Will Wang Hongwei's son also meet the same fate? Although I claim not to worry, the topic inevitably circled back. I refrained from answering, for another vehicle had just arrived outside, a red BMW. Soon, 2 women and a driver emerged from the car. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, yet due to her well-maintained appearance, she looked merely 27 or 28, clad in a red long dress. Her eyes were slightly swollen, and her face bore a visible expression of sorrow. Master, as she approached the door, she suddenly knelt down, tears streaming down her cheeks. Witnessing this scene, I could not help but rise to my feet. Master, I beseech you to save my son. The woman wept profusely, her tears resembling delicate pear blossoms in the rain. I recognized her. She is the wife of Wang Hongwei. I am his wife, and I am acutely aware of his temperament, which has surely offended you. It is only right that you demand his submission. If he will not kneel, I shall kneel in his stead. My sole plea is for you to intervene and rescue my son. At this point, the woman was sobbing openly. Huang Yi looked at me with a bewildered expression. I, too, was perplexed, having never anticipated that Wang Hongwei's wife would come. My son is merely 20 years old and still in school. Out of the blue, he has become possessed. We have consulted numerous masters, many of whom confidently asserted their ability to remedy the situation, claiming it was merely a common possession. They began exorcising spirits for my son. Yet some were frightened away halfway through, while others completed their rituals, took their fees, and departed, leaving my son unchanged. Eventually, we sought the help of Mr. He, whose rituals seemed to alleviate my son's condition for a few days, but it was only temporary. Just the night before last, my son relapsed. Last night, Wang Hongwei summoned Master Huijue to exorcise the evil spirit, but midway through the process, Master Huijue perished. Blood flowed from his nose, eyes, ears, and mouth. Master, I am truly terrified that my son may also perish. He is my only child. I implore you, I beg you to save my son, please. I bow before you. With those words, the woman immediately prostrated herself at my doorstep. Chapter 32. The sound of the guqin in Wang Shua's room. The woman's sincerity was palpable, her head striking the ground with fervor. In just a few moments, her head had struck against something, breaking the skin and drawing blood. Truly, one cannot help but empathize with the hearts of parents in distress. I had initially been resolute in my decision not to assist Wang Hongwei's son in exorcising the evil spirits. Yet upon witnessing this pitiable woman, my resolve began to waver. Perhaps I had touched upon a hidden chord deep within my soul. I possessed no memories from before the age of 13, but since then, my interactions with my mother have been scarce. However, my grandfather showered me with unconditional love. If I were to find myself in such a state one day, perhaps my grandfather would go to the same lengths for me as this mother has for her child. Ultimately, I could not restrain myself any longer and stepped forward to help her rise from the ground. "Madam Wang, please do not behave this way. Rise and speak with me." The woman lifted her gaze to meet mine, shaking her head as she replied, "No, I vowed to kneel here for 2 hours, and I shall fulfill that promise. I, too, am the mother of Shur, and since his father has offended you, I, as a mother, must bear the burden of atonement." Her words struck a deep chord within me. It was no wonder that Wang Hongwei's business thrived so greatly. He had married such an extraordinary woman. Her demeanor and character radiated fortune and prosperity. Indeed, behind every successful man stands a remarkable woman. "Very well, please rise. There is no need to kneel any longer. Allow me a moment to prepare, and I shall accompany you to see your son." Upon hearing my words, the woman appeared incredulous, her face alight with astonishment as she asked, "Is it true? Master, do you truly promise to save my son?" I nodded and said, "Let's first ascertain the condition of your son. At this moment, I cannot assure you of my ability to save him, especially considering that numerous esteemed masters you have summoned have been unable to do so." The woman wiped her tears and replied, "Thank you so much, master." "Wait, do not be hasty in your gratitude," Huang Yi interjected swiftly. "If Li Yao cannot cure your son, I implore you to ensure that your husband does not abuse his authority." The woman nodded gravely, assuring me, "Rest assured he would not dare. As long as the master agrees to take a look, even if he cannot heal my son, we will never show any disrespect towards him." I had initially intended to go alone, yet Huang Yi, concerned for my safety, insisted on accompanying me. During our journey, Wang Hongwei's wife elaborated on her son's predicament. He Zhongtian claimed that his son was possessed, yet I remained unaware of the specifics. Approximately a month ago, his son, Wang Shuo, who was studying at a university out of town, experienced a high fever. He was admitted to the hospital for intravenous treatment. However, less than 2 days after returning home, he fell ill again. This pattern persisted, with repeated bouts of fever occurring every few days. Despite multiple hospital visits and tests that yielded normal results, it was concluded that he was merely suffering from a cold. Upon learning this, Wang Hongwei's wife advised Wang Shuo to take a leave of absence and return home. But they took him to a larger hospital for a thorough examination. After undergoing a comprehensive checkup and receiving treatment for his fever at the provincial hospital, once again, just 2 days after returning home, he fell ill again. However, this bout of fever was accompanied by strange occurrences. As night fell, Wang Shuo claimed he could hear the sounds of gongs and drums resonating outside their home, reminiscent of a wedding celebration. At that moment, aside from Wang Hongwei and his mother, several others were present in the house, yet none could perceive these sounds. Once the cacophony subsided, Wang Shuo reported that a woman's voice emerged, calling his name from outside and urging him to come out with her. Terrified, Wang Shuo remained in fear until 10 o'clock when he finally drifted into a fitful slumber. Yet, in the early hours of the morning, around 1 o'clock, even more bizarre events unfolded within Wang Shuo's room, where the distinct sound of a guzheng being played echoed. Wang Shuo had harbored a lifelong aversion to the guzheng, feeling an innate distaste whenever he encountered it on television or heard melodies incorporating its tones. As the haunting sound filled the space, Wang Hongwei and his wife were taken aback and filled with unease. They attempted to open the door to investigate who was playing the guzheng in Wang Shuo's room, only to find it securely locked, with even the windows barred. They could hear the music, yet the mysteries of the room remained hidden from their sight. Initially, the guzheng's melody was enchanting, but as the playing continued, it became evident that the musician was growing increasingly agitated, pulling at the strings with fervor, producing an unsettling cacophony. This disquieting sound persisted until 5 o'clock in the morning. The following day, before they had even stepped into Wang Shuo's room, they heard him exclaiming loudly. As they entered the room, they beheld a guzheng elegantly positioned at the heart of Wang Shuo's chamber. Both Wang Hongwei and his wife were acutely aware of Wang Shuo's aversion to the instrument, prompting them to immediately command its disposal, casting it far away. They inquired about the events of the previous night, seeking to uncover who had played the guzheng in his room. However, Wang Shuo was utterly oblivious. Having no knowledge of anyone's presence within his quarters, as if the occurrences of the latter half of the night were shrouded in mystery. This revelation left them profoundly perplexed. Consequently, they resolved to install surveillance cameras within Wang Shua's dwelling. Yet, the cameras proved futile. Come nightfall, they captured nothing, even with the lights illuminated, rendering them incapable of recording any events. As before, once darkness enveloped the room, the sounds of gongs and drums would resonate, followed by a woman's voice calling out his name. In the depths of the night, the Guzheng would once again serenade the stillness. The following day, upon opening the door, they discovered that the discarded Guzheng had mysteriously returned, impeccably intact at the center of Wang Shua's room. Regardless of whether it was thrown away, destroyed, or burned, the instrument would inevitably reappear in the same pristine condition. Meanwhile, Wang Shua remained blissfully unaware of the Guzheng's nocturnal serenades. In an effort to ascertain who was playing the instrument, Wang Hongwei expended considerable resources hiring 2 bodyguards to vigilantly watch over Wang Sha. However, after a single night, the 2 guards met their demise within the confines of the room, leaving no one daring to enter after dark. Enduring such prolonged torment, neither physicians nor spiritual mediums could provide a remedy for Wang Shua's plight. The relentless suffering had visibly taken its toll on him, rendering him gaunt and irritable. Even during the day, one can often hear him weeping and shouting within the confines of his home. He is on the brink of collapse. At this juncture, Wang Hongwei's wife shed tears of anguish for her child, exclaiming to me, "As a parent, how can one bear to witness their child in such distress? I would gladly shoulder his burdens myself. Master, it is true that Wang Hongwei is anxious for his child. He has encountered too many inept individuals, which has led him to doubt you. I hope you do not take this matter to heart." I refrained from responding, instead becoming lost in contemplation regarding Wang Shua's predicament. Chapter 33. The admission of Sanyang. I had never encountered a situation akin to Wang Shua's, at least not within the scope of my studies. Under normal circumstances of possession, one would not exhibit such responses. Spirits typically confound human minds, causing illness at most, with the most malevolent capable of inciting suicide. Yet this spirit has tormented Wang Shua for so long without taking his life. It seems to be conveying something. By the way, how did Master Huijue perish last night? I couldn't help but recall the master who had passed away the previous evening. Wang Hongwei's wife furrowed her brow and, after a moment of reflection, remarked, "Master Huijue was summoned from Wanfeng Temple. He had captured many spirits and performed numerous rituals and ceremonies. Upon observing my son's condition, he confidently asserted that my son was indeed tormented by a malevolent spirit. He volunteered to stay overnight with my son, assuring us that he could capture the spirit after just one night. However, when the clock struck 1, the sound of the Guzheng was absent, and the house remained eerily quiet. We believed that Master Huijue had succeeded. At the stroke of 2, the haunting notes of the Guzheng reverberated once more, echoing until the dawn broke at 5. We were too apprehensive to enter, and the threshold remained barred to us until the light of day ushered us in. Upon opening the door, we were met with the harrowing sight of Master Huijue's lifeless body. The state of his demise was ghastly and bizarre. His skin bore numerous scratches, yet no blood flowed from these wounds. His eyes had vanished, and his heart had been cruelly extracted. At this juncture, Wang Hongwei's wife began to tremble uncontrollably, as if the horrific image was indelibly etched in her mind. Huang Yi clutched my arm tightly, her face a mask of terror. I gently patted her hand, signaling her to quell her fears. Despite her bold demeanor and forthright nature, she was still a woman, and it was entirely natural for her to be frightened by such ghastly revelations. Master Huijue's demise perplexed me. I could not fathom the intentions of the female specter. During He Zhongtian's encounter with the ghost, she did not resort to such lethal measures. Instead, she compelled him to capture a minor spirit and allowed a deceptive calm to endure for 7 days, creating an illusion of success in his ghost-hunting endeavor. Subsequently, she sowed the seeds of malevolence within him, allowing it to consume his very essence. In stark contrast, Master Huijue had met his end in a manner most brutal, eschewing the method of devouring the 3 souls and 7 spirits, which struck me as odd. Nevertheless, I resolved to postpone further contemplation until I could confer with Wang Sha. Soon, we found ourselves once more at the villa behind Jiuxing Future City. As I stepped through the door, Wang Hongwei approached me alongside He Zhongtian, who was seated in a wheelchair. Wang Hongwei no longer bore any semblance of arrogance. Instead, his expression was one of congeniality. "Mr. Li, you have arrived. Please come inside," he said courteously, gesturing toward the interior, as if he had completely forgotten the earlier incident. However, I did not reciprocate with a warm demeanor, nor did I immediately walk into the house. Instead, I lingered in the courtyard. I lifted my gaze to the sun overhead and then positioned myself at a spot directly opposite the entrance of the house. Taking a few steps back, I sensed something amiss, so I retreated further. "Yes, this is the place. Mr. Li, what are you doing? Come inside and have a seat. It's quite warm out here," Wang Hongwei urged, his plump face already glistening with perspiration. Perhaps sensing my scrutinizing gaze, he spoke, somewhat defensively. "Mr. Li, I realize I was impulsive earlier, but you had me kneeling in front of so many people. Where could I possibly save face? After all, I am a well-known entrepreneur." I let out a cold laugh and pointed to the spot where I stood, saying, "Since you're unwilling to kneel there, then kneel here instead. Kneel here for 2 hours." Upon hearing my words, Wang Hongwei's eyes widened in disbelief. Not only he, but everyone present appeared utterly astonished. They likely never anticipated that I would take the matter so seriously. "Mr. Li, must you humiliate me so? Is it not enough for you?" Wang Hongwei's tone began to shift, revealing his growing discomfort. His wife hurriedly grasped his arm and stepped forward, saying, "Mr. Li, allow me to kneel. I will kneel on his behalf." I shook my head and replied, "No, it must be he who kneels. Of course, if he wishes to invite trouble, he may choose not to kneel." Upon hearing my words, Wang Hongwei's expression shifted from anger to bewilderment. With a perplexed look, he asked, "Mr. Li, what do you mean by that? Have you felt any discomfort in your neck or arms lately, perhaps to the point where you struggle to lift them?" Wang Hongwei nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, indeed, it has been like this for the past few days." "Is there some significance to this?" "First, kneel down. Only then shall I reveal the significance behind it," I instructed, pointing once more to the ground. This time, Wang Hongwei hesitated no longer. He swiftly made his way to the spot I indicated and obediently knelt down. Positioned directly before me, he lifted his gaze and inquired, "Mr. Li, what is the significance?" Before I could respond, He Zhongtian suddenly exclaimed, "I understand now. This is the three-yang gathering." I had encountered this concept in a book my master had shown me, noting that the three-yang gathering could dispel malevolent energies. Remarkably, the location of the three-yang in this room coincided precisely with where Boss Wang was kneeling. I chose not to interrupt He Zhongtian's revelation, for he spoke the truth. Three-yang gathering? Wang Hongwei appeared utterly confounded, having no inkling of its meaning. He Zhongtian elucidated that the so-called three-yang refers to the celestial yang, the sunlight from the heavens, the terrestrial yang, the most vibrant energy emanating from the earth, and the human yang, which can be cultivated by kneeling in these two realms, allowing one's own yang energy to permeate outward. The concept of the three yang entering the Bai Wei point signifies the infusion of these energies into this vital area. The sunlight penetrating the Bai Wei point is termed Tian Yang Ru Hui, while the Earth's energy surges through the knees directly into the Bai Wei point, known as Di Yang Ru Hui. Additionally, the yang energy generated within oneself gradually filters through the body into the Bai Wei point, referred to as Ren Yang Ru Hui. Thus, the convergence of the three yang into the Bai Wei point constitutes the essence of the three yang entering the Bai Wei. Wang Hongwei inquired, "Why must I kneel? Is standing not permissible?" "Certainly not," He Zhongtian replied. "Only by kneeling with the knees in contact with the ground can one connect with the terrestrial yang. Consider why we kneel to offer incense and paper to our ancestors. It is because geomancers assess the land for its yang energy at grave sites to ensure that descendants can kneel and properly pay their respects. Those who stand while burning paper may faint due to being overwhelmed by surrounding negative energies, lacking the protection of the terrestrial yang. Hence, there's a saying in folklore that if one does not kneel while burning incense and paper, the elders may be displeased, leading to illness. In truth, It is merely the absence of protection from the terrestrial yang. Chapter 34. The position of positive yang. Wang Hongwei found He Zhongtian's explanation thoroughly convincing. However, he still harbored questions. How can one ascertain that this location possesses the most potent yang energy? He Zhongtian elucidated. I too was perplexed as to why Mr. Li would have you kneel in that spot. However, upon raising my gaze and contemplating, I realized that location is the very center of your entire residence. Upon hearing He Zhongtian's words, everyone lifted their heads to survey their surroundings, discovering that indeed, this spot was the central point of both the villa and the entire courtyard. He Zhongtian continued to clarify. This location is also referred to as the Zhengyang position. In ancient times, when constructing homes, people would bury a coin at this spot to safeguard the house from the encroachment of negative energy and to subtly inform the spirits that the space is inhabited. Thus, in any dwelling, the central area is invariably the Zhengyang position. Mr. Li had you kneel at his doorstep, which also constitutes a Zhengyang position, as it lies at the heart of the entire street. Regardless of whether it is a street or a building, every architectural endeavor possesses its own Zhengyang positions, both large and small. Ah, I see now. Wang Hongwei expressed his gratitude as he gazed at me. Mr. Li, since you were assisting me, why did you not clarify this at your doorstep? I was led to believe you were punishing me. I refrained from responding to Wang Hongwei, as I held neither the right nor the obligation to address his words. Such is the nature of these matters. When one is of use to another, they are regarded favorably. Yet, once deemed unnecessary, they could be cast aside at any moment. My indifference did not imply that no one would attend to him. He Zhongtian promptly interjected, It is entirely my fault for not discerning Mr. Li's intentions at that moment. Had I comprehended them, this misunderstanding could have been avoided. At long last, Huang Yi could no longer contain herself. I find it utterly shameless how you seek the limelight, as if you were accustomed to it. Why do you always present yourself as someone well-versed in every matter? Had it not been for Li Yao compelling you to kneel, you would know nothing. Yet here you are, masquerading as a master, believing that your grasp of certain principles would convince others of your expertise. In truth, your capabilities are quite apparent to everyone. As she spoke, Huang Yi cast him a disdainful glance, and I felt a wave of relief wash over me. To be frank, voicing such sentiments is not easy for me. After all, I'm unsure how to unravel his schemes without being accused of seeking credit myself. Having someone like Huang Yi by my side is indeed refreshing, as she ensures that those who attempt to bask in the glow of others' achievements do not escape unscathed. Indeed, after Huang Yi's remarks, He Zhongtian's face flushed with embarrassment, and he lowered his head in shame, admitting, Yes, I truly failed to perceive anything. Compared to Mr. Li, I am leagues away. Recognizing one's own inadequacies is a wise choice. One should refrain from parading around with superficial knowledge that only leads to disgrace. Just look at what you have become while pretending. Sooner or later, you will find yourself out of your depth. Huang Yi's sharp tongue rendered He Zhongtian utterly mortified, forcing him to avert his gaze. I believe that now, there is no need for me to elaborate further. Wang Hongwei should have grasped the reality of He Zhongtian's true capabilities. Wang Hongwei then lifted his head and inquired, Mr. Li, what is the ominous energy surrounding me? I pointed at He Zhongtian and remarked, just like him, you are infused with malevolent energy. Upon hearing my words, He Zhongtian's eyes widened in astonishment, and he eagerly inquired, then, may I kneel alongside him? I let out a cold laugh and replied, Mr. He, are you jesting? The malevolent energy enveloping Boss Wang was only evident to me this morning and has yet to fully manifest. A brief kneel might still dispel it. However, yours has permeated nearly half of your body. Do you truly believe that kneeling now would be of any benefit? Upon hearing my response, He Zhongtian opened his mouth but fell silent. In truth, had you heeded my counsel during our first encounter, I would have certainly arranged for him to find a place to kneel and absorb the sunlight. Regrettably, your arrogance precluded such an action, leaving me powerless to assist you. My words struck He Zhongtian with the force of a dagger. At that moment, Wang Hongwei's wife approached me, gazing down at her husband, and stated, I told you, Mr. Li is a capable expert. He would never let you kneel in vain. Now you comprehend that his intentions were for your own good, do you not? Wang Hongwei nodded repeatedly, exclaiming, yes, yes. I misjudged Mr. Li's character. I mistakenly believed he was punishing me for my actions against him yesterday. How foolish of me. Mr. Li, I implore you to save my son. I am willing to pay any amount for his rescue. Upon hearing the mention of money, I couldn't help but scoff. Truly, a businessman who believes that every problem can be solved with wealth. I no longer wished to hear this individual speak, so I addressed him, saying, Wang Hongwei, in today's society, it is true that money can achieve many things, yet there exist numerous elements far more significant than wealth. Were it not for your wife, I would not have come to attend to your son's ailment. With that remark, I turned to his wife and said, come, lead me to your son. Under her guidance, we arrived at Wang Shua's room. Upon reaching the doorway, I employed my observation technique to survey the surroundings. Strangely, I found no trace of malevolent energy flanking Wang Shua's room. If there were indeed spirits residing here, I should have been able to perceive their presence. This anomaly perplexed me. Before long, we entered the room, where Wang Shua lay on the bed, emaciated, his eyes sunken, and his entire being devoid of vitality. As I approached the bedside, he was already asleep. However, upon hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes to gaze at me. Who is he? Wang Shua inquired, noticing two unfamiliar faces entering. His mother replied, this is Mr. Li, whom we have invited to treat you. Wang Shua sighed deeply, his eyelids drooping, seemingly devoid of any faith in my abilities. I scrutinized Wang Shua from head to toe, and to my astonishment, I detected no hint of malevolent energy surrounding him, even though I had discerned a similar aura in both Wang Hongwei and He Zhongtian. It was conspicuously absent in him. Hadn't 3 individuals perished here previously? 2 bodyguards and the sorcerer who died last night? However, even so, there exists no trace of malevolence here. Not even the faintest hint of death's lingering essence. It is peculiar, truly perplexing. A life has departed from this dwelling, yet the air retains no spectral residue or ominous presence. The place is purportedly haunted, yet there are no signs of any phantoms. I surveyed the room thoroughly before silently exiting. As I left, Huang Yi hastily caught up to me, inquiring, what is the matter, Liao? Is this situation particularly challenging? Accompanying her was Wang Hongwei's wife, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her expression awash with concern as she fixed her gaze upon me. If it is too difficult, you can speak directly to Mrs. Wang. We need not pursue this any further. Huang Yi grasped my arm, her worry palpable. I shook my head and replied, it is not that. Rather, it is simply quite strange. What do you mean by strange? I found no semblance of malevolence within the house, not even in Wang Shua. He appears to be an ordinary individual grappling with psychological issues. Chapter 35. The Celestial Conundrum. As soon as I finished speaking, Wang Hongwei's wife shook her head and insisted. No, Mr. Li, my son has indeed experienced numerous bizarre occurrences. This is not merely my perception. Many others have witnessed it. My son is certainly not suffering from psychological troubles. We have all undergone examinations at the hospital. I nodded. I am not accusing you of deceit. I merely find this matter to be strange. Liao, Huang Yi cautioned. The more peculiar the situation, the more complex it becomes. The more complex the situation, the more challenging it is to resolve. If it proves insurmountable, perhaps we ought to abandon it altogether. I am aware of Huang Yi's concerns. Last night, a master Huijua passed away, and she fears that I might handle this matter similarly. I sighed softly and reassured her, stating that it is merely a peculiar situation and it warrants further observation. Rest assured, I possess confidence in my abilities. I will not pursue the impossible. By the way, what is Wang Shua's birth chart? Since there is no sign of negative energy, let us examine it through his birth details. I shifted my gaze towards Wang Shua's mother. Issues often stem from destiny, fortune, Feng Shui, violations of taboos, or lack of virtue. I sought to uncover the root of the problem through fate. Wang Shua's mother nodded and provided me with his birth details. Upon calculating Wang Shua's chart, I could not help but furrow my brow. This individual possesses quite a peculiar fate. Sensing my discomfort, Wang Shua's mother sat beside me and inquired, Mr. Li, What do you think of my son's birth chart? Others have examined it and claimed it to be exceptionally auspicious, indicating great wealth and fortune. I shook my head and replied, if this chart is deemed good, then I must redefine what good truly means. Your son's chart clearly indicates a prodigal nature. As soon as I uttered these words, Wang Shua's mother was left speechless, her expression shifting to one of bewilderment. With a killing star in his fate, a malevolent influence at play, and financial misfortunes looming, such a birth chart is inherently predisposed to financial ruin. When others claim your son's chart is favorable, they are merely saying what you wish to hear. Given Wang Hongwei's temperament, if anyone were to suggest that his son's birth chart was unfavorable, he would likely become infuriated. How could one expect others to express anything contrary to his wishes? They would undoubtedly declare the birth chart to be excellent. I spoke the truth, which they were clearly reluctant to hear. Even Wang Hongwei's wife changed her demeanor. I am convinced that had it not been for today's events, I would have already been expelled from their family. Wang Shua's birth chart is indeed quite poor. Primarily, his month pillar and day pillar both feature the 7 killing star, indicating an overabundance of destructive forces. This individual is not only prone to volatility and mood swings, but also bears the mark of a short life. With the heavenly yuan positioned in a detrimental manner and devoid of any auspicious stars to transform these adversities into power, he is akin to a chaotic ruler of the world. I disregarded these sentiments and continued, your son exhibits a fierce temperament and erratic behavior, lacking in self-control, correct? Wang Shua's mother subtly nodded, saying a bit, just a bit. Over the years, I surmise that your son has indeed cost you a considerable sum. Her gaze flickered, and then, biting her lip, she lowered her head in acknowledgement, saying, I have been married to old Wang for 5 or 6 years, but we have no children. As old Wang ages, the possibility of conceiving naturally diminishes. Thus, we opted for in vitro fertilization abroad, which incurred significant expenses. During his childhood, Shua's health was also quite fragile, leading to frequent hospital visits. Indeed, throughout his upbringing, Shua has consumed a substantial amount of money. This is precisely the financial misfortune dictated by his birth chart. Were it not for the circumstances of his birth, with a chart such as Wang Shua's, he might not have survived to this day. I continued to inquire, pray, tell me what transpired that year? In that year, he was beset by calamities in his destiny, with the specter of death looming ominously and an aura of malevolence overshadowing him. Such circumstances heralded a grave misfortune, likely involving incarceration. Upon finishing my query, I fixated my gaze intently upon Wang Shua's mother's eyes. Her gaze flickered with a frenzied intensity, deliberately evading mine. I waited for several moments, yet she showed no inclination to speak. Thus, I urged her, please, speak the truth. Without your honesty, it becomes exceedingly challenging for me to analyze your son's predicament. Still, she could not meet my eyes, biting her lip in a tumult of conflict and hesitation. She wrestled with her thoughts, reluctant to divulge. Yet I lacked the luxury of time to linger. If you remain silent, I shall truly cease to concern myself with your son. I could leave at this very moment. My words proved effective, for she quickly raised her head and exclaimed, all right, I shall speak. Once she consented to share, tears began to stream down her cheeks. She gestured for the servants in the room to depart, and soon they all vacated the premises. Only then did she begin to recount the tale. At that time, he coerced a young woman into an illicit act. When she resisted, he inadvertently caused her demise. For the sake of Shua's future, we certainly could not allow him to face imprisonment. Thus, we resorted to monetary compensation to her parents, hoping to quell the matter. At this juncture, Wang Shua's mother trembled slightly. I understand, I know that what Wang Shua did was utterly reprehensible, yet he was still young, and we could not simply stand by and watch him suffer. Money is indeed a remarkable entity, capable of resolving myriad issues. The brutality of humanity is astonishing. I had presumed such occurrences were confined to the realm of television, yet here they manifest in reality. Huang Yi, filled with righteous indignation, exclaimed vehemently. Unbeknownst to her, a far more dreadful truth loomed. I fixed my gaze upon Wang Shua's mother and inquired, is this the end? Tears cascaded down her cheeks as she lowered her head, displaying signs of despair. Madam Wang, before me, you need not conceal anything. Speak the truth. It will only serve to aid in rescuing your son. Wang Shua's mother nodded, admitting, yes. After Wang Shua took the life of that girl, she could not articulate the subsequent events, as her sobs drowned out her voice. Yet, both Wang Yi and I comprehended the gravity of the situation. Our eyes met, and I could see the fierce flames of anger igniting within her. With a resounding clap, she struck the table, gritting her teeth in fury, and declared, Li Yao, let him be. Why should we save a creature beneath even the basest of beings? This is his punishment, his retribution. Miss Wang, Mr. Li, it is all my fault as a mother. We have wronged him. We have brought this upon him. All of this is our doing. Being an only child, we have indulged him excessively. The saying, a doting mother spoils her child, holds true. Chapter 36. The Sound of Drums and Gongs. Indeed, Wang Shua's mother may have been a spouse who contributed to her husband as prosperity, yet she was far from a good mother. At such a juncture, one still attempts to excuse the transformation of their son, projecting this excuse onto others. Such an educational approach is utterly contemptible. Nevertheless, it corroborates the ancient adage, one must gain at the expense of another. Having acquired the son of their dreams inevitably entails the loss of something else. I comprehend these truths, and thus, even knowing that Wang Shua is a wretched being, I cannot simply disregard the matter. The circumstances surrounding this issue are far from straightforward. There must be deeper secrets at play. Suddenly, Wang Shua's mother appeared to recall something, cautiously lifting her gaze to inquire. Could it be that the spirit of that girl has latched onto Wang Shua? Is she seeking vengeance? I shook my head and replied, no. If it were the girl's vengeful spirit, it would merely be that of a 2-year-old ghost. The lingering negative energy in places traversed by a 2-year-old ghost cannot be swiftly eradicated. Even a malevolent spirit would be incapable of such. After a moment of contemplation, I continued, at the age of 16, aside from this incident, did he engage in any other activities? This was not the answer I sought. The transformation of Wang Shua is not significantly linked to this event. Wang Shua's mother shook her head and stated, no, after this incident, Wang Shua was quite frightened, and he became exceedingly cautious in all his endeavors. Since then, although his actions remained somewhat audacious, they had evidently been considerably tempered. Nonsense. Her notion of temperance surely meant he refrained from committing murder. Yet based on this fortune-telling, how could he have truly moderated his behavior? However, none of this is of great consequence. There is no need for me to persist in disputing the matter of his fortune. It seems that this matter cannot be discerned from the 8 characters, and thus I could only helplessly utter, all right. After sitting for a while, Wang Shua's irritable voice echoed from the inner room. She responded affirmatively and walked inside. Once she realized the hall was empty, Huang Yi approached me and said, Li Yao, perhaps we should just leave this matter alone. I believe Wang Hongwei's son is merely courting his own misfortune. Let him perish for his heinous actions. I turned to Huang Yi, who gazed at me with wide eyes, her seriousness evident as she expressed her anger towards Wang Shua's deeds. To be honest, I too was quite furious, yet this situation was far from straightforward. There were underlying complexities. Thus, I replied, I am not aiding him. It is simply that this matter is not as clear-cut as it appears. How is it not simple? Have you discerned something? Huang Yi pressed me further. I shook my head. Not yet. Let us wait until tonight. After all, Wang Shua is currently in a normal state. Her response was one of shock. Li Yao, are you intending to enter the room and stay with Wang Shua? I neither confirmed nor denied her assertion. Li Yao. Huang Yi grasped my hand. Her expression filled with concern as she said, just last night, a sorcerer died. Could there be something malevolent inside? What if you cannot contend with it? Feigning nonchalance. I smiled and reassured her it will be fine. Trust me. Huang Yi remained uneasy, but her worries were interrupted by Wang Hongwei's voice from outside. Mr. Li, I feel an intense pain in my foot. May I have a different mat to place underneath? Upon hearing Wang Hongwei's words, I hastily rose and exited the room. Observing him attempting to rise, I swiftly intervened, saying, do not move. If you do, all that has been accomplished thus far will be in vain. Startled, Wang Hongwei promptly knelt down, ceasing any further movement. He Zhongtian, seated in his wheelchair, inquired about the resolution of his situation, yet I chose to disregard him. This seasoned trickster had long ceased to merit my attention. After 2 arduous hours, drenched in sweat and on the verge of fainting, Wang Hongwei finally dared to stand. In truth, the malevolent aura had dispersed within the first hour, but I opted to prolong his kneeling for an additional hour as a form of reparation for the slight he had inflicted upon me the previous day. That evening, I resolved to remain in Wang Shua's room to discern the entity that had ensnared him. After all, no living soul had yet witnessed the figure playing the guzheng at night or the nature of the murderous force at play. Though Wang Yi expressed her concerns, I had adequately prepared myself. To safeguard against any unforeseen circumstances, I retrieved the century-old peach which struck by lightning, a legacy from my grandfather, and requested the Wang family to procure the blood of a 9-year-old rooster and a 9-year-old black dog. The blood of the 9-year-old rooster was particularly significant, as this creature is also known as the phoenix. The number 9 holds profound significance in numerology, symbolizing the most transformative of changes, akin to the vicissitudes of human fate that occur every 9th year. While the 9-year-old rooster is not easily found, it poses no challenge for the affluent. As for the blood of the 9-year-old black dog, it bears a connection to the mythological Pishio, a guardian beast of tombs. In ancient times, nobility and royalty would construct Pishio statues to safeguard their graves, protecting the deceased from malevolent spirits in the vicinity. Thus, it becomes evident that the Pishio is also capable of warding off malevolent spirits. With these 2 objects applied upon me, complemented by the thunderstruck peach wood and my own talismans, I made my way to Wang Shua's room. Just as I was about to enter, Huang Yi suddenly called out to me. I turned to her with a light-hearted smile and said, "It's nothing. Wait for my return." "Be careful," she replied, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, reddened with emotion. Upon entering Wang Shua's room, I shut the door behind me. He lay on the bed, pallid and haggard, his vacant gaze fixed upon me. To be honest, the sight of his lifeless eyes filled me with a certain trepidation. I'm not afraid of ghosts, but being scrutinized in such a manner unnerves me. "Mr. Li, are you afraid?" Wang Shua suddenly inquired. I took a seat on a nearby stool and retorted, "If I say I am not afraid, would you believe me?" He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he replied, "I do not believe you. Someone died here just last night. How could you not be frightened? You are so young. Why not pursue another path? This profession may yield quick riches, yet it could also cost you your life. That master last night was hired by my father for 3 million, only for the money to be lost and a life taken. Just like his father, he assumes everyone is motivated solely by money." Suddenly, I became alert, sensing a faint sound. "Brother, let us converse," I heard. "If you have any wishes, share them with me. When you pass tomorrow, I shall convey your desires to the outside world." Wang Shua continued to speak to me in that authoritative tone that governed life and death. "Do not utter a word." I gestured for him to be silent, and, as he ceased speaking, I began to perceive a peculiar sound. It resembled the rhythmic beating of drums and gongs, accompanied by the melodic notes of a swana, creating an atmosphere of exuberance and celebration. Chapter 37. Midnight with Wang Shua. I had encountered such sounds during my time in my hometown. They were the joyous echoes of a wedding procession. However, this particular melody was even more enchanting and filled with elation. Yet amid this joy, there existed an element that felt distinctly different. What could it be? Despite straining my ears, I could not discern this anomaly. "They are coming. Have you heard them?" Wang Shua gazed at me with a look of bewilderment. I nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, I have indeed heard it. I truly did hear it. Yet the surrounding atmosphere remained devoid of any ominous presence." "You really heard it?" Wang Shua's eyes widened in disbelief. I nodded with certainty, though I remained silent, for the sound was drawing nearer. "Last night, the master heard nothing. Are you truly able to hear it?" Wang Shua questioned me once more, still incredulous, his excitement evident. "Do not speak." I refrained from answering his trivial inquiries, insisting he remain quiet. Now, I needed to concentrate fully on the sounds enveloping us to sense any lingering malevolence. I felt as though someone was approaching, a woman, her footsteps incredibly light. "She has halted." "Wang Shua, Suddenly, an ethereal female voice resonated throughout the room. I instinctively lifted my gaze, scanning my surroundings. Yet I could discern no figure, nor could I detect any ominous presence. This left me in a state of bewilderment, for I had never encountered such an occurrence, nor had I ever read about it. A spectral voice, yet no apparition to be seen, no trace of its essence to be sensed. Could it not be a ghost? Perhaps a spirit? No. My grandfather had mentioned that both ghosts and spirits possessed distinct auras, and here there was no discernible difference. How peculiar. It seems you truly can hear them speaking. Wang Shuo, filled with excitement, struggled to rise from his bed, his expression akin to that of a soul who has found a kindred spirit. The master from last night feigned that he too had heard it, yet he insisted it was merely an illusion, urging me to disregard it and leave everything to him. And what was the outcome? By the following morning, he was cold to the touch. In truth, I knew he had not heard it, for the expression of one who truly listens should resemble yours. I must concede, Wang Shuo is indeed an astute individual, capable of such analysis. I chose to ignore him, instead concentrating quietly on the voice. This woman's tone was gentle, as she continuously called out Wang Shuo's name. Her calls were peculiar, not emanating from fixed location, but rather enveloping him from every direction. Was this an intentional attempt to bewitch my spirit? With that thought, I hastily recited the mantra for purifying the heart and spirit. Supreme Taishan Star, unceasing in transformation, dispelling evil and binding malevolence, safeguarding life and protecting the body. Clarity of wisdom, tranquility of heart and spirit, the three souls eternal, the seven spirits everlasting. Urgently, as commanded. After a cleansing incantation, the surroundings became significantly quieter, allowing the woman's voice to resonate with a clearer, more melodious quality. Yet, akin to before, the source of the sound seemed to emanate from all directions, rendering me incapable of pinpointing its exact location. Without any malevolent energy to guide me, I had no choice but to wait. Brother, how about you? Have you located her yet? Wang Shuo asked with eager anticipation. I remained silent, continuing to engage through my consciousness and perception. No. Master. I should address you as master. It mattered not what he called me. I merely wished to avoid engaging in trivial chatter. Ignoring him did not deter his incessant prattling. If you save me and help me through this ordeal, I will acknowledge you as my elder brother. Whatever you ask of me, I shall comply. I can introduce you to several stunning foreign women I know at the Blue Moon Club, their figures exquisite and alluring. I will take you there, and they will attend to you. I gazed at Wang Shuo in disbelief. If it weren't for the curiosity this situation ignited within me, I would have had no intention of rescuing him. Lying in such a state, he still yearned for female companionship. Yet, one could hardly blame him. After all, he had grown accustomed to hearing that woman's voice. Thus, he chose to disregard the gravity of the situation, rambling on without pause. Meanwhile, I remained silent, biding my time, awaiting the unforeseen turn of events, anticipating the arrival of 1 o'clock in the morning. Wang Shuo continued his monologue for what felt like an eternity until exhaustion finally claimed him, and he gradually drifted into slumber. With his slumber, the mysterious voice faded away, which struck me as quite peculiar. I extinguished the lights in the room, allowing the surroundings to succumb to a profound silence. Alone within the confines of the space, I began to feel a sense of fatigue enveloping my body. Thus, I leaned back in my chair for a brief respite. Little did I know that this mere lean would lead me into slumber. I was awakened by a sudden gust of cold wind. At that moment, I was oblivious to the time, only acutely aware of the chill that coursed through me. Upon opening my eyes and surveying my surroundings, I noticed a stark transformation in the atmosphere. During the day, the room was vibrant with yang energy, devoid of any trace of yin. However, now, a subtle presence of yin energy began to pervade the space. Though faint, it signified the arrival of what I had long anticipated. Had she come, the woman who plays the Guzheng? As I pondered this, I was startled to see a shadow rise from the bed. Who could it be? Was it Wang Shuo, or perhaps the female specter? The darkness obscured my vision, revealing only a vague silhouette. Hastily, I retrieved a pre-drawn invisibility talisman, though ineffective for humans. It served its purpose in the realm of the dead. With this talisman, the spirits would be unable to perceive me, while I could observe them, though I was uncertain of its efficacy, having never utilized it before. To be honest, I felt a surge of anxiety, while I had encountered spirits before. This was my first experience in such an eerie atmosphere. I cautiously fixed my gaze upon the shadow when suddenly it began to move toward the door. Soon after, I heard a distinct click. The lights in the room flickered back to life. To my astonishment, the one who had turned on the light was none other than Wang Shuo himself. Wang Shuo. I found myself in a state of bewilderment, yet I refrained from voicing my confusion, silently observing him. He appeared markedly different from before. The Wang Shuo of the past was unable to rise. Yet now he was not only standing, but walking as well. Wang Shuo seemed oblivious to my presence, gliding gracefully towards the bathroom. Was he merely attending to his needs? No, something felt amiss. His gait was unusually light, and his movement was slow, reminiscent of a woman's. Was he possessed? That couldn't he be, for there was no trace of malevolent energy. What could he possibly be doing in there? With this thought, I hastily rose to my feet. Upon reaching the bathroom door, I found it firmly shut. Though hesitant to knock, I was certain Wang Shuo was within, as I could hear sounds emanating from inside. 10 minutes later, he emerged from the bathroom, adorned in a flowing blue dress, his face artfully made up, and his lips painted with a bold shade of lipstick, resembling a delicate figure. What on earth? I was utterly perplexed, for until this moment, I had detected no trace of malevolence or spectral presence surrounding him. What was transpiring? A case of split personality, perhaps? Yet, if that were true, how could he remain oblivious to my existence? Just as I approached the threshold, Wang Shuo turned back, reappearing moments later, cradling a guzheng in his arms. He placed the instrument upon a table within the room and settled onto a nearby stool. Then, to my astonishment, he lifted his hands and began to play. The melody was enchanting, as the strings seemed to resonate deep within my soul, weaving a poignant and heartfelt tune that was truly exquisite. Upon the conclusion of the piece, I found myself yearning for more. However, at that moment, a woman's voice resonated. "Young master, do you find my playing pleasing?" Chapter 38. Yin and Yang in Unity. This voice abruptly jolted me back to reality, and I was startled to find Wang Shuo gazing at me with an enchanting expression. The speaker was indeed him, yet that voice was not his. It belonged to a woman. Could he see me? Those eyes were undoubtedly fixed upon me, confirming his ability to perceive my presence. But if he could see me, why had he not spoken to me earlier? I scrutinized Wang Shuo, who wore a smile, his eyes now sparkling and radiant. Those were not Wang Shuo's eyes. His gaze was typically hollow and devoid of spirit, a result of prolonged torment. Thus, I was certain he was not Wang Shuo. I swallowed hard, gathering my courage to ask, "Who are you?" Upon hearing my voice, Wang Shuo chuckled softly, evading my question, and continued with his gentle and amiable tone. "Do you find my playing pleasing?" His voice was melodious, and the music he had just played was enchanting. I squinted, locking eyes with him, seeking to unveil the truth. He, in turn, gazed into my eyes, awaiting my response. Eventually, unable to endure the intensity of our exchange, I nodded and replied, "Yes, it is beautiful. Ah, I knew you would surely appreciate my performance. Someone of your refined taste could hardly dislike it." This piece was a gift for our encounter. I was left uncertain whether this was a compliment or a dismissal of my presence. After finishing her words, she turned aside, preparing to play the second piece. "Wait a moment." I hurriedly stepped forward, inquiring, "You still haven't answered my question. Who are you? Why are you in Wang Shuo's body?" The woman raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing me once more. "My dear sir, do you not think it rather hasty to pose so many questions at once?" She continued, "Allow me to address your first inquiry. My name is Song Luyan, and you may call me Luyan." With that, she averted her gaze and resumed plucking the strings, beginning her second composition. This, too, was a melody capable of stirring my emotions. Good music possesses the power to elevate one's spirit, enchanting one to the core. Even though I had never been accustomed to listening to music, I found myself captivated by this piece. Song Luyan played exquisitely, Had she not inhabited Wang Shua's body, I would have been utterly entranced, lost in the depths of her performance. Alas, the fact that she resided within Wang Shua's form filled me with revulsion. A grown man transformed into a delicate figure. Such a sight was indeed distasteful. Soon, she concluded her piece and, as was her custom, inquired, "My dear sir, did you find it pleasing?" I nodded affirmatively, replying that it was indeed delightful. She smiled with satisfaction and then addressed my second question. "Sir, when you asked why I dwell in his body, I must clarify that he is my husband. I do not inhabit his body, we merely coexist." "Husband?" I could not help but repeat those two words. Song Luyin nodded with certainty and said, "Yes, he is indeed my husband, the kind recognized through formal marriage. What is wrong with us sharing the same body? If you doubt me, you may ask him yourself tomorrow." A sudden realization dawned upon me, yet I continued to inquire, "Were you a ghost before?" Song Luyin chose not to respond, instead playing another melody. Upon finishing, she inquired whether I found it pleasant. I answered honestly, and upon hearing my response, she continued to address my question. "Indeed, I was a ghost in the past, but now I am no longer." An idea suddenly flickered in my mind. Yin and Yang in one body. Yes, that is precisely it. The concept of yin-yang unity can be classified into three categories. The first involves twins. Some twins are born with only one surviving. However, the living twin carries two souls within, including that of the deceased, one which never fully formed. The womb serves as a universe, and if one perishes therein, its essence cannot reincarnate, but must continue residing within the body of the surviving child. Eventually, when the time is right, this amalgamated soul can be reborn, a phenomenon known as innate yin-yang unity. The second type is acquired yin-yang unity, which also pertains to twins. In some cases, twins are born as conjoined individuals. It is exceptionally rare for both to survive, as one often siphons the nutrients from the other, leading to stunted development and severe deformities upon birth. In such instances, medical intervention is required to separate them surgically. The deformed infant, surgically severed from its original body, is unlikely to survive. The essence of the deceased infant will inevitably penetrate another newborn, a phenomenon referred to as the postnatal unity of yin and yang. This unity can lead to perilous outcomes, as the other soul is already formed and has been born. Consequently, it enters the original body with a sense of resentment. If the original being is benevolent, the other soul will undoubtedly embody malevolence. Such occurrences have been recounted in various ghost stories and cinematic tales. The third type is akin to the present situation, where this unity of yin and yang represents a form of possession by spirits, albeit far more sophisticated than mere hauntings. While a typical haunting may only instill fear, a vengeful spirit might lead to death. However, the current scenario involves a direct usurpation of the true form, merging the soul of the original being with that of the spirit. My grandfather once shared with me that there exists an abundance of wandering souls and ghosts in this world, all seeking myriad ways to be reincarnated as humans. One of these methods is the unity of yin and yang. Typically, the corpses of such spirits are abandoned in desolate wilderness, unburied and without rites, rendering them restless as they roam the earthly realm for years. Should they wish to reincarnate, they must inhabit a human body, coexisting with its soul. Upon the death of that individual, their spirit may then descend together. Nonetheless, this method is fraught with difficulty, demanding not only an extensive period of time, but also immense patience and skill, for while they accompany the person, there is a significant risk of being detected by a yin-yang master. Evidently, the spectral woman before me had succeeded. I was unaware of the duration she had toiled, yet she had successfully merged her essence with Wang Shua's soul. Wang Shua could possess his corporeal form by day, while she claimed his existence by night. Was this a union of yin and yang? I gazed into the ghostly woman's eyes and inquired, but she ceased to respond, instead continuing to caress her guzheng. Her fingers poised once more upon the strings. This time, the melody that emerged was no longer harmonious. Rather, it transformed into something exceedingly violent and fierce. As I listened to the sounds emanating from the guzheng, a sense of caution enveloped me. In Chapter 39, the mystical gate, at last, amidst an impassioned performance. Her eyes began to glow a crimson hue, and her entire being grew increasingly terrifying. A formidable energy surged within her, as though it were threatening to rupture her very form. I realized that this was not Wang Shua's strength. It belonged to the ghostly woman. Despite her fusion with Wang Shua, her power remained intact. Slowly, she lifted her gaze to meet mine, and in that moment of connection, I could palpably sense her fury. Indeed, we are of one essence. What is it? Do you wish to expel me? Do you desire for me to vacate his body? Do you wish for me to meet the same demise as that bald man yesterday? Having uttered these words, she rose, her presence swelling with an imposing aura as she did so. Above her head, I beheld a dense shroud of dark energy. This was the essence of malevolence, a force capable of taking life. A mere whisper of such malevolence could induce illness, yet this overwhelming presence could surely claim a life. A cold sweat trickled down my brow, and I could not suppress a harsh gulp of saliva. I endeavored to maintain a facade of tranquility, yet an underlying fear still lingered within me. My thoughts turned to the thunderstruck peachwood seal left to me by my grandfather. I reached out to grasp it, and in that moment, a significant portion of my trepidation dissipated. I raised my gaze to meet hers directly. You will not harm me. I'm not here to drive you away. Rather, I am here to assist you. Upon uttering these words, she seemed taken aback, though her astonishment lasted only a few fleeting seconds before she erupted into laughter. Ha ha! Yet, after her mirth subsided, her countenance grew somber. Assistance? What did you possibly offer me? Do you believe you can aid me in any way? You practitioners of yin and yang, wielding your powers, turn a blind eye to us wandering souls. The moment you discover our existence, you annihilate us, rendering us to ashes, transforming us into mere stepping stones for your own renown. I shall inform you that I require no assistance. I have awaited this moment for centuries, and now I cannot possibly leave his body. I hastily clarified, that is not what I meant. Yet, without granting me the opportunity to explain, she continued with fervor. Do you have any idea how long it took me to enter his body? 11 years. A full 11 years. Throughout this time, I meticulously concealed myself beside him, terrified of being captured by a yin-yang master or discovered by a more formidable spirit. After enduring such hardship to share a body with him, you now ask me to leave? Do you not find that utterly absurd? She had been a ghost for far too long, having witnessed the endless depravity of this world. During this period, she must have experienced countless events, particularly for someone like me, immersed in the arcane arts, filled with endless hostility. I continued to elucidate. Listen to me. I have no intention of letting you go. I am not one to indiscriminately slay the innocent. I understand that you require assistance. No, Song Luyan shouted in anger. I do not need it. I do not need it. If you truly do not require help, then why have you infused He Zhongqian with shadow energy? Is not your intention to convey a desire for aid? If your aim were to eliminate him, consuming his soul would surely not pose a challenge for someone of your abilities, would it? I cut to the chase, succinctly addressing the matter. After encountering the phenomenon of shadow energy entering a body in literature, I had inquired with my grandfather. He explained that this is a method by which spirits seek assistance. They do not cause death, but rather impose a time limit for humans to aid them. Should one assist in resolving their plight, they too would find salvation. Otherwise, they risk having their soul devoured. Although somewhat brutal, this indeed reflects the genuine effect of shadow energy entering the body. This is also the reason I found myself here, despite my reluctance to assist the Wang family. In truth, I'm not aiding Wang Shua, but rather Song Luyan, who seeks help from behind the scenes. Upon hearing my words, Song Luyan was taken aback, her expression beginning to shift. Recognizing the efficacy of my words, I pressed on. Did you not consume the soul of that bald mage last night? If your true desire were to feast upon souls, He Zhongqian's would have long been devoured, leaving nothing for this moment. At last, the fury within Song Luyan gradually subsided, and she no longer regarded me with the same ire as before. Instead, she began to appraise me with a different gaze. After a few seconds, she murmured, "It seems you truly are unlike them. No wonder I sensed no murderous intent upon first seeing you. By your appearance, you must belong to the Xianmen, correct? Xianmen. I was unfamiliar with this term. All I knew was that my studies pertained to Xuanxue. No, I shook my head. I hail from a rural background, and my abilities were taught to me by my grandfather. I know nothing of the Xianmen, although my grandfather had mentioned that my soul was summoned by him. From the moment I became Liao, I was his grandson. A fleeting shadow of disappointment crossed Song Liuyan's face. She smiled faintly, her expression tinged with melancholy as she remarked, I had thought only those from the Xianmen possessed such talents at a young age. I did not expect a mere ordinary yin-yang master to possess such skill and courage. You are a good person. I shall spare your life. If you are not of the Xianmen, then you may leave. This matter is beyond the reach of anyone but those from the Xianmen. I spared that individual surnamed he due to his connections with the Xianmen, allowing him to deliver a message and seek someone on my behalf. I granted him a week, and he has brought you here, though it appears your connection is rather tenuous. As she spoke, her expression grew increasingly somber. If there were connections, then it could be surmised that Zhu He's master must have emerged from the Xianmen. For Huang Baiwan had also mentioned that it was his grandfather who once saved Zhu He's master. Regardless of the nature of this mysterious realm or my affiliation with it, since I have arrived and encountered the duality embodied in Song Liuyan, I am determined to resolve this predicament. With this thought in mind, I turn my gaze back to Song Liuyan. It seems you can no longer wait for assistance from the mysterious realm. At this rate, Wang Shuo is destined to perish. And you, too, will be reduced to nothingness. After years of anticipation, such a conclusion is certainly not what you wish to witness. The duality of yin and yang does not merely require existence within a single vessel. It necessitates time to evade the forces of karma and to adapt to a new destiny. Only by truly acclimating to the causality and fate of this body can one achieve genuine integration and earn the opportunity for reincarnation. It is evident that Song Liuyan has yet to merge. Had she succeeded, Wang Shuo would not be in this state, nor would she. I am uncertain of the steps to take. This is something that Song Liuyan must elucidate for me. Can you guide me on what I should do? Song Liuyan gazed at me earnestly and asked, Do you truly wish to assist me, even at the cost of your own life? Chapter 40. A tragic experience without a hint of hesitation. I nodded and replied, My grandfather once said, encountering someone is a fateful connection. If I can help, I shall. Although I am unaware if this endeavor will cost me my life, I will certainly exert my utmost effort. My words subtly conveyed to Song Liuyan that if my life were indeed at stake, I would still make my escape. Song Liuyan understood this and nodded, saying, Very well. Then I shall share my knowledge with you. My soul has fused with the body of Wang Shuo, yet his physical form cannot withstand my essence. At this moment, I find myself unable to control my awakening. He must marry me, becoming my true partner in every sense, so that we may achieve a harmonious union of yin and yang. To solidify this bond, my bones are required. He must don my remains for my spirit to be governed by my will. Thus, I am in dire need of someone to retrieve my bones. Only through this recovery can our fusion be deemed complete. Otherwise, as you have just mentioned, I shall fade into oblivion. I nodded in understanding and inquired, How did you meet your demise? Where are your bones? Do you recall? This task indeed poses a formidable challenge, as she has wandered for many years. Existing as a solitary spirit, I surmise that she likely perished several centuries ago, perhaps violently cast aside in the wilderness, her remains abandoned in the wild. Given the span of time, locating her bones would be an arduous endeavor. Setting aside whether she can recall their location, the actual retrieval remains a daunting prospect. Undertaking such a quest is akin to searching for a needle in a vast ocean. Yet, even amidst such daunting odds, having come this far, I shall not relent. Song Liuyan fell into a deep reverie, and after a moment, she murmured, Hu Jiaowan. I once heard someone mention that place. It seems to be called Hu Jiaowan. Though I am unaware of its whereabouts, I have noted it down, for perhaps others may hold the knowledge. How did you die? Do you remember? The memories of ghosts differ significantly from those of humans. Some spirits, upon their demise, possess a feeble consciousness. entirely unaware of their own names or the reasons behind their past actions. In truth, many of their deeds are committed in a state of unconsciousness. Song Luyan understood this. She nodded with resolute certainty, her gaze transforming into one of fierce intensity. I remember, of course I do. How could I ever forget? Even if I were to wander as a ghost for 1,000 or 10,000 years, I would never be able to erase the memory of my death. At this juncture, her expression became exceedingly animated, and the overhead light began to flicker, emitting a creaking sound. Yet after this surge of emotion, she gradually subdued her fervor. She returned to her previous position, regaining her composure, and subsequently murmured, "I was born during the reign of Emperor Wanli in the Ming Dynasty. I was the second daughter of Song Shichong, a prosperous merchant. At the age of 16, I traveled south with my brother to procure a shipment. Tragically, on our journey home, we encountered bandits. They seized our money and goods, slaughtered everyone in our caravan, and captured me along with 2 maidservants, selling us to a sinister old man who practiced alchemy. This man was frightful, with only one eye and a single ear. After purchasing us, I desperately pleaded for our release, but instead of granting mercy, he subjected us to unspeakable horrors. Initially, I thought he was merely venting his frustrations. However, after his outburst, he cast us into a cage filled with bones, remains of women. In that moment, I realized we would never escape. We were doomed to this fate for eternity. Initially, I contemplated ending my life within that confining cage, yet the fear of death gripped me, leaving me uncertain of how to embrace it. Thus, I became a mere puppet to his whims. At first, he provided us with sustenance, but as time progressed, he withheld our meals, offering only a concoction of pills and herbs, the nature of which remained a mystery to me. Gradually, we succumbed to the effects of these substances. Upon my demise, my spirit found itself imprisoned within a small compartment, a space not solely occupied by me, but by many others who had suffered a similar fate at his hands. Among them were daughters of illustrious families, courtesans, and children of commoners, representing a myriad of backgrounds. We sought an escape from this dismal enclosure, yet no exit revealed itself. Eventually, the alchemist met his own end, and upon his death, his spirit joined us in that shadowy realm, assuming the role of our sovereign. He ruled over our souls, compelling us to serve him for eternity as his slaves, generation after generation. Those who dared to resist faced brutal retribution. Our torment began in life, and to our dismay, it continued in death as we sought to appease him. When he was pleased, he would engage with us intimately. When displeased, he would unleash a torrent of violence and insults upon us. We, as souls, were impervious to death. Yet the torment we endured was a fate worse than that of the damned. Eventually, I devised an escape under the pretense of acquiring a gujing. Through sheer will, I returned to my home, only to discover it transformed beyond recognition. My parents were gone, and the circumstances surrounding our family's fate remained shrouded in mystery, as all had vanished. Subsequently, my soul embarked upon an interminable journey of wandering. I have been pursued by the Onmyoji, and I have been captured, yet I always managed to escape. From their lips, I learned that to reincarnate, one must borrow a corporeal vessel. This borrowing of a body manifests in 2 forms: the extraction of the soul or the harmonious coexistence of yin and yang. The former, which entails the taking of a soul, results in the death of the individual, thereby allowing possession of their body. I could never bring myself to commit such an act, for even after enduring the existence of a ghost for so long, I could not bear to inflict harm upon another. Thus, I opted for the latter method, the harmonious coexistence of yin and yang. I had attempted this several times before, but each endeavor was thwarted as I was discovered midway, leading to my expulsion and pursuit. It was not until 11 years ago that I encountered Wang Shu. He was remarkably astute, even at the tender age of 9, having single-handedly vanquished a nest of snakes. That year coincided with his 9th birthday, a time when the heavens and earth were rather indifferent. Seizing the opportunity, I tempted him with the proposition of marrying me, to which he consented. Following that, I remained by Wang Shua's side, fearful of being uncovered. Yet fortune favored me with adversaries of little merit. They were utterly oblivious to the true art of exorcism. As you are aware, I ultimately succeeded in entering Wang Shua's body. However, due to the absence of my own bones, I am unable to fully unite with him as a true couple. Even though he has agreed, I cannot entirely command my own soul. Chapter 41. The Art of the Underworld King. Upon listening to Song Liuyan's poignant account, my heart became a tumult of emotions, and I felt an overwhelming sympathy for this unfortunate girl before me. Born as the daughter of a wealthy merchant, she should have enjoyed a life envied by many. Yet a single misfortune had irrevocably altered her existence. Not only had her life been surrendered, but her soul had also been condemned to eternal servitude. I inhaled deeply, gaining a new perspective on this world. You have been ensnared by the art of the Underworld King from the Zhou dynasty. The art of the Underworld King? Song Liuyan blinked, clearly perplexed by this term. During the Western Zhou period, there was a physician who, upon returning to his homeland, requested 300 maidens from the Zhou king to accompany him. Once he reached his hometown, he administered medicine to those 300 maidens daily. In the end, they perished one after another, and he buried their bones within a tomb. When he approached the end of his own life, he instructed his descendants to inter him alongside those 300 maidens. As this tale spread, a certain practitioner elucidated the reason behind it. The medicine given to the maidens was called Dragon Soul Pill, crafted from a rare herb known as white dragon grass, which was said to flourish only in places where dragons had urinated, making it extraordinarily scarce. After consuming the Dragon Soul Pill, the souls of the deceased retained their memories. Thus, in a sense, they had not truly died and would not descend into hell, remaining adrift in the mortal realm. However, he deprived them of the chance to wander freely, instead constructing a false hell, which I previously referred to as a tomb. They were trapped inside, waiting for his demise. Upon his death, he descended into the very hell he had created, thus becoming the sovereign of the inferno he had fashioned. The palace maidens were destined to serve him in the afterlife. During his existence, he never relished the privileges of royalty, yet, in death, he evidently enjoyed such luxuries. This phenomenon is referred to as the art of the Hell King. Once this notion spread, it inspired subsequent nobles and dignitaries to mimic it, leading to the practice of burying family members alongside the deceased. It was not until the Qin dynasty that the practice of interring the living was abolished, giving rise to the terracotta warriors. I encountered this tale in a book left to me by my grandfather, and I found the stories utterly fascinating. Little did I expect that what I perceived as mere tales truly existed in reality. It certainly validates the adage that stories stem from experience. After my narration, Song Liuyan's gaze flickered with realization. I had alleviated her confusion, yet I provided an even grimmer answer. To think it was thus. If the art of the Hell King were not dismantled, would the tormented souls trapped within never escape? Would they be eternally condemned to serve that individual for all eternity? I did not conceal the truth from her, and sincerely nodded. Originally merely a matter of yin and yang, I had not anticipated such complexities to unfold. Suddenly, Song Liuyan wept, her tears cascading down her cheeks. She appeared utterly bereft, collapsing onto the table, sobbing in profound sorrow and anguish. Listening to her pitiful and sorrowful cries, I felt an urge to approach and offer some words of comfort. However, upon seeing Wang Shua's figure, I instantly dismissed the thought. I feared that, in a moment of heightened emotion, she might throw her arms around me. The image of two grown men embracing was one I could scarcely bear to contemplate. Suddenly, Song Liuyan rose again, her gaze fixed upon me, tears still glistening on her cheeks. Though I have drifted for many years, I have never caused harm to another. Even when I took the lives of Wang Shua's two relatives, it was merely a consequence of their overwhelming murderous aura, which triggered a fatal energy within them. Had they not possessed such intense malice, they would have survived. As for the bald monk, he brought his fate upon himself. He sought to expel me with his seal without inquiry, and out of fear, I acted in self-defense. The two sentinels who guarded Wang Shua while he slept must have engaged in numerous murderous deeds, hence their own aura of violence. While such malevolence can suppress spirits, it cannot contain the fatal energy. The transformation of fatal energy into murderous intent leads to a cycle of retribution, culminating in their demise. The monk I encountered yesterday exhibited a lack of true spiritual prowess. He likely relied on his seal to indiscriminately vanquish spirits, thus inviting retaliation. This cannot be blamed on Song Luyan. I nodded and said, I understand that your nature is not malevolent. Thank you, she replied, lifting her hand to dab at the tears at the corner of her eyes. Now, please cease your weeping and tell me how I might locate your remains. I offered this rather inadequate form of consolation, but fortunately, it proved effective and she ceased her crying. I find myself at a loss regarding how to search for her. The only memory I have is of a place called Hujiwan, a name I heard many years ago, though the exact time eludes me. Just a mere geographical reference. It feels akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Hujiwan. Fortunately, it is in the south. Had it been in the north, I would have to venture there instead. I consoled myself with that thought. Does your skeleton possess any distinguishing features? If I can locate that place, I should be able to find her remains, considering it is rumored to be a site of ghostly occurrences. I am convinced that no one resides there anymore. Yet, she mentioned that many bones lay scattered there, and numerous women have perished. I yearn to uncover her remains, unless her bones bear some unique characteristics. Indeed, she exclaimed with enthusiasm, when I was a child, I broke 2 of my ribs while walking. Though they healed, I still occasionally experience pain. I was momentarily speechless. You have been gone for so many years. Your ribs may have long since crumbled, even if your ribs remain intact. Surely the ribs of others have fractured. That cannot serve as a distinguishing feature. We must find another, perhaps. This notion left me perplexed, as I could not fathom what other characteristics might suffice for identification. With so many corpses, so many skeletal remains, how could I discern her unique traits? Moreover, what outstanding features must she possess for me to find her? I thought of the idea of a birthmark. I quickly inquired, do you have a birthmark? One that you were born with? The presence of a birthmark often signifies an excessively prominent spiritual bone, indicating profound memories from a past life, leading to its manifestation. In earlier days, when I accompanied my grandfather to the mountains to pay respects at a grave, we encountered a phenomenon resembling ghostly flames illuminating the surroundings. My grandfather explained that it was the glow of the deceased's spiritual bones. Spiritual bones are inherent to human existence. Every individual is born with a piece of spiritual bone. It serves as a mark from a previous life, and those with prominent spiritual bones are indicative of having been human in their past existence, often departing this world with lingering regrets. Chapter 42. The Embrace of Huang. Song Luyan pondered for a moment before affirming, Yes, I have a birthmark on my head. It is located right at the crown, a patch of red that did not grow any hair at birth. It is about this size. Upon saying this, Song Luyan demonstrated the size of her birthmark to me. Goodness! I exclaimed in excitement. Yes, precisely this. Seeing my enthusiasm, Song Luyan displayed a look of gratification. However, she soon seemed to recall something. But, she hesitated, that place is very ominous, and that individual is quite fearsome. He has set up a formation outside, and unless one is a member of the Xianmen, no one can enter that place. How do you know? I inquired, perplexed. Once, I overheard him mention that he was being pursued by 2 Taoist priests. Subsequently, he muttered to himself about wanting to enter my formation. Only true disciples of the Xianmen can pass through. I see. I wondered why she insisted on only those from the Xianmen to seek her out. At this moment, I could no longer extinguish her hopes. It's all right. I shall endeavor to find someone from the mystical sect. How long can you endure? After a moment's contemplation, Song Luyan replied, at most 7 days, but perhaps as few as 5. I was taken aback by her words. How could I possibly locate someone in such a short span? Nevertheless, I resolved to set aside my concerns and firmly declared, Rest assured, I will seek them out and I promise to bring back your bones. Song Luyan gazed at me with burning intensity, her expression filled with gratitude as she said, Thank you, master. Upon finishing her words, she knelt down, intending to bow to me. However, I quickly intervened. That is unnecessary. She lifted her gaze to meet mine, her eyes glistening with tears. If it were not for Wang Shua's presence, I would have reached out to wipe away her tears. I possess nothing to offer you, so let my music express my gratitude instead. With that, Song Luyan rose and returned to the guzheng, sitting upright and beginning to play a captivating melody. The music was truly enchanting, evoking memories of Baijuyi's poem Night Guzheng. With purple sleeves and crimson strings beneath the moonlight, I play and feel, my heart concealed in low tones. The strings quiver, my fingers pause, revealing depths of affection 1,000-fold. As I listened to the Guzheng's melody, I felt as though I was witnessing the depths of her soul. How beautiful her life once was, how she had yearned for her future with such hope. Alas, all of this had turned into a fleeting dream, a haunting nightmare spanning 5 centuries. I must assist her. I am compelled to do so. Even if I am not of the mystical sect, even if I cannot locate one, I shall find her bones. Thus, she played the enchanting melodies until the clock struck 5, and then she gently spoke to me. My lord, I have shown my inadequacies. My time has come, and I sincerely thank you for this evening. With that, she gracefully moved to the bed and lay down. As soon as she settled, she closed her eyes, and I understood that she had withdrawn, leaving the presence of Wang Sha. I approached the door and opened it, whereupon I beheld Wang Hongwei, his wife Huang Yi, He Zhongtian, and He Zhongtian's apprentice, Qin Shan Yi. Wang Hongwei, He Zhongtian, and Qin Shan Yi were all dozing off, whereas Huang Yi and Wang Hongwei's wife appeared wide awake. Liu, upon seeing me, Huang Yi froze, maintaining her hands clasped together in prayer. It was evident that she had just been beseeching, undoubtedly praying for my well-being. The skin around her eyes was red and veined, and her countenance bore signs of fatigue, suggesting she had not slept throughout the night. Liao, Liao! Suddenly, she sprang to her feet, calling out to me as she rushed forward. I perceived her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Standing before me, she unreservedly plunged into my embrace. Liao, you terrified me. You truly terrified me, she cried, her head resting against my chest, tears streaming down her face, her voice muffled by sobs. I was taken aback. Was Huang Yi genuinely concerned for me? Undoubtedly. Her actions stemmed from worry. I had never been embraced so fervently by a woman, nor had I ever held one in my arms. The fragrance of Huang Yi enveloped me as I gently embraced her, a smile of pure happiness gracing my lips. Do you know how deeply I regret allowing you to enter? Ever since you did, my heart has been consumed with worry for you. I am truly frightened, terrified that upon opening the door, I might never see you again. Our tight embrace stirred the drowsy individuals around us, awakening them to gaze at us with astonished expressions. Under the scrutiny of 5 or 6 pairs of eyes, I found myself feeling somewhat bashful. All right. Everything is fine now, I hastily reassured Huang Yi. After a few minutes, she finally stifled her sobs, lowering her head to wipe away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Are you all right? Why did you take so long to come out? I heard the ghost playing the Guzheng, its notes fragmented. With each pluck, my anxiety for you grew. I truly was filled with dread. I raised my hand to gently wipe the tears from her eyes, comforting her. It's all right. Look at me. I'm perfectly fine. I'm not of the same ilk as that monk. Huang Yi nodded in understanding, regaining her composure to inquire, what happened in there? Why was the Guzheng played in such a disjointed manner? Indeed, Mr. Li, another chimed in. The Guzheng you played before was never like this. It used to flow continuously. And last night, it didn't even start playing until 2 o'clock, and for that hour, it felt as if the ghost was committing murder. Wang Hongwei quickly echoed his sentiment. Oh, it was nothing. The reason for the fragmented Guzheng was simply that we were engaged in conversation. As the conversation flowed, her spirits lifted, and she played another piece for me. Upon hearing my light-hearted remarks, the others exchanged incredulous glances. Wang Hongwei pressed on with his inquiry. So, have you managed to contain him? He is a malevolent spirit, tormenting my son and even committing murder. You must subdue him and ensure he is eradicated. Indeed, Mr. Li, have you captured him? He Zhongtian interjected eagerly. Observing the expectant faces around me, I shook my head. No, I cannot capture this spirit. It was astonishing how readily they labeled her a malevolent ghost. What evidence did they possess to support such a claim? Wang Hongwei was taken aback, his expression one of utter disbelief. Then, if you cannot capture him, how did you manage to escape? What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that if I cannot capture him, I should remain trapped? Is your implication that my inability to contain him would lead to my demise within? I felt a surge of anger. Not a single word he uttered was sensible. Chapter 43. A well-intentioned Lai Wang Hongwei opened his mouth, ready to respond. But his wife interrupted. Enough. How can you speak so? Mr. Li, he did not mean it that way. I sincerely apologize. After your prolonged stay, is there still hope for my son? This woman articulated her thoughts with a certain finesse that starkly contrasted with Wang Hongwei's demeanor. There's hope. However, if he is saved, your son may find it challenging to marry. I speak with utmost clarity. The entity that haunts your son is a female ghost. One with centuries of experience, fierce and capricious. When enraged, she resorts to murder, yet in moments of calm, she finds solace in playing the guzheng. As you have witnessed, she permits no one to approach her after dusk. Anyone who dares to draw near is doomed. If you wish to save your son, it is imperative to seek a more formidable female ghost to safeguard him. However, this spirit requires a marital bond with your son to ensure his protection. Should this not come to pass, your son shall not survive beyond 5 days. I have altered the narrative for a purpose. Were I to speak the unembellished truth, it would instill resentment towards Song Luyin in their hearts. My intention is for them to express gratitude towards her, rather than harbor fear and disdain, compelling them to accept her. Even if her sole desire is to utilize Wang Shua's body for the chance of reincarnation, I cannot allow her to be reviled. Upon hearing my words, the couple stood in stunned silence, their gazes locked in a shared expression of shock and confusion. Mr. Li, are you suggesting that my son marry a ghost? Mr. Wang exclaimed, incredulity etched across his features. Would that not jeopardize the Wang family's lineage? This is absurd. His countenance reflected a comical blend of despair and amusement. The enormity of his enterprise rendered the absence of a grandchild a grave concern. I understood his perspective, yet chose not to dwell on it. This is indeed the sole solution, for this ghost is formidable, and I am presently no match for her. If you find this predicament too burdensome, I can absolve myself of this matter. However, I must forewarn you, in 5 days, your son is certain to perish. For I have only managed to procure a mere 5 days of respite. The two individuals exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with terror and helplessness. Finally, Wang Hongwei's wife whispered, then, when Shua wakes up, we shall inquire about his intentions. No, Wang Hongwei exclaimed vehemently, absolutely not. How can my son marry a ghost? Wang Hongwei, what do you mean? Are you truly willing to watch your son perish? I shall seek someone to take him. Even if it depletes my entire fortune, I will find someone. Such a minor specter, I refuse to believe that no one can handle it. Have you lost your mind? Do you think anyone would dare approach this matter now? Even Master Huijue, a person of great esteem, perished yesterday. Who else would dare come forward? Even if there were indeed an expert, your son has only 5 days left. Can you guarantee that you can find such a person within this time? Wang Hongwei fell silent, his eyes wide with disbelief. Rather than allowing my son to die, I would sooner place my faith in Mr. Li. You may lack affection for your son, but I do. I raised him from infancy, and I cannot bear to witness his demise. Wang Hongwei remained silent, tacitly conceding. Mr. Li, I apologize. We acted impulsively. Please, extend your hand to save my son. Whatever you require of us in return, we shall comply. Observing the sincere expression on Wang Shua's mother-esque face, I nodded in understanding. Very well. We shall wait for Wang Shua to awaken and inform him. Upon hearing my words, Wang Shua's mother hastily implored, Mr. Li, could you refrain from telling Wang Shua? He shares the same temperament as his father. If he were to learn of such matters, he would undoubtedly refuse. I shook my head firmly. No, you must be informed, just as you all must be. I require your entire family to cooperate, for without your collaboration, this issue cannot be resolved. At this moment, Wang Shua's mother cast a pleading glance towards Wang Hongwei. With a sigh, Wang Hongwei responded, Why are you looking at me? We have all consented. How could he possibly disagree? I refuse to believe he is unafraid of death. At 7 in the morning, Wang Shua awakened. I conveyed to him the discussion I had with Wang Hongwei and the others. Upon hearing my account, Wang Shua exclaimed in terror, You want me to marry a ghost? No. I refuse. Wang Shua displayed immense resistance, even in his weakened state. Unable to rise from bed, He wore an expression of disdain. "My dear son, I understand that this is difficult for you to accept, but it is even harder for us." His mother, with tear-filled eyes, sat beside him. The greatest aspiration of parents is to witness their children grow and eventually marry. However, we find ourselves bereft of choices. You have seen how that female ghost has already claimed several lives. Were it not for Mr. Lee's efforts to secure 5 extra days, who knows if you would survive these next 2 days? Then, if I marry her and recover, can I divorce her? Wang Shuo suddenly posed a question that made me want to give him a sharp reprimand. Of course not. Only she may divorce you. You shall never have the power to divorce her. I hastily interjected, determined not to indulge someone like Wang Shuo. He must be restrained and subdued. Wang Shuo fixed his gaze upon me, his face contorted in anguish as he lamented, "Master, I do not wish to marry a ghost. I'm a human being. How can I wed something intangible and unseen? What kind of absurdity is that? Who says she is unseen and intangible? You have encountered her." I retorted, "This is merely a means to ignite a conversation, and I have deftly steered the dialogue in this direction, have I not? Although my grandfather advised against deceit. If such a fabrication could earn me a modicum of respect from Song Luoyan, then this falsehood is justified. It is a benevolent lie. When I scrutinized your destiny, I discerned that at the age of 9, you experienced an extraordinary event when a stunning beauty inquired if you would marry her. Do you recall this?" Upon hearing my words, Wang Shuo's memory was instantly jogged. Yes, I remember. When I visited my great-granduncle, I stumbled upon a snake's nest brimming with tiny serpents. I ended up striking those little snakes. Afterward, I wandered into a dense thicket and became utterly lost, weary to the point of dizziness. It was then that I encountered a beautiful older sister who asked me if she was pretty. Naturally, I affirmed her beauty. She was truly exquisite, unlike anyone I had ever seen before. Subsequently, she inquired if I would agree to marry her when I grew up, promising that should I consent, she would lead me out. I acquiesced, and she indeed guided me out. Could it be that you are referring to her? Chapter 44. The Ghost Village of the Hu Family. Fortunately, this young man was able to recall the matter. I nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed her. However, she merely jested with you at that time. I am uncertain whether she is willing. But if you agree, I can fetch her for you. For I discern from your fate that you possess but one auspicious star in your lifetime, and that star shines upon the experience you had at the age of 9. Can a ghost truly be a benefactor?" Wang Hongwei suddenly inquired, a hint of trepidation evident as he averted his gaze from mine. He Zhongtian interjected, "Certainly. The so-called benefactor does not necessarily have to be a person. It can also be an object. For instance, if you were to tumble off a cliff, and a tree fortuitously broke your fall, that tree would be your benefactor. Some children, in their youth, would pay homage to great trees, treating them as adoptive guardians, beseeching the trees to shield them from calamities. Thus, that tree too serves as a benefactor. Similarly, if a ghost can save your life, then it is also your benefactor. A benefactor is one who wards off disasters and assists you in overcoming adversities." At last, He Zhongtian had spoken with some wisdom. His words spared me the need for further explanation. Wang Hongwei exchanged thoughtful glances with his wife, both nodding in contemplation. In contrast, Wang Shuo swallowed hard, his vacant expression deepening with gravity. After a moment, he murmured, "If it is indeed her, then I would willingly accept. At the very least, she is quite beautiful. Yet, can she truly protect me?" Wang Shuo is unlikely to achieve much in life. Not only is he a spendthrift, but he is also destined for a short existence. With the soul of Song Luoyan entering his body, perhaps it would alter his destiny. This might very well be the most astute decision he has made in his lifetime. Contemplating this, I nodded and said, "Of course." After ascertaining their thoughts, I recalled Hu Jiawan and inquired of the group, "Do you know where Hu Jiawan is?" They were relatively familiar with the southern region, and I believe it was quite appropriate to ask them about such a small locality. Upon hearing the name, they exchanged glances, clearly unaware of its location. Huang Yi took out her phone to consult the map. After a brief search, she discovered 3 places named Hu Jiawan, all situated in the north and west. Unfortunately, there was none in the south. It seemed that finding this Hu Jiawan would require a considerable amount of time. Moreover, Song Luoyan had mentioned they only had 5 to 7 days, I wondered how much time would be necessary to locate Hu Jiawan. Additionally, it was uncertain when this name was last used. Who knows what it might be called now? Just as I felt despondent and uncertain about the path ahead, suddenly, a girl's voice rang out. I know where it is. This statement instantly lifted my spirits. I turned towards the voice and saw Qin Liyue. What did you say? I asked, perplexed, looking at her. With utmost care, Qin Liyue replied. I know where Hu Jiawan is. It's my hometown. Upon hearing her words, He Zhongqian appeared bewildered. Isn't your hometown called Hu Guzi? Why is it referred to as Hu Jiawan now? Hu Guzi is the current designation. Formerly, as I heard from the elders in my family, our village was known as Hujiabei. I turned to Qin Liyue, who wore a serious expression, entirely devoid of jest. Just moments ago, I pondered where to seek out this Hujiabei, and to my surprise, it appeared without effort. Liyue, are you certain that place is truly called Hujiabei? I inquired, gazing at her. With unwavering certainty, Qin Liyue replied, in the past, it was indeed called Hujiabei. However, I am uncertain if it is the same Hujiabei you're searching for. By the way, it has another moniker, known as the Ghost Village of Hu family. The name Ghost Village piqued my interest. Song Luyin mentioned that many had perished there, and the blind old man who practiced alchemy had created a barrier, undoubtedly suffused with malevolent energy, causing unrest in the vicinity. Haunting was merely the tip of the iceberg. Numerous fatalities must have transpired, and regarding the neighboring villages. One need not elaborate. What manner of haunting unfolds in a ghost village? During my childhood in the village, I had heard the elders speak of Hujiabei. The Hujiabei was not situated where I lived as a child, but rather deep within the mountains, a place we were forbidden to enter since our youth. It was said that the area was haunted, and anyone who ventured inside never returned. Many years ago, it had been a tranquil and harmonious village. I am uncertain when a blind man moved there. This man possessed only one eye and one ear, yet he could read fortunes, which earned him the villagers' respect. He was not fond of conversation, yet at night, cries of a woman would emanate from his home. It is widely acknowledged that the blind man was the one driving away the malevolent spirits. Thus, his home would resonate with peculiar sounds at night. Based on this, the villagers recognized him as a remarkable figure endowed with extraordinary abilities. When troubles arose, many sought his assistance, and he was always willing to help. However, a mysterious phenomenon began to unfold in the village, as women started to inexplicably vanish. First the young maidens, then the married women, and eventually, even young girls disappeared. The villagers turned to the blind man for aid, and he proclaimed that they had been captured by wicked spirits. He further warned the villagers that a formidable group of malevolent beings had arrived, advising them to retire to their homes as soon as dusk fell and to refrain from venturing outside. As night fell and the doors were secured, the anguished cries of women emanating from the blind man's residence intensified. The villagers were well aware that the blind man was exorcising the evil spirits for their benefit, and they expressed their gratitude by offering him gifts during the day. Yet, it was not long before the blind man passed away in his home. He left behind a letter instructing that his body be left undisturbed, as he intended to use it to subdue the vengeful spirits. For an extended period thereafter, the cries from his home ceased, and life gradually returned to its former state. At this juncture, Liyue halted her narration, her face betraying an unmistakable fear. This tale surely reflected the shadows of her childhood. The blind man was truly remarkable. Not only did he safeguard the villagers' peace during his lifetime, but even in death, he sought to quell the spirits with his own body. Such masters are perhaps a rarity in today's world, Huang Yi murmured, expressing her heartfelt admiration. I cast her a glance, pondering what thoughts might cross her mind if she were aware that the women who had vanished from the village were entangled with the blind seer. Liyue shook her head and remarked, in the end, it was futile. The blind master did indeed hold those vengeful spirits at bay for a time, yet decades later, the haunting resumed. Many young women mysteriously disappeared just as before, only to have their bodies discovered near the master's abode. When night fell, the anguished cries from decades past echoed once more. Eventually, another master arrived, intending to exorcise the malevolent spirits, but upon witnessing their ferocity, he found himself powerless, ultimately advising the villagers to evacuate. The terror was unbearable, and thus they departed. Initially, some villagers ventured back during the day to tend the fields, but even in daylight, the cries could be heard, and gradually, fear overtook them. The place transformed into a forbidden zone. Some skeptical youths dared to enter, yet none who did ever returned. Chapter 45. The origins of the mystical gate. At this juncture, not only Liyue, but everyone present felt a palpable dread, as the atmosphere shifted unsettlingly. Suddenly, Duan Qingshan jested. Well, Liyue, I never imagined there was such a tale in your family. Why didn't you share it before? Is this not a legend passed down by the elders? We had never taken it seriously. Had Mr. Li not mentioned Hujiwan, I would have forgotten all about it. Greenleaf, could you kindly enlighten me regarding the location of that village? I find myself quite eager to ascertain its whereabouts. For I am convinced it is indeed the place spoken of by Song Luyan. Long ago, the blind man, the one-eared individual, and the woman's cries all resonated together. Qin Liyue remarked, "It is situated within our city, albeit in the most remote county, a village at the farthest reaches. The locale is rather secluded, and the roads are in poor condition, hence it is not widely known. There used to be a village there, but now, due to its isolation and the scarcity of inhabitants, coupled with the inconvenience of road repairs, our village and those nearby have all relocated. Therefore, that area has now transformed into a desolate village, has it not?" I inquired, gazing at Qin Liyue. Greenleaf nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed, it can be regarded as a forsaken village. Is it accessible by vehicle?" I asked. "Yes, it is accessible, but the roads are treacherous. One would require a jeep to traverse them. In recent years, many adventure enthusiasts have taken to exploring that area, drawn by its reputation," Qin Liyue explained, as she opened her phone and presented it to me. "Look, this streamer hails from afar, frequently venturing into haunted locales for exploration. With millions of followers, she is quite a prominent figure. Her most recent update was from a week ago when she visited our village." I took Qin Liyue's phone, and we all gathered around to take a closer look. The individual in question is a young woman, one who earns her livelihood through live streaming, often traversing various locations renowned for their supernatural tales. She has explored abandoned hospitals, forsaken funeral homes, and haunted skyscrapers, among others. However, her last update was a week ago, indicating her visit to the haunted village of Hu family. This raises the unsettling possibility that she may have encountered a ghost there and perhaps even met with misfortune. Huang Yi articulated a thought that lingered in everyone's minds, yet remained unspoken. I returned my phone to Qin Liyue and declared, "Let us not concern ourselves with her. This matter does not fall within our purview. Liyue, how long will it take to reach Hu Family Bay? Can the vehicle access the village?" Qin Liyue nodded and replied, "It will take 6 hours, and the car can indeed reach the village." "Mr. Li, you do not intend to go there, do you?" I affirmed yes. I have determined that the ghost capable of saving Wang Shuo resides in Hu Family Bay. I must seek her out. Liyue, would you accompany me? Your familiarity with the area would undoubtedly enhance our efficiency." Qin Liyue exclaimed softly, turning to glance at her master, He Zhongtian. "If we can cure Wang Shuo, your master shall be well," I added. Initially hesitant, Qin Liyue now nodded with conviction. "Then I am willing to go, although He Zhongtian's ineptitude may tarnish his reputation. The emergence of such capable disciples could be deemed his fortune. I wish to accompany you as well," Huang Yi expressed, her face etched with concern, her eyes revealing her care for me. I shook my head. "There is no need. You have school tomorrow, and we cannot ascertain how long our absence may extend." Disappointment washed over Huang Yi's features. Yet, Liyue suddenly interjected, "But I cannot drive. I have not obtained my license." I turned to Duan Qingshan and said, "Let him go along. He will drive. We shall set off early tomorrow morning, and you must prepare provisions for at least 5 days." With that, I decided to return home for some rest, as I had listened to the Guzheng all night. Without waiting for Duan Qingshan's response, I strode out of his living room. However, a thought struck me, and I halted, turning to Zhongtian to inquire, "Are you familiar with the Xianmen?" This crucial matter had nearly slipped my mind. Song Luyan had insisted that only someone from the Xianmen could unravel the formation of that artifact. Hence, I required a representative from the Xianmen. Yet, I was entirely ignorant of what the Xianmen entailed and needed to first ascertain its nature. Growing up in a village under my grandfather's tutelage, I had never encountered any mention of the Xianmen. He Zhongtian nodded and said, "Indeed, my master's master emerged from the Xianmen. When he did, he brought along my master. The Xianmen is reputed to be the pinnacle of our mystical realm, and my master once mentioned that it harbors the finest resources. However, their teachings are passed down through family lines, and they seldom reveal themselves. Even when they take disciples, the genuine transmission is rare. If they intervene in a situation, it must be of significant magnitude, such as the infamous Heilongjiang dragon incident, which they resolved by returning the black dragon to the waters. As I surmised, Song Liuyan's reference to the Xianmen stemmed from this. Is that all you know? I asked. He Zhongtian pondered for a moment before responding, Mr. Li. Is there something specific you wish to learn? Can you locate someone from the Xianmen? I find myself rather indifferent to the matters concerning the Xianmen, for my primary focus lies in resolving the issue with Song Liuyan. Well, He Zhongtian said with an expression of awkwardness that is certainly not possible. They are far too distant from me. Very well. I refrained from probing further, for He Zhongtian was equally in the dark. Huang Yi brought me to the apartment, remaining silent throughout the journey, her countenance reflecting a hint of discontent. What troubles you? I inquired, perplexed by Huang Yi's unusual demeanor. She had always been quite the chatterbox, and her sudden reticence left me feeling somewhat disconcerted. Huang Yi pursed her lips and remarked, "Why didn't you allow me to accompany you? I could drive too. We have a jeep at home. I could bring it out tomorrow." Ah, so that was the crux of the matter. I sighed and replied, "But don't you have classes to attend? I cannot ascertain how long it will take to resolve the situation in that village. It requires time." This undertaking seemed fraught with peril, as Song Liuyan had indicated that only someone from the Xianmen could subdue him. If Huang Yi were to go and something untoward were to occur, I would never find peace, even in death. Very well, Huang Yi uttered, casting aside her feelings of dissatisfaction. You didn't sleep a wink last night, did you? I observed the faint traces of blood vessels in her eyes. Huang Yi huffed, pouting as she replied, "You're overthinking it. I slept quite a bit. I started sleeping as soon as you went inside." She was deceiving me. It is evident to the naked eye, and her words stem from a surge of emotions. I could only shake my head in resignation. Chapter 46. The snake blocks the car. The rain obstructs the path, thank you. I earnestly expressed my gratitude to her, acknowledging that she had worried about me throughout the night. "For what do you thank me?" she inquired. "I am grateful for your genuine concern for my well-being. Aside from my grandfather, I have never experienced such care. When I stepped out earlier, I caught sight of your tears, which deeply moved me." Huang Yi broke into a faint smile, saying, "It's good that you recognize my concern. But what about your parents? Do they not care for you? I am aware that my parents love me. However, their presence has always felt nebulous. Aside from our annual family gatherings during the new year, I harbor little emotional connection with them. My grandfather has mentioned that they raised me until I was 13, yet I was not the person I am today. My parents were seldom by my side." "Very well. Whatever you do in the future, please exercise caution. If anything were to happen to you, I would be quite worried." Upon finishing her words, she revealed a sweet smile, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "Rest assured, I shall be careful," I replied. After a brief while, Huang Yi's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at the screen before promptly ending the call. "Who is it?" I inquired. "Zhang Zifeng." The mention of this name brought back memories of yesterday, and I felt a twinge of guilt as I confessed, "You were originally supposed to go out together, but I delayed you." "That's not the case," Huang Yi exclaimed. "I was actually planning to go out with you. If you're not going, I have no intention of going with him either." Liao, Zhang Zifeng and I are truly just good friends who have grown up together since childhood. I couldn't discern whether Huang Yi was explaining herself or not. In any case, her feelings towards me seemed altered from before. Previously, there was respect, but now there appeared to be something more. Upon returning home, I immediately laid down to sleep, and I did not awaken until the afternoon. After I roused, I attempted to seek out someone from the Xianmen, but to no avail. For someone like me, who is not well-versed in the internet and lacks a wide network, searching for a member of the Xianmen was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The The following morning, Qin Liue arrived at my apartment door, waiting for me. She carried a large bag of food and wore a hefty backpack that seemed to be filled with provisions. I only saw her alone and did not spot Duan Qingshan. So I inquired, "Where's Duan Qingshan?" Qin Liue blinked and rolled her eyes, saying, "Duan Qingshan. He's not coming." Suddenly, a jeep pulled up in front of us. Huang Yi leaned out of the driver's seat, grinning as she said, "Duan Qingshan has a stomachache. He was up all night with it, so he couldn't make it. He asked me to drive instead." "Right?" Qin Liue and Huang Yi exchanged glances and nodded, affirming. "Qingshan has a stomachache. He can't come." Huang Yi quickly added, "As for class, you need not worry. I am already in my 4th year. The textbooks are already scarce, and I have already taken leave from the teacher. Besides, I did not venture out to play the day before yesterday. This outing will serve as my leisure time." I glanced helplessly at the two of them, instinctively aware that this was the idea of the young Lady Huang Yi. At this point, further protest would be futile, for she was resolutely determined to go together. "Very well," I resignedly acquiesced, "but I must emphasize that the place is quite perilous. Once we arrive, you must heed my words. If you disregard my advice, it could lead to trouble." Noticing my earnest demeanor, Huang Yi straightened up, raised her hand in a salute, and replied solemnly, "Understood." Thus, the three of us set forth towards Hujiawen. The location was indeed remote. After 3 hours of driving, we reached the county town, which was quite small. One might say it resembled our own town closely. We had a meal in the county town, and just as we were about to depart, rain began to pour down unexpectedly. It was a sudden downpour. Just a moment ago, the skies were clear and sunny, and then, out of nowhere, the rain fell. It was not the season for such capricious weather, as June is known for its sudden changes. This rain typically carries a reason. Suddenly, Huang Yi exclaimed, and in an instant, she shrank behind me. "A snake! There's a snake!" she cried, her face filled with terror, pointing at the car's hood. There, coiled atop the hood, was a snake that raised its head, unperturbed by our presence, flicking its tongue at us. I gazed at the serpent, pondering the oddity of the situation. First, a rainstorm obstructed our path, and now, a snake had appeared to hinder us as well. Without a moment's hesitation, I swiftly retrieved the 3 copper coins I always carried for divination, casting a hexagram through the ancient method of 6 lines. This technique, renowned for its swiftness and accuracy in discerning fortune or misfortune, is seldom my chosen path for making decisions about my future, as the practice of divination can significantly hinder my subsequent journey. While it is indeed precise, the more accurate the divination, the more it demands energy in return from the practitioner. Had it not been for the 2 unusual phenomena I encountered, I would not have resorted to casting the coins at all. Soon enough, the hexagram revealed itself. The old Een, the changing line, and the hexagram of officials and ghosts indicated that both heaven and earth are against me. In other words, I must not proceed today. Should I continue, neither the heavens nor the earth will assist me, and even the spirits will work against me. The ancients emphasized the importance of timing, favorable conditions, and harmony among people when undertaking any endeavor. Only when the heavens, the earth, and humanity align can one expect to achieve success. If these elements are lacking, one is destined to falter in their pursuits. Upon realizing this, I put away the coins. Huang Yi, with a puzzled expression, inquired, "What is it, Liao? What does this mean?" I replied, "It is an ominous sign. We cannot proceed. Let's find a nearby inn to stay for the night." Upon hearing my words, Huang Yi exclaimed, then asked, "Does that mean we won't leave even if the rain stops?" I affirmed, "We shall not depart today, not at all." After speaking, I addressed the snake coiled upon the car's hood, saying, "Thank you for delivering the warning. I have received your message." The snake, as if comprehending my words, flicked its tongue at me and leisurely slithered off the car's hood. Witnessing this extraordinary scene, both Huang Yi and Qin Liue stood in a state of astonishment. As I turned to glance at them, both were gazing at me with those wondrous eyes. "Mr. Li, can you comprehend the language of animals?" Qin Liue suddenly inquired, her expression one of astonishment. I shook my head and replied, "I cannot." "Then how did that snake depart upon hearing you speak? Has it somehow attained enlightenment and learned to understand human speech?" Qin Liyue continued to pose such naive questions. I conceded that there exist animals in this world that possess extraordinary abilities, yet I deemed that such a diminutive snake had not reached that level. Are you not aware that snakes are considered spiritually attuned creatures? I asked Qin Liyue, who had spent ample time with Yizhongtian. Surely she must be familiar with this fundamental folk belief. Chapter 47. The first kiss. Qin Liyue blinked and replied, "Of course I know that snakes are creatures of spirit. It's just that I did not realize they could understand human speech." "Indeed, it is quite strange that this snake can comprehend your words," Huang Yi echoed, equally incredulous. "In our rural hometown, there exists a saying, a snake does not enter a home. If it does, trouble is imminent. As cold-blooded creatures, snakes lack warmth, making them particularly favored by malevolent spirits. Thus, when a snake enters a home, it is undoubtedly conveying an important message to the inhabitants, warranting the consultation of someone knowledgeable to ascertain whether any misfortune may befall the household in the near future. Furthermore, the crossing of a road by a snake carries significant implications. Typically, snakes do not traverse roads lightly, and should they do so, it signifies the presence of sinister forces, heralding urgent matters requiring attention in the mortal realm. Should a vehicle intentionally run one over, a calamity is sure to follow within 30 days. Upon hearing my narrative, Huang Yi's eyes widened, as if she had just unlocked the gateway to a new realm. "So that's how it is," she exclaimed, realizing the intricacies involved. "Was that snake a harbinger of tidings?" I nodded affirmatively, replying, "Indeed, it came to deliver a message. It also serves as a reminder for me to consult the divination." "How splendid. If it were me, I would have simply called someone to chase it away and left this place immediately," she remarked. "Liao, you possess vast knowledge." I chuckled, feeling a bit bashful. "This is merely fundamental. If someone in our profession is unaware of such things, they might as well abandon their vocation." The three of us located a hotel where Huang Yi shared a room with Qin Liyue, while I occupied a separate chamber. Curiously, the rain ceased just as we settled in, swiftly replaced by the sun's warm embrace illuminating the earth. That evening, as I reclined, my mind still pondering the day as divination, a knock resounded at my door. It was Huang Yi seeking to bathe in my room. As Qin Liyue was taking too long, I opened the door, and without uttering a word, she entered the bathroom with her own towel in hand. Moments later, the soothing sound of running water filled the air. Just prior, I had been reflecting on the snake that had obstructed our journey and the rain that had hindered our path. Now, captivated by the sound of water, I found myself glancing towards the bathroom every few seconds. My curiosity piqued. Before long, the water ceased, and Huang Yi emerged from the bathroom. She was clad only in a bath towel, leaving her upper body exposed, her skin as white as jade glistening under the light. My gaze followed the alluring curve of her collarbone upwards, taking in her exquisite features, enchanting eyes, and a cascade of damp, long hair that could easily captivate any heart. In that moment, a surge of emotions welled up within me. After all, I was but a young man brimming with vitality. How could I possibly resist such temptation? Even if I could feign composure, my body betrayed me. "Liao, why are you bleeding?" Huang Yi, who was drying her hair, approached me with a look of bewilderment, and I felt a warm trickle flowing from my nose. I hastily raised my hand to cover it. Indeed, I was bleeding. I never imagined that such fleeting thoughts could lead to such an embarrassing situation. "Quick, look up," Huang Yi said anxiously as she came closer, taking a handkerchief to tend to my nosebleed. As she drew near, the fragrance of her body wash wafted into my senses, an intoxicating allure hard to withstand. "Oh dear, stay still. I'll get you some tissue," she said, reaching for a piece of paper to plug my bleeding nostril. Just as she finished, she suddenly exclaimed, losing her balance and falling onto me. In that unexpected moment, I found myself pinned to the bed, unable to resist. Her soft body rested against mine, the warmth of her chest pressing against me. So soft, so incredibly soft. Huang Yi was taken aback. Her eyes widened as she slowly lifted her gaze to meet mine. A flush crept across her cheeks, and I could feel my own face growing increasingly warm. We exchanged no words, merely gazing at one another in silence. In that moment, it felt as though we had uttered nothing, yet simultaneously, everything was conveyed. An atmosphere of ambiguity enveloped the room, and I found myself overcome with an unprecedented sensation. Suddenly, Huang Yi's chest rose and fell with a gentle rhythm as she leaned closer to me, her eyes becoming increasingly dreamy. Her lips were inching towards mine, and almost instinctively, I found myself mirroring her movements. At last, our lips met. Huang Yi's lips were soft and fragrant. This was my first kiss. Prior to this moment, I had never been so intimately close to a woman. I was uncertain of what to do next, as if Huang Yi was equally at a loss. We were both inexperienced. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside the door. Huang Yi sprang away from me, her face a picture of embarrassment as she hastily adjusted the towel around her. "Miss Huang, I'm done with my shower. You should go wash up," came the voice of Qin Luyue from outside. I turned to Huang Yi and stammered, "I'm sorry, Yet, I was unsure of what I was apologizing for, and thus chose to refrain from further speech as I walked over to open the door. Qin Luyue glanced at me, then at Huang Yi, who was wrapped in her towel. It seemed she understood the situation and hastily exclaimed, I apologize, Miss Huang, Mr. Li. I didn't mean to intrude. How about, Miss Huang, you stay here and chat with Mr. Li tonight?" "Alas, what nonsense are you spouting?" Huang Yi rose from the bed, stating, "I was simply too drowsy to wait for you to finish your shower, so I came over here to wash up. It is not as you imagine." With a hint of shyness, she exited the room. Qin Luyue glanced at me, chose not to utter another word, and turned back to her own chamber. That night, I tossed and turned for what seemed an eternity before falling asleep. My heart was racing with a sensation akin to that of infatuation, as described in tales of old. The following morning, after we had partaken in breakfast, we set off on our journey. The road to Hujiawan proved to be far from smooth. It was a rugged path, fraught with bumps and potholes. Observing Huang Yi's anxious demeanor, I thought to myself that had I been capable of driving, I would have gladly taken the wheel for her. Less than an hour into our journey, calamity struck. The vehicle broke down, a tire punctured by a stray nail. Huang Yi was unable to change the tire, and thus we found ourselves calling for assistance while waiting in hope for a passerby to aid us. We waited until the afternoon before a mechanic finally arrived to replace the tire. With the tire mended, we set off once more, only to realize it was already 8 in the evening. The trials of our journey inevitably instilled within me a sense of the peril we faced. Chapter 48. The ghostly road under the pitch-black sky, devoid of stars and moon. Our vehicle struggled onward along the treacherous mountain path. "How are you holding up? Are you tired?" I inquired from the passenger seat, casting a glance at Huang Yi, who was steering the wheel with utmost caution. To be honest, I felt quite guilty, simply sitting there while allowing Huang Yi to bear the burden of driving alone. Huang Yi shook her head and remarked, "I am not tired. In fact, this sensation is rather exhilarating, akin to riding a bumper car. Do you not feel the same?" Whether Huang Yi was merely attempting to console my anxious heart or genuinely relishing the experience, I could only manage a bittersweet smile and respond, "As long as you're not fatigued, that is what matters. If I were capable of driving, I would certainly allow you a moment's respite. Not to worry. Perhaps it is merely that we have traversed too many smooth roads. Occasionally, navigating this rugged mountain path can be a form of enjoyment. Moreover, with such an exhilarating night, a treacherous road, and our rather thrilling objective, the mere thought sends a thrill through me." It appeared that Huang Yi was not just speaking to alleviate my fears. She was articulating her own thoughts. Girls exhibit a keen interest in terrifying legends, often possessing a stronger sense of curiosity than boys. This is not solely true for Huang Yi. The majority of girls exhibit a profound intrigue towards the unknown that surpasses that of their male counterparts. "Liao, do you think we might encounter a ghost upon entering the village?" Huang Yi inquired with a hint of excitement. "Oh dear." Before I could respond, Qin Luyue covered her ears and exclaimed, "Miss Huang, how could you say such things? It is late at night. Can we not avoid this topic? It is often said that one should not speak of people during the day and refrain from discussing ghosts at night. Why must you broach such a taboo subject?" The mere thought of venturing into our village sent a chill down my spine. The fate of that female streamer remained uncertain, and the veracity of the past tales was dubious at best. sending shivers of fear through me. What is there to fear? Huang Yi replied, her expression unwavering. If there truly are ghosts, we still have Li Yao to rely on. This remark indeed revealed my masculine image, yet she suddenly shifted her tone. Moreover, isn't there a blind master in your village? With his remarkable abilities, he will surely protect us. Qin Lui pondered the tale she had heard and ultimately nodded heavily in agreement. You are absolutely right. There is indeed a blind master in our village. These two were skilled at self-comfort. Even at such a critical moment, they still relied on a ghost for assistance. Well, I couldn't be bothered to expose the true nature of that blind old man. Let them seek solace for their spirits. The car traveled a considerable distance. But just around a bend ahead, Huang Yi suddenly exclaimed, followed by her abrupt maneuvering of the steering wheel. What's wrong? I quickly raised my hand and grasped hers, bringing the vehicle to a sudden halt. Huang Yi looked outside in terror. There was someone stood in front of me waving. A person? I leaned out to glimpse outside the car. What kind of person? I couldn't see her face. It was an old woman. One hand held a child, and the other carried a vegetable basket. She stood in the road, waving at me. Did none of you see her? Huang Yi was quite agitated and frightened. It's all right. I tightened my grip on her hand, focusing intently as I surveyed our surroundings. The mountain road was flanked by steep slopes, carved between two towering mountains. Dark mist swirled in the air, while white fog enveloped the sides of the road. The mountain's shadows loomed, and a spectral path lay open before us. I understood. At this point, I produced a pre-prepared yellow paper talisman and brought it close to my lips, reciting, "Spirits of heaven and earth, distinct as man and ghost." As I traversed this path, I kindly asked for passage, forgiveness. Upon finishing, I affixed the yellow talisman to the steering wheel of the vehicle. Qin Liyue, grant me a few joss paper notes. Qin Liyue responded with a sound of acknowledgement and swiftly handed me a stack of yellow paper. Taking the yellow paper into my hands, I recited, "Heaven and earth, sacred mountains, may there be no obstacles on this road. Guardian spirits of the mountains, wealth resides here. Gather the riches and swiftly depart." With that, I blew upon the yellow paper, igniting it in an instant before casting it to the ground. Huang Yi and Qin Liyue had never witnessed such an extravagant scene. Both stared in astonishment. "Liao, how did you do that? Is it magic?" "Indeed, Mr. Li. How did the paper ignite with just your breath?" Huang Yi inquired. "When my master performs rituals, he usually swallows strong liquor, ignites the paper, and then blows it out to create a larger flame." I calmly explained, "This is a technique, a matter of breath control and focused intent, allowing one's desires to manifest." "How profound. I don't quite understand," Huang Yi admitted shyly. "It is akin to the secret methods described in books, controlled by one's thoughts, distinct from the magic you mentioned. Magic is merely an illusion, successful if it deceives the audience's eyes. This, however, requires the control of one's intent and inner cultivation. Is it what my master frequently speaks of regarding inner techniques?" Qin Liyue asked with curiosity. "Perhaps so. Is it to say that you possess internal energy now?" Huang Yi remarked, her expression one of disbelief. I chuckled softly, casting a glance at the yellow paper I had just burned. The paper had already been reduced to ashes. Yet at the very spot where I had set the paper ablaze, two figures squatted, an elderly woman with a basket hanging from her arm and child. They were busily gathering the joss paper I had incinerated, now transformed into their currency. As they collected the money, their spirits lifted, and after a brief moment of counting, they waved at me. Observing the smiles on their faces, I felt a sense of relief wash over me. Though I had encountered few apparitions, I was aware of the theories presented in books, yet I had not anticipated such phenomena manifesting before my very eyes. "Let us be on our way. We can depart now," I said to Huang Yi. The vehicle resumed its journey, and an air of silence enveloped the interior. Moments later, Huang Yi suddenly exclaimed, "Why does the road seem different now? Greenleaf, are we nearing your village? Has the road to the village been renovated?" Upon hearing her words, Qin Liyue shook her head. "No, there was an elder in the village who passed away, and I've visited the village once. The route leading there is rugged mountain terrain. How could it possibly have been repaired? However, now that you mention it, I too feel a distinct change. The road is far smoother reminiscent of driving on a highway. Liao, what is happening? Huang Yi inquired, her face a mask of confusion. Is it possible we have taken a wrong turn? Fear not. This is not the route we just traversed. This is the ghost road. As soon as my voice fell, the two girls exclaimed in unison, Ghost Road. Chapter 49, The Yellow Springs Road. This evidently surpassed their comprehension. I calmly inquired of Qin Lui. Li, those two mountains we just passed, are they burial mounds? Qin Lui did not respond immediately. Instead, she glanced out the car window and remarked, It seems so. Those two mountains appear to be designated for interment. The surrounding villages have their departed resting here, with the road lying at the foot of these hills. That clarified it. The malevolent energy we sensed earlier emanated from those graves. The white gleam along the roadside signified that this path was not meant for us, but rather for the departed souls, also referred to as the Ghost Road. When night falls, the Ghost Road awakens, and the living must not trespass. Should one traverse this route, they must leave behind a toll for passage. This explains the appearance of the two little spirits moments ago. They came seeking payment. Mr. Li, could you elucidate the nature of this ghost road? I refrained from answering that question immediately and continued. There is another matter. Is it true that no vehicles traverse this road at night? Without hesitation, Qin Lui replied, Indeed, not only are there no cars, but even travelers on foot avoid it. Due to the presence of burial mounds, it possesses an ominous aura. There have been numerous incidents in the past. One student, unable to find a ride home, decided to bicycle back from the city. When he reached this area, he encountered a spirit. The following day, he was discovered kneeling before a grave, a large bump on his head, and when asked what had transpired, he could not provide an explanation. Over time, this place has become a path that no one dares to tread. No wonder that, as night falls, a thick layer of mist envelopes the roadside. Of course, this veil of fog is invisible to their eyes. My ability to perceive it stems from my training in the art of energy observation. I instinctively glanced at Huang Yi, who now appeared exceedingly cautious, her demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier ease. Even though the path had become smooth, I could sense her trepidation. I gently reached out to caress her hand, assuring her, Do not worry. The elderly woman you just saw was merely a little ghost come to collect a fee. The paper money I burned moments ago was the toll for safe passage. We have already paid for this road, so we may proceed with confidence. My words only deepened the confusion and disbelief in their hearts. A toll for passage? Are you suggesting that the road for spirits is akin to a toll road, requiring payment? Qin Lui's eyes widened, as if she had just unlocked the door to a new realm. I could not deny that this explanation was somewhat accurate. Indeed, it is quite similar. For when night descends, no living souls traverse this path. It is the spirits who frequent it, and thus, over time, this road has come to be known as the Ghost Road. During daylight, humans may walk freely, but at night, passage becomes impossible. The two little ghosts that E had observed earlier function much like toll collectors on a highway. Should a vehicle fail to halt and pay the fee, and continues onward, calamity will ensue. On a highway, one might merely face detention, but the Ghost Road is a different matter altogether. Some drivers, navigating this route, may encounter ghostly walls or even more harrowing events as a consequence of neglecting to pay their toll. Certainly, there are even more severe incidents, such as the infamous 330 bus incident, which I trust you're all familiar with. This is a quintessential example of straying onto a perilous path, resulting in a dire fate for those who fail to pay their dues. A bus full of passengers was taken hundreds of kilometers away, leading to their untimely demise. The two girls listened in stunned silence. What if we had chosen not to proceed and instead turned back? One pondered. It would have been fine, right? You wouldn't be on their path. They wouldn't be able to harm you. However, if one were to encounter the more miserly spirits, they might compel you to return home and suffer for a few days, as they are indeed there to claim their dues. So in such situations, can we simply burn paper money for them? Huang Yi inquired with curiosity. I shook my head. Not necessarily. The spirits who intercept travelers are influenced by various factors, and some may not be appeased by mere monetary offerings. Ultimately, it is advisable to avoid traversing such treacherous roads at night for greater safety. Mr. Li, you are truly impressive. Qin Liyue suddenly exclaimed, leaping closer to me. Having followed my master for so long, I have never heard of these matters. You are remarkable. I wish to remain by your side and learn from you. She gazed at me with admiration, her proximity accentuating her earnestness. Mr. Li, do you accept disciples? I am willing to serve you faithfully. Her enthusiasm was palpable as she leaned in, revealing her delicate features, which caught my attention. Ahem. As Huang Yi, the driver, cleared her throat to offer a gentle reminder, she remarked, Green Leaf, your master has been exceedingly kind to you. How could you even contemplate pursuing Liao? Such an act would be a grave betrayal of your teachings and an affront to our lineage. I quickly averted my gaze, and Qin Liyue returned to her seat, giggling as she replied, I merely find Mr. Li exceptionally handsome. My emotions got the better of me for a moment. I apologize, Miss Huang. I did not intend to draw so close to Mr. Li. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi blinked in surprise and asked, Greenleaf, when have I ever prohibited you from getting close to Liao? I only wish to caution you against betraying your roots and forsaking your teachings. I understand. I would never betray my teachings, she assured, but could Mr. Li perhaps enlighten me on how to discern between a human path and a ghostly one? I was thinking that when I eventually purchased my own vehicle, I could avoid toll roads by seeking out the ghostly paths, thereby sparing myself from toll fees. What on earth? What kind of logic is that? I found myself bewildered. While others would avoid such places, she desired to traverse them. Consider the tolls on highways. I could merely buy a few ghostly coins and travel a considerable distance. What a bargain. Her ingenuity in seeking ways to save money left me at a loss. It made me wonder how frugal He Zhongtian must be with them. All right then, I conceded, choosing to remain silent. Before long, our vehicle approached a fork in the road. Huang Yi slowed down and inquired, which path should we take? I pointed to the left, saying, let us take this route. It leads to their road. Huang Yi let out a soft exclamation as she drove to the left. As soon as we descended, the car veered onto a rugged mountain path. How remarkable, Liao. We have indeed emerged from that place. I can see the village ahead. Following the lights, a village indeed materialized in front of us. By the way, there was a fork in the road earlier. If we had continued straight without disembarking, where would that path have led? It must lead to the realm of the dead. The realm of the dead? The two girls were taken aback. Could that path be a direct route to the underworld? I nodded in affirmation. It seems likely. I have never ventured there myself, but judging by its appearance, it is highly probable. Well, let us proceed. Chapter 50. The gathering of the car continued for a while before finally arriving at the entrance of Hugozi village. This is it. This is my hometown, Hugozi village. Huang Yi brought the car to a halt and surveyed the area ahead, inquiring, Liao, shall we continue forward? I employed my observation technique to scrutinize the village ahead. Under the illumination of the lights, the dark wooden houses exuded an eerie, sinister aura. There was a presence of energy here, not overwhelmingly strong, yet palpable. I glanced around at the surrounding mountains. This place is indeed encircled by peaks. The night was too dark for me to discern the Feng Shui of the area, but it was evident that a gathering of energy at night signifies a place where yin and yang intermingle. Checking the time, I noted it was 10 o'clock at night, sure, before the hour of the rat had arrived, and while the interplay of yin and yang had yet to commence. A chilling aura had already begun to envelop the village, a clear indication that it was haunted. By the time the hour of the rat strikes, this place may well be bustling with activity. Mr. Li, what should we do? Should we proceed into the village, or wait here? Qin Liyue's voice quivered with evident anxiety as she spoke. Despite it being her hometown, who would not feel trepidation upon encountering such a desolate village in the dead of night? I remained silent, merely opening the car door and stepping out. I was not trying to build suspense. Rather, I was at a loss to provide them with an answer. They were frightened, and truth be told, I was equally unnerved. This was my first venture into such a place under the cloak of darkness for such a purpose. If I attempted to speak, I might inadvertently betray my own unease, revealing my lack of composure. Better to remain silent than to instill further fear in them. As my feet touched the ground, I felt a chilling energy surge from the earth, permeating my entire being. This was the essence of the earth's yin, prior to the transition of yin and yang. The ground becomes significantly colder than after the shift, and it is during this time that dew begins to evaporate from the soil. Liao, upon seeing me exit the vehicle, Huang Yi felt compelled to join me, hastily stepping out to stand close by. Qin Liu followed suit, moving to my side. Mr. Li. I glanced at both of them and reassured them, it's all right. I merely wished to assess the energy of this place. Observing the atmosphere, I sought to discern whether this locale indeed exhibited the characteristics of a mixed realm of yin and yang as I had just speculated. Before I could ascertain anything, the two approached me. Ah, what is that? Suddenly, Huang Yi pressed tightly against me, her entire body melding into mine, the softness of her chest eliciting a palpable awareness within me, causing my face to flush instantly. Our headlights remained illuminated, and I followed the direction of her finger, where I beheld a woman clad entirely in white standing approximately 100 meters ahead of us. Upon sighting her, Qin Liu was so startled that she clutched my arm tightly. One wrapped around my left arm, while the other clutched my right, and I could distinctly discern their differing proportions. This predicament left me in an awkward situation, yet both remained ensnared in their fear, oblivious to their actions. What is that? Liao. Huang Yi's voice trembled as she inquired. It's nothing. Let's get in the car. I refrained from providing a direct answer, urging them to enter the vehicle first. Trembling, they scrambled into the car, opting for the back seat rather than the front. Is that a ghost? Liao. Why isn't she leaving? The apparition in white stood resolutely beneath the headlights, gazing at us silently, as if warning us of something. It is a ghost. I no longer concealed the truth, for there was nothing to hide. None of us were strangers to the supernatural. We had just traversed a ghostly path together. Even if I denied it, they would not be convinced. What does she want? Why does she linger there? I shook my head. I don't know. Let us not concern ourselves with her. Do not look at her. Let us wait until midnight. Once the hour strikes, we shall drive into the village. Huang Yi appeared momentarily stunned, yet neither of them spoke further. I cast my gaze once more upon the female specter, and suddenly she moved, gliding towards us. No, to be precise, she floated closer. She approached. The two companions of mine cried out in fear. I swallowed hard, uncertain of her intentions. Hastily, I retrieved 2 talismans inscribed with the power of the 5 thunder to dispel her should she dare to come nearer. Abruptly, after traversing a distance of about 50 meters, she came to a halt. With the proximity, I could discern her features more clearly. Under the illumination of the car's headlights, her face appeared ghostly pale, devoid of any color, her long hair billowing, obscuring her features, yet I could sense the hatred emanating from her gaze. Was she apprehensive of the talismans in my hand? She did not retreat immediately. Instead, she stood there, fixated upon us. This intense standoff lingered for what seemed an eternity, and I felt beads of sweat forming on my palm that clutched the talismans. Finally, as the witching hour arrived, marking the transition between realms, the female specter vanished. It was abrupt, disappearing before our very eyes. She was gone. Huang Yi released a sigh of relief. I merely nodded, continuing to survey the desolate village. The village had transformed, no longer resembling its former self. Just moments ago, an oppressive aura of darkness enveloped the surroundings, yet now it seemed to dissipate rather than intensify. Logically, one would expect the malevolent energy to be heightened following the transition between realms, but its absence left me perplexed. Wait, what is that? Above the village, a mass of dark energy materialized. It was a gathering of Yin formation, a configuration designed to absorb malevolent energy, employed by Taoists to combat spirits, utilizing evil to counteract evil. Similarly, there exist certain malevolent practitioners of yin-yang arts who utilize specific formations to cultivate nefarious skills. It is also plausible that these formations were left behind by the deceased in pursuit of ulterior motives during their lifetimes. Clearly, the emergence of such a formation in this place, and at this moment, is inexorably linked to that blind old man. I observed the dark gathering of yin energy swirling above the village, seemingly absorbing the surrounding. After approximately 2 minutes, the formation abruptly halted, and I witnessed it rotating as it departed, moving into the village. Without hesitation, I urged Huang Yi to accelerate. Though apprehensive, upon seeing the seriousness etched upon my face, she promptly took the wheel. Our vehicle began to traverse the narrow country road leading into the village. My gaze fixated solely on the spot where the gathering formation had just vanished, disregarding everything else around us. Liao, why do I feel as though a vehicle is trailing us? Huang Yi's hands trembled, her eyes darting to the rearview mirror. Do not look. Continue driving forward. Just reach the end of this road. Huang Yi dared not glance back, yet the sound behind us grew increasingly triumphant, culminating in the blaring of a horn. Honk! 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 The cacophony resembled that of an impatient vehicle eager to overtake us. The two girls in the car were already in a state of terror, but I endeavored to maintain my composure. Fear not, there is no longer any in this village. The recently formed energies have been siphoned away. Currently, there are no spirits residing in the village. What follows us are merely remnants devoid of consciousness. Do not be afraid, do not look back, do not stop. Keep driving forward. Simply turning back or stopping only serves to empower him, accelerating his emergence. This echoes the age-old adage, do not look back while traversing a dark path, does it not? Huang Yi inquired cautiously. Indeed, but it is not entirely so. The warning against looking back at night pertains to the three flames upon one's person. A malevolent spirit lurks behind, seeking to extinguish these flames. Should you glance back, you grant it the opportunity to snuff out your light, thus revealing its presence and allowing it to strike. Currently, this presence cannot yet be deemed a ghost. It is merely a form of consciousness. As we conversed, the car that had been trailing us vanished, along with the sound of its horn. Soon, we arrived at the end of the road, devoid of abandoned houses. The nearest one stood 10 meters away. Before us lay a desolate and rugged path, leading towards the gathering of sinister energies. This is where the old village once stood, Qin Liue remarked, gesturing towards the illuminated trail cast by the car's headlights. Chapter 51. The malevolent spirit ascends. I nodded thoughtfully. Very well, let's park here. What is that? Huang Yi suddenly pointed to an open area to our left, illuminated by our headlights. In the pitch darkness, we discerned a red off-road vehicle. Qin Liu rummaged through her bag for a flashlight, rolled down the window, and shone the light towards the vehicle. It is a red car, she exclaimed in astonishment. Who is Red? Red is the female broadcaster who went missing here a week ago. Previously, during her live broadcast, she had inadvertently captured her vehicle, hence I instantly recognized it as hers. It appears that Qin Liu is indeed a devoted admirer of this vibrant red car. How fascinating it is that this is her vehicle. I approached her crimson SUV, but the door was locked. I raised my hand and gently touched the car's surface, attempting to sense whether anyone, or perhaps a corpse, resided within. There is neither the chill of death nor the warmth of life. The interior was empty, devoid of both presence and remains. If all goes according to plan, this female streamer has likely encountered an unfortunate event. If not, her vehicle could hardly be parked here, isolated and unattended. Is there anyone inside? Upon my return, Huang Yi and Qin Liu leaped from the vehicle. I shook my head. No, she must have entered. Entered? A lump formed in Qin Liu's throat as she remarked. I can't shake the feeling that this car resembles the one that was tailing us moments ago. Did you see it? No. Qin Liu shook her head. It's merely a feeling. It's all right. I gazed at the car for a couple of seconds and inquired. Liu, how long will it take to reach the previous village from here? After pondering for a moment, Qin Liu replied. Approximately 15 minutes, I believe. It's not far. I've never ventured in, as this area is a restricted zone. Liao, do you intend to go in? Huang Yi's face reflected concern at my question. I resolutely nodded. Yes, I have just deduced that the spirit of that female ghost resides within. You two should wait for me here while I investigate. Liao, just as I was about to leave, Huang Yi grasped my arm. I want to go with you. I'm scared here. I am frightened too, Mr. Li. Let us accompany you. Qin Lai quickly chimed in. At that moment, I became their pillar of strength. If I were to depart, their fear would surely overwhelm them. Yet, I could not allow them to accompany me, for what lay ahead was a true den of peril. No, it was unthinkable. Instinctively, I cast a glance towards that ominous direction, with a malevolent aura seemed to rise to the heavens. Turning back to survey the village, I noted its serene tranquility. They were both women. Should they venture in, who could foresee the dangers that might befall them? The village was devoid of sinister energies, while the interior was rife with it. You cannot go in. I will enter first to assess the situation. You both must wait here for me. But, Huang Yi protested, her face a picture of distress. I'm afraid. There was a female ghost just now. If you're not by my side, what will I do if she reappears? After a moment of contemplation, I replied decisively, get in the car. Go to the back seat. I shall draw a protective talisman for you. What about me? Qin Lai inquired eagerly. You two shall join us. Once more, the three of us enter the vehicle. With her back to me, Greenleaf lifted her clothing, illuminating the space with a flashlight. I issued a command. Huang Yi's eyes flickered, but ultimately, she steeled herself and pulled aside her garment. Beneath her clothing, there was a pouch cinched from her chest to her back. I pointed to the pouch and asked, Can you undo this? Huang Yi nodded, unfastening the pouch. Beneath the luminous glow, her back gleamed as white as jade, smooth and delicate, stirring within me an involuntary lump in my throat. Had it not been for the ambience surrounding us, the sight might have overwhelmed my composure. What was I thinking? I hastily dispelled the superfluous thoughts from my mind, raised my middle finger, and bit down until blood emerged. I swiftly recited, Heaven protect, earth protect. The 12 celestial bodies shield your form. The 8 great Vajras guard your spirit. Hastily, as the law commands. Subsequently, my blood painted a protective talisman upon her smooth back, a far more potent safeguard than any mere incantation. With a firm slap, Huang Yi emitted a gasp, one that could easily redden cheeks. Are you all right? I inquired, to which Huang Yi shook her head and donned her clothing. She then reached for Qin Lui's flashlight. After a moment's hesitation, Qin Lui turned her back to me and opened her shirt. Her skin, too, was remarkably smooth and fair. Yet something seemed amiss compared to Huang Yi's. Noticing my inaction, Qin Lui blushed and urged, Mr. Li, please hurry and draw. Don't just stare. It's merely that my attire is too tight, hence I am not wearing anything underneath. Enlightened, I responded my apologies. Heaven protect, earth protect. After completing the protective symbols for both, I advised them, with these talismans, remain in the vehicle and do not venture outside. I shall affix additional charms for your safety. You shall be unharmed. Do not forget the purpose of our venture here. Now that we have arrived at this juncture, you must confront this dismal environment with fortitude. I understand that it is difficult for you to accept, but you must exhibit strength. I offered her an encouraging glance, and she resolutely nodded. Yes, I will be strong. Rest assured, Li Yao. With a sense of reassurance, I turned away. However, just as I did, Yi called out Li Yao. I turned to see her with a face full of concern, saying, Be careful. I will await your return. All right, I replied, hastening my steps down that narrow path. Plunging into the oppressive gloom, I placed the invisibility talisman I had prepared upon myself, hoping to evade the gaze of those malevolent spirits. To be honest, I felt quite anxious. This was my first encounter with such a scenario. Yet, as I had told Yi, we have come this far, and there is no reason to retreat now. Song Luoyan has suffered for centuries, and the vengeful souls here have been enslaved for hundreds of years. They hardly qualify as mere wandering spirits. If I had not encountered them, perhaps I would have remained indifferent, but how could I turn a blind eye now? I believe that if my grandfather were still by my side, he too would pursue this endeavor without hesitation. 15 minutes later, after traversing the overgrown grass, a smooth clearing emerged before me. The polished surface was adorned with twinkling lights, resembling faint fireflies. In truth, it was the luminous essence emitted by the spiritual bones. They were not interred in coffins, thus unable to manifest ghostly flames, and could only radiate the light of their spiritual bones at night to signify their existence. If it were not for the radiant glow emanating from these spiritual bones, who would know of their existence in this world? The brilliance is overwhelming, rendering me incapable of discerning the multitude of wandering souls and restless spirits contained within. I approached slowly. The ground was devoid of grass, suffocated by the oppressive malevolence that permeated the atmosphere. The malevolent energy blanketed the earth, causing the recently arrived energy to surge skyward upon contact. This phenomenon is what my grandfather once described to me as malevolence ascending. Chapter 52. The consumption of souls for malevolence to reach such heights. The locale must first harbor a source of fierce malevolence. There are two types of such malevolence, the innate and the acquired. The former, known as innate malevolence, occurs in places where an ancient, slumbering beast lies buried beneath the earth, rendering the ground barren for eternity, or, as it is termed, innate malevolence. Such locations are unsuitable for habitation or burial. The latter type, acquired malevolence, arises from deliberate actions, such as the red toe charm I employed to remedy Huang's situation. The malevolence before me is precisely what Song Luyan referred to as the trap ensnaring them. It was crafted by the blind elder during his lifetime, and as of now, I remain unaware of the nature of this malevolence. I also question whether I possess the ability to dispel it. For now, I shall observe. It is still early, and I require time to witness the changes in this area, whether the passage of time will bring about any transformation. With that in mind, I chose a spot to sit and quietly observe the barren patch of earth. As I was contemplating, I suddenly noticed a crimson object not far from the desolate ground. That object was entirely incongruous with its surroundings. I approached the figure, and, as I drew nearer, an undeniable sense began to take hold of me. It was indeed a person. Moments later, I stood beside the entity, confirming my suspicions. It was a woman. She donned a pink coat and casual trousers. Her phone lay abandoned on the ground, accompanied by a supporting stand. This woman was the streamer. She was lifeless. I discerned no hint of survival within her. For a brief moment, I pondered the tragedy of her demise, before ultimately returning to the place where I had been waiting. The deceased merely represented a shell. I felt no fear of her corporeal form. On the contrary, I mourned the loss of such a young life. At last, the moment I had been anticipating arrived, the transition between the periods of Choshur and Zishur. Suddenly, the ominous energy that surged skyward vanished. Almost immediately, the radiance emanating from the spiritual remains dissipated, and the chorus of insects fell silent in that instant, as if all had come to a standstill. I sensed that a transformation was imminent, and thus, I fixed my gaze intently upon the barren land. Abruptly, a brilliant white light erupted from the ground. The brilliance was blinding, prompting me to shield my eyes with my hand. When I finally lowered my hand and opened my eyes once more, the scene before me had transformed. I beheld a grand edifice, opulent and reminiscent of a palace. The palace was transparent, for it was ethereal, allowing me to see everything within it as I stood there. Inside the vast palace sat an elderly man, his face etched with pleasure. He was blind, possessing only one eye. He sat in the grand hall, eagerly awaiting, surrounded by several young women attending to him with massages, while before him, a woman performed a dance. This was the privilege of an emperor, undeniably a royal treatment. As the hours shifted from the yin to the yang, a chaotic mingling of energies ensued, rendering him hesitant to emerge. Only when the transition from the rat to the ox occurred, when all yang energy had been consumed by yin, did he reveal himself. The blind old man was undeniably unsightly, yet his face radiated an air of triumph and satisfaction. Another arrival signified that one among them would soon become his prey. Suddenly, the music ceased, and the raspy voice of the blind old man echoed through the hall. The dancers and masseuses formed a line, their expressions shifting to terror as they knelt before him. "Master, please do not consume me. I can still provide you with massages and back rubs. Master, I can serve you at night. I can wash your feet, and I will accompany you forever. Last time, you mentioned that my massages were delightful." A throng of female spirits knelt before him like submissive slaves, yet he regarded them with disdain. Consume? Was he to devour souls? The text spoke of spirits akin to fish, where larger fish prey upon the smaller, and the small devour the shrimp. Powerful spirits could consume others to bolster their own energy. It was a commonplace occurrence for malevolent spirits to feast upon the weaker. Regardless, with new arrivals, a cycle of succession was inevitable. Surely, one among you shall be consumed. What use is it to plead with me? You'll be better off hoping for the arrival of another. The words of the blind old man flowed effortlessly, as if he wished for no one to come here. Very well, I shall make my own decisions. Only after consuming one could I adequately welcome the new arrival. As he spoke, he began to descend, causing the female spirits to tremble even more violently. After circling twice, he finally halted before one of the spirits. Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly opened his gaping maw and devoured the female spirit before him. Soul consumption. Indeed, he was consuming souls. I was left in a state of shock. What manner of being was this? How could he be so ferocious? Suddenly, after swallowing the spirit, he appeared to notice something, abruptly turning his gaze in my direction. Just a glance, a mere glance, and I felt as though my entire body had been struck by lightning. What kind of power was that? In an instant, the palace before me vanished, and the electric shock I had felt dissipated. Everything returned to the desolate land as if it had never existed. Had I been discovered? I was uncertain, but one thing was clear. I could no longer remain here. With that thought, I hastily rose and fled outside. As I ran, my mind repeatedly replayed the old man's words about the transition from old to new. Why must there be this exchange? With the arrival of one, another spirit must be consumed. Why did he feel compelled to act in such a manner? Could he not command these spirits to serve him instead? Was it merely a fixed requirement for him to have so many? I struggled to comprehend it then, and I still find it difficult to grasp. 15 minutes later, I returned to my car. As I opened the car door, my gaze fell upon the already slumbering Qin Liyue. Where was Huang Yi? A sense of foreboding washed over me, an ominous feeling that weighed heavily on my heart. Liyue, Liyue. I shook Qin Liyue vigorously, yet she showed no signs of awakening. This was dire. She had been ensnared. Hastily, I lifted my hand to pinch her philtrum, pressing down firmly several times. At last, she let out a soft groan and stirred awake. Mr. Li, you've returned? Liyue appeared bewildered, seemingly unaware of her prolonged slumber. Where is he? I inquired anxiously. Qin Liyue gasped and glanced around her, then, patting her head, exclaimed in horror, "Oh no, Miss Wang is in trouble." A jolt of shock coursed through me, leaving my body numb, as if struck by a thunderbolt. Just moments ago, we had encountered Hong Hong, who had pleaded for our help. Chapter 53. A narrow escape. Hong Hong, the very same female broadcaster. I had just witnessed her lifeless body. So, you opened the door and allowed her entry? Qin Liyue nodded with a look of distress. Yes, I discussed it with Miss Wang, and we ultimately agreed to let her in. She claimed something was pursuing her, and that once it reached this location, it would not dare to come any closer. She appeared disheveled, clearly having endured significant hardships. We noticed that she was unafraid of the talismans outside the car, leading us to believe she was human, hence we permitted her entry. Once inside, I felt an overwhelming drowsiness, and before I knew it, I had fallen asleep without uttering more than a few words. What transpired thereafter remains a complete mystery to me. Upon regaining consciousness, I found myself in the present moment. Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize. I feel an overwhelming dizziness, as if the world is spinning around me. This cannot be good. Huang Yi is in trouble. I flung open the car door and stepped out, retrieving my 3 copper coins to seek guidance. However, the moment I held the coins, I put them away again. It was the hour of the dog. Even if I were to inquire, the divination would be unreliable. Any reading after the hour of the rat is influenced by the alternating energies of yin and yang, rendering the omens utterly inaccurate. What am I to do? A sense of urgency and anxiety gripped my heart. If something has indeed befallen Huang Yi, what purpose does my endeavor serve? Is it merely to endanger a life? Huang Yi holds immense significance in my heart. I cannot allow her to come to harm. I must not, absolutely must not, regardless of the cost. Even if it means my soul is torn from my body, I will find Huang Yi. She is far too precious to me. I cannot lose her. I simply cannot. I cried out into the boundless night, summoning every ounce of strength within me. Mr. Li, I beg your pardon. It was not my intention. Qin Liyue, standing cautiously behind me, uttered her apologies, her voice already tinged with tears. This matter does not concern you. Return to the car. I commanded, for Huang Yi was already in distress, and I could not permit her to face further peril. Liao, Liao, just as I felt the world spinning out of control, I suddenly heard Huang Yi's voice. This voice, like a ray of dawn piercing through the darkness, instantly illuminated my previously shadowed heart. There she is. Qin Liyue pointed towards a narrow path from which I had just emerged. There I spotted Huang Yi, jogging toward me with an unmistakable urgency. It was her. Indeed, it was Huang Yi. Overwhelmed with emotion, I rushed forward, and she too hastened to meet me. A profound fear gripped my heart. I dreaded that her appearance might be but an illusion, vanishing the moment I drew near. Yet, she did not fade from my sight. A clear indication that this was no mere mirage. Huang Yi had truly returned. Yi, I yearned to close the distance between us in an instant, and before long, I stood before her. She was unharmed, genuinely unscathed. My heart soared with joy. I grasped her hand and saw her eyes brimming with tears, her expression one of deep sorrow. Her hand radiated warmth, and suddenly a large tear fell onto my palm, warm and poignant. She was all right, truly all right. Without a moment's hesitation, I enveloped her in my embrace. I'm so sorry. I should never have left you here. I should never have done that. Liao, I'm so scared. I fear losing you. Huang Yi wept, her tears quickly soaking my chest. I'm so sorry. I shall never let you out of my sight again. From this moment forth, I will guard you closely. While it was indeed vital to locate Song Liuyan's remains, safeguarding Huang Yi's well-being took precedence above all else. Her safety must forever remain paramount. This ordeal imparted a crucial lesson. Oftentimes, the most secure places are, paradoxically, the most perilous. Upon returning to the vehicle, Huang Yi's visage was still etched with fear and trepidation, clearly bearing the weight of a harrowing experience. After offering her a sip of water to calm her nerves, I inquired what just transpired. Huang Yi then recounted her tale. After that woman named Hong Hong entered the vehicle, she informed me that you had saved her. However, the other female apparitions had already seized you and were dragging you away. Terrified by this revelation, I was assured by her that there was a way to rescue you, and I decided to follow her. As we walked, a woman clad in white suddenly appeared. The moment she emerged, Hong Hong vanished. This woman then warned me that Hong Hong was not human and urged me to return immediately, prompting my hasty retreat. Upon hearing Huang Yi's experience, I found myself enveloped in contemplation. A woman in white had facilitated Huang Yi's return. She had indeed aided her. I recalled the female specter we had encountered at the village's entrance. She must have been the one urging us to turn back, to refrain from entering the village. But what could her motive be? It likely related to the vision I had just witnessed. If a new soul entered, the blind old man would be compelled to consume one, and she feared becoming a victim herself, hence her insistence that we retreat. This realization struck me with clarity. As for Hong Hong, she had recently passed. Unlike the other spirits, she was likely a victim of fright, leading to her inability to maintain control over her soul. In other words, she existed in a state of having a soul, but lacking a spirit, not yet a complete entity. A soul and spirit must coexist to be recognized as a ghost, and for a person to gather their essence after death, time is required, at least 7 days. This is a common saying among the folk. The seventh night is the night of the soul's return. On this night, the spirit of the deceased can coalesce into a complete ghost. Therefore, I deduce that her time of death has not yet reached the 7-day mark. It is precisely because her spirit has not yet formed a complete entity that she is unafraid of the talisman I have affixed outside. She was drawn in by Huang Yi's worries, which afforded her the opportunity to exploit the situation. Consequently, she seized this chance to seek out Huang Yi with the intent of luring her inside. Her purpose is unmistakable. She wishes for Huang Yi to serve as her substitute. This aligns with the common folk belief in finding a stand-in. Mr. Li, how did she approach Miss Huang while I remained unscathed? Suddenly, Qin Li inquired. Have you been engaging in that recently? What? Which one? As soon as she posed the question, her face flushed a deep crimson, and she shyly lowered her head, exclaiming, "Ah, is it because of this?" I nodded in affirmation. Precisely because of this. It is even more effective than the talisman I drew. My talisman is designed to ward off ghosts, yet she is merely a spirit, an unconscious entity. Thus she is not deterred by my talisman. However, the woman's blood can disperse her spirit. I see. So does that mean our monthly visitor has its benefits as well? I do not deny this assertion, yet I feel somewhat embarrassed to linger on this topic any further. Let us take a moment to rest. Once dawn breaks, we shall venture inside to investigate. Chapter 54. Embraced from both sides, all three of us were seated in the back seat. The car was rather cramped. Yet out of fear, neither of the two dared to occupy the front seat, apprehensive that they might glimpse something unsettling through the windshield. They chose not to ascend, yet they prevented me from doing so as well. With no other option, I found myself caught between the two. Huang Yi nestled against me, resembling a gentle kitten. Meanwhile, Qin Lue deliberately distanced herself from me, yet due to the limited space, her body remained pressed against mine. Liyue possessed a slightly plump figure with a touch of softness, making it difficult for her to evade me completely even as she attempted to do so. Liao, I have a question for you. Huang Yi suddenly spoke. Given the recent events, I was acutely aware that she was far from drowsy. In fact, it was challenging for me to find sleep as well. What? I replied, willing to engage in conversation with her. Did you deceive Wang Hongwei and his family? The moment those words escaped her lips, I was taken aback. I indeed had deceived them. But how did Huang Yi come to know? Had the female ghost revealed something to her? Yes, I admitted candidly. The ghost that haunts Wang Shuo is not a malevolent spirit. She is the very ghost that approached him 11 years ago. We did not come here seeking assistance from ghosts, but rather to locate her remains. That night, I spoke with her at length and learned of her tragic plight. Thus, I resolved to assist her. In truth, my actions are not aimed at aiding Wang Shuo, but at helping that ghost. I knew it. Huang Yi replied with a calm demeanor. I sensed you, like me, harbor a strong aversion to Wang Hongwei and his family. I knew you could not possibly be the type to act solely for the sake of money. Huang Yi harbored significant grievances towards Wang Hongwei and Wang Shuo, leading her to question whether my actions were motivated by financial gain. Now that she has received the answer she sought, the distinction between assisting ghosts or humans has become inconsequential. Might you recount the conversation you had with that female ghost on that fateful night? After a moment of contemplation, I chose to disclose the entire affair to them, considering it a shared narrative among us. Thus, I recounted every detail, simultaneously serving as a cautionary tale for the two young women, enlightening them about the character of the so-called blind master they often spoke of. Upon hearing my account, both girls were left in a state of disbelief. After a prolonged silence, Qin Liyue murmured, Mr. Li, you are indeed a good person. You not only assist humans, but also aid ghosts. Despite our long association with our master, we have only witnessed him capturing ghosts. Never have we heard him speak of aiding them. I believe your actions have not only greatly benefited Wang Shuo, but have also proven advantageous to the Wang family. Yet, how could that blind master commit such acts? It is said in our stories that he is a virtuous man, a true master. Henceforth, I shall inform others of his true nature. In that instant, their faith was shattered, and the image of the blind master transformed into that of a fiend. In the legends, however, the blind man is portrayed as a genuine master. Huang Yi, a girl of sentimental disposition, sighed deeply and expressed her astonishment. I never imagined there was such a story behind that female ghost. It is truly tragic. Liao, does this mean there are still many unfortunate female spirits inside? I nodded in acknowledgement. After all, I had just witnessed it with my own eyes. You must help them, rescue them, and guide them to transcendence, enabling their rebirth. Huang Yi exclaimed with fervor. I nodded again, choosing not to respond further. It was one thing to speak of it lightly, yet quite another to execute such a daunting task. Even now, I remain perplexed by the array employed by that blind old man to construct such a palace. Soon, we fell into a contemplative silence, and before long, we each succumbed to our own thoughts and drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening the following morning, I found Huang Yi still resting against my chest, while Qin Lui's head rested on my shoulder. I was uncertain whether I had spent the night embraced on both sides. Yet the thrilling ordeal of the previous night had finally passed. I roused the two of them, and after a brief tidying up and a light meal, we set forth. Following the narrow path from the previous night, the three of us began our arduous journey. The trek proved to be quite challenging, as the path had long been overgrown with grass due to years of neglect. Although remnants of my passage from last night were still visible, the dense underbrush made it difficult to forge a clear route. Suddenly, after only a couple of minutes of walking, Qin Lui exclaimed, pointing at a sign, "This is the marker our village erected, warning against approaching this area." It was a wooden sign inscribed with 8 words, "Haunted Zone. Please do not enter." "Let's proceed." I shook my head in resignation and led the two individuals onward, traversing through the thorns until we finally arrived at a vast expanse of land. It was truly a hidden gem, a paradise beyond the mundane world. Last night, in the darkness, I had failed to discern its beauty, but today, upon revisiting, I was struck by its clarity. The path we had taken was fraught with obstacles. Yet upon overcoming them, we were greeted by an open landscape. This place had once been a village, albeit one long forgotten. The adobe houses still had remnants of walls that had not yet crumbled, though they bore little resemblance to their former glory. The terrain was flat, ideal for habitation. The inhabitants here had sought refuge from the ravages of war. Standing amidst the ruins, I could faintly envision the bustling scenes of yesteryears. This had once been a place of tranquility, a true utopia as described in the verses of Tao Yuanming. Alas, all of this had been marred by the intrusion of that individual, who shattered the serenity and transformed this haven into a realm of despair. Suddenly, what was that? Just as I was holding my breath, preparing to attune my senses, Huang Yi let out an exclamation. Following the direction of her pointing finger, I beheld the lifeless body of the female streamer, Hong Hong. I had encountered her remains the previous night, so it did not come as a shock. Had she truly met her end here? Qin Liue wore a look of deep sorrow. Yes, she had perished in this very spot. How tragic it was. Such a vibrant individual. How could she have lost her life? Among all the streams, hers had been the most authentic, unmatched by the rest in its sincerity. I let out a cold snort and disdainfully replied, "Her demise is merely her retribution. Even if she did not meet her end in this very spot, she would inevitably perish in some forsaken wilderness one day. To disturb the restless spirits for personal gain is akin to a stranger barging into your home, chattering incessantly without regard for your feelings. Would you accept such an intrusion? It is one thing for the lost souls to be tormented by spectral enforcers or wicked spirits, but for an ordinary person to exploit their existence for selfish purposes and then suffer retaliation, do you truly find her pitiable? If she is deserving of sympathy, then who will extend compassion to those tormented spirits?" Upon my pointed inquiry, Qin Liu bowed her head in fear. "I'm sorry." I then realized my agitation. That was not my intention. I merely lost control of my emotions. "It's all right. I believe you are correct," Qin Liu replied awkwardly. "But she has died here. Should we report it to the authorities?" "No need. Let's first conclude our business." Chapter 55. The 72 Earthly Fiends. I refrained from further conversation, lifting my gaze to survey the Feng Shui of the surroundings. The area was encircled by mountains. It may not be the fabled land of 9 dragons and 9 stars. It would undoubtedly provide a serene haven for one's twilight years. In times of war, such a location would be the prime refuge from chaos, as long as the essence of the land remained unspoiled. To the left of the village lies a mountain peak that appears as if a figure is poised to mount a steed, yet upon catching sight of something, halts in its tracks. It is the nobleman preparing to ride, glancing back at the moon. It is precisely this glance that safeguards the spiritual essence of the entire village. Turning to the right, 3 mountains of varying heights are interconnected, resembling a languid tiger reclining upon the ground. It seems to cower before the nobleman's gaze from across the way. Could it be the white tiger bowing its head? The nobleman mounts his steed and looks back at the moon. The white tiger bows its head, and the young man is filled with sorrow. In the presence of such a Feng Shui configuration, it proved challenging for men to find wives, yet a remedy exists. The nobleman's act of riding and gazing at the moon serves to suppress this. "Wait," The white tiger mountain I beheld last night appeared quite different. During the witching hour, when yin and yang converged, I witnessed a dark gathering of yin energy hovering over these three peaks. This gathering resembled the head of a drooping tiger, which, evidently, does not present itself as it does in daylight. Rather, it transforms into a fierce tiger. As the fierce tiger raises its head, it overshadows the nobleman's ascent. Consequently, its brilliance eclipses that of the nobleman's mountain, and after absorbing the yin energy, the mountain of ascent becomes desolate by night. Thus, by evening, it resembles a serpentine creature, while the elevated horse morphs into a tortoise, akin to a snake entwined upon the back of a tortoise, representing Xuanwu, the guardian of graves. The fierce tiger raises its head, and Xuanwu guards the tomb. This indeed is a small emperor's burial site. No wonder he chose this location. It merely requires a slight alteration of Feng Shui for it to transform into an auspicious tomb. It is evident that the blind old man, during his lifetime, must have been an adept in the realms of geomancy and yin-yang. As for how to amend the situation, I have already conceived a preliminary answer in my mind. Now, it is imperative for me to seek validation. Without further ado, I proceeded towards the area where the white tiger had its head bowed. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, a chill emanated from the ground, surging from the soles of my feet straight into my head. This was the aura of malevolence. Even in daylight, as long as there exists malice, I can sense it. This was indeed the location where I had glimpsed the palace last night, and undoubtedly, it was the very place where that old wretch had once dwelled, with the remains surely buried beneath. Tentatively, I shifted my foot, pondering why he had imposed a limitation on the number of souls. With each new arrival, the previous souls must be consumed. This conundrum had eluded me throughout the night. Suddenly, I stumbled upon a stone, nearly losing my balance. As I looked down, I noticed that the stone was black, not charred by smoke, but seemingly altered by some force in this locale that had transformed its hue over time. This blackness was not ordinary. It penetrated the stone's core, rendering it akin to coal. I took a whiff. It bore the unremarkable scent of stone. Following the direction of the black stone, I searched further. There appeared to be none nearby, but approximately 20 centimeters away, I spotted another black stone. I began to excavate at that location, unearthing several stones of the same hue. Suddenly, I lifted my head, as if a realization had struck me. I continued to search fervently in that vicinity. Every 20 to 30 centimeters, I stumbled upon a black stone, and beneath each of these stones, there lay a cascade of darkness. As I reached the final point I had marked, I counted twice, and both times it totaled 72 stones. Suddenly, enlightenment washed over me. I comprehended it all. This was the formation of the 72 earthly fiends. Overcome with excitement, I exclaimed, prompting Huang Yi and Qin Li to gaze at me with bewilderment, utterly at a loss. "What have you realized, Liao?" they inquired. I pointed to the ground, my voice trembling with exhilaration. "This is the formation, the very one Song Luyan spoke of. The 72 earthly fiends formation, the gathering of yin energy I witnessed last night, is born from this very construct. The 72 earthly fiends can autonomously transform into a gathering formation during the shift between yin and yang. After accumulating the surrounding yin energy, it swiftly returns to this place to unleash its power, much like a fish that must venture out daily to fetch water to sustain those within its confines. In ancient times, there existed numerous methods to form a gathering formation, among which included the 36 celestial generals and the 72 earthly fiends within the Seven Stars formation. The 36 celestial generals were arranged by the national sorcerer for emperors during their burial, allowing their souls to revel in familial bliss after death. The status of the 36 celestial generals is exalted, inaccessible to common folk. Conversely, the 72 earthly fiends, while resonating with the same essence, are earthly manifestations, lacking the divine aura inherent to the 36 celestial generals. The 72 earthly fiends possess the capacity to encompass all things, regardless of what one did in life. As long as their blood seeps into the earth for 79 days, and they are subsequently buried within their designated realm, vigilantly guarded for 72 years. They may then enjoy the privileges of a sovereign and indulge in familial bliss after complete assimilation. I recall that Greenleaf once mentioned that this place remained tranquil for decades following their demise. If my intuition serves me well, it must indeed have been for 72 years. The villagers held him in great esteem, willingly safeguarding his remains for those 72 years, ensuring that no one dared to intrude. After this period, once he had merged with the 72 earthly spirits, the haunting would resume, compelling them to vacate. However, there lies a limitation to these 72 spirits. They can only accommodate 72 souls. Thus, beneath this land undoubtedly rests 72 corpses. Upon hearing my words, both individuals appeared perplexed, clearly struggling to comprehend my explanation. Liao, are you suggesting that this is the formation spoken of by Song Luyan? This formation is known as the 72 earthly spirits formation. And last night, you mentioned that what we seek is her remains. Since the formation is here, her remains must lie beneath this ground, correct? Indeed, to put it simply, they lie just beneath us. What shall we do then? Should we excavate? I shook my head. Excavating will yield no results. The 72 earthly spirits have the uncanny ability to completely consume a corpse, rendering it invisible to the naked eye. Only by dismantling this 72 earthly spirits formation can we hope to uncover the remains hidden below. Dismantle? How can we do that? Are you capable of dismantling it? After a moment of hesitation, reflecting upon the methods described in the book, I continue to speak to her. To dispel the 72 earthly fiends, there exist two approaches. The first involves locating the earthly fiend nails buried beneath the ground, excavating them, and soaking them in chicken blood for 49 days. This would, in turn, neutralize the malevolence. The second method requires blood as a conduit to break the earthly fiends, albeit with exceedingly high demands on the blood itself. I recalled what Song Luyan had told me. That blind old man asserted that only the blood of those from the Xianmen could dismantle this formation. It now seemed evident that he had great confidence in the earthly fiend needles he had buried, hence his audacious claim. Clearly, the first method was impractical for me. Even if I were to find the earthly fiend needles, I would still require 49 days for the soaking process. By that time, Song Luyan would have long since departed this world. Thus, I was left with the second option, the blood of a Xianmen practitioner. Chapter 56. He has arrived. This is even more elusive. Now, where am I to find a member of the Xianmen? What precisely is the Xianmen? To this day, I remain somewhat unclear, only vaguely aware that they are a vast lineage, their bloodline reminiscent of ancient royal lineage. Seeking a member of the Xianmen seems more daunting than ascending to the heavens. Suddenly, I was engulfed by a sense of uncertainty and powerlessness. The fervor I had just felt dissipated in an instant, in the face of the unknown lurking here. My desire to uncover the truth became overwhelming. I was desperate to know, recklessly so. Yet now, having discovered the truth, I find myself utterly impotent. It is the most tragic of circumstances when, after a lifetime of pursuit, the stark reality reveals that I am unworthy of what I have sought so fervently. Is this not ist? An inexplicable sorrow and an unnameable despair surged within my heart, leaving me with a sensation of vertigo. Suddenly, I felt my entire being sink. My limbs grew weak, and I collapsed onto the ground. At that moment, all confidence dissipated and every hope shattered. Liao, Huang Yi hurriedly approached to steady me. What is wrong? I struggled to uphold my composure, shaking my head as I replied. I'm fine, just feeling a bit weary. Only when fatigue sets in does one truly comprehend the meaning of helplessness. Is this matter truly so difficult to resolve? I glanced at Huang Yi, who was equally gazing at me. Our eyes met, and I believe she had gleaned the answer from my gaze. Liao, are you going to give up? Give up. Indeed, should I relinquish my resolve? Initially, before I even knew this place was the 72 earthly fiends, I was filled with confidence, believing that upon my arrival, every issue would unravel effortlessly. Yet now, an unprecedented sense of powerlessness enveloped me. Liao. Suddenly, Huang Yi's expression transformed. becoming resolute and radiant. I know you will not give up, will you? Just as you told me last night, we have come this far, and we must remain steadfast in the face of any challenge. The text only records 2 solutions, but it does not mean those are the only approaches. What you have read is the account of those who came before. Perhaps they had not yet explored other methods. Answers require practice. Perhaps you may discover a 3rd solution. May you not? Huang Yi's words instilled a sense of hesitation within me. There exists a sliver of possibility, albeit minuscule. Yet, having taken this initial step, it is imperative to attempt it regardless. Here lie countless forlorn souls who have languished as servants for centuries. If no one comes to their aid, they shall be condemned to eternal servitude. You are aiding them, and I believe they shall assist you in return. Heaven, witnessing all this, must surely be unable to endure it any longer. Divine providence shall support you in both green leaf, and I shall stand by your side. With so many of us united, I refuse to believe that we cannot confront a singular adversary. Observing the resolute Huang Yi stirred my heart. I recalled her countless admonitions against aiding Wang Shi, warning that if I perceived danger, I ought to refrain, simply because she deemed Wang Shuo deserving of his fate. Unworthy am I risking myself. Yet now, we are confronted with something far more perilous, and she encourages me to confront it bravely, solely because it has inflicted harm upon so many. This girl harbors a radiant sense of justice within her heart, a light that bolsters my determination to forge ahead. She is correct. Heaven shall aid me. These 72 female spirits shall assist me, and they too shall lend their support. I regain my resolve, rising from the ground, nodding emphatically as I declared, "Indeed, you speak the truth. Heaven and earth, along with the spirits, shall assist me. And a 3rd method, to break the formation, shall manifest within the opportune moment." Let us return to the car for the items. Witnessing my renewed confidence, a gentle smile graced Huang Yi's face. The 3 of us returned to the vehicle, laden with an array of items I had previously prepared: yellow paper, cinnabar, chicken blood, and several branches of peach wood. I intended to utilize the peach wood to construct a framework, to arrange the formation, to weave the celestial net. This formation represents the pinnacle of my current knowledge, the most formidable technique recorded in the tome bestowed upon me by my grandfather. We toiled industriously until the afternoon, finally succeeding in setting up the formation. After a brief repast in the vehicle, we made our way to this location, awaiting the arrival of the hour of the pig. I had intended for Huang Yi and Qin Liyue to remain in the car, yet as soon as I suggested it, they vehemently opposed my idea. The 2 girls stood resolutely by my side, unwavering in their faith in my formation. The hour of the pig swiftly approached, and once more, the gathering shadows returned to the bowed form of the white tiger. In that moment, the white tiger radiated a divine brilliance, full of vitality. It lifted its head. Just as I had witnessed earlier, by nightfall, this place would be guarded by the black tortoise, the fierce tiger raising its head. Time slipped by second, and the hour of the pig drew nearer. "Have you both secured the invisibility talismans?" I had asked them countless times. The 2 continued to respond patiently. "Yes, we have them. What about the Great Seal and the Peachwood Sword? Have you both secured those? They can safeguard you." I entrusted Huang Yi with the century-old Peachwood Great Seal and Qin Liyue with the Peachwood Sword. Both possess the ability to ward off malevolent forces. I hope they offer them protection. Yes, we have them in hand. At last, the hour of the pig arrived. My gaze, sharp as a hawk's, fixated on my celestial net formation. It illuminated. The celestial net formation radiated a fiery crimson glow. I am aware that the underground palace is about to rise. My heavenly net formation is currently suppressing it, hence the radiant glow it emits. "Liao, it has illuminated." "Ah, they are coming," I responded calmly. Yet my gaze remained fixed on my formation without faltering. The brilliance of the heavenly net intensified, a vivid crimson hue. I understood that 2 forces were at odds. The heavenly net formation and the 72 earthly fiends were engaged in a contest of power, each vying for dominance. It was my first encounter witnessing a formation glow. I had never beheld such a spectacle before. I was uncertain whether the heavenly net could contain it, yet it was exerting every effort. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, akin to an explosion. The area surrounding the heavenly net and the 72 earthly fiends became shrouded in a haze, as if smoke had arisen. This startled both of them. Not only them, but I too was taken aback. Liao, what is happening? Huang Yi inquired tremulously. What is that? I swallowed hard, my heart sinking at the sight of the ethereal palace materializing before me. It has failed. My formation has been breached. In less than 10 minutes, my heavenly net formation was dismantled. The palace appeared as usual in this location, yet tonight it bore an unusual stillness, devoid of the revelry from the previous night. Absent the image of the emperor reclining comfortably in his chair. Little child, is it you who used the formation to suppress me? Suddenly a voice, akin to a bellowing ox, resonated from the palace. As the sound echoed, the ground seemed to tremble violently. Immediately, a radiant elder appeared within the palace. Chapter 57. The Way of Heaven. The elder's face was etched with fury. He was bald, making it easy to discern that he possessed but one eye and one ear. Yet, this did nothing to diminish the hatred reflected in his gaze. At last, the moment of confrontation had arrived. I swallowed hard, rising from my concealed position in the grass, and approached him. Huang Yi and Qin Liyue flanked me, their hands trembling, their bodies quaking. It is I. I suppressed my inner trepidation and boldly admitted it. Ha ha ha. How intriguing. How fascinating. The blind old specter had known my whereabouts all along, for his first utterance was directed towards my vicinity. Now, his sinister gaze seemed even more piercing. Yesterday, I warned you to depart swiftly. Why do you seek your own demise? Not only that, but you also brought along 2 lovely companions. Very well, for the sake of these 2 girls, I shall grant you mercy. I shall not torment you to death. Old specter, having reached this juncture, I had no alternative. It was impossible for me to concede now. Rather than cower, I would prefer to engage in a grand struggle. In life, you were a paragon of the 5 elements and 8 trigrams. In death, how can you commit such acts that defy the way of heaven without fearing retribution? The way of heaven, retribution? The blind old man echoed my words, suddenly bursting into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Uproarious laughter, wild laughter. The laughter pierced the heavens, soaring into the sky. Listening to the cackling of the blind old man sent shivers down my spine, evoking goosebumps all over my body. His laughter was so eerie, it seemed capable of penetrating one's very marrow. Huang Yi, who clutched my arm, trembled even more violently alongside Qin Liyue. Suddenly, the blind old man ceased his laughter, and tranquility enveloped the world once more. Is there truly a heavenly principle? The blind old man gazed upward, his eyes filled with disappointment. If a heavenly principle truly exists, then where was it when my eyes were gouged out and my ears severed? I was merely 13 at that time. Why did the heavenly principle not come to my aid? Why was I not informed about it then? In the 23rd year of the Jiajing era, I was an apprentice in the Zhao family, my parents serving as servants within the household. Zhao Shang was a man of great virtue in our locality, opening his granaries during times of drought to benefit the people. He was the most benevolent individual I have ever encountered, allowing me to serve as a companion scholar to his son, teaching me to read and write, bestowing upon me immense kindness. One night, a man named Huang, accompanied by his followers, came to propose marriage to Zhao Shang's daughter. When Zhao Shang refused, he became the target of Huang's vengeance, resulting in the brutal murder of 38 members of the Zhao family, including my parents. At that moment, I had hidden within the earthen stove and thus narrowly escaped death, witnessing the slaughter of the Zhao household with my own eyes. The following day, I reported the incident to the magistrate's office, recounting everything I had seen and heard to Magistrate Liu. However, Liu had already been bribed by Huang with gold. He imprisoned me and allowed Huang to inflict unspeakable atrocities upon me, ruthlessly beating me to coerce a false testimony. I possess a basic understanding of written language and realized that the document before me was an acknowledgement of my own transgressions, yet I resolutely refused to sign it. To my horror, they went so far as to gouge out my eyes and sever my ears, casting me into the wilderness, transforming me into a figure feared by all. In that moment, I too believed in the celestial order, convinced that retribution would inevitably befall them. Yet, nothing of the sort occurred. The magistrate Liu was elevated in rank and status, while Huang brazenly seized all of Zhao's possessions. I pondered, where then was the divine justice? If there truly existed a moral order at that time, why did it permit such malevolent individuals to thrive and flourish? The blind old man was consumed by rage, his entire being radiating a crimson hue, as vivid as blood. I understood that this was the manifestation of his fury. The wrath of a ghost differs fundamentally from that of a human. Human anger resides within, cloaked by the body, but a ghost's ire is tangible, visible to the naked eye. As I felt the intensity of the blind old man's wrath and listened to his tale, I could empathize with his indignation. In his most vulnerable hour, when he desperately needed aid, the heavens stood unyieldingly against him, siding instead with the wicked. Thus, he harbored a profound loathing for the inequities of this world and a deep-seated resentment towards the injustice of the celestial order. At this moment, I found myself at a loss for words, for I realized that no matter what I might say, I could not refute his assertions. If divine justice were indeed equitable, he would not have been subjected to such a horrific fate. Following the mutilation of my eyes and ears, I became a pariah, shunned wherever I roamed. Everyone gazes at me with the eyes reserved for monsters, treating me in a manner befitting a beast. I have endured the humiliations of this world and suffered its torment. I am acutely aware that the natural order is inherently unjust. Fate must be seized by one's own hands. If I am to escape oppression, I must empower myself. Thus, I sought the guidance of a Taoist master, imploring him to impart his wisdom. After 3 decades of diligent study, I mastered the arts of yin and yang, as well as the principles of the 5 elements, gaining insight into the cyclical nature of fate. At this juncture, his gaze ascended to the heavens. So, you subsequently engaged in a struggle against the celestial forces, defying the established order in your destined path? You ventured onto the perilous road of establishing the 72 earthly fiends? I inquired of the wise, sightless elder. Indeed not. The elder turned to me, his expression resolute. Zhao Shang has bestowed upon me a debt of gratitude as profound as mountains. Upon my emergence from seclusion, my foremost intention was, without a doubt, to exact vengeance. I cast a curse upon the ancestral graves of the Liu magistrate and the Huang family, ensuring their line would be severed for eternity. Only after witnessing the ruin of their households did I depart. I arrived here, prepared to challenge the heavens. Is it not laughable that this capricious fate desires all to submit to its dominion? I shall not acquiesce. It is blind, indifferent, and relentlessly elevates the privileged while callously trampling upon the downtrodden. I see no reason to adhere to its dictates. Thus, I found my way here, dedicating the remainder of my life to arranging the 72 earthly fiends. In life, I was denied the respect I rightfully deserved and never relished a single day of joy as a human. In death, I shall revel in the privileges befitting an emperor. At this juncture, the blind old man erupted into a frenzied laughter once more, his expression grotesque and terrifying. No, I shook my head vehemently. You are mistaken. You have earned respect, the respect of the people of Fujiawan. In this place, they revere you as a master. In their tales, you are their guardian deity. Had you genuinely aided these individuals, their gratitude would have remained. Yet you erred. Err? The blind old man roared in fury. How have I erred? My benefactor's family, numbering over 30, was annihilated. My parents were slain, my eyes were gouged out, and my ears severed. Is it wrong to seek vengeance? Should I not avenge myself? And what are the heavens? If they truly possessed virtue, if there truly existed a celestial order, would they not have aided me? Little child, one cannot counsel others towards goodness without experiencing their suffering firsthand. I once aspired to be a benevolent person, yet they denied me that opportunity. They deprived me of my chance. While your thirst for vengeance is not misplaced, nor is your struggle against the heavens erroneous. You have gravely erred by sacrificing 72 innocent lives. You have shattered 72 innocent families, robbing those souls of their chance for rebirth. What transpired to you is indeed lamentable. Yet have you pondered the plight of those innocent lives? Are they not deserving of sympathy? when you captured and tormented them? Did you not hear their anguished cries, begging for mercy? Having tasted despair yourself, have you considered the depths of their hopelessness? They were meant to have their own destinies. Yet through your single decision, you extinguished the lives of so many. This is your fault. I vehemently resisted, condemning his actions. At this moment, all fear was cast aside. I merely wished for him to recognize his own mistakes clearly. His plight was no excuse for such grievous errors. He could contend with heaven itself. Yet he should not harm the innocent. Absurd. Who do you think you are? What give you the right to scold me so? As my words fell, he waved his hand, and in an instant, an invisible force seized my throat. Chapter 58. Breaking the formation with blood, it was a cold, bone-chilling grip. Under the immense pressure of that hand, I found myself utterly immobilized. His strength was overwhelming, a force beyond the capacity of any human to withstand. It is no exaggeration to say that such power could lift thousands of pounds. Before him, I was but a trifling ant. After all, he was a malevolent spirit who had perished centuries ago, a formidable master of the arcane arts in life. To engage him in physical confrontation was tantamount to courting death. With a mere lift of his hand, I was completely detached from the ground, hoisted into the air. Then my body was thrust violently toward him. I realized that his hand seemed to stretch forth to grasp me, akin to rubber that could elongate and contract at will, with fury etched upon his face. He bellowed at me, "Little brat, if heaven does not concern itself with me, what right do you have to meddle? Do you believe that because you've learned a few tricks, I must submit to your whims? The heavenly net formation is nothing but a joke in my eyes." I gazed at him with great difficulty, a palpable sense of suffocation creeping over me. Yet I forced a voice to emerge. "I have come for the spirits you have oppressed for centuries, for the justice that resides within my heart." Justice? You are on the brink of death, and you dare to speak of justice. His gaze swept over Huang Yi and Qin Liue. "Today I shall slay you, consume your soul, and thereafter these two lovely maidens shall accompany me for all eternity." As his words resonated, he violently hurled me to the ground. My body akin to that of a tank's collision, every bone feeling as though it might shatter. I collapsed at the threshold of his ethereal palace. Liao! Witnessing my painful descent, Huang Yi rushed towards me. However, after barely 2 steps, a massive hand restrained her. The blind old man had swiftly approached her side, placing a hand upon her shoulder, thus seizing control of her form. His gaze fixated on Huang Yi, a sense of satisfaction emanating from him. "Finally, a true gem has arrived. I have grown weary of the trifles. I shall make you my queen, and together we shall revel in familial bliss for generations. And you," his tone darkened as his other hand, like pliable clay, seized Qin Liue. He drew her before him, nodding in approval. "You are quite delightful. Full-figured, just my liking. From now on, you shall warm my bed, and the two of you shall share my pleasures for all eternity." "No," I cried out in desperation. "Do not harm them. If you have any grievances, direct them towards me. This matter has nothing to do with them. If you continue to take lives indiscriminately, the people from the Xianmen will undoubtedly find their way here." I articulated my thoughts plainly, asserting that if the Xianmen could indeed locate this place, they would have arrived long ago. "The Xianmen?" The disdainful old man scoffed. "The Xianmen only emerges from their reclusive sanctum for matters of great significance. For the sake of this trivial issue, for a mere handful of lost souls, do you truly believe they would come here? Do not be absurd, young man. From the moment you ensnared me with your 72 earthly fiend celestial net, you should have foreseen your own demise. Now, I shall make you witness the demise of the 2 women you wish to protect, right before your very eyes. You will learn the consequences of crossing me." As his words fell, I perceived the ominous energy enveloping him. He was poised to kill. "Stop!" I exclaimed, hastily biting my finger to draw a blood seal in my palm, enacting the 5 thunder command. "May the way of heaven be clear, the earth be tranquil, and humanity be at peace." Merging the 3 powers, blending the cosmos, all gods heed my call, and countless warriors accompany me, bravely repelling the demonic star. Swiftly, as commanded, as my incantation concluded, I thrust my palm forward, witnessing a beam of golden light surge towards him. However, he merely raised his hand and effortlessly swatted it away, causing my 5 thunder command to rebound upon me. The spell struck me squarely, and with a pained gasp, I coughed up blood, feeling as if my very organs had been shattered. "No, please. No," I cried out in despair. Even the most trivial skills dare to flaunt before me. I had yet to encounter you when I engaged in these pursuits. Just as the final word lingered on the tip of my tongue, I noticed an exaggerated transformation in his expression. A peculiar sensation swept over me, as if something were stirring. I turned my head to search the surroundings, only to discover that the blood I had just coughed up was in motion before me. No, more accurately, the ground itself was shifting, as if something beneath it were striving to emerge. Suddenly, a radiant golden light burst forth from the earth, illuminating the surroundings. Following the initial glow, a second, third, and up to the 72nd beam appeared. It was the 72 earthly fiends, emerging in their entirety. "Impossible! Impossible! Impossible!" the blind old man exclaimed 3 times in disbelief, his entire being consumed by madness. "How could this be? My 72 earthly fiends! My 72 earthly fiends!" Abruptly, he lifted his gaze towards me, his eyes filled with fear, unfamiliarity, and incredulity. "You are of the Xianmen," he stammered. "You are indeed of the Xianmen." A cry escaped his lips, and his body radiated a golden light akin to the glimmer of an earthly fiend's nails. I refused to accept it. Why must heaven treat me thus? After a final roar of fury, his form appeared to be consumed by the golden light, tearing apart before our very eyes. The sight sent chills down the spines of the 3 of us. Never had we witnessed such a scene, not even the 2 of them, nor I myself. In his desperate cries, his body was successfully torn asunder, transforming into countless tiny particles that evaporated into the night sky. I realized then that his soul had been shattered. The brilliance faded, and the blind old man vanished, sustaining the malevolent energy with blood. The malevolence obliterated the soul and left only oblivion. The 72 earthbound spirits had long since merged with his being. If I could dismantle these spirits, I could extinguish him. The text did not mention any connection between the 72 earthbound spirits and the soul after death, but now I had grasped knowledge beyond the pages. Yet, why could my blood dismantle these 72 spirits? Could it be that I truly belonged to the realm of the mysterious? Or perhaps, Liao. Suddenly, Huang Yi called out to me with exuberance, rushing towards me with reckless abandon, tears of joy streaming down her face as she exclaimed, "You did it! You did it!" She reached my side, gazing at my bloodied lips, and without hesitation, lifted me into her embrace, her face etched with concern as she asked, "How are you? Are you all right?" I struggled to gesture with my hand, extricating myself from her grasp, and using her strength, I slowly rose to my feet. Shaking my head as I replied, I'm fine. My gaze fell upon the 72 earthbound spirit nails on the ground, and with a face full of exhilaration, I declared, "I have dismantled them. The 72 earthbound spirits have been broken." Yes, you did it. Huang Yi rejoiced, her hands dancing with delight. "Miss Huang, Mr. Li, hurry over here, hurry." Qin Lai suddenly shouted at us in a panic, her voice trembling with anxiety and tinged with tears. I hastily turned around, only to behold a multitude of women emerging from the shattered formation of the 72 earthly fiends. No, to be precise, they were not women, but rather vengeful spirits. Chapter 59. A grateful kneel, countless female specters surged forth from the recently dismantled array, their forms emanating a ghastly green luminescence. Each pair of lifeless eyes fixated upon us with an unsettling intensity. This was the manifestation of their deep-seated resentment. All these spirits had met untimely ends. Thus they were engulfed in bitterness, their souls burdened with heavy grievances. While the 72 earthly fiends enveloped them, their souls remained intact, preserving the memories of their past lives. However, with the collapse of the formation at my hands, their souls were irrevocably severed from those memories, transforming them into mere vessels of hatred. Over 70 of them, all glowing with an eerie green light, were now staring at me with fierce malevolence. It was abundantly clear that they perceived me as the blind old man responsible for their demise, designating me as their target of vengeance. I swiftly pulled Huang Yi behind me, urging Yi, we must flee. These spirits are steeped in resentment, despite having been enslaved for centuries. Their powers are far beyond my capacity to withstand. No, I wish to stay by your side, Huang Yi insisted, gripping my arm with unwavering resolve. She suddenly positioned herself before me, addressing the multitude of vengeful spirits. What do you intend to do? Do you not realize that he is the one who saved you? Without him, you would be condemned to eternal servitude in this realm. He saved you. Do you truly wish to repay kindness with enmity? The vengeful spirits could not comprehend Huang Yi's words, for their minds were consumed solely by anguish. The green glow emanating from them was a manifestation of the resentment that filled their hearts. Coalescing into a murderous intent, they were poised to unleash a massacre. Spirits in the throes of bloodlust could not possibly grasp human speech. They had already begun to advance, step by step, towards us. I swallowed hard, hastily grasping Huang Yi's hand, and earnestly declared, at present, they possess no consciousness, only a corporeal form devoid of a soul. They cannot understand what you say. Yi, you must leave quickly. I will be fine. Do not forget how I vanquished that old specter moments ago. They fear my blood. I now require a blood formation to combat them. There are too many of them, and I fear I may lose control, inadvertently harming you. Take Qing Luyue and wait for me in the car. I shall return shortly. Huang Yi, half convinced, inquired, is that true? Indeed, I affirmed sincerely with a nod. In truth, I had no assurance of being able to confront them. The notion of a blood formation was merely a ruse to reassure Huang Yi. My blood merely happened to counter the 72 earthly fiends. I lacked the extraordinary blood required to perform true exorcisms. Moreover, these spirits had existed for centuries. Slaying me would pose no challenge to them. However, should I perish here, Huang Yi and Qin Liyue would undoubtedly share my fate. I cannot allow them to meet such a grim end alongside me. What are you doing? Suddenly, a sharp voice echoed from above us. I swiftly raised my gaze and beheld a ghostly figure in white gliding gently from the heavens. In her hand, she clutched something that she was casting downward, and those objects, as if recognizing their rightful owner, swiftly penetrated the luminous green form of the specter. Instantly, the once ethereal apparitions, glowing with an eerie green light, were restored to their corporeal states, the radiance dissipating as they regained the appearance of living beings. This was a resurrection. The ghostly figure had been wielding their souls. What is happening? How do we escape? Indeed, we have emerged. We have truly broken free from that place. My heavens, is this what the air outside feels like? It is remarkably akin to life itself. What of the underground palace? Has it been shattered? Are we liberated from our confinement, no longer bound to serve that individual? In that very moment, the tormented spirits regained their awareness, their faces blossoming with smiles long thought lost, their forms reverting to the beauty they possessed in life. These apparitions appeared to be youthful maidens, no older than 17 or 18, each possessing a striking beauty that unmistakably marked them as noble women of ancient lineage. A select few, though not of aristocratic descent, still held their own unique allure. Huang Yi stepped forward, grasping my arm, and softly inquired, Liao, what is the meaning of this? Resurrection, I replied. Just moments ago, they were devoid of consciousness. Their souls had been detained, leaving only their spirits behind. Spirits formed from the essence of hatred. Thus, they mistook me for that blind old man. Now that their souls have returned, their spirits are restrained, and they have regained their normal consciousness. Resuming the path of a typical ghost. A typical ghost? Is it possible for a ghost to be anything but typical? Indeed, some spirits become malevolent because they are unable to contain the spirits within them. Thus, they transform into evil entities. Only those ghosts possessing both soul and spirit are considered normal. Given this, does it mean I need not leave? I nodded slightly. Yes, she need not depart now, for they have regained their awareness and can no longer harm us. The ghost in white gazed at the faces of the gathered spirits, a smile illuminating her countenance, and a glimmer of happiness shone in her eyes. Suddenly, she turned her gaze towards me, her eyes dancing over my form. I recognize her. It is you, I exclaimed towards the ghost in white. At the hour of the pig, you were the one who obstructed us at the village entrance. Last night, it was also you who saved EE. Am I correct? The ghost in white nodded gently. Yes, it was I. On the night you entered the village, I was the one who stopped you at the entrance. I wished to prevent your entry, for once you entered the village, it was highly likely you would not return. Before the hour of the rat, my soul and spirit were free, for my remains have been exhumed and cast out of the 72 earthly fiends formation. Though my spirit still belongs to that place, my body has been freed, allowing me a measure of liberty beyond that of the others. At least before the hour of the rat, I could roam outside. Thus, as darkness fell, I would wander the village. Upon seeing anyone enter, I would frighten them away, urging them to retreat. The initial purpose was to safeguard those who sought to enter the village, while simultaneously preserving the well-being of the sisters confined within the grids. Should a new spirit arrive, one of my sisters would inevitably fall prey to it. Over the years, I have managed to frighten away many, yet you remained unfazed. And then there was that girl who arrived just a few days ago. She held an object towards me, and upon seeing it, I felt an overwhelming discomfort, prompting me to depart. To my astonishment, she was undeterred and boldly entered the village, intent on directing that object at me. Subsequently, she intruded into our enclosure, incessantly brandishing that object while conversing with herself. By nightfall, she met her demise at the hands of that entity. Last night, it was she who sought to bring the girl beside you here. I was the one who thwarted her. Indeed, it was her. Thank you. I expressed my gratitude to her. Huang Yi also sincerely conveyed her thanks. Thank you for saving me. Thank you. She shook her head and took a few steps forward, then suddenly knelt before me. With a look of genuine sincerity, she addressed me. My lord, we are the ones who ought to express our gratitude. We thank you for liberating us from that dark, lightless dungeon. As a humble servant, Qing He, I can offer no greater repayment than to bow and give thanks to you. After her words, Qing He bowed deeply before me. Following her lead, the multitude of spirits behind her all knelt in unison, their voices rising in unison. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. We have nothing to offer in return, only our humble bows of gratitude. Over 70 female spirits knelt before me in unison, bowing their heads in reverence. Chapter 60. The Sins of the Blind Man Qinghe. I had never witnessed such a spectacle. I hurried to assist Qinghe, but her body was cold and heavy, rendering me unable to lift her. Please rise and speak. I cannot bear such a grand gesture from you all. No. Qinghe remained on her knees, addressing me earnestly. My lord, you have salvaged our souls, liberating us from the shackles of servitude and transforming us into free spirits. Such a profound grace warrants our reverence. You may not comprehend the torment we endured within the confines of that underground palace. That man was a monster. He tortured us to death in life. And even in death, we remained his playthings. Though we're no longer subject to the finality of death, we still feel pain. We still suffer. Look closely at the scars he has left upon us over the years. With that, Qinghe shed her white garment, revealing not the pristine white I had envisioned, but rather a horrifying array of wounds. Deep lacerations marred her skin, both horizontally and vertically, each injury a testament to her suffering, exposing the flesh beneath. After revealing the front of her body, she turned to display her back, which was even more appalling. Not a single patch of unblemished skin remained, only a tapestry of scars. Were a living person to endure such torment, they would likely have perished long ago. Qinghe recounted with a heavy heart. This is the atrocity he inflicted upon me with a peach branch. Even now, during daylight, I endure excruciating pain that renders life unbearable. As for me, in an attempt to please him, I gently pushed him away, and as a result, he brutally tore my arm from its socket. The skin on my hand was mercilessly ripped away. A girl clad in a pink dress revealed her skirt, exposing a gaping wound on her arm, a grievous tear from where it had been wrenched. The severed arm bore no skin, revealing a gruesome sight of raw flesh and blood. And there are others. Countless female spirits shared their tales of suffering, Nearly all had endured inhumane treatment at the hands of the living. That blind old man did not merely imprison them, turning them into his slaves. He reduced them to mere playthings. Centuries of torment. Who can fathom how they managed to survive? My heart grew unbearably heavy. I had never imagined such a dark reality existed on the other side of the world. Witnessing the wounds upon their bodies moved me profoundly. What wrongs had they committed? Why must they suffer such torment even after death? Surely, the atrocities of the deepest hell could not compare. Were it not for you, we would continue to endure various forms of suffering. Though we are spirits, we still feel pain. Thus, we humbly beseech you with our reverence. Chingha murmured softly. I swallowed hard. My voice choked with emotion as I declared, You have suffered greatly. At this very moment, I find myself at a loss for words to console them. Verbal reassurances feel utterly powerless, incapable of soothing such profound anguish. Bowing my head in resignation, I uttered, if it were within my power, I would surely perform a rite to liberate you from this torment, allowing you to forget the burdens of centuries and to be reborn swiftly. Alas, my abilities are limited, and I deeply apologize for my inadequacy. Dear sir, please do not say such things. You have done us no wrong. On the contrary, it is we who nearly caused you harm. You are a good soul, and we are genuinely grateful to you. At the very least, you have allowed us to exist as wandering spirits. No longer will we tread cautiously through each day, enduring endless suffering by daylight. The girl in the pink skirt spoke eloquently. I was the daughter of Su Shang from Wanzhou. In the first year of the Wanli era, my father led our family to the southwest to develop our enterprise. However, we fell victim to bandits along the way, who mercilessly slaughtered my entire family and plundered our belongings. They left only my sister and me, having cruelly taken the life of my 5-year-old brother. Subsequently, my sister and I were sold to a blind old man, who tormented and degraded us, subjecting us to an unprecedented state of terror. Our bodies could no longer withstand his cruelty, and thus I contemplated death, thinking that since our parents are gone, it would be better for us to die and reunite as a family. Consequently, my sister and I took our lives within the confines of his prison, repeatedly striking our heads against the wall until we lost consciousness from the impact. Who knows that after death, we are confined within a cell, accompanied by many others who share our fate, all of whom have perished through torment. The despair that engulfed our hearts at that moment is likely beyond your comprehension. My sister and I, after a futile attempt to escape, realized that we would never be liberated. Thus, we resigned ourselves to our fate, finding solace in the presence of each other. However, the most despicable fate befell my sister. She was consumed. Now, she has been reduced to nothingness. At this juncture, the girl in the pink dress emitted a heart-wrenching wail. Tears did not flow from her eyes, but rather blood. As she recounted her tragic tale, her head split open once more, reverting to her appearance before her demise. Liao, Huang Yi grasped my arm tightly, her small face contorted with anxiety. Fear not. This is merely her recollection. Her mind has returned to that time, and her body reflects that state. Do not be afraid. They cannot harm us now. She is so pitiable, indeed profoundly pitiable. She endured torment in life, only to believe that death would bring liberation and a chance for reunion with family. Who could have anticipated that death would usher in even greater suffering? The despair and resentment that reside in their hearts are known only to them. At that moment, another girl began to narrate her story. Young master, I am the daughter of a magistrate. In the second year of the Wanli era, I wed the son of the Tao family in Lin County. On our journey back to the county, we were beset by a band of robbers. They brutally severed my husband in two. I had never glimpsed his visage before, and the first sight I beheld was that of my husband, tragically cleaved in half. Do you comprehend the terror I experienced in that moment? I was engulfed in fear, yearning to flee, yet escape was futile. They seized me and subjected me to unspeakable torment. Following the humiliation, they delivered me to that blind man, a creature of insatiable bloodlust and unbridled lust. He inflicted upon me a multitude of tortures. My resistance only incited further violence. Ultimately, he extinguished my life with his own hands. I was clad in red at the time of my demise, believing I could return as a vengeful spirit. However, his prowess was formidable, rendering me utterly subjugated. For years, I languished in the depths of the underworld, my existence a perpetual suffering of the most abject kind. Had it not been for your arrival, I shudder to think how much longer I would have endured as his thrall. Upon concluding my tale, the specter wept as well. In that moment, the entire valley resonated with their lamentations, echoing through the heavens and the earth. Chapter 61. The true feelings of Qinghe wailing and sobbing filled the air. The female spirits shared the harrowing tales of their centuries-long torment, reflecting on their past with a sorrow that pierced the heart. Their fates were not merely tragic. They were infinitely more harrowing. Their cries, amidst the inky darkness of the night sky, resonated with profound desolation. Listening to their mournful wails and heart-wrenching stories, I felt as though my heart had been pierced by a blade. Liao, how pitiful they are! Huang Yi sobbed, her heart moved to tears by the plight of the specters. It was not only Huang Yi. Even Qin Lui shed tears, and I, a mere man, could not restrain my own sorrow. Centuries of servitude in desolate mountains, centuries of confinement, centuries of torment. Who among us could endure such unrelenting agony? Drawing inspiration from the words of the blind old man, I ask, if there truly exists a celestial path, might you assist them? They were destined to lead their own lives, to relish their own youth. Yet now, they have not only lost everything, but have also been deprived of their very souls for centuries. My dear friends, I am aware of the suffering you have endured over these years. However, I assure you, as long as I, Liao, possess the capability, I shall certainly liberate you and guide you into reincarnation. Upon finishing my words, I retrieved a pouch from my pocket. This is the spirit-collecting pouch bestowed upon me by my grandfather, said to have the power to contain spirits. This is my spirit pouch, and I recognize that you are weary and fatigued. Now, I invite you to enter and rest well. Once I am able to perform your liberation, I promise to do so at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing my words, the female spirits exchanged glances, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Qing, he softly reassured them, saying, "Rest assured, gentlemen, Master Li's pouch will not bring us any harm. He's the finest person I have encountered in my life, even in death. If he promises to help us, he will undoubtedly fulfill that promise. I understand that you have been confined within the underground palace for far too long, and the thought of being confined again has cast a shadow over you. Yet, if we do not enter now, we will be left to wander aimlessly. Who knows if we might encounter ghost hunters?" Upon hearing this, they began to relax. Qing He quickly added an explanation. "I apologize, Master Li. They have been frightened by their prolonged confinement, hence their trepidation. It is of no concern. If you have devised a solution, feel free to inform me. As long as the outside is secure, I can open the spirit-gathering bag at any moment to allow your exit." Having spoken, I placed the bag upon the ground, seated myself cross-legged, and began to chant the incantation. Heaven clear, earth serene, all malevolence vanquished, guided by light, and the bag as a coffin. Hastily, as decreed. Suddenly, the bag levitated, emanating a golden light from its opening. The radiance resembled a grand avenue, beckoning them to enter the bag. However, they did not immediately comply. Instead, they bowed deeply before me in unison. "Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you, young Master Li. Thank you, young Master Li." 3 resounding bows expressed their utmost gratitude. "You are all too kind. Please proceed." The female spirits gracefully stepped into the golden light, entering my spirit-gathering bag. I truly wished I could grant them liberation at this very moment, to erase the memories of their harrowing experiences over the past centuries, but alas, my abilities are quite limited. They are malevolent spirits, bound by earthly restraints for so long. To guide them to transcendence is an arduous task. Unless one possesses great virtue or profound cultivation, such an endeavor is utterly unattainable. Allowing them entry is merely a temporary measure. I shall see if I can attain that level of prowess in due time or meet someone of such stature. After they had all entered the bag in succession, I noticed that Qinghe showed no intention of following suit. So I turned to her and inquired, "Qinghe, what of you? Why do you hesitate to enter?" Qinghe gazed at me, her eyes soft, and said, "Young Master Li, I am deeply grateful for your rescue of us all. I shall never forget that it was you who saved us. I long to join my sisters inside, yet I have matters to attend to. Thus I cannot enter just yet. Chingha, 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 regardless of whether they had stepped into the bag, stood at the threshold, or lingered within the golden light, the female spirits halted their movements, calling out to Chingha with palpable reluctance. Perhaps having endured such tragic times, their emotions had reached an immeasurable depth. Even a mere gesture of pausing, a simple cry, revealed their sorrowful yearning. My dear sisters, this arduous journey spanning centuries has been fraught with hardship. To have walked alongside you all to this day is a testament to our fateful bond. Today, we finally escaped the sea of suffering. We should rejoice. I hope that in the future, each of you may be reborn and live anew. In your past lives, you have endured too much pain. In your next, may you find happiness and joy. Chingha, you must join us as well. You bear so many wounds. How will you confront the demon slayers? The girl in the pink dress spoke through tears of blood. Chingha smiled faintly and murmured in reply. In the first year of Wanli, my parents fell ill from a cold and, lacking the means for treatment, succumbed to their ailments at home. I was sold into a brothel where Miss Song, the daughter of a merchant, rescued me. She took me as her personal maid, teaching me to read and to understand people and propriety. The young lady was cultured, gracious, and kind-hearted. She saved my life and bestowed upon me a second chance. In the third year of the Wanli era, we accompanied the young master to the south to procure a shipment of goods. Unfortunately, we were beset by bandits, resulting in the tragic demise of the young master and all the household servants. I, along with the young lady in Shui, was captured and sold to a blind man. The young lady employed every conceivable means to protect us, yet her efforts proved futile under the blind man's cruel hand. He tormented us to death, while the young lady, blessed with fortune, managed to escape after serving him for several decades. Shui was devoured many years ago, leaving the young lady adrift in the world, utterly alone. She has but one remaining kin, me. Should I fail to seek her out upon my escape, she would be condemned to eternal solitude. Thus, I am resolute in my quest to find the young lady. Sisters, once I locate her, if fate permits, we shall reunite. Chingha, I stepped forward and inquired of Chingha. In this vast world, where do you intend to search for the young lady? Moreover, she has been gone for centuries, where she has already been reincarnated. Chingha maintained her previous smile. If the young lady has been reincarnated, it would be the best outcome, the one I long to witness. But what if she has not been reborn? What if she remains alone and forsaken? Master Li, I understand your intentions are for my benefit. There is no need to dissuade me. My resolve is unwavering. I shall not abandon my search for the young lady's whereabouts, even if it means wandering this world for 1,000 years. My dear sisters, I implore you, such genuine affection among us, how could it fail to evoke tears? Chapter 62. In search of remains with this declaration, Chingha prepared to turn and venture into the darkness. Sister Chingha, the female spirits wept. Their eyes filled with an overwhelming sense of longing for Chingha. Chingha, I hastily called out to her, wait a moment. Is your young lady named Song Luyin? Upon hearing this, Chingha halted her steps, her gaze brimming with tears. No, more accurately, with blood. The mention of that name rendered her incredulous, and after a prolonged pause, she bewilderedly inquired, how do you know my young lady's name? Do you know her? How is she? Is she well? I did not wish for Chingha to fret excessively, so I nodded and reassured her, your young lady is well. The reason I have come to this place is to assist her. Were it not for her, I would have remained oblivious to the hidden events that transpired here. At last, a genuine smile graced Chingha's face, and she joyfully asked, is it true? Did my young lady truly send you here? How is she? Has she already been reincarnated? No, that is unlikely. If she had been reincarnated, she would not remember this place, I replied. Li Gongzi, my young lady, is she truly doing well? I sensed the multitude of questions that had burdened Chingha for centuries, pressing heavily upon her heart. I patiently responded, she is thriving now, having found a vessel to inhabit. With just a few decades, she will be able to reincarnate. By the way, she sent me here to seek her bones. Can you assist me? She needed to remain connected to the bones in order to fully merge with the body. Qinghe nodded earnestly, expressing her gratitude. Yes, thank you, young masterly. I extend my thanks on behalf of my lady. You are a truly kind person, an exceptionally benevolent individual. After speaking, Qinghe knelt before me once more, offering no chance for me to respond, and proceeded to bow her head 3 times with resounding fervor. After completing her bows, she rose, wiped the blood from her eyes, and said, Young masterly, please wait a moment. I will retrieve my lady's remains immediately. With that, I observed Qinghe placing her hands before her, murmuring incantations, and then opening her arms. Subsequently, a corpse began to rise from the ground. The head of the corpse emitted a dim, eerie glow. It was the spiritual bone of her skull. The skeleton was incomplete, missing one hand, but this was of little consequence. I bent down to pick up a fragment of bone and placed it in my pocket, then addressed Qinghe. Thank you, Qinghe. She shook her head, her face brimming with expectation as she replied, The one who should be expressing gratitude is me. Young masterly, you have bestowed immense kindness upon me. Enough. I quickly interjected, Please, no more kneeling. I understand your feelings of gratitude, but there are other ways to express it without resorting to such gestures. Qinghe looked at me, somewhat puzzled, prompting me to clarify. I merely meant to suggest that you need not kneel anymore. Qinghe nodded slightly, and then, somewhat bashfully, said, Young masterly, I have one more humble request. Anticipating her intent, I interjected before she could continue. I promise you, you may enter with them. Once I arrive at my destination, I will arrange for you to meet your young lady. Thank you, benefactor. As she spoke, tears streamed down Qinghe's face once more. But this time they were tears of joy, brimming with hope. Whether human or ghost, the ability to instill hope within her was a profound affirmation for me. After placing Qinghe and the others into the spirit gathering bag, I finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. This matter was finally concluded. It had been fraught with thorns. Yet the outcome was splendid. Though the blind old man had his reasons for wrongdoing, even in defiance of the heavens, he should not have harmed so many innocent lives. The transgressions he committed against them, even if they led to his utter demise, were unforgivable. Liao. Suddenly, Huang Yi called out to me, gazing at me with deep affection. She earnestly said, You are truly a remarkable yin-yang master. What makes me different? I inquired. In the past, my grandfather encountered numerous yin-yang masters, yet most were egotistical, boasting about their past deeds for decades. You, however, though young, possess a heart for justice, treating both ghosts and humans with equal regard. When I observe the gratitude they express towards you, I realize you are profoundly different from ordinary yin-yang masters. This experience will profoundly influence my life. Liao, thank you for providing me with a newfound understanding of the profession of onmyoji. I smiled, an embarrassed smile. As an onmyoji, this is my primary duty, yet receiving praise is undoubtedly a delightful embellishment. Mr. Li, Miss Wang was correct. I have never engaged in such activities under my master's guidance. It was only with you that I truly experienced the intersection of human and spirit. I have come to realize that spirits possess emotions as well. Previously, I feared ghosts, but following this experience, I believe I shall no longer harbor such dread. I wonder if I shall have the opportunity to share such experiences with you again. Qin Liue gazed at me with sincerity, her eyes filled with nostalgia for this journey. I did not respond to Liue's words, for I too was uncertain whether we would have another chance to share such moments. I secretly hoped not, as I would prefer to avoid confronting such distressing matters daily. When dawn broke, we called the police to report the discovery of the crimson corpse. 2 days later, I saw a news article in the local paper of Xingzhou with the headline, Police discover over 70 female corpses and 1 male skeleton in Hugozi village. Investigation reveals the remains date back to the Ming dynasty, over 500 years ago. The article concluded by stating that the local authorities had buried the skeletons on site. Of course, this was a matter that transpired 2 days later. Upon our return to the city, Huang Yi kindly escorted me home to rest. She had intended to take me to the hospital, but I declined her offer. The injury inflicted by the blind old man was negligible. A few days of rest would suffice for my recovery. At this moment, the most pressing matter for me was to address the situation with Song Luoyin, lest the night stretch into a lengthy ordeal. Rather than returning home, Huang Yi remained by my side, tending to me like a devoted spouse. In truth, she too was weary. Since our return from Hujiwan, she had not rested either. Observing her reddened eyes, I felt a pang of sympathy and gently urged, You should rest for a while. Huang Yi shook her head and replied, I am not tired. Then accompany me for a brief respite. Chapter 63, The Grim Mister. Upon hearing my words, a flush crept across Huang Yi's face, and she averted her gaze, mumbling, I assent to this. A bit too soon? Startled, I hurriedly clarified, that is not what I meant. I simply meant for you to take a moment to rest. Nothing more. Biting her lip, she shyly avoided my eyes. After a brief hesitation, she slowly sat on the bed and removed her shoes. I was momentarily taken aback. It seemed she had misunderstood my intention. When I suggested she accompany me in resting, I had meant for her to sleep in the adjacent room, not to lie beside me. I had not anticipated that she would settle right next to me. This experience profoundly transformed our relationship. In an inexplicable manner, it appeared we had reached a deeper understanding of one another. However, the pace at which we share the same bed feels rather precipitous. Lying on the bed, Huang Yi remained silent, her tension palpable, as if she were somewhat at a loss. I, too, felt an acute sense of nervousness, for it was my first time sharing a bed with a woman, and so closely at that. The intoxicating fragrance emanating from Huang Yi enveloped me entirely. My cheeks flushed, my heart raced, and in this moment I believed I should take action. After several attempts to steady my breath, I finally began to engage in the endeavors expected of a man. I moved, turning onto my side to face her. Liao. As I turned, Huang Yi mirrored my movement, now facing me. Our eyes locked, and an inexplicable flame ignited between us in that silent gaze. Can we? Before I could articulate my thoughts further, Huang Yi suddenly leaned in, capturing my lips in a kiss. The heat of the moment causing me to forget entirely what I had intended to say. This was not our first kiss. It marked the second. This time, though still somewhat awkward, it bore a deeper significance than our previous lip-to-lip encounter. After approximately 3 minutes, Huang Yi released me. Her cheeks flushed as she softly declared, All right, let us get some rest. We can talk more when we awaken. Your body requires proper recuperation. This time, we refrained from further actions, merely drawing closer together, closing the distance between us to nothingness. After resting throughout the afternoon, as darkness enveloped the sky, I made my way to Jiuxing Future City. Huang Yi accompanied me, expressing her desire to see Song Luoyin. I did not refuse, as we had already faced the most perilous situations together. Upon our arrival, Wang Hongwei immediately approached me in distress, lamenting that his son had been vomiting blood for the past 2 days and appeared gravely ill, which was causing him immense anxiety. Wang Hongwei's wife had red-rimmed eyes, betraying the sleepless nights she had endured. Mr. Li, how have things progressed? Have you found her? Inquired Wang Shua's mother, her face etched with worry. I nodded reassuringly, responding, Yes, I have located her. Tonight, I will perform a ritual to unite them in marriage. By tomorrow, your son will recover. Is that truly the case? That would be splendid. Oh, Mr. Li, you cannot fathom how I have spent these last few days. I have awaited your return with bated breath. I was truly concerned that you might not come back, Wang Hongwei exclaimed with fervor. Upon hearing his words, my spirits plummeted instantly. Such sentiments are hardly appropriate. Wang Hongwei's remarks were indeed infuriating. Enough of this. If you cannot speak wisely, it would be better to remain silent. Wang Shua's mother glared at him fiercely. Embarrassed, Wang Hongwei asked, Mr. Li, where is the female ghost? What does she look like? Is she beautiful? I turned to the inquisitive Wang Hongwei, questioning, What? Do you wish to see her? If you're interested, I could arrange a meeting for you. As her father-in-law, it is only fitting that you should meet her. Wang Hongwei was momentarily taken aback, then shook his head vigorously. No, I think I shall pass. I will pass. At last, Mr. Li, you have returned. As we conversed, a faint and laborious voice emerged. Following the sound, I beheld a man adorned with a black veil and a headscarf. He sat upon a cart, accompanied by a young lad named Qing Shan, who was seated in a wheelchair. The man, swathed in a black veil and headscarf, was none other than He Zhongtian. "Mr. Li, you have finally returned. If you had delayed any longer, I fear I would have met my end," He Zhongtian lamented. "How did you come to this state?" Wang Shua's mother gazed at He Zhongtian with astonishment. He Zhongtian slowly removed his hat and headscarf, revealing a face modeled in deep shades of black, akin to severe bruising, as if blood had pooled throughout his body. There remained a small, unblemished patch on his forehead, that very spot preserving his life, for had it darkened as well, he would truly be beyond salvation. "It is that thing that caused this. That thing caused it? In my view, it is not that, but rather your own retribution. You ought to have contemplated the consequences of your deceit. People like you deserve to perish, not to live." Wang Hongwei erupted, glaring angrily at He Zhongtian. Clearly, after our departure, a rift had formed between Wang Hongwei and He Zhongtian. Though he could not articulate his thoughts, he was perceptive. He Zhongtian had deceived him, and he was certainly aware of it. Struck by Wang Hongwei's fierce words, He Zhongtian fell silent, appearing utterly feeble. Evil begets evil, when one revels in their malevolence. They ought to foresee such a fate. I have already alerted my circle regarding your affairs. Even if you escape death today, I can assure you that your existence will become exceedingly arduous. I believe those whom you have deceived will take action once they learn of your misdeeds. As he spoke, a fierce glint flashed across Wang Hongwei's face. "Boss Wang, you," I interrupted the two, inquiring, "is there anything to eat?" "I am famished." Yes, absolutely," Wang Hongwei responded, bowing and scraping. "I shall arrange it at once." With that, he turned to He Zhongtian and snapped, "What are you still doing here? Get out of my house." He Zhongtian cast a pitiful glance in my direction, but I averted my gaze and proceeded straight to the dining area. After dining, it was already past 9 o'clock, and I made my way into Wang Shua's room. He was deep in slumber, looking even more emaciated than 2 days prior, his skin resembling that of a corpse. The vitality he once possessed during the day seemed to have waned, yet he still drew breath. As long as there is breath, there is hope. I set up a ritual altar within the room and affixed talismans outside to ward off any malevolent spirits, for I intended to facilitate a meeting between Qinghe and Song Luyan. Should Qinghe emerge and attract unwanted entities, it would spell trouble. As the hour of the rat approached, the balance of yin and yang shifted, marking the time for Song Luyan to make her appearance. Huang Yi glanced at the time, her gaze wandering restlessly around the room. With a hint of confusion, she inquired, "Liao, what about that female ghost, Song Luyan? When will she arrive?" "She is here." Chapter 64. Sincere emotions. I noticed Wang Shua's body stir slightly and pointed at him, saying to Huang Yi, "Look, Huang Yi," she gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment. For Wang Shua had propped himself up on the bed. Wang Shua, how has he gotten up? Wasn't he unable to move?" Huang Yi asked, her surprise evident. "He is Song Luyan." "What?" Huang Yi found it utterly unbelievable. Suddenly, Song Luyan turned her gaze towards us, and upon seeing me, her eyes sparkled with delight. "Mr. Li, you have returned." Huang Yi was even more astonished. Why does she sound so different now? She is not Wang Shua. She is Song Luyan. I nodded in affirmation and began to observe her closely. With Wang Shua's transformation, I could distinctly sense that Song Luyan had endured considerable suffering these past few days. "You have endured much hardship." "I'm fine, as long as you have returned," she replied. "By the way, who is this?" Her gaze shifted toward Huang Yi. I exclaimed in realization, ready to introduce her, but Song Luyan, with a knowing smile, interjected, "I know who she is. This beautiful lady must be your fiancée, right? In the language of your time, she should be referred to as your girlfriend. She is truly lovely." At this remark, Huang Yi's face flushed crimson, and we exchanged an involuntary glance once more. "She came to assist me, and I have already located your bones." I gestured towards the bones on the altar and shifted the topic. Song Luyan's eyes widened in an instant as she exclaimed with sheer delight, "Really? You truly found them?" She hurried to the altar, gazing at her bones, her eyes glimmering with emotion. I was uncertain of her thoughts, but I knew better than to disturb her at that moment. After a while of observing her bones, tears streamed down her cheeks, tears of joy, a manifestation of overwhelming happiness. These are my bones, indeed my bones. You did it. You truly did it. Song Luyin, filled with excitement, clasped her bones in her hands and knelt before me, her face radiant with gratitude. Mr. Li, you are truly a good person. I have wandered for centuries and have never encountered someone as kind as you. Please allow me to pay my respects. As she spoke, she prepared to bow her head before me. Here it comes again. I recognize this as the highest form of ancient etiquette, a profound expression of gratitude. I quickly stepped forward to stop her, gently lifting her up. Enough. You need not prostrate yourself before me. If you truly wish to express your thanks, then let it be shown through your actions, encouraging him to be a good person. Song Luyin nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I shall do so. Since you have found my bones, does that mean you have broken the formation? After breaking it, did you encounter Qinghe and Shui? And what are the dozens of unfortunate girls within? Indeed, it was not only Qinghe who yearned for her. She too was perpetually longing for Qinghe. Qinghe and Shui are both unfortunate girls. They had hoped that their lives would improve after following me. But little did they know that I would lead them to a place where they would endure centuries of suffering. Mr. Li, have you seen them? As soon as she spoke, a deeper sorrow enveloped her, and tears streamed down her cheeks in large droplets. Perhaps they blame me when I left. I was selfish and failed to bring them along. So many years have passed, and I lack the means to return and rescue them. What right do I have to express my longing for them? I swallowed hard and said to her, before we begin, I can arrange for you to meet Qinghe. Really? Song Luyin paused her weeping, her face alight with excitement as she looked at me. Can I truly see Qinghe again? I nodded affirmatively, then took out the spirit-gathering bag and opened it. I called into its depths, Qinghe, please come out. Your young lady is here. As my words echoed, a glimmer of light floated from within the bag. The moment she emerged, Qinghe appeared before us with a swift motion. She was just as I had seen her the night before, clad in white, arriving like a breath of wind, reminiscent of an ancient heroine. Upon her arrival, she first nodded at me. Then her gaze shifted to Song Luyin, who resided within Wang Sha. The two locked eyes, a myriad of emotions passing between them, an unspoken exchange of 1,000 words. Qinghe. Song Luyin was the first to break the silence, her voice tinged with tears, filled with the joy of reunion and a sense of guilt. Qinghe, is that truly you? Miss, is it really you? Qinghe's gaze flickered as she looked at Song Luyin, unable to comprehend how her beloved mistress had transformed into this state. It is I, Qinghe, it is I. Song Luyin stepped forward, grasping Qinghe's hand, tears streaming down her face once more. Qinghe, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. Qinghe. As she spoke, Song Luyin lowered her head. Those words of apology had been trapped in her heart for centuries, and now, released, she could no longer contain them. Her tears flowed in an unending stream. No, miss, you have done nothing to wrong me. You have not wronged me at all. As long as I see you well, Qinghe is completely content. Just wait. I shall restore you. I long to see your visage once more, to converse with my dearest mistress again. Perhaps Qinghe, like me, feels a sense of discomfort gazing upon Wang Shua's form. After speaking, Qinghe performed the same gestures she had used the previous night to retrieve Song Luyin's bones. Suddenly, I witnessed a veil of white mist enveloping Song Luyin, and, as if by magic, her body underwent a remarkable transformation, reverting to her original appearance. Upon beholding Song Luyin's true visage, I was utterly astonished. She donned a striking red silk gown, its neckline plunging low, revealing her snow-white collarbone. Her face resembled a lotus flower, her brows like willows, and her enchanting eyes, more captivating than peach blossoms, drew one in irresistibly. Her raven hair was elegantly styled into a high bun, adorned with pearls that sparkled brilliantly in the light. Her crimson lips curved slightly upwards, presenting the image of an exquisite ancient beauty. With a delicate pearly complexion and a graceful willow-like waist, she was a vision to behold. The verse's emerald skirt adorned with golden lotus, crimson sleeves fading like jade bamboo, may well be crafted to depict a woman of unparalleled beauty such as her. How exquisite! Huang Yi could not help but utter a compliment, her face revealing an unmistakable envy. This is the lady I cherish most, indeed. Qinghe gazed at Song Luyin with a satisfied smile. Qinghe. Song Luyin glanced at her own form, an indescribable excitement lighting up her features. After a moment of contemplation, she lifted her gaze to meet Qinghe's. I am so sorry. Qinghe, it is I who have wronged you. It is I who have brought you suffering. Had it not been for me, you would not have endured centuries of torment in that frigid, subterranean palace. It is all my fault, Qinghe, all my fault. After I escaped that palace, I sought help in every possible way, yet no one was willing to assist me. The inept could not see me, terrified as they were, while the capable sought to eliminate me upon discovery. Truly, I feel deeply remorseful towards you, Entwined. With those words, Song Luyin attempted to kneel before Qinghe to apologize. However, Qinghe halted her. My lady, what are you saying? How could this possibly be your fault? Do you not realize what my life was like before I met you? Back then, I barely had enough to eat from one meal to the next. My parents toiled endlessly over matters of survival, devoid of any conversation, and our family knew no joy. As a girl, I began working at home from the age of 8, looking after my younger siblings. Yet after encountering you, I learned that life could indeed be lived with such joy, that one could truly embrace happiness. You bestowed upon me 3 years of blissful existence, revealing to me that I, Qinghe, too, am deserving of joy and the comforts of sustenance and warmth. Those 3 years stand as the most joyous and fulfilling of my life. And you, the architect of my happiness, how could I ever harbor resentment towards you? I find myself overwhelmed with gratitude instead. Yet, in the twilight of your life, I failed to safeguard you. Even after our demise, I could not protect you, allowing you to endure such pain. Each time I witnessed that blind man treating you so, I could only stand helplessly by. Do you fathom the agony that resides within my heart? Miss, I'm deeply sorry. Qinghe has wronged you. Tears streamed down Qinghe's face, manifesting as 2 lines of blood-red sorrow. Chapter 65. A Final Farewell, Qinghe. Song Luyin stepped forward and embraced Qinghe tightly, and in that instant, both were engulfed in a torrent of tears. How could such a poignant scene fail to stir one's emotions? I too felt the warmth of tears cascade down my cheeks, moved profoundly by their sincere bond. I turned to Huang Yi, who was already weeping uncontrollably. As their cries transformed into soft sobs, the two gradually released each other. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Song Luyin inquired, Qinghe, where's Cui? I haven't seen her. Qinghe was momentarily taken aback, then raised her hand to wipe the blood from the corner of her eye, softly murmuring, Cui is no longer here. Over 200 years ago, a girl entered that place and took Cui's place. This statement left Song Luyin, who had only just ceased her tears, utterly stunned. After a brief moment, her tears began to flow once more. Cui, such a pitiful girl, abducted at the tender age of 10 to our household. I promised her that I would help her find her parents, but that wish shall forever remain unfulfilled. Cui truly suffered so much. Song Luyin's gaze was filled with deep melancholy, her words saturated with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sorrow. Qinghe remained silent, bowing her head in quiet remembrance of her sister. Miss, you must not blame yourself. This matter is not your fault. You still have your own life ahead of you, your own journey. We cannot dwell on the past. You should look forward. Did not Masterly say that you could be reborn? This is something to rejoice about. Miss, you ought to feel happy. I believe if Cui were still here, she would share my anticipation in witnessing your present. Song Luyin lifted her hand to dry her tears, her large, glistening eyes fixed on Qinghe for a long while before she finally nodded in agreement. Qinghe is right. Miss, Qinghe grasped Song Luyin's hand earnestly and said, I do not know if we shall meet again in the future, but I have a request. I hope you can grant it. Speak, Qinghe. I long to hear the melodious strains of a zither once more, and to dance once again the steps you have taught me, dear Mississippi. Song Luyin's gaze flickered with hesitation, but after a brief moment, she wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes and nodded solemnly in agreement. Very well. Subsequently, Song Luyin entered the restroom and soon emerged with a zither in hand. She settled herself before the instrument, tilting her head as her fingers gently caressed the strings. The enchanting melody of the zither filled the air again, this time not played by Wang Shuo, but by the captivating Song Luyan herself. Behind her, Qinghe began to dance gracefully, akin to a butterfly flitting among blossoms. The beauty of the zither enthralled the senses, while the elegant movements stirred the soul. The harmonious blend of Song Luyan's music and Qinghe's dance illuminated the confined space, as if, in that fleeting moment, they were transported back to an era long past, over 500 years ago, to a place filled solely with laughter and joy. I cannot fathom what that place might have been like, yet in the resonance of their music, I could vaguely envision the enviable ambience. As the final notes faded, the dance came to an abrupt halt, for every melody must eventually conclude, and the harsh reality of separation awaited them. Once the music ceased, the graceful movements, too, fell silent, restoring everything to its previous state. The two gazed deeply into each other's eyes. This melody, this dance, held profound significance for them both. Their hearts yearned for time to freeze in that moment. "Dear Miss," Qinghe's eyes brimmed with tears of blood once more. "Please allow me to pay my respects." Having spoken, Qinghe resolutely knelt upon the ground, gazing earnestly at Song Luyan, and declared, "If there is a next life, I would gladly serve you once more. I would willingly follow you." "Qinghe, Miss, the time has come. I must take my leave. Please take care of yourself." With these words, Qinghe cast one last glance at Song Luyan, a gentle smile gracing her lips. "Qinghe." Song Luyan was choked with emotion, unable to contain her tears. "Miss, I have one final request. I do not wish to see you weep. I long to witness your smile. Your smile is the most exquisite thing I have ever encountered in this world. Could you, for my sake, smile one last time? Consider it a parting gift." Song Luyan could no longer restrain her emotions. Yet, she could not betray Qinghe's final wish. She wiped away her tears and forced a beautiful smile upon her face. "Miss, you are truly beautiful." With that declaration, Qinghe transformed into a wisp of green smoke, drifting into Song Luyan's gathering spirit pouch. Song Luyan understood that this farewell with Qinghe was indeed an eternal parting. Her eyes fixated on the spot where Qinghe had vanished. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably. "Qinghe, if there's a next life, I would cherish the opportunity to be your sister." These words escaped Song Luyan's lips amidst her sobs, yet Qinghe could no longer hear them. Crouching on the ground, Song Luyan wept inconsolably, as if the world had turned dark around her. "Liu," Huang Yi gently pulled me aside, wiping her own tears as she implored. "You must go comfort Miss Song. They are truly pitiful." I instinctively cast a glance at Huang Yi before making my way to Song Luyan's side. "Miss Song, please do not be too disheartened. I am not particularly adept at offering comfort, and I truly find myself at a loss for words." Suddenly, Song Luyan lifted her head to gaze at me, her large, watery eyes exuding an air of profound sorrow. "Qinghe, I implore you, if you possess the ability to guide Qinghe, I beg you to ensure that she experiences a better life in her next incarnation. This lifetime, she has endured far too much suffering alongside me. In her next life, it must not be so." Her expression was filled with deep emotion, her eyes brimming with earnest supplication. My heart was a tumult of conflicting feelings, yet I resolutely nodded. "Rest assured, I shall do so. Miss Song, let us begin." Wiping away her tears, Song Luyan gave a slight nod, and her visage faded, transforming once more into that of Wang Sha. I retrieved a small fragment from the bone I had brought, binding it with a red thread, and, subsequently, suspending it around Wang Shua's neck. "Mr. Li, what are you doing?" Song Luyan inquired, her expression one of confusion. "Did you not mention that it was necessary for him to wear a piece of your bone?" Upon this realization, a smile graced her lips as she responded, "That is indeed what I said, but need not necessarily be worn around the neck. Placing it beside his bed while he sleeps would suffice. This dangling bone is rather peculiar. After all, what normal person would have a bone hanging from their neck?" She had a point. One would not typically find a bone suspended from a person's neck. However, Wang Shua was no ordinary individual. Within Wang Shua's body reside two souls. How is it that he remains a normal person? I said to her, "You may not be aware, but Wang Shua's lifestyle is rather reckless. There are times when he goes several days without returning home to sleep. I fear that if he wanders too far, you may have an adverse reaction. I shall place your bones upon him, so that you will no longer suffer. As for the manner of it, rest assured, I will ensure he is willing to bear the burden. The other part, I will have them enshrine upon the incense offerings." Upon hearing this, Song Luyin was rendered speechless, and she urgently replied, "Young master, this cannot be. To merge with his body is already a great fortune for Luyin. How could I possibly desire them to honor my remains? Luyin, with her meager blessings, cannot bear such veneration from his family." Chapter 66. Take care of yourself, Miss Song. The Wang family has committed many wrongdoings. My actions are in service to you, and likewise to assist the Wang family. Perhaps it is fated that you have a connection to them. Your presence is meant to aid them, rather than being a mere coincidence. Therefore, I hope that within Wang Shuo, you can guide him to be a better person, preventing him from continuing his misdeeds. Their offerings to you will bestow upon you strength. And should Wang Shuo persist in his wrongful ways, you may use that power to correct him. I do not wish for him to return to his former self after he recovers. Do you understand my intent? After a moment of difficult hesitation, Song Luyin ultimately acquiesced with a nod. Seeing her agreement, I acknowledged her with a sound and commenced the fusion ceremony for the two. Once all was arranged, the dawn broke. The spirit of Song Luyin, having wandered for centuries, has finally truly merged with Wang Shuo's being. At this moment, Wang Shuo's body is no longer solely his own, but rather a vessel housing two souls. The dawn is approaching, and Song Luyin must depart. She gazes at me, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Young Master Li, you are a true sage. You are the finest person I have encountered throughout my long journey. Please allow me to pay my respects." With that, Song Luyin kneels before me, bowing her head earnestly. "Miss Song, please do not do this, rise. I implore." Unable to bear such reverence, I assist her to her feet. "No, you must accept this. You are more than worthy. If you cannot bear it, then no one in this world can claim to do so." Once standing, Song Luyin gazes into my eyes and suddenly declares, "Mr. Li, there is something I wish to share with you." As she speaks, she instinctively glances at Huang Yi, who immediately understands. "You both go ahead. I shall excuse myself." With that, Huang Yi turns and retreats to a corner, distancing herself from us. Leaning closer, Song Luyin whispers something that takes me by surprise. After speaking, she raises her head to meet my gaze. "Young Master Li, the time has come. Luyin must take her leave. Thank you for your assistance." With those parting words, Song Luyin gracefully moves to the bed and lies down. I realize that her centuries of wandering have reached a conclusion here, and I can only hope that in her next life, she will find a fortunate rebirth. Thus it ends. I turn to gaze at Huang Yi, my heart devoid of the anticipated relief. Instead, it was filled with a tumult of emotions. She looked at me with a complex expression and sighed, saying, "Well then, let's go." As she opened the door, Wang Hongwei and his wife remained stationed at the entrance, their eyes reddened and their faces ashen. Upon spotting me, Wang Hongwei's wife immediately inquired, "Mr. Li, how is it? Has everything been resolved? Was it smooth?" I nodded affirmatively, then led them into the room. Pointing to the bone on the table, I informed them this bone belongs to Miss Song. It needs to be placed on the altar for worship. By doing so, she will better protect your son and stabilize the development of the Wang family. Listening to my words, the couple exchanged glances, and Wang Hongwei nodded vigorously, affirming, "Yes, she will henceforth be our daughter-in-law, and she is also our family's benefactor. It is our duty to pay homage to her." This was the most commendable statement I had heard from Wang Hongwei during our interactions over the past few days. Furthermore, the bone hanging around your son's neck is also hers. When he awakens, remind him not to remove it. Otherwise, he may experience a recurrence of his previous condition, potentially more severe. After hearing my words, the couple nodded repeatedly. At that moment, they held an immense trust in me, and naturally, they would take my words to heart. Once I had concluded my instructions, I recalled the final words spoken to me by Song Luyin, which I wished to convey. However, after a moment's thought, I decided to refrain from doing so. Let us first observe their performance. Should it prove satisfactory, I shall speak further. If not, I shall have no comments to offer. With this thought, I took my leave. Mr. Li, please wait. Wang Hongwei called out to me, presenting a check as he spoke. This is a token of my gratitude for saving my son. I am aware that money cannot truly express such immense kindness, but I implore you to accept it. Upon glancing at the check, I was taken aback. It amounted to 10 million. Goodness gracious! I exclaimed, promptly returning the check to him. Such a sum is far too generous. Your abilities are not to be quantified by such monetary value. Wang, I insist, I stated firmly, shoving the check back into his hands. Money should never serve as the metric of a person's worth. Even if you were to offer me a mere couple of hundred, I would fulfill my promise to assist you. If you are adamant about bestowing such a large sum, let it be halved. The remaining portion shall be a favor. Do not pursue any grievances regarding He Zhongtian. Witnessing my serious demeanor, Wang Hongwei eventually relented. He offered me 5 million. To be candid, having accomplished 2 tasks, I found myself with 6 million. In that moment, it seemed as though money was merely a numeral. As I exited Wang Hongwei's villa, Huang Yi, perplexed, inquired, Liao, what prompted you to advocate for He Zhongtian all of a sudden? After a moment's reflection, I replied, perhaps it is due to the influence of his master. Although I am not acquainted with him, he has ties to the Xianmen. My blood possesses the power to break the 72 earthly fiends formation, which sufficiently illustrates my connection to the Xianmen. Perhaps it is for this very reason that I chose to intercede on his behalf. You are truly a commendable person. Despite his wickedness, you not only refrain from punishing him, but also advocate for him. Before long, we arrived at the entrance of the 9-star future city. As soon as we stepped outside, we spotted He Zhongtian and Aoyama. Mr. Li, you have emerged? I scrutinized He Zhongtian, who was seated in a wheelchair. His complexion had notably faded. Mr. He, what brings you here? Could it be that? Aoyama interjected. After leaving the Wang residence last night, the master has not departed. Mr. Li, do you think something has happened to him? I cast a glance at He Zhongtian, who was gazing at me with eager anticipation. I shook my head and replied, for now, it has passed. However, should you continue to value wealth above all else, the next occurrence may indeed be imminent. Mr. He, do take heed. With that, I lost interest in further conversation and departed. Upon returning to my apartment, an overwhelming sense of fatigue enveloped me. Huang Yi had accompanied me here, and she expressed her heartfelt reflections on the relationship between Song Luyan and Xinghe. Eventually, she inquired, Liao, what did Song Luyan whisper to you in the end? I anticipated her curiosity and decided not to withhold the truth. Thus I revealed, Miss Song conveyed to me that Wang Shua cannot marry, yet he may take a concubine. She cannot bear him an heir, but he is permitted to take a concubine for that purpose. This was the secret she confided in me, and I was left astonished upon hearing it. Even though their souls were intertwined, Song Luyan was still Wang Shua's lawfully wedded wife. However, upon reflection, I came to understand that for women of ancient times, it was not particularly unusual for men to take multiple wives or concubines. Chapitre 67, Confession. Huang Yi suddenly clapped her hands, startling me. Then, with her hands on her hips, she exclaimed in anger, how could that scoundrel Wang Shua have the audacity to take a concubine? What right does he have to carry on his lineage? In my opinion, he deserves to perish. At just 16, he committed acts more despicable than those of beasts. Never mind. I shan't speak of him any further. I reached out to grasp Huang Yi's delicate hand, softly saying, that is precisely why I chose not to inform his parents. I wish to observe his future conduct. If he demonstrates genuine improvement and reform, then I shall reveal the truth to him. If he continues to maintain his previous frivolous demeanor, I shall keep this secret for eternity. Upon hearing my words, Huang Yi was momentarily taken aback. Then, she turned to me and inquired, so, does this imply that you too support men seeking multiple wives and concubines? Huang Yi abruptly shifted the topic to this matter. I had not even considered it in that light, and her train of thought seemed to be racing ahead. Liao, could it be that you too wish to have several wives? Huang Yi's gaze bore into me, making me feel uneasy and prompting me to avert my eyes. Oh dear, have I struck a nerve? You can't even look me in the eye, she provocatively remarked, inching closer, her alluring scent becoming more intoxicating. I hastily clarified, that is certainly not what I meant. It's just that Wang Shua's actions stemmed from specific circumstances. How could I possibly entertain such thoughts? I have never considered it in that manner. Huang Yi couldn't help but chuckle. Look at your foolish expression, so serious and confident while handling matters. Yet now, you resemble a bashful young boy, your face flushed with embarrassment. I truly cannot reconcile this version of you with the earnest Mr. Li I know. You, my dear, still embody the spirit of youth and life. I was merely jesting with you earlier. As I beheld the sweet smile gracing Huang Yi's face, I felt myself becoming entranced. She was exquisite, her presence intoxicating. The proximity between us rendered me powerless to resist. I leaned closer and grasped her arm. This sudden gesture took her by surprise, and before she could react, I kissed her with a swift, fervent motion. Huang Yi trembled at the unexpected kiss, her body tensing momentarily. It seemed she had not anticipated such an advance from me. I assumed she would push me away once she regained her composure. Yet to my astonishment, she relaxed completely, embracing me and reciprocating the kiss with eagerness. In that moment, our world fell silent, and we immersed ourselves in this beautiful experience. After 2 minutes, we reluctantly released one another, and I noticed her face was crimson. Her eyes, hazy with emotion, met mine, but under the intensity of my gaze. She shyly lowered her head. I like you. Summoning all my courage, I uttered those challenging words to Huang Yi. I merely wished to confront my own heart and share my innermost feelings with her. I am fond of her, her bravery, her clear-cut disposition towards love and hate. Naturally, I am particularly enamored with the sensation of kissing her. Upon hearing my confession, Huang Yi was momentarily taken aback, but that hesitation was fleeting. She quickly averted her gaze, unable to meet my eyes, and offered no reply. I understood that I must exercise patience. I needed to wait. At least, that is how it is portrayed in television dramas. After a brief pause, I observe her take 2 deep breaths, and then, in a voice barely above a whisper, she said to me, "It's all happening too quickly. Liao, I feel that this is moving too fast. I am not yet mentally prepared, perhaps with your acumen. You have come to know me well, but I do not yet know you sufficiently." Eager to discern her feelings towards me, I gazed earnestly into her eyes. Despite having sensed some of her emotions, I longed to hear her articulate them. Huang Yi's gaze returned to my face, as if she had made a decision and was about to speak. However, at that precise moment, the door was unexpectedly thrust open. We both turned our attention to the entrance, only to see Wu Pengzi stepping inside. He looked awkwardly at us and blinked, inquiring, did I arrive at an inconvenient time? It was then that I realized my hand still rested on Huang Yi's shoulder, and we remained at the same intimate distance we had occupied just moments before our kiss. We hastily released each other, exchanging an awkward glance before Huang Yi quickly tidied her hair. I, too, felt an unprecedented sense of restlessness. How embarrassing this was. "Cousin, what brings you here?" Huang Yi exclaimed in a flustered manner. Wu Pengzi glanced at me and then burst into laughter, saying, "Don't worry, I didn't see anything just now. If you two are busy, I can step outside for a bit." "Is half an hour sufficient, Mr. Li?" I was somewhat bewildered. What did this half hour mean? Just as I was about to explain, Huang Yi, looking quite flustered, interjected, "Cousin, what nonsense are you talking about? Half an hour? Mr. Li and I have nothing going on. I merely blew into his eyes because he got some sand in them." Wu Pengzi chuckled. "Cousin, why are you so worried? You're both grown-ups. I won't tell fourth uncle or grandfather." "Oh, please don't say such things," Huang Yi replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Clearing my throat softly, I asked Wu, "Brother Wu, do you have something to discuss?" In truth, I was uncertain how to address Wu Pengzi, given that he was older than me. I didn't mind calling him brother. Noticing Huang Yi's acute discomfort, I felt compelled to divert the topic. "Why call him brother? Just refer to him as Wu Pengzi." Huang Yi remarked disapprovingly upon hearing my address. Wu Pengzi, still smiling, added, Indeed, you should call me Wu Pengzi." "How could you call me brother?" "Call me Wu Pengzi. It seems more amiable." It appears the topic has strayed, and I nodded slightly, inquiring, "So, do you have something to discuss?" Upon hearing my question, Wu Pengzi hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Indeed, I have matters to address." If there were nothing of importance, I wouldn't intrude upon you. Rest assured, today I may have disrupted you, but I promise to create a perfect environment for you next time. Huang Yi cast an embarrassed glance at me, then, visibly annoyed, retorted to Wu Pongzi, "Speak of your business and refrain from rambling." Wu Pongzi settled beside us, poured himself a glass of water, and with a serious expression, sighed deeply. "Mr. Li, I believe I have encountered a ghost." Chapter 68. The danger of desire. Wu Pongzi's declaration was anticipated. Neither Huang Yi nor I found it surprising. On the contrary, we thought him somewhat foolish for only now realizing he had encountered a spirit after so many days. However, Wu Pongzi seemed unfazed by our reactions. He swallowed hard, continuing with evident trepidation. "After leaving your place that day, I pondered over whether to break up with Chen Sisi. But once she approached me, I completely forgot about it. Goodness, I had advised him to inquire with friends regarding Chen Sisi. Yet he was preoccupied with thoughts of whether or not to end the relationship. Clearly, Wu Pongzi possesses a unique talent. You cannot imagine. Chen Sisi truly knows how to play the game. I feel as though she was born to please me. We are a perfect match. She is fully aware of my preferences in actions and games, and she has completely accommodated me. After a night passed, I found myself forgetting about the breakup. I thought to myself that as long as we could enjoy each other's company, there was no harm done." "Wu, you are utterly shameless," Huang Yi exclaimed in irritation, her face contorted with anger. "I truly do not wish to have any blood relation with someone as despicable as you. It is nothing short of a taint on my lineage." Wu, with a bitter expression, replied, "Am I not merely speaking the truth to Mr. Li? Are you suggesting I should lie?" "Enough, Yi, let him finish." I comforted Huang Yi, who then huffed in response, her face still a mask of fury and disdain. Wu continued, "In truth, part of my reasoning stems from your presence. I thought, with you around, should anything arise, you would undoubtedly look out for me, allowing me to be more carefree." I could empathize with Wu's perspective. I had similar thoughts when my grandfather was still with me. I approached everything with an open heart, reassured that my grandfather would always be there, as if a towering figure shielding me from the weight of the world. "But let's get to the point. What have you encountered?" I urged, wishing to cut through Wu's lengthy narrative. Wu responded with an acknowledgement. "In fact, I have undertaken the tasks you assigned me. I inquired among former classmates and alumni, yet they too were unaware of Cece's circumstances. What they knew was largely akin to my own understanding, that she had gone abroad for her studies. This morning, I accompanied my father to an event where I encountered an old classmate, a female student who shared a close bond with Cece. Inquiring about Cece's well-being, the words she uttered nearly sent a chill down my spine. She revealed that Cece had met with an unfortunate accident and had passed away a year prior, and that she had even attended Cece's funeral. Indeed, this individual seems destined to be surrounded by benefactors, not only enjoying personal prosperity, but also constantly encountering those who assist him. Truly, a charmed existence devoid of worries. Sometimes, there is no need for him to be overly proactive. Reminders seem to manifest effortlessly. "So, have you mentioned your recent encounter with Chen Sisi to her?" Wu, the chubby one, shook his head and exclaimed, "Of course not. How could I possibly share that with her? It suffices for me to bear this fear alone. I cannot possibly drag her into my trepidation. Just now, having returned from the event, I rushed to find you. Along the way, I have come to see why Chen Sisi has been so forward with me. It turns out she is not even human, making it exceedingly easy for her to manipulate me. The thought that I've been haunted every night by a ghost fills me with disquiet." As Wu spoke, his expression shifted dramatically. "Serves you right," Huang Yi remarked smugly. "This is what you get for being lecherous, for having only women in your eyes. They say a character flaw can be as sharp as a knife." Though her words seemed to strike him while he was down, deep within, she harbored genuine concern for her cousin. It is akin to the expression of concern that graced Huang Yi's face upon learning of his encounter with the supernatural. "Did your classmates share any details regarding Chen Sisi's demise?" I couldn't help but voice my curiosity. Wu Pongzi paused momentarily, shaking his head as he replied, "She didn't elaborate, merely stating it was an accident." After hearing this, I found myself devoid of further inquiries. An accident? She had passed away a year ago. Moreover, a funeral had been held in her honor. This suggests there must be some lingering grievances, for otherwise she would not be wandering in this realm, failing to return to her rightful place. At this juncture, a question suddenly occurred to me. Having spent so much time with Chen Cece, did you not notice anything that might have aroused your suspicion? Wu Pengzi shook his head in denial, saying not at all. Upon first seeing her, I was utterly captivated. There was no room for other thoughts. Then what about when you weren't in her presence? Wouldn't you take a moment to reflect? Chen Cece has passed away, yet remains in this world. This indicates she is a spirit, and, as such, cannot appear during the day. The daylight is too saturated with yang energy for a ghost to roam freely. For instance, if you had never encountered Chen Cece during the day, would you not harbor doubts about her true identity? Wu Pengzi contemplated for a moment, furrowing his brow as he replied, "No, that's not the case. I have seen her during the day, quite a few times, in fact." "Oh," my curiosity was piqued. "You mean to say you have seen her in daylight?" "Indeed. I have seen her more than once during the day. She often visits my bar before dusk. She claims to be working, finishing at 6, which is why she has time to come see me afterward. The current weather, as you are aware, at 6 o'clock it is certainly not dark yet. Daylight may still be present, which raises the question, is Chen Cece not a ghost? If she's not a ghost, then what is she? What sort of daylight are we discussing? Is it sunny or raining? If she appears on a sunless day, it is understandable, but if she emerges in sunny weather, then she cannot possibly be a ghost." Wu, deep in thought, uttered a sound of realization and remarked, "Now that you mention it, it does seem that she only seeks me out when it rains. She seldom appears on sunny days, and only comes at night. Indeed, she is undoubtedly a ghost. So, what should we do? Please, come with me to capture her." Wu, trembling with fear, stood up from the sofa. I shook my head and replied, "Do not rush. Let us first ascertain why she is seeking you. While it is true that she has come to you, she does not seem to harbor any ill will. For the aura of negativity surrounding you remains unchanged since I last observed it 10 days ago. If she truly intended to harm you, she would not have waited until now." Wu could not comprehend my words, for in his mind, encountering a ghost must signify something ominous. After all, who among the living wishes to confront a specter? Is there even a distinction between good and evil among ghosts? She has shared my bed. Surely, she means me harm. She must be draining my vitality, akin to the demons in Strange Tales from a Chinese studio, sucking me dry. As he spoke, Wu was on the verge of tears. Chapter 69. A call from Yi Tingting. Enough of this, Wu. Can you not show a bit of courage? Even if she were to drain you, it would merely be a consequence of your own lecherous nature. It has been said that the essence of desire is akin to a blade, one that ought to impart a stern lesson. Ultimately, Huang Yi could no longer contain herself. "Oh, dear cousin, do not speak of it. Do you think I desired this outcome? That female specter must have employed some form of enchantment to ensnare my thoughts, leading me to fixate solely on that matter whenever I beheld her. Thus, have I wronged you? Is it not you who bears the brunt of this misfortune? Never mind. I cannot argue with you." Fat Wu realized that persisting in this discourse would only lead to his own defeat, and so he ceased his disputes. "Mr. Li, master, you must rescue me. If my vitality is drained, I shall meet my demise." He approached me, his countenance fraught with despair, teetering on the brink of tears. "Huang Yi," exclaimed, pulling Fat Wu aside, "did not Li Yao just say that she harbors no malicious intent toward you? If she truly wished you harm, you would have perished long ago." At that moment, Fat Wu was unmoved by Huang Yi's words, gazing at me with hopeful anticipation. I nodded slightly and remarked, "Indeed, typically, a vengeful spirit intent on your demise would weaken your body over time, rendering you ill. Yet here you stand, full of vitality, which speaks volumes of her intentions. But why must she share my bed? She does so daily, sometimes thrice or 4 times a night." This revelation prompted Huang Yi to roll her eyes at him, while he coughed awkwardly and said, "Oh, come now. You are no longer a young girl. Just refrain from emulating what I say. I only speak the truth. Perhaps she is fond of you?" I could find no more suitable explanation, and thus uttered such a statement. Upon hearing these words, Fatty Wu himself could hardly believe it. How is that possible? Chen Cece is one of the 3 floral beauties of our school. So many men have pursued her in vain. Back then, She probably didn't even glance in my direction. Well, let's go take a look, shall we? She should be coming to find you tonight, right? I inquired, turning my gaze towards Fatty Wu. He nodded emphatically and replied, yes, she should be coming. She visits my bar every night. All right then, you head back and wait for me. I didn't rest last night, so I'll join you shortly. Upon hearing this, Fatty Wu didn't respond, but instead cast a bashful glance my way, hesitantly suggesting, why don't you come to my place to rest? It's quite peaceful there during the day, and I'm worried I might not be able to reach you later. His trepidation was palpable, fearful that if I didn't show up, Chen Sisi might arrive. It was truly baffling to see someone who appeared so robust display such timidity. With no alternative, I could only nod in agreement. Fine, let us go then. As I prepared to leave, a look of astonishment crossed Fatty Wu's face as he asked, aren't you taking anything with you? Perhaps a peach sword or some talismans. He seemed to think that a master exorcist would require such items. I shook my head in resignation. No need for that. I'm merely going to take a look and gather some information. Before long, we arrived at Fatty Wu's bar, an opulent establishment reputed to rank among the top 3 in Yinzhou City. The bar is ideally situated, with its Feng Shui not encountering any adverse influences or conflicts. The energy flows smoothly at its entrance, unobstructed, creating a quintessentially harmonious atmosphere. Upon entering the establishment, one can observe that both the bar counter and the arrangement of seating have been meticulously designed in accordance with Feng Shui principles aimed at attracting wealth, suggesting the involvement of a professional consultant. Is there any issue with the Feng Shui of my bar, Mr. Li? Inquired Wu, the jovial proprietor. I shook my head in response. No issues. You must have consulted someone, right? Indeed, I sought the expertise of Master He Zhongtian, spending 2 million on his services. While it would be unfair to claim that Master He lacks any skill, as he is capable of arranging a basic Feng Shui layout for wealth, the fee of 2 million for such a standard configuration does seem rather exorbitant. However, I refrained from voicing this opinion, merely stifling a yawn and urging him to show me to a place to rest. Wu's bar spans 3 floors. The first floor is lively and bustling. The second features private rooms, while the third serves as a sleeping area. He guided us to the 3rd floor, where I noticed several rooms, each adorned with unique names. The first room was titled Wu Song Fights the Tiger, the second the cowherd rides the ox, and the 3rd and 4th also bore distinctive titles. Each room boasts the standards of a luxury hotel, equipped not only for rest, but also with various amenities that initially appeared unfamiliar to me. It was only later that I discovered these features were designed to enhance romantic interest. Wu Pongzi led me and Huang Yi into a room furnished with 2 beds, and of course, a sofa in the living room. With a cheerful demeanor, he remarked, you may stay here. Rest assured, once the door is closed, no sound from outside will penetrate. The soundproofing is exceptional. You can continue what you were doing earlier. Wu Pongzi, have I given you any reason to presume such familiarity? Not everyone shares your proclivities. Huang Yi snapped back, clearly irked. Observing her genuine anger, Wu Pongzi's playful demeanor faded, replaced by a look of awkwardness as he apologized. My apologies. Please, do take your time to rest. I shall not intrude further. With that, he quietly exited the room. Huang Yi huffed in exasperation. What a fool. Suri, Liu. Wu Pongzi tends to speak without thinking. He spouts nonsense all day long, she expressed, her face a mask of regret. It's quite all right. His words, while thoughtless, should not tarnish your reputation as a young lady, I reassured her. No, it's primarily him. I am indifferent. He has always been so indiscreet. I've grown accustomed to it. It's good that you are untroubled. By the way, Liao, is my cousin truly all right? As soon as Wu Pongzi departed, Huang Yi's expression shifted to one of concern for her cousin, revealing her softer side beneath her sharp tongue. I nodded and replied, he is truly fine. You needn't worry about him. If there were truly intentions to harm him, it would have been impossible to wait until now. To be honest, I am also quite puzzled as to why Chen Sisi has not inflicted any harm upon him. I suppose I shall reserve further thoughts until I see her. Huang Yi seemed eager to inquire further, but just then my phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, I noticed it was a call from Yi Tingting. After careful consideration, I realized it had been over a week since she last contacted me. Noticing that I had not answered the call, Huang Yi asked, "Who is it?" I paused for a moment, then lifted my gaze to respond, "It's Yi Tingting, the girl who treated you to dinner last time?" I nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. Then you should answer." Chapter 70. The anomalies of the room. I pressed the answer button, and on the other end, I heard Yi Tingting's voice. "Liao, where are you?" "I'm out doing some work. What is up?" I've been wanting to apologize for our last encounter. But as soon as the semester began, we were subjected to a closed military training, and phones were prohibited. "Do you have time this afternoon? I would like to invite you to dinner." Yi Tingting holds a special place in my heart. She is my only old friend and classmate in Xingzhou City, and moreover, a fellow villager from my hometown. Seeing her brings back memories of home, of my grandfather, and the place where I grew up. Her voice was soft, tinged with lingering remorse over our last meal together. "It's fine. I had forgotten about it. It's been so long. Why do you still remember?" Yi Tingting smiled. A helpless smile. "Do you have time later? Let us have dinner together." I turned to glance at Huang Yi, who was engrossed in her phone, seemingly oblivious to my phone conversation. After a moment's hesitation, I replied, "Well, I might not have time. I have matters to attend to tonight." A brief silence fell on the other end of the line, and after a few seconds, Yi Tingting's voice carried a hint of disappointment as she said, "All right." But just after uttering those words, her spirit seemed to revive. "What about tomorrow? Is that possible?" At that moment, I was indeed preoccupied with dealing with Wu Pengzi's affairs. I hesitated once more and said, "I'm not certain about that. How about this? When I find some time, I shall call you. I'll treat you, all right?" Yi Tingting hesitated again, then, with a touch of melancholy, responded, "Okay, I'll wait for your call." Thus, our conversation came to a close. Once I hung up, memories flooded back, and I was reminded of my grandfather, who had left home. That piece of homeland held immense significance for me. "Liao." I let out a sigh and turned to Huang Yi, only to find her putting down her phone and staring at me with her large eyes. "What is wrong? You seemed lost in thought after hanging up. Is that girl particularly special to you?" She had never inquired about Yi Tingting before, and I replied sincerely, "Yes. She is quite special. She is the only old classmate I know from Xingzhou City. My hometown is far away, requiring at least a 2-day journey by bus." Upon encountering her, memories of my hometown flooded back, thoughts of my grandfather, and reminiscences of old classmates and friends. I held nothing back, candidly expressing the impressions that Yi Tingting had left on me. Huang Yi paused for a few moments, her brow slightly furrowing, before breaking into a smile and exclaiming, "You truly are an extraordinary man. At times, you possess a uniqueness that sets you apart from others. If it were anyone else, they would surely dismiss it as nothing special and urge me not to overthink it." I sighed, offering a bittersweet smile. "There is no need for that. It's not as if there's anything clandestine or shameful about it. She has always harbored a unique sentiment towards me, one that feels distinctly different from what you evoke in me." "Oh, and what sort of impression do I leave upon you?" Huang Yi inquired with a hint of anticipation in her gaze. "You have stirred my heart in an unprecedented manner, revealing to me the exquisite flavors that lie within human expression." As soon as I finished speaking, her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "It appears that men should refrain from compliments." Huang Yi pouted, huffing softly, "Time for bed. I'm too lazy to listen to your sweet nothings." With that, she nestled down, pulling the blanket over her head. I sighed once more, helplessly closing my eyes. Sleep came swiftly, and before long, I had succumbed to slumber. I was unaware of how long I had been asleep when suddenly I felt a chill enveloping me. "Liao," just as I sensed the coldness. Huang Yi's voice reached my ears. I let out a soft gasp, only to find Huang Yi gazing at me with her large, expressive eyes. Her gaze seemed not directed at me, but rather as if she were attuned to something beyond. "What is the matter?" I inquired of Huang Yi. She tossed her long hair aside and asked, "Didn't you hear it?" "Hear what?" I responded, perplexed. "I heard someone speaking." "Speaking?" Huang Yi nodded earnestly. "Yes. I was just drifting off to sleep when I suddenly felt very warm, so I kicked off the covers. After doing so, I began to hear what seemed like voices." "Wait a moment." I pondered for a couple of seconds before asking, "You said you felt hot?" Huang Yi affirmed, "Yes, quite hot." I was sweating. Instinctively, I glanced at her and noticed beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, her clothes dampened and the fabric around her chest area visibly soaked. Yet, this was not the crux of the matter. The focal point was her claim of hearing voices. While Huang Yi felt warmth, I felt a chill. We were in the same room, albeit on different beds. How could such a contrast exist? I lifted my gaze to survey the room's layout. Nothing appeared amiss. Leo, didn't you hear it? I shook my head. No, what did they say? I'm not sure. But I discerned it was a conversation between a man and a woman. The language was indistinct. I desperately wished to understand, but the words eluded me. At first, I believed I was dreaming, but upon awakening, the sound still lingered in my ears. I listened intently, assuming you must have heard it too, which was why you had awakened. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock resounded at the door, accompanied by the voice of Wu, the portly fellow. Mr. Li. Cousin, are you awake? Awake. I replied to Wu outside the door, then turned to Huang Yi and said, we'll discuss this matter later. Then I'll come in. With those words, Wu opened the door, his face etched with anxiety. She's coming. She just called me and said she is on her way from the company. What time is it? It's 8 o'clock. 8 o'clock. Goodness, I slept until 8. I felt as if I had just lain down. I took out my phone to check the time, and indeed, it was already 8 in the evening. All right, where do you usually meet? In my office. Wu replied nervously. Good, take me there, and prepare 2 boxes of takeout as well. Takeout. Wu paused for a moment and asked, should the rice be half-cooked? Like the kind meant for ghosts? Why would we need half-cooked rice? I retorted, isn't that what ghosts eat? I've seen it on television. I continued, that is not what E and I consume. We haven't eaten since we fell asleep. Come on, can you stop thinking about such irrelevant things? All right, look at me. I'm all flustered. Wu smacked his forehead and hastily pulled out his phone to make a call. After issuing the instructions, I was about to leave with him when Huang Yi addressed us. You may go ahead. I will join you shortly after I take a shower. My clothes are completely soaked. Wu Panzai paused momentarily, surveying Huang Yi from head to toe, and inquired, what? Did you not change out of your clothes after sleeping? Huang Yi shot Wu Panzai a glare, exclaiming sharply, get lost, hurry up and leave. Chapter 71. Portrait of a beauty Wu Panzai, and I arrived at his office. A private space measuring around 60 to 70 square meters. Inside, there were desks and chairs, as well as a traditionally styled Chinese sofa, with various calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls. Among these were authentic works by renowned artists, alongside picturesque ink wash landscapes. I raised my gaze to the artworks and asked, do you truly appreciate these pieces? To be honest, it was difficult for me to envision Wu Panzai arranging his office in such a classical Chinese manner. Wu Panzai sighed, his expression one of resignation, and replied, I don't particularly like them, but as the boss, one must maintain a certain decorum. When friends visit the office, it's essential to put on a show, isn't it? Oh, that made sense. I had suspected that Wu Panzai held little genuine interest in these antiquities. It was all for show. As I scanned the office, my attention was suddenly drawn to an ancient piece of calligraphy hanging horizontally on the wall. It measured approximately 1 meter in length and 40 centimeters in width. The content depicted a bustling marketplace, reminiscent of the famous Along the River during the Qingming Festival. Though this painting bore no direct relation to that renowned work, merely evoking a similar essence. The painting depicts an ancient edifice, portraying a bustling street filled with numerous individuals. Though they meander in various directions, their gazes are collectively fixated upon a singular point. I directed my attention towards that focal point, revealing a stage akin to modern platforms. Yet in antiquity, such structures were typically erected by street performers. Upon the stage stood a gracefully dancing woman, her visage obscured by a crimson scarf, rendering her face invisible. Nevertheless, her striking red attire and the elegant bun of black hair crowned her as an epitome of beauty. It is no wonder that the multitude in the painting is captivated by this enchanting figure. Even I, from my vantage point outside, yearned to behold her extraordinary charm. Yet, what is the underlying message of this artwork? Does it imply that men are invariably drawn to beautiful women? Wait, upon a closer examination of the figures within the painting, it appears that they are predominantly men. Indeed, a meticulous glance at just one or two reveals their masculine attire. Although the details are not exceedingly clear, Their garb unmistakably suggests their gender. Mr. Lee, do you find this painting appealing? Suddenly, Wu, the rotund fellow, inquired of me. I regained my composure and turned to him, asking, where did you acquire this painting? If you like it, I could gift it to you. It seems to be titled Portrait of a Beauty, does it not? Portrait of a Beauty. I echoed those words, my gaze drawn back to the canvas. What? If Mr. Lee admires it, I would gladly present it to you. After all, it holds little monetary value. Wu Pengzi nonchalantly remarked. Just as I was about to inquire about the origin of the painting, the office door swung open. Huang Yi stepped inside, clad in a set of pajamas, her expression tinged with displeasure as she questioned. Wu Pengzi, tell me, have you installed a camera in the room? Taken aback, Wu Pengzi responded, what do you mean, Yi? Answer me first. Did you install one of those hidden cameras in the room where we just slept? Huang Yi pressed. Wu Pengzi raised his hand, feigning an oath by the heavens. I, Wu Di, would never stoop to such despicable and shameless acts. If I did, may I be struck down by lightning and left without a trace. In this day and age, many unscrupulous hotels install hidden cameras to capture private moments, subsequently broadcasting them online, making the unsuspecting guests unwitting stars. You truly did not install one? Huang Yi still appeared incredulous. Wu Pengzi, now thoroughly exasperated, replied, although I have my interests in women, do you not know my true nature? I am not of such lewd disposition. Besides, you are my cousin. How could I engage in such a heinous act? Indeed, I interjected, addressing Huang Yi, Wu Pengzi is not that kind of person. Though he may have an eye for beauty, he possesses a sense of propriety and discernment regarding what is acceptable. What troubles you? Huang Yi swallowed hard and murmured, I noticed that while I was showering, a pair of eyes was watching me. The sensation was exceedingly uncomfortable. I searched the room thoroughly, yet found no one. This led me to suspect that perhaps a hidden camera had been installed. After pondering for a moment, I inquired, how can you be so certain that someone is watching you? Huang Yi took a deep breath and replied, I feel utterly uneasy, as if I were exposed before strangers. Stripped of my clothing, I then turned my gaze towards Wu Pengzi and asked, has this place been haunted recently? Wu Pengzi appeared taken aback by my question. After a few seconds, he scratched his head and asked, does Chen Cece count? If she does, then it must indeed be haunted. I shook my head in dismissal. Not her. There are no haunting phenomena here aside from Chen Cece. Mr. Lee, do you suspect that a ghost is spying on my cousin while she bathes? Wu Pengzi asked, his expression one of utter astonishment. Huang Yi, too, looked bewildered, her face taut with anxiety as she stared at me. In truth, I had never encountered such a phenomenon. The room felt devoid of any spectral presence. Typically, the appearance of a ghost is accompanied by a chilling aura, yet I detected none within these walls. Mr. Lee, is there truly a ghost? If so, I would confront it for daring to intrude upon my cousin's privacy. Wu Pengzi exclaimed, his expression one of indignation, completely oblivious to his own fear of ghosts. I shook my head uncertainly. I have not sensed any malevolent energy. Typically, the presence of a ghost is accompanied by such an aura. Here, there is neither a sinister atmosphere nor any issues related to geomancy. Just moments ago, he mentioned hearing voices and feeling warmth, whereas I experienced quite the opposite. A chill enveloped me, yet I discerned no sound. Huang Yi exchanged a glance with Wu Pengzi, who promptly inquired, could it be some sort of spirit? I shook my head, responding, I am uncertain. Spirits carry their own aura, and any scent would surely differ. But what could it be? Wu Pengzi asked, his impatience evident. Let us await Chen Cece's arrival. I cannot ascertain anything at this moment. Half an hour later, Chen Cece called to inform me she had arrived at the entrance, requesting Wu Pengzi to greet her. I instructed Wu Pengzi to go down. Meanwhile, I carefully tucked away the talismans I often carried, wrapping them in a red cloth. Huang Yi, puzzled, asked Liao, what are you doing? Don't hide those just yet. We mustn't let her suspect anything. I need to observe her first. A few minutes later, Wu Pengzi returned, accompanied by a petite and exquisite woman. Chapter 72. Chen Cece, the woman, wore a sleek black dress, her hair tied in a ponytail, with bangs framing her delicately chiseled features. Standing at approximately 1.60 meters, her charming visage perfectly complemented her diminutive stature. It is no wonder she was dubbed one of the school's three flowers. Her beauty is indeed striking. Upon entering, she was startled to see us and quickly retreated from the office door. Wu Di, there are people in your office. Why did you not inform me? Did I not tell you that I would refrain from coming if there were others present? Wu, in a fit of trepidation, refrained from answering her, swiftly retreating to our side and taking refuge behind me. He stammered, she is Chun Cece. Upon witnessing Wu's fearful demeanor, Chun Cece was momentarily taken aback. Wu Di, you do not think I'm unaware? You are a ghost. You're not human at all. Wu, without hesitation, laid bare the truth, pointing an accusatory finger at Chun Cece. My scrutiny had also reached its conclusion. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon Chun Cece, I had employed my observation technique to assess her. Strangely, there was no trace of negative energy surrounding her. She appeared human, yet this semblance did not guarantee her humanity. She was indeed deceased, a ghost, and yet one capable of manifesting her form. However, the absence of negative energy perplexed me. Ordinarily, it is impossible for a person to die without such energy. Even if it were to attach to another, it would be impossible to conceal its presence. Manifestation, allowing one's corporeal form to be perceived in our realm, is an even greater challenge. One would need centuries of energy, akin to that of Song Luyan, to achieve it. Chun Cece had only been dead for a year, making it implausible for her to manifest, let alone obscure her own negative energy. Relay the anomaly. I did not know, though perhaps Chun Cece possessed the answer. You are a ghost hunter? Her gaze suddenly fixed upon me, and in a state of panic, she implored Wu Di, how could you treat me this way? Having uttered her words, she turned to leave. Miss Chun, wait, I called out urgently, eager to convey my intentions. I harbor no ill will. Chun Cece firmly planted her feet, turned back to look at me, and with a face full of despair said, there is no malice. How could you ghost hunters be devoid of ill intent? You would rather see us perish, leaving our souls in disarray. Indeed, Chun Cece appeared devoid of any energy, and it was evident that she had encountered ghost hunters before. Wait a moment. Huang Yi quickly stepped forward. Liao is not the kind of ghost hunter you think he is. To be precise, he belongs to the category of soul ferryman. If you find yourself in trouble or grappling with something you cannot comprehend, you can confide in Liao. He can assist you. Wu Pongzi widened his eyes, grasped Huang Yi's nightgown, and exclaimed, Yi, have you lost your mind? How can he help? She is a ghost. Oh, please. Huang Yi shot Wu Pongzi a glare and retorted, do not speak as if all ghosts are as you imagine them to be. Since the incident at Hujiawan, Huang Yi had come to realize that not all spirits are unreasonable. Indeed, there exists a distinction between benevolent and malevolent entities. Chun Cece truly turned back to reassess me, and I nodded at her, affirming, indeed, you harbor no malice towards Wu Pongzi, and I shall not bear ill will toward you either. How can you be certain that I do not have ill intentions towards Wu Di? She inquired. If you held malice against him, you would not have waited until now. Wu Pongzi interjected, you have been with him for a while, and during this time, he has neither fallen ill nor suffered loss. This is sufficient evidence of your benign disposition. Upon hearing my words, Chun Cece's expression softened slightly. Please, come inside and take a seat. I gestured towards the sofa, signaling Chun Cece to enter the office and take a seat. She hesitated instinctively for a moment, then shifted her gaze towards Wu Pongzi. Upon being scrutinized by her, Wu Pongzi trembled slightly, hastily averting his eyes, unable to meet her gaze. Rest assured, this place is entirely safe. I would never act in bad faith, I assured her. Yet, Chun Cece still appeared timid, her eyes fixed intently on Wu Pongzi, seemingly awaiting his response. It dawned on me that she had initially exited on her own and now required an invitation to re-enter, akin to standing at the threshold and needing to summon Wu Pongzi to receive her. A spirit cannot easily trespass into another's abode. Doing so indiscriminately invites punishment. In ancient times, the construction of homes included thresholds designed to deter wandering souls. While Wu Pongzi's office lacked a physical barrier, her forced entry would mark her with a transgression, leading to consequences once she departed. To invite her inside, two methods are available. One involves a ritual with half a bowl of tea for incense sticks and 3 pieces of paper, accompanied by an incantation to summon spirits. The other is a direct invitation from the host. Clearly, the latter method was more appropriate for our situation. Therefore, I turned to Wu Pengzi and said, "Invite her in." "What?" Wu Pengzi asked, somewhat perplexed. I had no time to explain, so I reiterated, "Invite her in," but she asked right there. "How can I invite her? She can step in at any moment." "Fat Wu, if Li Yao has asked you to do something, why question it? Do you truly believe that Li Yao would wish you harm?" At this, Fat Wu merely acknowledged with an "oh," then called out to Chen Sisi, "Please come in." One wonders what Fat Wu was contemplating. Perhaps just last night he had affectionately referred to her as little sweetheart, yet now he could hardly bear to meet her gaze. In truth, with such a stunning girl, even if she were a specter, it would be a blessing that she would not bring harm to Fat Wu and would choose to spend her time with him. What am I even thinking? Chen Sisi stepped through the office door, and Huang Yi promptly offered, "Let me get you a glass of water." "That's unnecessary," I interjected. "Just brew a cup of tea and place it before her." Though puzzled, Huang Yi complied without further inquiry. Before long, a cup of tea was set before Chen Sisi. She gazed at the half-filled cup and, with a face of remorse, confessed, "Wu Di, I am truly sorry. I deceived you. I have indeed passed away." Fat Wu's eyes widened in astonishment, ready to respond, but I interrupted, "We will address this matter later. You owe him no apology. My only inquiry is, why have you come here? What was it that compelled you to seek out Fat Wu?" Chen Sisi paused for a few seconds, shaking her head as she replied, "I cannot explain it either. Before arriving here, I felt an overwhelming fatigue, as though my body were adrift. Yet, there was a particular scent that permeated my being, guiding me here. Upon my arrival, I discovered a sense of comfort, and I felt invigorated throughout my entire body. Later, I learned that this bar was owned by Wu Di, and I contemplated greeting him, not realizing he would indeed notice my presence." Chapter 73. Affection for Wu the Chubby. Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but furrow my brow. "So, does this mean that previously no one could see you?" "No, when I spoke with my family, they neither heard nor saw me. It was only after arriving here that I discovered I could be seen by others, but once I leave this place, I again become invisible to them. Leaving here means one cannot be seen. This suggests a direct connection to this location, yet I have not perceived any issues here." "Li Yao, is it a matter of Feng Shui?" Huang Yi questioned me. I shook my head, replying, "I do not know. Since I entered, I have found no flaws in the Feng Shui of this place. It is quite a standard location for prosperity, perfectly suited for business." "What would be the reason, then?" I continue to shake my head. "I am uncertain. Perhaps we shall observe the local energy tonight. When yin and yang alternate, and the signs shift, the energy of this place will change, much like the transformations I noted a few days ago in Hujiawan. Yet, given the vibrant atmosphere here, how could there possibly be any issues?" As I spoke, I too felt a lack of certainty. "By the way, you have been gone for a year, and your family has performed rituals for you and laid you to rest. Why have you not gone to the place you are meant to be? Logically, once the rituals for your transcendence are completed and you are buried, you should no longer linger in the realm of the living. At this moment, the underworld emissaries would come to escort her, allowing her to live out her afterlife until she could reincarnate." Chen Sisi gazed at me in confusion, shaking her head and saying, "I don't know. All I know is that I am dead. I saw them bury me on Jade Spirit Mountain. After that, I felt an overwhelming sadness, and then I was drawn to this entity." "Does that mean you have been with this entity for a long time?" I inquired. Chen Sisi nodded, responding, "For some time now. It was only after arriving here that I realized I could be seen by others." "What is it that you are following? Do you remember?" I asked. Chen Sisi shook her head. "I do not recall." "Then, do you remember who brought this entity?" I pressed. Chen Sisi shook her head again. "I do not remember. I only know that when I regained consciousness, there was a person trying to burn me with fire, attempting to confine me in a cage. Later, I learned that they were a ghost catcher. Fortunately, I had the strength to escape. However, after running for an indeterminate time, I grew weary and followed that energy here. The fire you mentioned is the 5 Thunder Raging Fire Talisman, used by the Yin-Yang Master to capture spirits, while the cage refers to a formation. With different perspectives, one perceives different things. Thus, upon encountering me, you believed I had come to capture you. Indeed, when I first saw you, there was a striking resemblance to that individual. Chen Cece lowered her head in silence, shyly biting her lip. In truth, her current state is quite pitiable, as she remembers nothing and drifts aimlessly. She was utterly oblivious to her purpose in this world, and even more so to the reason for her reluctance to depart. The issue at hand had evolved far beyond the mere occurrence of Wu Fatty encountering a ghost every 9 years. The underlying complexities exceeded my expectations. This matter, I fear, may prove to be quite troublesome. Dear sister, then why have you come to seek me out? Why engage in such actions with me? Wu Fatty suddenly exclaimed, as the fear he held for Chen Cece dissipated, replaced by reproach. Chen Cece, her face tinged with embarrassment, glanced up at Wu Fatty before lowering her gaze once more, softly confessing, I have feelings for you. I cannot contain my emotions when I see you. Huang Yi could not restrain herself and gasped in astonishment, her eyes widening in disbelief. What? You like him? What is there to like about him? He lacks both physique and looks. After all, you are a beauty. Wu Fatty promptly retorted, you fail to comprehend. Do you truly believe that your cousin has no admirers? I assure you, there are many who are infatuated with me. My charm is beyond your imagination. I am known outside as the Chun Guoxiu Xingzhou. Shameless. Huang Yi shot him an exasperated glare. Suddenly, Chen Cece spoke softly, indeed. I have harbored feelings for Wu Di since high school. At that time, I dared not voice my affections and could only admire him from afar. What? Admired him from afar? Huang Yi questioned in disbelief, as if she had misheard. You cannot be serious. What is it about him that warrants your affection? Chen Cece lifted her head and gazed at Wu Di, saying, he possesses a radiant disposition, always wearing a smile, whether in the company of friends or classmates. His smile imparts a sense of authenticity, offering an intangible release. When I behold his grin, I feel an overwhelming sense of ease. My family has been exceptionally strict with me since childhood. From the moment I began to speak, my parents focused not on helping me understand the world around me, but rather on teaching me to count. During my kindergarten years, they arranged tutoring for first-grade courses and hired a private tutor. Ever since, upon returning home, my parents have never inquired about my happiness or how I fared at school. Their only concern was my grades. If I performed well, there was no praise, only a reminder to continue striving and maintain my results. Conversely, poor grades invited reprimands from both my mother and father, with one following the other in a relentless cycle of scolding. Over time, I became socially anxious, introverted, and seemingly aloof. However, this aloofness was merely a facade. The truth is, my parents discouraged me from forming friendships, forbidding any distractions from my studies. In their words, I was a student and should prioritize learning above all else, eschewing activities deemed detrimental to my academic pursuits. Deep down, I yearned for the typical experiences of childhood friendships, those from elementary school, middle school, and high school. Yet, I found myself devoid of such connections. Even the slightest attempt at socializing would result in criticism and chastisement. If that individual had performed better academically, they would have scolded her less. However, if her grades were poor, she would endure their reprimands for an entire day or even several days. After graduating from high school, I undoubtedly went abroad to pursue my studies. I believed I would escape the constraints imposed by my parents and finally have the chance to carve my own path. To my astonishment, my mother moved overseas to accompany me through my education. My entire university experience was monotonous and devoid of flavor. I didn't make a single friend throughout those years. Chapter 74. A life under control upon graduation. I returned home to assist in my father's company. At that juncture, my parents began introducing me to potential suitors, presenting candidates they favored and deemed suitable. Meeting those individuals felt insincere. Their smiles were disingenuous, and I found myself utterly disinterested in them. So, did you contemplate suicide? Huang Yi inquired with a face full of curiosity. Chen Cece shook her head and replied, no, I did not attempt to take my own life. A year ago, my parents arranged for me to meet a suitor in his 40s, claiming he was wealthy and that marrying him would greatly benefit our family business. His wife had passed away, leaving no children, and they insisted I marry him. I refused and had a fierce argument with them. They controlled my childhood and dictated my youth, treating me as a mere machine, one that obediently followed their prescribed path. If I continued to heed their demands, my life would be irrevocably destroyed. After that day, as quarrel, I felt surprisingly liberated and at ease within myself. So I left my home. I wandered aimlessly, unaware of my destination, until I was struck by a vehicle. Following that moment, my memory faded. All I could recall was witnessing my parents weeping, which filled me with profound sorrow. Yet, my grief did not stem from the separation between us. Rather, it was an inexplicable melancholy. Perhaps it was a reflection on the worthlessness of my existence, realizing that true life is only grasped in death. Upon hearing Chun Cici's narrative, Huang Yi couldn't help but glance at me, expressing her sympathy. You are truly unfortunate. When I was a child, my grandfather left us in the countryside to fend for ourselves so we could experience life. Chun Cici offered a bittersweet smile, laden with emotions. Thus, when I first encountered Wu Di, I felt an overwhelming envy. His smile brought me a sense of liberation. I regret not having summoned the courage to speak with him. If only I had a modicum of bravery, we might not have had to wait until now to reconnect. Wu Pengzi, no longer engulfed by fear, instead felt a sense of compassion for Chun Cici. He suddenly choked on his words, asking, "Are you serious? Did you like me back in high school?" Chun Cici nodded with certainty, affirming, "Yes, I liked you during my high school years." He exclaimed, "But there were so many others with innocent and pure smiles. Why didn't you fall for them?" She replied, "Because your authenticity is unparalleled. It emanates from the depths of your soul. While their smiles are often laced with ulterior motives." The words lingered in the air, prompting Wu, the plump gentleman, to chuckle bashfully, resembling a simpleton. "At that time, you were a goddess. How could you ever harbor feelings for someone like me? Had you expressed your sentiments then, perhaps our lives would have taken a different trajectory. Alas, we meet too late." At last, Wu unveiled his most authentic self. In the face of Chun Cici's sincerity, he cast aside his prior bravado. "It is not too late. Getting to know you at this moment is the most fortuitous occurrence for me. At least I am not under the control of my parents now. Had I known you then, we might not have had the chance to meet today." With a sigh, Wu's gaze softened. "By the way, you mentioned not having friends. What about Zhou Xiaoya? Isn't she your close confidant?" Unable to restrain his curiosity, Wu inquired, "I recall seeing the two of you often together back then." Chun Cici shook her head. "We were merely neighbors. She performed well academically and frequently visited our home, so my parents had no objections to our interactions. Whenever I spoke to someone or engaged with others, she would be the one to inform my parents." "Then, she was your parents' informant?" Wu probed further. "Indeed," Chun Cici replied candidly. "She was the spy my parents placed beside me, a rather vexatious individual. I never would have guessed. That girl possesses quite the cunning. Wu Di, I apologize. I have deceived you." Suddenly, Chun Cici offered her apologies to Wu once more. Wu Fatty hurriedly remarked, "There is no need for apologies. It is I who should be sorry." After listening to Chun Cici's account, I found myself lost in deep contemplation. The girl's experiences are indeed tragic. From a moment of her birth, her life has been controlled by her parents. Although our destinies are predetermined, such divine secrets should remain undisclosed. Is it not a struggle against fate for her parents to dictate her life in this manner? Her situation has already reached a conclusion. Even if I wish to assist her now, I must first understand why she feels unable to escape and what forces have transformed her into her present state. With this thought in mind, I inquired, "Miss Chun, I have another question. Are there any other spirits here besides you?" Chun Cici paused, gazed at me, and shook her head, saying, "I do not know." Wu Fatty, could you inquire if anything strange has occurred in your bar recently during the nights? Wu Fatty opened his mouth and replied, "There shouldn't be anything unusual. I've been in the bar lately. If there were any issues, I would surely be aware of them." Your bar operates at night, does it not? Wu Fatty nodded. You have been with Miss Chun every night. Can you guarantee that you are aware of everything that transpires here? As soon as I uttered these words, Chun Cici buried her head once more. You make a valid point. I shall promptly call the manager to come up. With that, Wu Fatty took out his phone and made a call. A few minutes later, a man with a neatly parted hairstyle arrived at the door and knocked. "Come in." A man in his 30s, sporting a side-parted hairstyle and a pair of glasses, looked at Wu with a beaming smile. "Boss, is there something you need?" "Manager Gu, allow me to introduce you. This is Master Li, and this is my cousin." Wu paused for a moment, then cleared his throat. "This is Miss Chun." "I know Miss Chun. She is the boss's wife, correct?" "All right," I interjected, cutting Manager Gu off as I steered the conversation back on track. "Manager Gu, has there been any recent ghostly activity at the bar?" Upon hearing this, Manager Gu nodded and replied, "Yes, indeed, there have been reports of ghostly occurrences." "Is it truly haunted?" "Good heavens." Wu, now visibly excited, sprang to his feet. "Why didn't you tell me this sooner?" Manager Gu, with a look of resignation, responded, "I did try to inform you. I called you several times, but you never answered. Sometimes when you did pick up, you remained silent. Why can't I find you? You pushed me away. I never had the chance to explain." "Really? Is that so?" Wu instinctively glanced at Chen Sisi, and without further words, they both understood. Chapter 75. Strange happenings at the bar a few days ago. Upon encountering Chen Sisi, Wu had completely lost his senses, unable to rein in his emotions, and thus had little regard for the events occurring around him. What exactly has transpired? Manager G's expression shifted slightly as he began to recount. Approximately 2 weeks ago, a customer reported that while using the restroom in the bar downstairs, he felt someone touch his backside from the toilet, which startled him back to sobriety. He approached the front desk and informed me that he had taken a few people to investigate, but found nothing, so he was promptly dismissed. Such occurrences have transpired over the past few days, and the unsettling nature of these events seems to predominantly involve women. How shameless. Truly, utterly shameless. Wu, the plump fellow, was visibly agitated. Manager Gu continued. Subsequently, guests in the KTV private rooms reported that the restroom was haunted. They claimed to have seen a shadowy figure washing its hands. Yet upon opening the door, they found nothing, though the water remained running. Moreover, at around 4:30 in the morning, with most guests having departed, an odd incident unfolded while our staff were cleaning the private rooms. One of the attendants was tidying up room 8201 when she heard singing emanating from the adjacent room, a clear, melodic voice belonging to a woman. The attendant speculated that perhaps a young lady had become inebriated and lingered behind. However, when she opened the door to investigate, she found nothing amiss. Yet, as soon as she closed the door and stepped out, the singing resumed, leaving her so frightened that she resigned the following day. And she was not the only one to do so. "Why didn't you mention this to me?" Wu was taken aback, completely unaware of the recent string of bizarre events. "Boss, you haven't afforded me the opportunity." Manager Gu wore a bemused expression. Wu shook his head and said, all right, it's all my fault. "Is there anything else?" "Indeed." Manager Gu continued. "There was also a peculiar incident on the 3rd floor, where one of our VIP clients, while resting with his girlfriend, felt the bed shaking in the middle of the night. He was awakened by the unsettling sound, fully conscious yet utterly immobilized, as if beset by a malevolent spirit. Beside him, strange murmurs emerged, revealing that his girlfriend had been violated, though, to be precise, it was by a ghostly entity. When his girlfriend eventually roused, she recounted the same haunting experience, prompting both of them to hastily seek my assistance in canceling their VIP membership. Moreover, Wu Pengzi's countenance had darkened significantly upon realizing the gravity of the situation at his bar, of which he had been entirely unaware. Additionally, other VIP patrons reported hearing indistinct voices in the dead of night, though the content remained elusive. While bathing, one even felt the sensation of being watched, accompanied by a lascivious laughter. The sounds of toilet flushing and footsteps outside during the witching hour were hardly surprising. An abundance of patrons had encountered such phenomena. At this juncture, I instinctively cast a glance at Huang Yi, who returned my gaze, her eyes wide with astonishment. This was a matter she had only just experienced herself. I murmured words of reassurance. "It's all right." Huang Yi silently inched closer to me, offering no further comment. "Have most of my VIP clients canceled by now?" Wu Pengzi inquired, a hint of frustration evident as he turned to Manager Gu. Gu replied with a hesitant acknowledgement, stating, "Not yet. Several have withdrawn. But I have managed the situation." "Boss, you mustn't blame me. I had informed you. Yet my words went unheeded. Manager Gu added apologetically. Wu Pengzi, exuding a sense of helplessness, replied, all right, I'm not blaming you. You may leave now. Manager Gu nodded and began to depart. But just as he reached the threshold, Wu Pengzi called after him, wait a moment. How have the recent profits been? There's been a slight decline. As you know, the revenue generated from VIP clients is the most substantial. Very well. Go ahead and attend to your matters. Manager Gu has turned away without a glance back. Mr. Li, I truly need your assistance. Wu, in a fit of desperation, shouted at me. If my business falls apart, I shall face the disdain of my family. Since childhood, I have been the pride of my family, and several of my cousins are eagerly awaiting my downfall. I apologize, Wu Di. Before I could respond, Chen Cixi, with an expression of guilt, interjected. If it weren't for me, you Wu and Ti have encountered such a significant setback. Oh dear. Wu quickly reassured her. This is not your fault. It is entirely my own issue. Mr. Li, Wu stood up in a fit of agitation, as if he were about to prostrate himself before me. Enough. I hastily interrupted him. There is no need for such theatrics. Since I am here, I will certainly do my utmost to resolve your predicament. However, I need to understand what has transpired here and what has drawn these spirits to this place. The fact that so many spirits have congregated here, possessing such formidable power, indicates that something significant must exist in this vicinity. We shall decide everything once night falls. Glancing at the clock, I noted it was only 9 o'clock, still quite early. Thus, I suggested, how about we grab a late-night snack? I found myself a bit hungry. I rubbed my stomach, which indeed felt empty. I had just asked Wu to bring me a packed meal, but he hadn't tea. Oh dear, Wu, with a sudden realization, exclaimed, I just remembered you mentioned wanting to bring lunch. Let's go. There's a delightful barbecue stall right next to my bar. I'll treat you all. As we rose to leave, I noticed that Chen Cixi remained seated, her face etched with guilt. Miss Chun, you should join us. It's just a short distance from the entrance, I invited her. Upon hearing my words, Chen Cixi lifted her gaze towards Wu, seemingly seeking his approval. Wu cleared his throat and encouraged, let us go together. Only then did Chen Cixi slowly rise, a faint smile gracing her lips. Before long, we arrived at the barbecue stall adjacent to the bar. Boss, I'd like 4 portions of Wailu rice, along with 20 skewers of grilled meat and 20 skewers of kidney. Wu ordered a considerable amount of food. I quickly interjected, that's enough. 3 portions will suffice. There are 4 of us. Wu glanced around, and I pointed to Chen Cixi, saying she can't eat. Just get her 3 incense sticks and place half a cup of tea in front of her. Though Chen Cixi had revealed her true form, she was no longer human. She possessed no corporeal body and could not partake in food. Only her spirit remained, a ghost reliant on offerings. Incense and tea were sacred offerings, the only means to keep her in our midst. Understood? Wu nodded and departed, soon returning with 3 incense sticks and a half cup of tea, placing them reverently before Chen Cixi. Thank you, she expressed gratefully. Chen Cixi expressed her gratitude to Wu Pengzi, then bowed her head in silence. Before long, our belongings were brought in and placed on the table. The proprietor, a bald man appearing to be in his 50s or 60s, cast a peculiar glance at Chen Cixi and inquired, what does it signify to place 3 incense sticks before this young lady? I have never witnessed such an unusual practice. Mind your own business, Wu Pengzi retorted sharply. The proprietor, embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly and discreetly withdrew. Chapter 76. Becoming Friends, Mr. Li. I am also curious as to why we are lighting incense and offering tea before her, Wu Pengzi asked once the proprietor had departed. I explained, because what she requires at this moment is the offering of incense and tea. Both incense and tea are tributes for the departed, for spirits. These offerings are akin to our sustenance. With these offerings, she can draw strength. But during festivals, do we not also offer food? He queried. You mentioned that food is offered only during festivals, at which times they might receive a few days' reprieve to visit the living. In reality, offering food to our ancestors is not about feeding them. Rather, it is to assure them that we, their descendants, enjoy good fortune and ample provisions, relieving their worries. The true offerings that hold significance for them are the incense and tea. Ah, I see now, Wu Pengzi exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him, while Huang Yi nodded in agreement. Mr. Li, then, is this matter connected to my 9th year? Wu, the portly man, held a large kidney in his hand and took a hefty bite before inquiring of me. I nodded thoughtfully, pondering the connection. It must be related to this. At your age, encountering tribulations is quite normal. Yet this particular matter exceeds my expectations. Initially, I believed your misfortune revolved solely around Miss Chun. However, it now seems that Miss Chun scarcely qualifies as your affliction. Chun Cece raised her head and gazed at Wu, assuring him, "Rest assured, no matter what happens, I will protect you." Wu, with a hint of indignation, retorted, "Who needs your protection? I am a grown man. Surely I can handle my own affairs. Moreover, Mr. Li is here as well." Cough, cough. I hastily interrupted with a cough to prevent Wu from continuing. His words could be quite cutting. Though his initial statement held no fault, the latter part, which alluded to me, was somewhat inappropriate. I recognized that I could not compare myself to Mr. Li, yet I was still willing to lend my support. Miss Chin spoke rightly. I too wish to contribute. Despite your unpredictable nature, I am not the kind of person to turn a blind eye to those in peril. Huang Yi, fearing Wu might utter more indiscreet remarks, promptly interjected. Upon hearing this, Wu chuckled lightly. "I am immensely grateful to you all. I shall express my thanks with tea instead of wine." With that, he raised a cup of tea and downed it in one go. "Mr. Li, what do you think is the reason behind the hauntings in this establishment?" Wu cast a meaningful glance at his bar. "We shall see. The truth remains elusive for now, but we shall investigate further. This location is considered to possess excellent Feng Shui, characterized by a single one-way street at its entrance, with your establishment situated at a strategic confluence of energy. It serves as a gathering point where positive energy flows in and excess dissipates, exemplifying a harmonious environment. From a Feng Shui perspective, the likelihood of ghostly presences here is negligible. This place nurtures the living rather than the deceased. Upon my recent visit, I found no evidence of any fatalities associated with this site, and its historical context is largely irrelevant." Indeed, Wu, the portly gentleman, interjected eagerly. "There have been no deaths recorded here. I can vouch for that. This area has only recently been developed. It was previously residential. After the relocation, the construction commenced, and I rented the space to establish a bar immediately after its completion. The entire process proceeded without incident." I nodded in agreement and continued. "The reason for the haunting within may be due to a certain attraction. As Miss Chan mentioned, she feels a surge of energy simply by being here. At this point, I must ascertain whether a Feng Shui trap has been set. Should that be the case, the land will undergo transformations during the transitions of yin and yang, revealing the truth. Are you suggesting that someone is plotting against me?" I shook my head. "Not necessarily. It is premature to draw conclusions. It is also possible that there exists a celestial pool at this site." "A celestial pool?" A few individuals expressed their confusion. The celestial pool, I clarified, is said to be a bathing place for fairies, where the water is imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, formed from frost and dew, encapsulating the spiritual energies of the universe. It is said that whether one is human, ghost, or spirit, or any entity within the three realms, a single bath in the heavenly pool cavern can directly enhance one's cultivation by a millennium. Similarly, there exist auspicious locations on the earthly plane akin to the heavenly pool cavern, which often draw countless spirits and monsters to their allure. These entities, upon approaching the heavenly pool cavern, can also acquire considerable cultivation and energy. For instance, Miss Chun remarked that upon her arrival here, she felt an overwhelming sense of comfort and vitality, and she was even able to reveal her true form, which sufficiently illustrates a significant enhancement in her cultivation. For a ghost to unveil its original appearance, it typically requires at least a century of cultivation. After hearing my account, Wu, the plump fellow, exclaimed, "So, could it be that this place is indeed the heavenly pool cavern?" Yet, the answer is not so straightforward. If it were truly the heavenly pool cavern, it would have undoubtedly attracted spirits long ago. Your location has only recently begun to draw them, which suggests it may be a Feng Shui arrangement or a particular object imbued with special energy. Damn it, Wu couldn't help but curse. If I find out who set this Feng Shui trap, or what object has caused me harm, I will drag them out and ensure they meet their end. I shook my head in resignation, saying, those who orchestrate such deeds are unlikely to fear your retaliation. Now let's dine first. After our meal, prepare a wooden basin and 3 empty wooden cups for me. We shall employ the process of elimination to identify the source of the problem. Once we ascertain the issue, resolving it will be considerably easier. All right. Wu Pengzi nodded emphatically, then picked up a large kidney and bit off half of it. As they continued to eat, Chen Sisi suddenly propped her chin on her hand and softly remarked, I never expected dining with friends could feel this way. It truly is delightful. Even just watching you eat fills me with happiness. Upon finishing her words, a longing smile graced her face. Have you never dined with anyone else? Huang Yi asked, somewhat astonished. Chen Sisi shook her head and replied, no, and even if I had, my parents were always present. Moreover, those individuals are quite rigid. During meals, they rarely engage in casual conversation, instead focusing solely on their business, leaving no room for frivolous chatter. As for dining with my parents, that goes without saying. It is merely an act of satiating hunger, devoid of any enjoyment. You might not fathom what it feels like to eat in such a stifling environment. Even the slightest sound, like smacking one's lips, could provoke reprimand. Thus, I tend to be exceedingly cautious when I eat. To be honest, I genuinely relish the experience of sharing a meal with all of you, listening to your lively conversations. I could not discern the nature of Chen Sisi's life, but her expression clearly conveyed that it was not one lived by a typical person. Perhaps, for her, death might indeed represent a form of liberation. Not to worry. For the next few days, you can join us for meals and be our friend. However, you must refrain from eating, just observe. Huang Yi said with a sheepish grin directed at Chen Sisi. Wu Pengzi cleared his throat several times, casting furtive glances at Huang Yi. The colors seemed to whisper, do not speak of what should remain unspoken. After all, she is a specter. Chen Sisi, understanding the unspoken tension, lowered her head and remarked, ultimately, humans and ghosts tread different paths, do we not? It is of no consequence. Within the realms of existence, all beings possess a spirit, humans and ghosts alike. One can forge friendships with the ethereal, the supernatural, and all entities, provided one approaches them with sincerity. What harm could there be in that? I could not help but offer Chen Sisi a word of comfort, as she seemed somewhat insecure, believing herself to be a ghost, out of sync with us. Is that truly so? She queried, her face alight with excitement. May I be with Wu Di? Chapter 77. The Three Woods Gathering Qi Method. At this utterance, we were all momentarily taken aback. Upon witnessing our expressions, Chen Sisi's earlier joy abruptly froze, and she instinctively lowered her gaze. I apologize. I misunderstood your meaning. No harm done. I quickly shifted the subject. By the way, Wu Fatty, could you fetch a few bottles of water? Wu Fatty obliged, rising to retrieve the drinks. The divide between humans and ghosts was insurmountable. They could never truly be together. After 10:30 that evening, we returned to the bar, which had now come alive with revelry. Inside, numerous men and women danced fervently, their spirits high on libations. Women donned scant attire, deliberately exposing their midriffs and thighs, while men approached them with unabashed advances. Such gestures and intimacies were unlike anything I had ever witnessed. Observing this scene, I felt a rush of exhilaration and embarrassment coursing through me. In a place like this, one could surmise that both men and women found great delight. In this place, they can indulge themselves freely, liberating the most repressed parts of their souls without restraint. Thus, even amidst the haunting presence, their exuberant passions remain unaffected. Liao, what troubles you? Is there something amiss with that woman? Is she a ghost? Huang Yi suddenly nudged me, her face a mask of astonishment. I gasped, realizing I had been staring at the couple, and hastily masked my embarrassment, shaking my head. No, they are not. Then why have you been gazing at her? Huang Yi pointed at the girl who was revealing her midriff and thighs. I wasn't. I was merely lost in thought. With that, I swiftly departed. Lost in thought. Huang Yi murmured in confusion. Before long, we discovered an empty room on the first floor. It served as a storeroom, filled with bottles and cups, alongside some dilapidated tables. The sound insulation of the room was commendable. Despite the thunderous music outside, Only faint echoes could be heard within. "Mr. Li, why not sit upstairs? The office above is much quieter," suggested Fatty Wu, placing a prepared wooden basin and 3 wooden cups on the table. "I need to gather the earth energy here. The 3rd floor is vacant and cannot provide me with the necessary energy." Fatty Wu responded with an "oh," and then proposed, "Shall I ask the guest to leave? I can say we have matters to attend to tonight." I waved my hand dismissively. "No need for that. Doing so would only disrupt your own fortune. They are your financial stars. Chasing away wealth that comes to your door is a grave folly for any businessman." "Oh, understood." Wu Fatty nodded repeatedly. I began to walk around the storeroom, stepping on the tiles beneath my feet, hoping to find one that would lift up with a mere press. However, after circling the room, I found none that would yield. "Mr. Li, what are you searching for?" Wu Fatty inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "I need to pry up a tile to access the soil beneath. It doesn't require a large area, just enough to accommodate these 3 cups." "Certainly. Just wait a moment. I will fetch a shovel." Before long, Wu Fatty returned with a shovel, rolled up his sleeves, and promptly smashed a tile. He then began to excavate the cement floor beneath. The cement proved challenging to break, prompting Wu Fatty to enlist 2 additional helpers. After more than 10 minutes, the cement was pried open, revealing the earth beneath. I placed the 3 wooden cups upside down on the ground, and then set the wooden basin, right side up, atop them. I then recited, by the principles of the 5 elements, generating and overcoming, with earth as the source and wood gathering water, rise. Upon completing the incantation and positioning the basin, I stood to check the time. It was precisely 11:50, with 10 minutes remaining until the transition of yin and yang. "Let us step outside. We shall return after midnight." "Ah, is that it?" Wu Fatty asked, somewhat surprised. "It is not over. As I mentioned, we shall return after midnight to observe the color of the water in the basin. If the water is clear, then this land is unblemished and free from harm. If the water appears murky, it indicates that there may be some issues with the earth's energy. Should the water take on a crimson hue, then the Feng Shui of this location has suffered severe degradation, having been subjected to a detrimental influence. Can this basin indeed gather water?" Huang Yi inquired, her disbelief evident. I nodded and replied, "Certainly, this is the 3-wood gathering qi method, as mentioned in Guo Pu's burial classics, which describes this technique for assessing whether the Feng Shui has been compromised. The original procedure is considerably more intricate, necessitating the planting of 3 trees here and waiting half a month to observe their survival. In later generations, the populace devised this method for a more expedient determination of Feng Shui issues. By using wooden cups to reach into the earth's energy, the wood absorbs the vital essence of the soil. As wood overcomes earth, it draws nourishment from the ground to sustain itself. Thus, these 3 wooden cups effectively siphon the surface water. During the daily transition of yin and yang, the water flows along the wooden cups into the basin. Once the basin is filled, we can discern the water's coloration to ascertain whether this land has Feng Shui concerns. I encountered this knowledge in a tome titled Folk Feng Shui Lectures, which was one of the books my grandfather shared with me, detailing a myriad of folk Feng Shui cases and their remedies. This differs from my earlier examination of the Feng Shui at Hujiwan. Here, we are dealing with the Feng Shui of a dwelling that is constantly inhabited, thriving with vibrant energy. Through the observation of qi, one cannot perceive the shifting interplay of yin and yang. Only by harnessing the wind and water can the underlying reasons be revealed. Just now, you mentioned that clear water poses no issue. Murky water signifies some concern, while red water indicates that the Feng Shui has been ensnared in a lethal trap. Huang Yi inquired leisurely, "What about the water in the Tianqi cavern? What color might it be?" Upon hearing her question, I hesitated instinctively for a moment, then replied, "The water in the Tianqi cavern is green, a vivid hue akin to that of jade." "Liao, you possess such extensive knowledge. Would you be willing to share some insights with me? I truly enjoy hearing about these topics," she continued. "I too share this sentiment." Chen Sisi suddenly interjected softly, "I never imagined that during my lifetime, I would be unable to encounter such wonders. Even in death, I am fortunate enough to witness them." "Mr. Li, you are indeed erudite and talented." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I suggested, "All right, let us step outside to converse." Just after midnight, we arrived punctually at our destination. Wu Pongzi was exceedingly agitated. Upon entering, he exclaimed angrily, "Damn it! If this water is red, I will drag out the person behind this and deal with him accordingly." Soon, we stood before a wooden basin, within which a layer of water had indeed accumulated. Through the illumination, we discerned that the water was remarkably clear. "The water is crystal clear. This is surprising," Huang Yi exclaimed in astonishment. "So, does this imply that it is not a matter of Feng Shui?" Wu Pongzi queried, furrowing his brow. Without a moment's hesitation, I nodded and affirmed, "Indeed, this has nothing to do with Feng Shui. We must adopt a different perspective. In truth, it is now the most troublesome time. I am aware that strange occurrences are afoot, yet I remain oblivious to the root cause." Chapter 78. The Nine-Star Spirit Locking Formation. Noticing the pallor on my face, the corpulent Wu expressed his concern, asking, "Mr. Li, is this matter difficult to resolve?" I nodded slightly and replied, "Indeed, it is rather challenging. To this day, I remain unaware of what has summoned these apparitions. In other words, I have yet to identify the enemy. We are in the light while they lurk in the shadows. What shall we do then?" Wu, anxious and agitated, grasped my arm with fervor, imploring, "Mr. Li, you must assist me." I did not refuse to help. Rather, I emphasized the necessity of first uncovering the source of the malevolence that has invited these spirits. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, listening, questioning, and palpation, all aimed at discerning the cause of an ailment. Only by identifying the root cause can I proceed with the appropriate remedy. Here is my proposal. I shall spend the night in the very room where the specters have been sighted. I intend to capture a ghost for questioning. Please prepare for me 9 oil lamps and a 30-meter-long chalk line. Tonight, I shall set up a formation within the room to ensnare the spirits." Wu nodded affirmatively, then retrieved his phone to summon the necessary items. However, as I concluded my statement, Chen Cece lowered her head in guilt, awkwardly confessing, "I am truly useless, having perished. I still know nothing." I quickly interjected, "That is not my intention. Miss Chen, please do not misunderstand. Ghosts and humans are alike. You have only been dead for a year, and it is entirely normal that you are unaware of many things. To illustrate, consider the difference between a 1-year-old child and a 10-year-old child. The 1-year-old knows nothing, while the 10-year-old has certainly accumulated knowledge. Those other spirits who were drawn here may have been dead for many years. Thus, you cannot be compared." After hearing my words, Chun Cece inquired, "So, does that mean that after death, one continues to grow?" I affirmed, "One could say that. However, to be precise, it is referred to as yin longevity. The living possess yang longevity, while the deceased have yin longevity. You exist in a different realm, and it undoubtedly requires time for adaptation. If you desire strength and wish to accomplish your aspirations, it necessitates the living to offer you their veneration. Through such devotion, you acquire the power to act within your capabilities. What we often refer to in our folklore as ancestral blessings or manifestations of ancestors is indeed the essence of that veneration." "I understand." Chen Cece nodded, exclaiming, "Mr. Li, you are truly erudite. Although I have read extensively, I have never encountered these concepts you speak of. It is merely a matter of differing fields. You too possess your own strengths." "Thank you. Now, please take me to rest. Once the items are found, have them sent directly to my room. You should first escort Yi home." I cast a meaningful glance at Wu Pongzi, then turned my gaze to Huang Yi. Wu Pongzi nodded in agreement. "All right, I will take Yi back now. I want to go too. I want to be with you." Huang Yi hurriedly stepped forward and took my hand. Instinctively, I glanced at her and quickly advised, "Yi, you should return home first. You haven't been back for several days. Your grandfather must be worried." Since our visit to Hujiuan, she had not returned home for quite some time. "What? You haven't been home for days?" "Yi, Mr. Li, have you two been living together?" Wu Pongzi exclaimed in astonishment. "Pa pa pa." Huang Yi scolded Wu Pongzi. "Do you think about such things all day? Not everyone is like you. I only went to the countryside with Liao to break a Feng Shui arrangement." Seeing her anger, Wu Pongzi wisely replied, Yes, I was being shallow. Rest assured, Liao, I have already informed my grandfather that I am with you, and they are quite reassured. My grandfather even said I should spend more time with you to learn and gain experience. Huang Yi was not coddled as a child. She had her own ways of surviving, and her family's discipline was not particularly strict. In comparison to Chun Cece, her life was like heaven and earth. After some contemplation, I decided to urge her once more. Tonight might be quite perilous. I am uncertain of the capabilities of those supernatural beings. Moreover, she has been here for so long, undoubtedly possessing considerable strength. If she is indeed formidable, I fear I may not be able to protect you. Perhaps it would be best if you return home. It's all right. I trust you. Besides, those spirits seem rather lecherous. I just caught a glimpse of you while you were bathing. When we meet later, you may find it hard to restrain yourself further. At that moment, you can seize the opportunity to capture him, can't you? This statement holds a grain of truth. From Manager G's account and Huang Yi's experience today, I can't shake the feeling that there is indeed a particularly audacious lecher lurking about. Those who are bold often possess considerable cunning and confidence in their actions, making the specter my target. However, using Huang Yi as bait seems somewhat perilous. Should I fail to overcome him, I would suffer both loss and defeat. Enough of this, Liao. Do not overthink it, for I have faith in you. Huang Yi released my hand and patted Wu Pengzi's shoulder, saying, "Come on, Wu Pengzi, lead the way." There was no stopping Huang Yi. Once she set her mind to something, she would see it through. Upon arriving at the room where we were to spend the night, Wu Pengzi suddenly inquired, "Mr. Li, what about her?" He pointed at Chen Cece, his expression one of confusion. "Do not worry, she will not harm you. You two should stay together for now." I offered no opportunity for Wu Pengzi to retort, pushing him out decisively. His wide eyes seemed to want to protest, but all that escaped him was, Hey, Mr. Li, please don't do this." Once I confirmed that Wu Pengzi had indeed left, I exhaled a sigh of relief. "Liao, you have worked hard." I shook my head and replied, "It is nothing, merely a small effort. But with you here, I fear nothing." Huang Yi smiled shyly, gradually stepping closer to me. "You will protect me, won't you?" I gazed into her eyes, poised to respond, when suddenly a knock echoed from outside the door. "Who is it?" "It is I, Goping Master Li. The boss sent me to bring you something." Initially, I had presumed it was the rotund Wu, so I adjusted my demeanor and opened the door. Before me stood Manager Ge, holding 9 oil lamps and a long roll of chalk line. "Thank you." I received the items and expressed my gratitude to Manager Ge. He nodded in acknowledgement, uttering that it was his duty, before closing the door and departing. "Liu, is this what you referred to as the apparatus for arranging the spirit-capturing formation? How does one utilize it?" Huang Yi inquired, her curiosity piqued as she regarded me. "It is employed for the formation. The chalk line is to be tied to the wicks of the lamps, and then I shall cast a spell to transform it into the 9-star spirit locking array." The name 9-star spirit locking array certainly sounds impressive. Chapter 79, Sharing the Same Bed. I shook my head and ceased to speak, instead immersing myself in the task at hand. In truth, setting up the 9-star spirit locking array is not overly complicated. One merely needs to position these 9 oil lamps within the room according to the 9-star configuration, binding their wicks together with the chalk line. When a spirit enters, the energy field will be squeezed by the forces of yin and yang, causing the oil lamps to ignite. As the lamps illuminate, the spirit will find itself unable to escape. However, the individual orchestrating the formation must possess considerable strength. Otherwise, they risk being slain by the very spirit within their own array, resulting in their soul being ensnared as well. Thus, the 9-star spirit locking array is indeed a high-risk formation, though it is my first time employing it. The experience of previously arranging the heavenly net formation has alleviated my fears somewhat. The blind old man possesses centuries of wisdom, and before his demise, he was indeed a remarkable figure, employing the 9-star spirit locking formation to capture a lecherous ghost should pose little challenge. Once I completed the formation, I rummaged through my pocket and retrieved 2 talismans for dispelling ghosts. I handed one to Huang Yi, instructing her, "Keep this on your person. If you sense its presence while you sleep, take it out and use it." She accepted it with a nod of understanding. I had not brought my usual implements today. My Thunderstrike Peachwood seal and the Peachwood sword left to me by my grandfather were absent, leaving only a few talismans at my disposal. Very well. I shall take a shower first. With that, I headed to the bathroom. 10 minutes later, I returned to my bed. Huang Yi was still awake, engrossed in her phone. Upon seeing me enter, she set her device aside and inquired, "Liao, do you think the ghost that was spying on me is the same one that sneaks into women's dreams at night?" I nodded in affirmation. Can it truly engage in such acts? She pressed further. Indeed, I replied without hesitation. When a person falls asleep, their consciousness becomes hazy. The ghost takes advantage of this blurred state to infiltrate the realm of human consciousness, manipulating it to exert control over individuals and perform any deed. Sleep paralysis is a manifestation of this control, and when a woman is violated in her dreams, it is a clear case of her consciousness being commandeered. So, if consciousness can be dominated, does that mean the person becomes merely a puppet at its mercy? Even their physical form is subject to its whims? This depends on the energy of the spirit. If it is a ghost capable of manifesting in form, it can undoubtedly torment the physical body of a person. If, however, it cannot take shape, it may invade a person's consciousness, and to inflict harm upon the body, it would need to possess another individual. Then, if it can indeed manifest, does that mean it could potentially harm me? Huang Yi did not finish her thought, yet I comprehended her implication. Thus, I reassured her it's all right. Have no fear. With me here, it wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Huang Yi nodded emphatically, then pondered another matter. Should I dress more lightly? Dress lightly? I instinctively glanced at the thin nightgown Huang Yi was wearing, which clung to her form quite closely. How much lighter could she possibly dress? Would it mean donning merely the inner garments? I mused that if I didn't encourage her to reveal more, it might not seem enticing enough. Without allure, I wondered if the spirit would even approach, especially since she had set up such a protective array here. Evidently, she was contemplating this predicament, and it was already perilous for her to be here. I certainly did not wish to push her further into danger. I hastily replied, "There's no need. Your beauty is already captivating enough to draw its attention. My array is ineffective before it enters, so there's no requirement for you to alter your attire." Upon hearing my words, Huang Yi blushed and asked shyly, "Really? Of course it is true. You have such a way with words," she said, smiling bashfully. I can hardly fathom the thought of her being clad in revealing attire. It would be unbearable for me. With this thought lingering, I reclined flat, inhaling deeply. Each day has been rather exhausting. It has been a month since my arrival here, and within this brief span, I have encountered an array of events, which, to be candid, has been quite unexpected. I'm unaware of my grandfather's whereabouts, and whether I shall ever see him again in this lifetime. The mere thought of that gentle yet stern old man stirs an endless yearning within my heart. "Liao." Suddenly, Huang Yi's voice resonated in my ears. She gently nudged me, saying, "Move in a bit." A wave of apprehension washed over me. I felt that I could not sleep alone. I shifted my position, and Huang Yi graciously nestled into my blanket. Although the bed is not a double, it is sufficiently spacious for two, albeit our bodies would inevitably be in close proximity. As Huang Yi settled onto the bed, an enticing fragrance enveloped me. She pressed tightly against me. Her sleepwear was delicate, and I could distinctly perceive the warmth radiating from her body and the contours of her form. This is rather inappropriate, isn't it? My heart raced as I thought about her inability to sleep alone. Now, with her beside me, slumber seemed a distant prospect. It's fine. After all, no one knows. As long as we refrain from any actions that betray our conscience, we shall be all right. Huang Yi employed a rather bold rationale to mask her own fears. The thought of that ghost preying upon women and indulging in such acts sent shivers of dread coursing through me, rendering sleep elusive. To be candid, Liao, I have never encountered such an experience. I could tell she had not, merely by observing her countenance. Her eyes were clear and bright, resembling pools of water, conveying an unspoken truth. Moreover, her tousled yet vigorous hair was distinctly different from that of a typical woman. Very well. Let us maintain a respectful distance. I intentionally positioned myself farther from Huang Yi, concealing my awkwardness. It seemed she understood my intention, responding with a soft and fell silent thereafter. The soundproofing here is indeed exceptional, Even though the revelry below us persisted through the night, we remained oblivious to it. Beside me lay a stunning beauty, her presence accompanied by a lingering fragrance, making it exceedingly difficult for me to find slumber. Above all, my inner turmoil felt akin to being engulfed in flames, a searing sensation that refused to abate. I whispered gently, but she did not respond, seemingly lost in slumber. Has she truly fallen asleep? Perhaps it was her peaceful state that allowed me to drift off as well. I felt as though I had barely closed my eyes when soft moans emerged from beside me. Huang Yi's voice. Liao, don't touch me. The sound was hazy, as if she were caught in that delicate realm between dreams and wakefulness. Liao, please don't. I'm not ready yet. It's him. That thing has come. Chapter 80. The ugly monster in my mind was acutely aware, yet my body felt ensnared as I struggled to articulate my thoughts and move, but found myself utterly immobilized, unable to utter sound. The phenomenon known as sleep paralysis ensued, where I felt my consciousness ensnared and suppressed by a malevolent spirit. No, I cannot succumb to its control. If I do, Huang Yi is bound to be in peril. Thus, I resolutely abandoned my struggles and silenced my cries, calming both my body and mind as I held my breath and focused. Silently, I recited the incantation to banish the spirit. In heaven there are 3 wonders, sun, moon, and stars. They traverse the heavens and penetrate the earth, causing demons to tremble. Should wicked spirits dare to approach, may the malevolent forces be driven away. Break! As I uttered the final word, I felt a surge of liberation course through me. I swiftly retrieved the yellow talisman I had kept on my person and forcefully slapped it down beside Huang Yi. My hand collided with an unseen figure, eliciting a wretched scream, followed by the sound of someone tumbling off the bed. At that moment, all 9 oil lamps flickered to life, illuminating the previously darkened room. Beneath the bed, a grotesque male spirit lay sprawled, clad in dark garments. This spirit was truly repugnant, with protruding teeth and several large black moles adorning its face. It appeared aged yet was diminutive in stature, resembling a shriveled old man, albeit with the visage of a youth. Oh, the agony! Struck by my yellow talisman, it writhed on the ground, howling in torment. You wretched being, what brings you here? I stood tall, gazing down upon the diminutive, loathsome spirit, extending 2 fingers as I formed a gesture of command directed at it. The grotesque creature raised its head from the ground and gazed at me with its crimson eyes, a manifestation of sheer fury. As I beheld such a gaze, my heart skipped a beat, and I pondered in trepidation whether it intended to confront me head-on. Regardless, in this moment, a direct confrontation seemed inevitable, so I steeled myself to appear even more ferocious. You little fiend, I am addressing you. Do you wish to experience the torment of thunderous wrath? My ferocity bore fruit, as the creature's eyes dimmed with dismay. It turned to survey the 9 oil lamps surrounding us and stammered, Why you? Are you a ghost hunter? Indeed, I am not merely a ghost hunter. I am a ghost exterminator. Lacking my Thunderstrike Peachwood talisman and Peachwood sword, I felt a twinge of uncertainty. I could only bolster my confidence through words. The more critical the moment, the more imperative it was to project an overwhelming presence, one that must eclipse that of this specter. And no, please don't kill me. I mean no harm. The grotesque creature suddenly knelt before me, its face etched with terror. It appeared that this ghost was rather timid, merely a cowardly specter. Speak. What brings you here? I demanded with an imposing demeanor. It hastily stuttered. I was merely drawn to her beauty and lost control for a moment. I had no idea a ghost hunter lay beside her. Had I known, I would never have approached. Just then, Liao. Huang Yi slowly opened her eyes. Bewilderment etched across her face as she beheld me, standing by the bed. What happened? She seemed to have remembered something. Her face instantly flushed. However, in that fleeting moment, she appeared to realize something and hurriedly glanced under the bed. Upon doing so, she was startled and let out a gasp, quickly grasping my foot. Liao, Liao, what is that thing? Is it a ghost? Why is it so terrifying? Why is it so ugly? I gently lowered my hand and patted her, saying it's all right, that's just a ghost. Do not be afraid. Huang Yi made an effort to calm her racing heart. yet the fear was still evident on her face. Was it you who peeked at her while she was bathing yesterday evening? With so many strange occurrences happening here, it must be your doing, right? I asked pointedly, as I found the creature too hideous to linger with. It was indeed I who spied on her bathing, but all these bizarre events are not solely my doing. I merely touched a few women's backsides, and, well, I also slept with someone else's girlfriend, didn't I? The ugly ghost awkwardly nodded, then with a look of resignation, said, but I am not the only one here. There are many other ghosts lurking in the corners of this house. Many others? I asked, somewhat astonished. Yes, indeed, many, the ugly ghost replied with a pitiful expression. Master, I acknowledge my mistakes. Could you please spare me? I promise I will not behave in such a manner towards your women again. Not behave in such a manner towards my women again? I glared down at him, my commanding presence palpable. No, I will not act like that again. I truly won't. I implore you, Master, to forgive me this once. You may proceed, but I have a few inquiries for you. Very well, please ask away. Why have you come to this place? The grotesque spirit responded almost without hesitation. Because it is comfortable here. As long as we are near, we feel invigorated, our entire being brimming with energy. Indeed, akin to Chinsisi, they arrived here for the comfort it provides, as though some unseen force replenishes their vitality. We are all wandering souls drifting aimlessly, devoid of a permanent abode. In truth, I am quite feeble, having been neglected for years, with no one to offer me reverence or perform rites for me. I cannot even descend after death, for a mere sneeze could startle me. However, upon arriving here, I felt an overwhelming surge of strength, enabling me to exhibit abilities I previously could not manifest. Many wandering spirits lack the capacity to inflict harm. They're often too timid to approach the living. Only malevolent spirits, and those who are revered and endowed with energy, possess such power to harm. This one, I surmise, has not been honored, and is thus unworthy of being deemed a malevolent spirit. When did you arrive? Approximately a month ago, I believe. A month ago. Fat Wu also encountered Chinsisi around the same time. It aligns perfectly. It seems that about a month ago, something arrived here, drawing them to congregate. What could this entity be? A human? Or some force capable of attracting spectral beings? At present, this remains uncertain. I shall have to inquire further with Fat Wu. Seeing that I did not continue to inquire, the grotesque spirit suddenly asked with a hint of impatience, Master, is there anything else you wish to ask? May I take my leave? I merely hummed in response, startling him momentarily. Not yet. I have not finished my questions. How did you meet your demise? Why do you wander aimlessly as a lost soul? Upon hearing my inquiry, the spirit appeared taken aback, hesitating to respond, visibly distressed. I. Did you perhaps commit some transgression against another, leading to your untimely death? Be honest with me. Perhaps I can assist you in achieving reincarnation. That is unnecessary. He replied, I find the present state quite satisfactory. The notions of reincarnation hold little significance. Presently satisfactory, indeed. One possesses energy and can indulge in earthly desires. What could be better? I retorted. But what if the energy you have absorbed were to dissipate, returning you to that feeble state, where even the slightest sneeze would terrify you? Would you still find joy in such a condition? My words had an immediate impact. Though he was somewhat unattractive, he was not foolish. So, you intend to take away that power? He asked, a flicker of sorrow crossing his face. I nodded, acknowledging his concern. He then sighed despondently. I suspected as much. Such power cannot endure indefinitely. There are no such fortunate circumstances in this world. In truth, I have been dead for 20 years. 20 years ago, I was 28, in the prime of my life. I have come to realize that my physique and appearance render me incapable of finding a partner, leaving me in a state of despair over why my parents brought me into this world in such a manner. It is one thing to have been born, but they also departed from this life when I was merely a teenager, leaving me to navigate existence all alone, devoid of friends or anyone to converse with. Despite my lack of conventional attractiveness, I'm still a normal individual, yearning for the same experiences as others. When I encounter beautiful women, I often find myself daydreaming about potential encounters with them. In those moments, I would frequently steal glances at girls, and on rare occasions, I would be fortunate enough to witness unexpected sights in the restroom, which would elate me for days on end. Gradually, I grew dissatisfied with merely peeping at such trivialities. Thus, I turned my attention to the widow next door, pondering whether some miracle might occur to transform me into a true man. The widow is strikingly beautiful, and her figure is particularly enchanting. Her curves are captivating, and her mere presence can bewilder anyone who crosses her path. Just a few days ago, I successfully caught a glimpse of her bathing, which sent my excitement soaring, especially as she engaged in some rather provocative actions during her wash. If only I had possessed a modicum of courage at that moment, I might have seized the opportunity to approach her. On the third day, unable to contain my urges any longer, I indulged in some alcohol, convinced that the stars had aligned in my favor. I returned to the widow's residence, expecting a scenario akin to my previous encounters. However, just as I mustered the courage to make my move, Lou, the bachelor, unexpectedly took the initiative. Damn it! I watched helplessly as the prize I longed for slipped away, falling into the grasp of that Lou, the bachelor. What is he, after all? A man in his 60s, who charged in and seized the opportunity, while Widow Wong offered no resistance, even cooperating with him. I was infuriated at that moment and charged in wielding a brick, only to be met with their counterattack. Lou struck me down in Widow Wong's home, and to add insult to injury, they buried my body beneath a tree in her backyard. Ever since that incident, Lou and Widow Wong have been inseparable, brazenly flaunting their relationship right under my nose for years. Each day, I watched the woman I desired become the companion of a decrepit old man. One cannot help but feel utterly frustrated by such a fate. After hearing the grotesque tale, I exchanged a glance with Huang Yi, unable to suppress our mutual disbelief. I felt no sympathy for this man. On the contrary, I believed his current plight was entirely deserved. So, do you think if it had been you who charged in that day, Widow Wong would have been yours? Of course, given the circumstances, my entrance would have been a natural progression. Yet, how audacious he must be. Do you know why Widow Wong would collude with Lou to eliminate you? It was simply because I had uncovered their secret. In order to protect their clandestine affair, they decided to silence me permanently. I shook my head and said, "That is not correct. It is your actions that evoke disgust. In the eyes of the public, you are akin to a rat scurrying across the street, the kind that everyone wishes to chase away. This perception is not solely due to your appearance, but more so because of your conduct. You may believe that your deeds go unnoticed, yet in truth, everyone is aware. I dare say that if you were to approach, even Widow Wong would unequivocally reject you. Although Lou, the bachelor, is over 60, he possesses a sense of integrity that you sorely lack. At least his actions are above board. It is akin to being a specter who then invades the privacy of others, groping them, and upon gaining power, resorts to such vile acts with other women. This despicable behavior encapsulates the essence of your existence." My words rendered the grotesque figure momentarily speechless. He stammered, "I have never done such a thing." Though Lou is aged, he has at least experienced such matters. My intention in engaging in those acts is simply to save her life after having achieved nothing while alive. Having finally acquired some power, I naturally wish to pursue my desires. However, I truly have not harmed anyone. I merely collected what those men left behind after their encounters. Moreover, those women are the ones who disrupt families, while those men betray their wives. Just now, I merely brushed against that girl. I had no intention of doing anything further, as she was still a maiden and thus beyond my reach. Moreover, she is a virtuous girl, blessed with abundant fortune. I am utterly incapable of achieving my desires. A woman's first blood indeed possesses the power to ward off evil spirits, and her essence serves as a formidable repellent. Huang Yi's fortune is undeniably substantial. Even the most malevolent spirits would choose to steer clear of such a girl, especially considering her family's esteemed standing in the underworld. Master, I beseech you to spare me. I solemnly vow never to indulge in such actions again." The grotesque spirit spoke with heartfelt sincerity, appearing genuinely remorseful. However, I remained unconvinced, shaking my head as I replied, "You cannot change. From the moment of your existence, you have been an exceedingly lewd individual. Even in death, you remain so. It has become your nature, unalterable. Only through reincarnation can you truly transform this ingrained habit. Allow me to create a gathering spirit formation. You shall enter it, and once I resolve this matter, I will grant you absolution. No, please. Could you grant me a few more days? The wretched spirit pleaded, sorrow etched upon its visage. What do you wish to do in these days? Are you planning to further tarnish your already diminished virtue? The realms of yin and yang are distinct. You have transgressed many times. Do you not fear being reborn as an insect in your next life? Once one descends into the path of beasts, it necessitates 9,000 years of reincarnation to regain human form. Do not jeopardize your own virtue. Chapter 82. Better to be a mosquito than to reincarnate. My words bore little weight for him. Instead, he adopted a self-destructive demeanor. But if one must live with such a countenance, existence is scarcely preferable to that of an insect. Master, I am aware of your remarkable abilities. Yet you are not me. You cannot comprehend the trials I have endured over the years. If you bore a visage such as mine, would you possess any confidence? Confidence stems from one's appearance and the gaze of others. Even if I were to be reborn as a mosquito in the next life, I must escape from this place. Regardless of how I may transform, I shall not hold you accountable. I merely beseech you not to trouble me further. Yes, you. Even if I seek companionship in the future, I shall pursue the kind of reckless girls who disrupt others' emotions, rather than the obedient and docile ones. Upon finishing my words, he suddenly sprang to his feet and charged towards the 9-star locking spirit array. As his body collided with the array, it emitted a radiant glow. A thunderous sound erupted, and he was forcefully rebounded. Alas, the wretched creature fell to the ground once more, yet he gritted his teeth and continued to assault the barrier. Another resounding crash followed, accompanied by another flash of light as he was hurled back yet again. Unable to restrain myself, I glanced at Huang Yi, who wore a furrowed brow, evidently at a loss. Enough. Seeing him rise yet again to charge forward, I urgently called out, if you persist in this reckless endeavor, your very soul may be scattered. I would rather my soul be scattered than continue to exist as a mere rodent. With that, he lunged forward once more, only to be repelled again. Consider this carefully. Should I release you from this place, as long as I seize the source of energy that sustains you, you will revert to your former state. Upon hearing my words, he gazed at me with astonishment and inquired, so, does this mean you shall release me? I nodded in affirmation, stating, this is your own choice. I shall not compel you. However, I hope you remember the words you have spoken today. Should you fail to uphold them, I shall undoubtedly seek you out again. Understand, I have no regrets as long as you let me go. Even if I were to revert to my former self by tomorrow, I do not wish to endure another cycle of reincarnation, nor to become an object of disdain. Very well, I acquiesced. Liu. Huang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief, overwhelmed by the situation. It is all right. I have faith in him. With that, I descended from the bed and gathered the 9 oil lamps. Thank you, thank you. The grotesque figure expressed his gratitude profusely before vanishing swiftly from the room. I illuminated the room, finding Huang Yi staring at me in sheer trepidation. It is over. I sighed, approaching her. She enveloped me in a tight embrace. Liu, I am so frightened. Huang Yi's head rested against my abdomen as she murmured softly, just now, I thought it was your hand. I raised my hand and gently patted her on the back of her head, offering reassurance, it is all right now. She did not respond immediately, remaining clutched to me for approximately 3 minutes until she regained her composure. Once she felt settled, she released me and asked, how did you manage to set him free? You mentioned that a dog cannot change its nature. Do you intend to watch him ruin the lives of other women? I sighed and remarked, in this world, everything is governed by cause and effect. The seeds he has sown inevitably determine the fruits he shall reap. It is akin to a person who fears not death. Why should he concern himself over a mere few hundred yuan owed to him? Presently, he behaves as one unafraid of mortality. In his existence, he has already felt the chilling indifference of humanity, living like a humble mouse. To him, death signifies the liberation to pursue his desires, and that suffices. My ability to assist him hinges upon his willingness to accept my help. At this moment, he is reluctant, so how can I impose choices upon him? Yet, He is inflicting harm upon others. If, as he claims, those he harms are deserving of punishment, then they too have sown seeds that will yield consequences. Perhaps he may also become the consequence for another. Truly, given his character, I could extinguish his soul. However, I refrained, for his words ring true. He has not harmed the virtuous, but rather exacted retribution upon those who abandon their families. Huang Yi remained perplexed, so I gently reassured her, enough of such thoughts. While the night still lingers, let us steal a few more moments of slumber. When dawn breaks, your cousin shall arrive. By the way, have you identified the issue regarding my cousin? I shook my head and replied, not yet, but I shall inquire of your cousin tomorrow and ascertain the truth. It is not merely the convergence of spirits that draws forth the supernatural. Rather, it is a certain object or individual that has summoned them. Huang Yi let out a soft exclamation, and it was uncertain whether she truly understood, yet she ceased her inquiries. I no longer share a bed with her, primarily out of embarrassment, and instead reclined on the bed she had previously occupied. We remained silent, lying there. Time drifted by, and eventually, I succumbed to a deep slumber. The following morning, the sound of Wu Pengzi knocking on our door roused me from sleep. He called out, "Mr. Li, cousin, are you awake?" Ahem, ahem. His voice carried a raspy quality, and he coughed several times after speaking. I approached and opened the door to find Wu Pengzi with a reddened nose and a pallid complexion, clad in a black leather jacket that suggested he was quite cold. He shivered slightly and, still coughing, inquired, "Mr. Li, how are you feeling? What is wrong with you?" I asked, somewhat puzzled. He sighed, drawing in a breath through his congested nose, and replied, "I caught a cold last night and did not sleep well." "Did not sleep well?" "More like you didn't sleep at all," I retorted, noting the dark circles under his eyes and the evident shadow lingering upon his forehead. "Oh dear, how could I sleep?" Wherever I went, she followed. I tried to lie down, and she would settle beside me, making it impossible to rest. Wu Pengzi lamented with a look of exasperation. "Well, you were sleeping the same way as before." I teased lightly. "That's simply one do." Wu Pengzi quickly countered. "She is a ghost. In the past, I was unaware, but now I am enlightened. How could one possibly share a bed with a ghost? Lying down, who can guarantee that she won't take the initiative as she did before? It troubles me greatly. Today, I must sleep during the day to avoid her nocturnal visits. Although she is indeed a ghost, she is rather pitiable, having never caused you any harm from beginning to end. If you could extend a modicum of compassion towards her, allowing her to experience a touch of warmth in this world, perhaps her departure would be accompanied by a much brighter disposition. Sometimes, aiding a person and aiding a spirit are governed by the same principles. One need not draw a stark line between the living and the dead." Listening to my words, Fatty Wu's expression became one of conflict. Chapter 83. The short-haired beauty, Yi Tingting. "Mr. Li, I comprehend your sentiments. Yet I find it difficult to accept this undeniable reality laid before me." I ceased my attempts at persuasion, simply raising my hand to pat him gently on the shoulder. Some matters cannot be acted upon merely by my urging. Humans inherently harbor a fear of spirits, and thus, even knowing that the ghost poses no threat, he dares not show any disrespect towards her. By the way, how did things fare last night? Were you able to discern the source of the disturbance? I shook my head, responding, "Not yet, but I can affirm that they all arrived here a month ago. Your bar has become a haven for many spirits, all drawn here by some unknown allure, much like Miss Chun. However, their stay is not prolonged, hence they haven't revealed their true forms as she has. Should they linger for a while longer, their powers will surely amplify, and with sufficient strength, your bar may very well encounter significant calamity." Wu Pengzi's complexion shifted dramatically as he stammered, "What is that thing? Mr. Li, you must save me. No matter the cost, you must assist me." I interjected, "I did not come for monetary gain. Since I am here, I will undoubtedly take on the responsibility of resolving this matter, but you must cooperate as well. We need to ascertain what that entity is before we can proceed with a remedy. Last night, I inquired with that spirit, but could not identify what it was. It merely stated that it gains strength upon approaching your vicinity. We must employ the process of elimination to determine the nature of this phenomenon. First, what have you received in the past month? Have there been any new hires at your bar? Or any recent acquisitions. You must clarify everything. Of course, every expenditure in our company is meticulously recorded. I will have Manager Gu investigate immediately. In the morning, we scrutinized all items procured within 15 days before and after a month ago, examining everything from tables and stools to glassware and boxes. Yet I could not uncover the source of the issue. Recently, we had also employed 2 new waitstaff, both rather ordinary individuals, who did not seem to possess any skills in sorcery. Thus, the matter remained an impasse. This situation proved to be even more challenging than the incident with Wang Shua. At least with Wang Shaw, we were aware from the outset that a spirit had possessed him, but this case was far more intricate. Observing the lack of progress, Wu Pengzi felt increasingly despondent. Mr. Li, let's take a break and have a meal first. As I glanced at the clock, I realized it was mealtime. One must remember that a person is like iron and food is like steel. No matter the undertaking, one must first attend to their hunger. Thus, the 3 of us ventured into a Sichuan restaurant, ordered a few dishes, and settled down to eat. Wu, appearing somewhat under the weather due to a cold, seemed rather listless, compounded by his current melancholic mood. Reflect carefully. Think back to whether you received anything a month ago, perhaps a gift left in the office or elsewhere. Examine every detail, no matter how large or small, I urged. Liao, my cousin, responded, "Isn't this quite a troublesome matter?" I nodded, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, it is quite troublesome. To this day, we remain unaware of the source of the disturbance. This entity emits no discernible scent, even capable of masking the odors of spirits, which is rather perplexing. After our meal, I decided to return home to consult my books for any relevant information. Wu, why don't you head back and look for anything that might jog your memory? Call me if you think of something, I instructed. All right. Following our meal, Huang Yi received a call from her grandfather and left for home. I returned to my apartment to seek out literature that might shed light on the matter. I spent the entire afternoon searching, yet I found no references to such entities. The texts indicated that everything possesses a unique scent, whether it be a spirit, a creature, or even a celestial being. Just as I felt a sense of futility creeping in, my phone rang. Glancing at the screen, I saw it was a call from Yi Tingting. I cannot possibly decline Yi Tingting's call, for I cannot forget that day when I craved meat, and she generously purchased numerous skewers for me. When I mentioned I was out of money, she handed me the only 200 yuan she had. During our second meeting, she even gifted me 500. As a mere student, her willingness to offer so much is indeed a testament to her selflessness. I pressed the answer button, and on the other end, I heard Yi Tingting's cautious voice. Liao, are you busy? Oh, I'm just reading. Then, can we have dinner together today? Tomorrow is Monday, the start of the new semester, and I fear there will be many tasks awaiting us. I worry that by then, if you have time, At this point, Yi Tingting abruptly ended the call, and I understood her implication. Glancing at the time, it was already 5:30. I had no breakthroughs on my end, and I was uncertain whether Wu Pengzi had made any progress. He is a person of worth, and I trust he will remember. So, I composed myself and replied, "Sure. Where are you? I will come to find you. I'm at the school dormitory. Please wait a moment. I will call you once I come downstairs." I stepped outside, hailed a cab, and made my way directly to Yi Tingting's university. Standing at the entrance, I contemplated for a moment and decided to venture inside. After all, it is a university. As I walked within, I was enveloped by the vibrant essence of youth. Reflecting on it now, attending school truly has its merits. As I strolled, I arrived at the school's display wall, a mere glimpse of the institution, a place seldom frequented by students. The walls are adorned with a myriad of patterns, featuring the athletic motifs of the sports academy and the musical themes of the arts academy. Immersed in the ambience of the school, I paused before a particular painting, a portrait of an ancient woman. She is clad in a flowing red gown, her face veiled in crimson, tilting her visage slightly as she holds a fan, concealing half of her countenance. There is something hauntingly familiar about this woman in the painting. Suddenly, the voice of Yi Tingting broke through my reverie. I turned to see her standing behind me, dressed in black jeans and a white patterned t-shirt, her face adorned with a subtle touch of makeup. Her shoulder-length hair framed her face, still accompanied by her signature glasses. "I apologize for keeping you waiting," she exclaimed. "Did you cut your hair?" I was taken aback, having never seen Yi Tingting with short hair before. She nodded, smiling. I had it cut during military training. Long hair became quite uncomfortable. Is it not unflattering? She inquired. I shook my head, assuring her, not at all. You look beautiful. I think your short hair suits you even better than long hair. The combination of short hair and glasses creates an indescribable charm. Thank you. By the way, what are you looking at here? I noticed you've been staring for quite a while. As she spoke, her gaze shifted to the mural on the wall. Are you captivated by this depiction of the common woman, Jin Yao? Common woman, Jin Yao? I looked at Yi Tingting with a hint of surprise. Yi Tingting nodded and said, Indeed, this painting is titled The Commoner Jin Yao. As a young man, you may not be familiar with the tale behind it, but I once encountered the story of Jin Yao in a book. A tale? This painting has a story? I truly had no idea, he replied. Yi Tingting gazed at the mural and recounted, It is said that during the reign of Emperor Zhezong in the Song dynasty, the youthful sovereign was frail and plagued by illness, with countless imperial physicians racking their brains in vain to cure him. In desperation, they sought remedies from the common folk. A woman named Jin Yao, born into a family of physicians, possessed not only breathtaking beauty, but also an exquisite understanding of graceful folk dances, earning her widespread acclaim among the people. She accompanied her father to the palace to treat the emperor, and upon their first meeting, the emperor was instantly smitten. Jin Yao felt the same, and during her time tending to his health, they swiftly fell into a deep romance. However, their happiness was short-lived, for the Empress Dowager soon discovered their affair. Jin Yao, of humble origins, was deemed unworthy of the emperor's divine favor. The Dowager attributed the emperor's illness to Jin Yao and ordered her execution. After Jin Yao's demise, the emperor was consumed by grief, unable to eat or sleep. Noticing his despondency, a eunuch, aware that his sorrow stemmed from Jin Yao, proposed a peculiar idea. If the emperor were to use Jin Yao's blood as ink, her bones as the brush handle, and her hair as the brush tip to create a portrait of her, she would be able to dance with him every night in spirit. Thus, the emperor summoned the finest artist of the time to create this masterpiece, utilizing her blood for ink, her bones for the brush handle, and her hair for the brush tip, resulting in this very painting. It is said that after that, the emperor indulged in revelry every night, and not long after, he met his demise. Nevertheless, this painting has endured through the ages, evolving into the folk tale of the beautiful maiden, Jin Yao, that we now cherish. However, this remains merely a legend. Some assert that the artist concocted this tale to command a higher price for his work. The veracity of these claims is uncertain, yet the painting has undeniably persisted through time. Upon hearing this narrative, I nodded thoughtfully, realizing the depth of the story. Ah, ise, muset. Hee. Yi Tingting smiled slightly and remarked, You seem quite intrigued by this painting, don't you? I replied, I am merely curious as to why this Jin Yao is veiled. It is said that this is a custom among women from families of physicians. Unmarried women must don a veil, allowing only their closest kin to behold their faces. Jin Yao, being unmarried, presented herself to the emperor in this manner. Perhaps, in his eyes, this veiled form was the epitome of beauty. Ah, so that is the reason, I exclaimed, casting another glance at the folk painting of Jin Yao. In truth, I suspected that this might be the artist's deliberate enigma. He depicted a beauty while obscuring her visage. This intrigue undoubtedly piques curiosity about her true appearance, prompting many to desire the painting for closer examination. You possess a profound understanding of art, Yi Tingting remarked with a smile. My specialty lies in fine arts. Thus, I have a certain proficiency with paintings and calligraphy. Let us proceed to dine, she suggested. Very well, I responded. As soon as we settled down in a restaurant adorned with ethnic charm, my phone rang. It was a call from Wu. Mr. Li, I've just remembered that last month I brought something from home to hang in the office. It's the painting you asked me about yesterday. The painting of the beautiful woman. The image of the beautiful woman. A recollection surged within me, for it resembled a mural I had recently encountered at school. Yes, indeed. The painting on the wall was the very one I had seen in Wu's office. That familiarity had puzzled me. This artwork had been a gift from a friend about a month and a half ago, which I had kept at home for 2 weeks before finally bringing it to the office. I had been preoccupied with matters from a month ago and had completely overlooked the painting. "All right, please wait a moment. I'll come over after my meal," I said, concluding the call. A faint intuition whispered to me that this painting might hold the key to the mystery. "Liao, what's wrong? Are you preoccupied with something?" Yi Tingting inquired, her expression laced with concern. "Nothing. We'll go after we eat. If you're busy, we can reschedule. I wouldn't want to hinder your work." She replied, "It's fine. There's no rush. We must eat, after all," I assured her. Yi Tingting smiled gently. "As long as it doesn't interfere with your tasks. That's what matters. I just worry about being a distraction." At that moment, the dishes arrived and we both began to eat. Strangely, I felt an odd sensation dining with Yi Tingting. It was entirely different from our previous encounters. I am uncertain whether it is due to the altered nature of my relationship with Huang Yi, but I felt a twinge of guilt while dining with another girl. After a moment of silence, Yi Tingting finally broke the awkwardness that enveloped us. "Liao, I truly apologize for what happened last time. It was entirely my fault for insisting on dining with them." I observed Yi Tingting, who seemed unable to meet my gaze, indicating that the incident had significantly affected her. I reassured her, "It's all right. Let not such trivial matters tarnish our friendship. You're my only acquaintance in Xingzhou City." Upon hearing this, Yi Tingting nodded in satisfaction. By the way, have you found a storefront for the fortune-telling business you mentioned last time?" "Yes, I located one at 132 on Long Street." "Was it Miss Huang who assisted you in finding it?" I lifted my gaze to meet Yi Tingting's, noticing her eyes darting away, as if she feared I might uncover something. I candidly replied, "Indeed, I'm not very familiar with this area," so she lent me a hand. There were some issues at her home previously, and I helped resolve them, which has fostered her trust in me. Yi Tingting forced a smile and remarked, "That's wonderful. Your relationship with Miss Huang is truly enviable. You two aren't, perhaps, romantically involved, are you?" Upon her inquiry, her smile transformed into an expression of anticipation, as if she awaited my response. "Well," I hesitated, uncertain of how to reply. "We have shared kisses and even slept in the same bed. Yet she still has not agreed to embark on a romantic relationship with me." "No worries. Why are you so anxious?" I merely inquired casually. "By the way, your business must be thriving, right?" I nodded and replied, "Quite well. I am currently attending to some matters." "So, is it true that you can actually see ghosts? What do they look like? Are they similar to humans? Or perhaps even less attractive?" Yi Tingting bombarded me with a flurry of questions. After a moment of reflection, I responded, "In fact, ghosts resemble humans. They're merely transformed beings, retaining their appearance from life, even in death." Before I could finish my sentence, an arrogant voice boomed from outside the door. "Still here, spreading your tall tales?" Chapter 85. The overbearing Wu Fatty, as the voice echoed, a portly figure strode in, flanked by several burly men. It was Chun Chao, the president of the student council, the very person I had encountered a few days ago at Fuyuanju. Given his imposing demeanor, it was evident that Chun Chao's intentions were far from benevolent. "Senior Chun Chao." Yi Tingting immediately rose from her seat, gazing at him with concern. "What brings you here, Senior Chun Chao?" "Tingting, this is none of your concern. I am here to confront your fellow townsmen," he said with a mischievous glint in his eye, turning his gaze towards me. "Kid, you embarrassed me last time, and I never expected you to have the audacity to show up at school again. Do you treat me like air?" "Senior Chun Chao, hasn't that incident already passed? Why are you still?" Chun Chao raised his hand to interrupt Yi Tingting, saying, "Tingting, I have already stated that you have no business here. This fellow from our hometown deserves a lesson. What happened that day may have passed for you, but for me, it remains unresolved. Over the past few days at school, I have been the subject of gossip. Many allege that I boast excessively, which has undermined my position as chairman. All of this is a consequence of your actions, and I intend to settle the score. Senior Chun Chao, could you refrain from resolving matters in this manner? It is not appropriate." Yi Tingting implored, her anxiety palpable. "Perhaps I could compensate you. Just tell me how much, and I will provide it." She appeared genuinely frightened by the multitude surrounding them. Yet, witnessing her unwavering stance before me stirred a sense of gratitude within my heart. Thus, I rose and drew her behind me, offering reassurance. "It's all right. He cannot do anything to you." "Huh?" Chun Chao sneered disdainfully, scrutinizing me from head to toe. Kid, I'm a man of principles. I'm not in need of money, so bargaining with me is futile. Since Ting Ting has interceded on your behalf, I shall grant you a chance. Kneel before me and apologize. Then we can consider this matter resolved. As he spoke, Chun Chao produced a phone, seemingly intent on recording the moment. I inhaled deeply and replied, "You may not be able to handle my kneeling. A man's knees are precious. I would never bow before someone as worthless as Chun Chao. Very well, if kneeling is not an option, then allow my brother Fei to teach you a lesson in humility." As he spoke, Chun Chao cast a glance at a tattooed giant beside him. The man stood at over 6 feet tall, with a buzz cut and a robust physique, his face radiating an aura of menace. Indeed, this man had taken lives before. At this realization, I could not suppress a gulp of apprehension. Do you recognize him? It is Fei Ge from the Southern District, notorious for wielding a blade that had once mercilessly claimed the lives of 23 individuals, an act that resonated with both awe and horror. Now, he reigns supreme in the Southern District. Should he take action, one must inevitably face the consequences of severed limbs. Fei Yi, please, he is merely an outsider, devoid of any influence. Just break one of his legs to teach him a lesson, I implored. The imposing figure known as Fei Ge scrutinized me silently, advancing without uttering a word. A quintessential example of a man of few words but formidable action. He had not spoken since entering, focusing solely on his task. What should we do, Li Yao? Yi Tingting's voice trembled, her hands shaking uncontrollably in mine. I was at a loss. If this giant truly decided to strike, there would be no doubt he could obliterate me. Although I had learned a few self-defense techniques, they were merely for protection. There is a saying, in the face of absolute power, if one does not employ lethal force against the opponent, any resistance is rendered futile. Thus, if I were to engage him, my only option would be to eliminate him. Otherwise, I would be ruthlessly defeated. It's all right, I reassured her, attempting to maintain my composure despite my racing heart. It was clear that calling for help would be futile at this juncture. Was I truly destined to lose my leg here? Dai Fei, for God's sake, stop. Just as I felt I was about to be overwhelmed, a commanding voice resonated from outside the door. In rushed Wu, the hefty figure, accompanied by Manager Ge. The arrival of Wu caused a dramatic shift into Fei's demeanor, his face displaying sheer astonishment as he exclaimed, Wu Ge. I'll take care of this. Wu advanced with purpose, leaping forward to deliver a powerful kick to the Fei, sending him crashing to the ground with a force that seemed to elevate the very atmosphere. By heavens! Wu relentlessly rained down several fierce kicks upon the Fei, who lay defenseless, while the group of underlings behind him stood frozen, their expressions a mix of fear and concern for their leader. Wu Ge, please, take it easy, they pleaded, their voices trembling. Wu's strikes landed hard, forcing the Fei to cower and beg for mercy. I had never anticipated Wu's prowess. Upon witnessing it now, I began to question whether I had misjudged his capabilities. Enough, Wu. I finally managed to regain my composure and called out to him. Yet he continued to scold. How dare anyone bully my friend? Who gave you the audacity? Wu Ge, I had no idea he was your friend. Had I known, not even 100,000 would have lured me here. The Fei whimpered, blood streaming from his nose as he looked up at Wu with a face full of grievance. You blind fool. How dare you lay a hand on my friend? Wu thundered, his voice booming. Open your eyes and recognize him. This is Mr. Li, my friend. My brother. Yes. The Fei nodded vigorously. I understand. Wu Ge, I will remember. I apologize. I have expressed my regrets, and now I urge you to leave. The Fei hastily knelt before me, his face a portrait of trepidation as he uttered, I beg your pardon, Mr. Li. I was wrong. I did not realize you were a friend of Wu. Please grant me another chance. The imposing presence of Wu, the hefty man, was indeed formidable within mere moments. The Fei had prostrated himself in apology. I cast a bewildered glance at Wu, who addressed me, saying, Mr. Li, should you find this insufficient, you are welcome to take matters into your own hands and strike him until you deem it satisfactory. Enough. I interjected swiftly, you may leave. Why, yes. Thank you, Mr. Li. Thank you. The Fei stammered, attempting to depart, but was halted by Wu, who commanded, Wait. Who invited you here? Make sure to give that person a taste of the consequences of offending Wu Di. Understood, Wu, Defei replied, raising his hand, and I witnessed his lackeys dragging Chen Chao out. In the end, I observed Chen Chao's expression, which nearly conveyed sheer terror. Oh dear, Mr. Li, I sincerely apologize for my tardiness. I'm truly sorry. Wu, the hefty man, quickly offered his contrition. It's quite all right, I reassured him, then turned to Yi Tingting and inquired, Are you all right? Yi Tingting's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at me, as if I were a stranger. I realized that this transformation was rather abrupt. Just over 10 days prior, I had borrowed money from her to purchase skewers of meat, and now I had become this person. It was understandably difficult for her to accept. I'm sorry for startling you. Yi Tingting gradually regained her composure and gently shook her head, saying no, it's all right. Liao, do you know him? Chapter 86. The painting. I nodded and replied, yes, I do. Why do you ask? Do you know him as well? Yi Tingting affirmed with a nod. He is the owner of the D Home Bar, a remarkably talented young entrepreneur. It seems that Wu Pengzi's reputation is quite substantial. At least in Xingzhou, he indeed stands out among his peers. Miss, I apologize if I startled you. Wu Pengzi, noticing my concern for Yi Tingting, stepped forward to express his apologies. I'm Fine. Thank you. No need for thanks. You're Mr. Li's friend, which makes you my friend as well. If you ever require assistance, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall go to great lengths to help. Wu Pengzi stated in his rather colloquial manner. Ahem, ahem. I quickly interjected to halt his exuberance. By the way, what brings you here? I noticed the sky was darkening, so I hurried over to pick you up. It's quite difficult to hail a taxi around this time. I had no idea I would encounter such a situation. Had I not come, who knows what that scoundrel might have done. I realized he was anxious and could not remain still, hence he rushed to find me. Reflecting on the earlier scene indeed sent shivers down my spine. But thankfully he arrived in time. Mr. Li, if you have not finished your meal, please continue. I shall wait for you outside. I glanced at Yi Tingting, silently inquiring if she had finished her meal. She responded, I'm done. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. The school is quite close, so I can walk back by myself. All right, just be careful, she replied. As Yi Tingting saw us off, I couldn't help but notice her forlorn figure and those complex eyes. It dawned on me that she had come to realize that the profession I had chosen rendered me a completely different person from the one she once knew. Perhaps, in her heart, Liao would forever be that diligent student who humbly assisted her with her studies. Mr. Li, that girl is rather beautiful. Isn't she? Sweet and charming, with short hair that exudes the essence of a quintessential neighborly girl. What is she to you? Wu, with a mischievous grin, inquired. After a moment of contemplation, I replied nonchalantly, she is a good friend of mine from Xingzhou. Make sure your people don't disturb her. Hey, I get it. She must be your ex-girlfriend, right? Just now, when we got in the car, I noticed her lingering gaze towards you, as if she were on the verge of tears. Oh dear, it nearly broke my heart to see that, he chuckled. Don't worry, I won't tell my cousin. I may not excel in other areas, but I am definitely trustworthy when it comes to keeping secrets. I furrowed my brow, shaking my head in resignation. She's neither an ex-girlfriend nor anything more than a good friend, just a fellow townsman. No worries. Whatever you say goes, Wu teased, leaving me momentarily speechless. By the way, what is your relationship with Defei? He seems quite intimidated by you. Eager to divert the topic and prevent Wu from prattling on about her, I quickly shifted the conversation. Upon hearing Defei's name, Wu's demeanor changed. Damn, that scoundrel, he's my fellow townsman. We've been playing together since childhood. After growing up, he became entangled in society. A few years ago, he took the lives of several individuals and was subsequently imprisoned. It took a considerable amount of money and numerous connections to extricate him from that predicament, and now he is working for me. Damn it, we had agreed that he would refrain from engaging in such activities, yet he dared to do so again. No wonder he does not retaliate when struck. It seems the influence of money is at play. I pondered aloud, contemplating the essence of society. No matter how formidable a person may be, they will bow their heads before the power of wealth. You have a point, yet I believe it is primarily his gratitude towards me, coming from a less fortunate family. I have been his guardian since childhood, and he holds a profound respect for me. He may disregard the words of others, but mine are non-negotiable. Indeed, the fate of Wu Fatty is such that he can shield all manner of malevolent spirits, transforming calamity into fortune. If he were to sleep with the supernatural, he would not have emerged unscathed after such a long time. But let us not dwell on him. Mr. Li, do you think there could be an issue with that painting? Wu Fatty shifted the conversation to his primary concern. Let's examine it first. At this moment, I cannot be certain. Where did you acquire that painting? A friend gifted it to me. He owned a winery, but it closed down a few months ago. He mentioned he was seeking opportunities elsewhere and, knowing my fondness for calligraphy and paintings, presented me with that artwork. He claimed it was a painting of a beauty from the Song dynasty, a genuine masterpiece by a renowned master. I initially thought little of it and carelessly tossed it aside at home. However, a month ago, I noticed a vacant spot on the wall and decided to bring the painting to my office for display. Frankly, I possess no expertise in calligraphy or painting, and I am utterly incapable of discerning authenticity. I merely hung it for the sake of appearances, indifferent to its genuineness. A portrait of a beauty. I repeated these 3 words, then took a deep breath and remarked, "Indeed, this is truly a portrait of a beauty. If it is genuinely connected to that beauty, I must locate Chen Jiangshui, that scoundrel. How dare he deceive me?" I disregarded him and became engrossed in contemplation of this portrait. Before long, we arrived at Wu Pengzi's office, and the portrait remained in its previous position. I hurried to examine it, finding it exactly as I'd seen it the day before. The modest-sized painting depicted a bustling marketplace, teeming with people whose gazes were fixated on a singular focal point: the beauty herself. The lady on the platform resembled the wall painting I had observed earlier today, adorned in a flowing red gown that appeared to dance gracefully in the wind. Her figure was enchanting, akin to that of an angel. Looking up, I noticed her face partially veiled by a red scarf, obscuring half of her visage. She faced sideways, revealing only a quarter of her face, yet it was utterly captivating. Her eyes sparkled with life. Her skin was fair and alluring, exquisite to the point of being otherworldly, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. As I gazed, I felt an irresistible pull toward the painting. I yearned to unveil the woman's veil and behold her beauty in full. Even the mere sight of it fills me with a sense of fulfillment, as if I have no regrets in death. Mr. Li, do you perceive the issue? Is it the painting that is problematic? Wu Fatty's voice abruptly pulled me back to reality. I realized I had nearly pressed myself against the painting. Hastily, I stepped back to maintain a safe distance from it, then turned to Wu Fatty and declared, "This painting has an issue." "Is it truly this painting?" Wu Fatty exclaimed, a hint of annoyance in his tone. Nodding affirmatively, I replied, "Indeed, it is this painting that bears a problem. The figure depicted is Jin Yao. This is not merely a portrait of a beauty. It is the image of a commoner, Jin Yao." Chapter 87. The Art of Human Skin Resurrection. The recollection of the tale that Yi Tingting had just shared with me resurfaced. The figure within the painting was indeed the commoner, Jin Yao. However, this Jin Yao was portrayed at a bustling market, transformed into a woman dancing upon a stage. "What is the image of the commoner, Jin Yao?" Wu Fatty inquired, perplexed. I recounted the story that Yi Tingting had narrated to me, and upon finishing, Wu Fatty's expression turned complex as he mused, using blood as ink, bones as the brush handle, and hair as the brush tip. How extraordinary! So is this painting genuine? Raising my hand, I placed it upon the surface of the painting, attuning myself to the texture of the paper. While skilled artisans can replicate masterpieces, the paper itself cannot be forged. Thus, experts who authenticate artwork often examine it from the perspective of the paper. Though I am not an appraiser, I possess the ability to discern the authenticity of this painting through my sensitivity to its essence. Every object possesses an aura, and the older the object, the more intense this aura becomes. If this painting was indeed created with blood, it must still carry an essence, regardless of the years that have passed. As I touched the surface of the paper, an inexplicable sensation washed over me, akin to caressing a woman's skin. Indeed, the texture of the paper was exquisitely smooth, reminiscent of the delicate skin of a woman. How could this be? Unable to suppress my musings, I muttered aloud, prompting a startled reaction from Wu, who inquired, "What is it? Mr. Li, is there an issue?" "Yes, there's a problem. I asserted confidently. The issue lies within this painting. Not only is it crafted with blood as ink, bones as the pen, and hair as the nib, but it is also rendered on skin, human skin, specifically that of a woman. My revelation left Wu utterly astonished. A woman's skin? How is that even possible? How can you be certain? By touch. I replied. It would be ideal if a woman were here for comparison. I murmured softly. A woman? Wu was still processing the information when Huang Yi suddenly entered, carrying 2 cups of milk tea. She placed them on the table and said, "Apologies for my tardiness. What were you discussing?" Wu, and I turned to Huang Yi, who paused at our gaze, her large eyes filled with confusion. "What is wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Yi, your timing is impeccable. It's better late than never. Come over and let Mr. Li feel the texture." As soon as Wu Pengzi uttered those words, Huang Yi's face turned as red as a tomato. Angrily, she exclaimed, "Wu Pengzi, are you out of your mind? What kind of talk is that?" Wu Pengzi hastily explained. Mr. Li mentioned that the issue revolves around that painting, which is created using human skin, specifically that of a woman. It feels like a woman's flesh. Though I cannot be certain without comparison. Only by touching real skin can I ascertain whether the painting is truly made from human skin. Huang Yi looked at me in astonishment, seeking confirmation of the truth. I nodded affirmatively and said, "Yes, that is indeed what I mentioned." "Oh." Huang Yi's expression softened slightly. She was not a girl devoid of understanding. She approached me, rolled up her sleeves, and raised her smooth hand, saying, "Then go ahead and touch." I hesitated for a moment, gazing at her delicate hand. Although I had touched it before, I had never done so in front of others. Perhaps the touch of a hand would not yield significant results. Hands are often exposed to sunlight and may not reflect the best comparison. I suggested, "I would prefer to touch your back, as the paper for that painting likely resembles skin from the back. The comparison would be more effective." I recognized that this was somewhat shameless, yet I spoke the truth. In an instant, Huang Yi's face flushed crimson, and she looked at me awkwardly before glancing at Wu Pengzi. Wu Pengzi's gaze flickered for a moment, and he exclaimed, "I will look away, I won't watch." After saying this, he prudently exited the room. Huang Yi turned around, unbuttoned her shirt, revealing her smooth, fair skin. With her back to me, she said, "Come on, Liao." This was not the first time I had touched her back. The first time was in Hujiachun when I had drawn talismans for her. However, that occasion was different. My fingertips had merely grazed her skin, whereas now, my entire palm was to make contact. Gritting my teeth, I resolved, "All right, I shall proceed." As I spoke, I raised my hand and laid it upon her back. The moment my hand made contact, she shivered. I hesitated to move, feeling a surge of nervousness. It was indeed my first time touching such smooth and delicate skin with such earnestness. After a few seconds, I noticed she seemed to relax a bit, adjusting to the sensation. I too steadied my thoughts and gradually moved my hand downward. I could distinctly feel her body trembling beneath my touch. "Liao, do you need me to untie that?" she inquired, referring to the pouch that hindered my hand's movement. Though it posed a slight inconvenience, it was of little consequence. I replied, "No need." As my hand traveled from her back to her lower back, the sensation remained identical, smooth and refined. The only distinction was that Huang Yi radiated warmth. While the drawing had long since lost its heat, I released my hand and said, "I apologize for the intrusion." Huang Yi turned to face me, her cheeks flushed crimson, almost as if they might bleed. Biting her lip, she shook her head and replied, "It's all right. You were helping my cousin, so I should be the one thanking you." "Have you finished?" I nodded affirmatively and replied, "Yes, all done. So, is it the same as that painting?" I nodded once more. "Yes, indeed, it is the same." "Please summon Wu Fatty." Huang Yi called out, and Wu Fatty entered from outside. He inquired with genuine concern, "How is it, Mr. Li? Is it the same?" "It is indeed the same. The medium of this artwork is human skin. Human skin as a canvas, akin to ghostly skin paintings." Huang Yi gazed at me in astonishment. I shook my head and replied, "It is far more formidable than mere ghostly skin paintings. This is a form of dark sorcery known as the human skin resurrection technique, which I had previously encountered in my grandfather's writings. The sorcery dictates that if a person dies before their natural lifespan is concluded, using skin as a canvas, bones as a brush, blood as ink, and hair as the wick, one can depict the likeness of the deceased upon their own skin. If enough essence from 365 individuals is absorbed, that person may resurrect in a manner akin to returning to life. Resurrect? Wu Fati exclaimed with a look of disbelief. Does that mean the woman in this painting is about to come back to life? Count the men depicted above. If there are 365, then indeed, resurrection is a possibility. I was taken aback, not expecting to encounter such a phenomenon. Chapter 88. Inquiring and seeking the human skin resurrection technique is a malevolent sorcery that requires the soul to be anchored within the painting. Should this artwork originate from the Song dynasty, it would contain the essence of a soul from over 1,000 years ago. A soul that ancient should harbor significant malevolence and resentment. Why, then, do I not perceive its dark energy? On the contrary, it seems to conceal the malevolent aura of the spirits it attracts. This is something I cannot comprehend, and it is not recorded in any book. Just as I was lost in deep contemplation, unable to make sense of it, Wu, the rotund man, shouted at me, "Mr. Li, I have counted twice, and there are a total of 363 individuals." Indeed, I too had counted twice, confirming there were 363 individuals, excluding that woman. Huang Yi stepped forward and inquired, "Liao, I have another question that puzzles me. Does your instruction for us to count imply that the number of people in the painting will increase on its own?" "Indeed," I replied as I approached the painting once again. Previously, this artwork depicted only a single woman gracefully dancing upon the stage, while the streets were utterly desolate. The moment a soul is absorbed, that person's essence is encapsulated within the painting, transforming into one of the men depicted. If you doubt my words, observe the varied attire of those within the painting. They belong to different eras. Upon hearing my explanation, the two of them hurriedly moved closer to examine. To their astonishment, they discovered that the men portrayed were indeed dressed in an array of styles, with some even sporting the traditional cues of the Qing dynasty. It is indeed true. These individuals are remarkably diverse. Huang Yi exclaimed, "Why is it that I cannot find any modern figures? The men seem to all possess long hair typical of ancient times. There are no representations of our contemporaries. The absence of modern individuals suggests that, over the years, he has not absorbed any human essence, but has instead been sealed away. However, the reason for this painting's reemergence remains a mystery. The flesh and spirit have been dormant for a century, yet their journey continues once more. If I had discovered this even a moment later, it is likely that the number of deceased here would not merely be 2. Taking a deep breath, I stated, 363 individuals, which means we are merely 2 away from completion. If we can draw on those last 2 souls, he will successfully be resurrected. Only 2 left. Thankfully, it is not just one. Heaven forbid, had it been one, I might have become that final victim." Wu, the stout fellow, patted his chest, appearing somewhat relieved. "Though you're not the last, your presence here signifies you are undoubtedly his next target. Before you become his prey, your business and fortune will inevitably suffer, much like a haunted establishment. If this were not a bar, bustling with patrons and vibrant energy, the situation could have escalated severely." Damn! Upon hearing my words, he could not suppress an expletive, recalling the friend who gifted him this painting. That scoundrel Chun Jianshui, daring to use this artwork against me after all the kindness I had shown him. "Mr. Li, you must assist me. This matter now pertains to my very life." Wu exclaimed anxiously, his face awash with terror. I did not respond immediately, but cast a meaningful glance his way. Then I turned to Huang Yi, who wore a similarly intricate expression, both of them clearly placing their hopes upon me. After a moment of hesitation, I chose to speak the truth. This situation is quite challenging. I do not know how to resolve it. The texts have noted such methods, yet none provide a solution. My words plunged Wu into despair, his expression frozen as he gazed at me, his eyes now filled with hopelessness. I swiftly shifted my tone and continued, "However, this painting was once sealed during the Qing dynasty, indicating that there exists a method to contain it. Can you seal it?" he inquired. I shook my head, for I certainly lacked such capability. Had I possessed the power to seal it, I would have done so already. "May I now gift it to someone else?" I asked, as the painting was a present from a friend of mine. Wu, in a state of urgency, was clearly distressed. Who wouldn't he be in such a dire situation? I replied, I fear that is not possible. Anyone who has come into contact with this painting will inevitably face its backlash. If she absorbs 2 more souls, the figures within the painting will be resurrected, and all who have interacted with her will be deemed as adversaries. After all, those who encountered her did not assist her. And given her immense grievances, she will undoubtedly seek them out again. This includes you, me, and EE. As soon as I finished speaking, the expressions of both individuals shifted dramatically. What shall we do then? Are we now bound to this painting? They pondered. The fact that this painting was once sealed implies that someone possesses the ability to seal it again. We must uncover why it was removed and subsequently brought to you. We should locate your friend, Chen Jianshui. You mentioned that his brewery closed a few months ago, yet he remains unharmed and was able to gift you the painting, suggesting he has someone of great wisdom guiding him. All right, I shall call him at once, he exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. As he spoke, Fat Wu dialed a number, and it was not long before the call connected. Without hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of curses. You scoundrel Chen Jianshui. What do you mean by this? Why did you send that painting to me? Are you trying to bring about my demise? On the other end, Chen Jianshui remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Speak up, where are you? Fat Wu's fury was palpable, as if he were ready to engage in a brawl. I'm sorry, Wu Ge. I apologize. With those words, Chen Jianshui abruptly hung up the phone. Damn it. Fat Wu cursed into the receiver. Does this rascal already know I would call him? Still fuming, Fat Wu redialed, but this time he was met with an absurd response. We're sorry. The number you have dialed is currently turned off. Please try again later. Turn off. No matter, he should still be in Xingzhou. He isn't gone far. I'll consult the oracle to check. With that, I retrieved 3 copper coins, shook them lightly, and then placed them on the ground. Divining to locate someone is quite straightforward, and I had enough insight from Fat Wu's description of Chen Jianshui. Thus, I threw the coins for divination. The result was a thunder over heaven hex, which is also known as the Qian hexagram, indicating a location to the northwest. This implied that Fat Wu's friend resides in the northwest. In the northwest, he is called Chen Jianshui, a name that embodies both river and water, a quintessential wood element. Furthermore, he is akin to a withered tree in a desert, desperately lacking water. His name carries the element of water, and having recently been associated with that painting for an extended period, one can surmise that in his quest for survival, he must be in a place where water is present, especially with wise individuals guiding him. Is there an artificial lake to the northwest? I inquired, lifting my gaze to Wu Pengzi. Chapter 89. Chen Jianshui. Wu Pengzi pondered for a moment, seemingly searching for direction, before recalling and nodding. Yes, there's indeed an artificial lake. That fellow seemingly purchased a house there previously. Let us go there. He should still be in that vicinity. Wu Pengzi uttered an "oh" as he approached the painting, intending to remove it. Observing this, I asked, what are you doing? He replied, taking it down to return it. That rascal intends to use it against me. Hold on. I intervened, saying, the painting has been here for nearly a month. He has already claimed this space. We must not disturb it at this moment, as it may lead to unforeseen consequences. My words startled Wu Pengzi. Is it really that ominous? I did not respond, but turned and walked away. Before long, the 3 of us drove towards the artificial lake in the northwest. During the journey, Wu Pengzi informed me that Chen Jianshui was a former high school alumnus of his, albeit a grade above him. They had not known each other during their school days. But after graduation, Chen Jianshui ventured to Xingzhou to engage in business, a field in which he had not fared as well as Wu Pengzi. Nevertheless, Chen was a diligent individual, and they recognized their shared background at a gathering. This connection facilitated a close and frequent rapport between Wu Pengzi and Chen Jianshui, who took care of his business, often sourcing beer from his brewery. Little did he anticipate that Chen Jianshui would dispose of such a thing toward him. Upon concluding his remarks, Wu, in a fit of rage, exclaimed, "Damn it! When I see him later, I will make him pay dearly." I found it futile to counsel Wu given his temperament. Having been betrayed by someone he held in high esteem, he was bound to vent his frustrations. Suddenly, breaking her prolonged silence. Huang Yi spoke up. There's something I do not quite understand. You mentioned that the paintings on human skin date back over 1,000 years. How is it that the skin has not decayed? I have heard of bones remaining intact, but skin used for painting not rotting. How is that possible? I pondered for a few moments before responding. Prior to painting, the artist soaked the skin in a mixture of celestial infant and ghost grass for 49 days. This process enables the skin to withstand the elements, achieving an effect of eternal preservation. In ancient times, women sought to maintain their beauty by immersing themselves in these substances, thereby revitalizing their bodies, making them resilient against the winds. Were celestial infant and ghost grass, are they truly that extraordinary? Why have my skincare products not included such ingredients? Huang Yi inquired, her curiosity apparent, as women often exhibit a keen interest in such topics. These are plants mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas. Celestial infant can cure all skin ailments, while ghost grass helps maintain skin elasticity. Such treasures were typically reserved for the likes of ancient queens. The classic of mountains and seas. Isn't that a work of fiction? Huang Yi blinked, her mind swirling with countless questions. I drew a deep breath and replied, it is not a fabrication. The classic of mountains and seas chronicles the flora and fauna of ancient times. Many have either evolved or become extinct, and due to their scarcity, contemporary individuals are often reluctant to believe in their existence. So this is how it is. Liao, you're truly remarkable, possessing knowledge akin to my own personal encyclopedia. An encyclopedia? I smiled awkwardly, remarking that such knowledge stems from childhood. Naturally, one retains what they cherish. However, likening you to an encyclopedia is somewhat exaggerated. That being said, I also believe my memory differs from that of the average person. Anything that piques my interest is etched in my mind, and upon encountering it, I can effortlessly recall it. I am not exaggerating in the slightest. In fact, I would assert that you surpass even an encyclopedia. I offered a bitter smile, as I found myself at a loss for words in response to such praise. Having said nothing, Huang Yi fell silent, and an air of tranquility enveloped the car. By the way, Wu Fatty, where is Miss Chen? I haven't seen her today. Huang Yi suddenly brought up Chen Cece. Indeed, I too did not spot Chen Cece today. When we exited the bar, darkness had already descended. Wu Fatty exclaimed, how should I know? Why ask me about such matters? I am not her constant guardian. Upon hearing this, Huang Yi sensed something amiss. Did you bully her last night? You mentioned that she has sought you out every day for the past month. Wu Fatty sighed. I cannot be bothered to discuss this. She's like a ghost. How could I possibly bully her? If she were not preoccupying me, I would refer to her as my esteemed aunt. Wu Fatty, surely you said something to her last night? You must have hurt her feelings, right? I didn't say much, really. I just told her not to come looking for me anymore. There exists a divide between humans and ghosts. They are destined to part ways. So how could she continue to follow me? Indeed, Wu Fatty, you are a heartless wretch. Although she is a ghost, Liao has mentioned that it does not matter. She would not bring you harm. How could you inflict such pain upon her? She considers you her man and has stayed by your side for an entire month. Yet you utter such cruel words. Your actions provoke ire from both the living and the dead. 20 minutes later, we arrived at a community called Xing'an, located near the artificial lake. It lies right in the center of the lake, accessible only by bridge. Observing the architectural layout, it resembles an island community. No wonder Chan Jiangshui chose such a location. His fate is tied to withered wood, necessitating abundant water. This community, situated on an island and surrounded by water, perfectly aligns with his elemental needs. Wu Fatty halted the car and remarked, I know he purchased a property in this community, but I am unaware of its exact location. Not to worry, just follow me, I said while scanning the surroundings to ascertain our position. Soon, we arrived at the entrance of a 6-story villa. I pointed to the 6th floor and stated, this is it on the 6th floor. Liao, how did you know? This building faces directly north, and the northern element corresponds to water. Thus, he would certainly choose this building. According to the positions and numerology of the Luo Shu, the units on the 1st and 6th floors, with tail numbers of either 1 or 6, are associated with the element of water. He is like a withered tree, severely lacking in water. Anything that can be supplemented will be. Furthermore, As a businessman, he certainly would not wish to be under anyone's thumb. Thus, he would undoubtedly choose the 6th floor. The two individuals exchanged astonished glances with me before opening the door and following me upstairs. Upon reaching the 6th floor, we found 2 residences, one marked 601 and the other 602. Without hesitation, I knocked on the door of 601. "Woo, the plump man," inquired Mr. Lee. "Are you certain this is the correct place? Could it be 602? I shook my head and replied, "No, the number 2 corresponds to the element of fire, which is detrimental to wood. He wouldn't be foolish enough to choose that." Indeed, mere seconds later, a voice emanated from within. "Who is it?" "Delivery." I called out toward the room. Both men glanced at me simultaneously, and I gestured for them to remain silent. Subsequently, the door swung open to reveal a tall, gaunt man. His hair was a dismal shade of yellow, his face adorned with stubble, presenting a rather despondent and unkempt appearance, with bloodshot eyes. Chapter 90. Falling in Love with a Painting. Upon seeing the man, Wu immediately exclaimed, "Chun Jiang Shui? Chun Jiang Shui?" Upon recognizing Wu, widened his eyes in disbelief. "Wu, brother, what brings you here?" Startled, he attempted to shut the door, but Wu firmly grasped it, exclaiming, "Damn it, you think you can close the door?" Upon concluding his words, Fatty Wu raised his foot and delivered a kick that sent Chun Jiang Shui flying into the room. Fatty Wu rushed in, intent on striking again. Prompting Chun Jiang Shui to urgently plead, "Wu Gu, please do not hit me." I swiftly intervened to halt the impending violence. Fatty Wu, visibly discontent, huffed defiantly and fixed a fierce gaze upon Chun Jiang Shui, demanding, "I have treated you well. Why would you betray me?" Chun Jiang Shui gradually rose from the ground, his expression laden with remorse as he replied, "Wu Gu, I am truly sorry, truly sorry." Fatty Wu retorted, "Is a mere apology sufficient? Do you not realize you nearly brought about my demise?" His anger was palpable, his eyes nearly igniting with fury. Chun Jiang Shui, trembling with fear, dared not meet Fatty Wu's gaze, clearly intimidated by him. I interjected, "Chun Jiang Shui, you must understand why we are here. It is undoubtedly clear to you that we seek the human skin painting." Upon hearing my words, Chun Jiang Shui appeared momentarily stunned, questioning, "Human skin painting? What do you mean?" Fatty Wu, fists clenched and ready to strike, might have genuinely been unaware of the painting's true name. I quickly restrained him, stating, "Enough, Fatty Wu. I refer to the exquisite painting you gifted to him." At the mention of the beautiful painting, Chun Jiang Shui's demeanor shifted dramatically. The fear that once consumed him was replaced by a complex mixture of emotions, revealing a deeper significance tied to the artwork. The beautiful painting, the beautiful painting, the portrait of a beauty. Suddenly, Chun Jiang Shui's expression underwent a profound transformation. His demeanor became complex and unsightly. When Fatty Wu saw that he had not responded, he was about to charge forward, but I restrained him. I grasped his hand, urging him to remain still and observe the unfolding situation. Finally, after a few minutes of tumultuous emotions, he could no longer maintain his composure. He collapsed onto the ground, his eyes reddening and shimmering with tears. Suddenly, his gaze solidified with determination, and the redness around his eyes morphed into an aura of vengeance. "It is all because of that portrait. That beauty has led me to this state. It's all due to that portrait." As he spoke, he clenched his teeth, his face radiating fervor. Fatty Wu was not swayed by this act. A fire raged within him. "Stop with the theatrics and get to the point. What is the story behind that portrait? Damn it, you claimed you were going to develop outside, yet here you are, clearly tied to that painting." Chun Jiang Shui cast a meaningful glance at Fatty Wu, then lifted his gaze to me. His eyes, once vibrant, now reflected resignation. "Having been found by you, I shall undoubtedly disclose all that is required of me. However, before discussing this matter, I wish to understand how you located this place." Chun Jiang Shui appeared perplexed. Fatty Wu snorted and said, "Isn't it simple to find you? All it takes is for Mr. Lee to cast a divination." Fatty Wu's remark seemed a bit far-fetched, prompting me to interject. "I brought them here. Your fate is lacking in water, and this place is surrounded by it, making it a fitting abode for you. You know me?" I shook my head and said, I do not recognize you. Your name, Chun Jiangshui, suggests a lack of water in your destiny. For who would choose such a name otherwise? Chun Jiangshui looked at me, nodding repeatedly, exclaiming, truly a sage, indeed a sage. Enough of your flattery. Wu Pengzi interjected impatiently. Snorting, let me tell you, were it not for Mr. Li, my bar would likely face closure within days. You, sir, have dared to deceive me. If you wish to retain your conscience, cease the frivolous talk and get to the point, or I shall toss you into the artificial lake to quench your thirst. Chun Jiangshui rose from the ground, took a deep breath, and after regaining his composure, said, for months ago, I encountered a captivating painting in a friend's study. Intrigued, I decided to purchase it. Once acquired, I hung it in my distillery's office, unaware that it would lead to a series of bizarre occurrences. Initially, the security guard reported hearing voices, sounds of laughter emanating from within the distillery. When he investigated, he found nothing, yet upon his return, the voices resumed. For several consecutive days, the sound of conversation persisted, though the identity of the speaker remained a mystery. The guard believed it to be a haunting, but as I do not subscribe to such superstitions, I dismissed his claims and subsequently replaced him. The new guard, however, did not experience the same phenomenon. Yet an even stranger occurrence ensued. 2 female employees at my distillery tragically perished within its confines. They succumbed to their demise after consuming an excessive amount of alcohol, resulting in their stomachs rupturing. These women hailed from rural backgrounds, unaccustomed to drinking, embodying the essence of virtuous homemakers. Yet, it was precisely such individuals who met their untimely end through alcohol, leading many to speculate that the place is haunted. My workers, gripped by fear, abandoned their posts without a thought for their wages. Soon after, a business partner arrived to procure some liquor. Upon his arrival, he declared that the premises were haunted and, with a pallid expression, promptly departed. Following his departure, all my collaborations evaporated. It was at this juncture that I began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, prompting me to consult a master for guidance. Upon his arrival, the master immediately discerned the presence of a ghost and insisted on performing a ritual to exorcise it. He conducted the ceremony, and afterward he assured me that the spirit had fled, although he had not vanquished it entirely. He revealed that the haunting was linked to a particular painting and instructed me to find an individual of great fortune capable of pacifying it. Remarkably, he claimed such a person was already in my vicinity, and that person was you. Thus, I entrusted the painting to you. I sincerely apologize, Wu, for my actions were not intentional. It was the master who proclaimed your fortuitous fate as the means to subdue the spirit. Now, I face the consequences of my decisions. My distillery has shuttered, and I find myself bankrupt. He gazed at Wu with a countenance full of regret, his sincerity palpable. Wu cast a glance in my direction, seemingly seeking answers, while Huang Yi also turned her gaze toward me, both pairs of eyes reflecting profound confusion. I gazed into Chun Jiangshui's eyes and said, Chun Jiangshui, you have not spoken the truth. Upon hearing my words, he froze for a few seconds, then hastily replied, I am telling the truth, master. It is indeed the truth, but not the whole truth. Now, I demand to know the complete truth. I fixed my gaze upon him and asserted sharply, you did not merely hang the painting in your office. You have fallen in love with that painting, haven to you? Chapter 91. Zhou Xiaoya. As soon as I uttered these words, both Wu Fatty and Huang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Mr. Li, are you implying that Chun Jiangshui? Wu Fatty was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by shock. I pondered for a moment and felt my previous statement lacked precision. So I refined my assertion. To be exact, you have fallen in love with the woman depicted in that painting. Am I correct? Liao, what are you talking about? Huang Yi could hardly believe that these words had escaped my lips. I remained silent, fixated on Chun Jiangshui's eyes, seeking the answer within them. Chun Jiangshui was evasive, his eyes flickering wildly. He was agitated. I pressed on. Let me tell you, the painting does not simply vanish once it is given away. If it gathers the essence of 365 individuals, it will resurrect. At that time, you will be punished for not aiding her, and you too shall face a dire fate. My words rendered Chun Jiangshui utterly dumbfounded. he suddenly lifted his head to look at me, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. A few moments later, he finally lowered his head and nodded vigorously. Yes, you are absolutely right. I have indeed fallen in love with the beauty depicted in that painting. This admission shattered the worldviews of both Wu Pengzi and Huang Yi. Upon uttering these words, Chen Jiangshui felt no embarrassment. On the contrary, he experienced a sense of liberation. The complex emotions that had burdened him dissipated in that instant, and he transformed into a figure devoid of desire for life. His face was etched with self-mockery as he let out a derisive laugh, saying, "Isn't it ridiculous? Yet, this is the truth. From the very first moment I laid eyes on her, I fell deeply in love. I have never loved anyone as profoundly as I love her. Thus, I would go to any lengths to possess her, to bring her into my life. From the moment she entered my office, I felt my existence had reached its zenith. It was akin to a long-sought-after maiden finally accepting my heartfelt proposal. From that day forth, I became utterly enchanted, lost in the moments shared with her. By day, I would watch her smile. I could gaze at her portrait for an entire day. At night, I would hold her close as I slept, caressing the paper of her painting as if I were truly touching her form. The delicate smoothness and warm allure of that sensation remained indelibly etched in my memory. I often pondered when I might catch a glimpse of her true visage, when I could unveil her veil. What extraordinary beauty lies beneath that flowing veil? However, as my infatuation deepened, the distillery began to encounter relentless troubles. Within less than a month, my distillery faced closure. My family is not affluent. In addition to supporting myself, I must also provide for my entire family. Reality has pulled me back to the ground. Whoa, I truly did not anticipate this. It was that master who said my fortune was auspicious and that nothing would go amiss, which is why I gifted it to you. Bastard! Wu, with a snort, exclaimed, I never expected you to not only deceive your brothers, but to be so twisted. I foolishly regarded you as a brother, yet you forced me into your worn-out shoes. And of all things, those shabby shoes. Thankfully, I do not possess such peculiar tastes. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. Wu's expression was one of utter disdain, genuinely revolted by such distorted preferences. Enough! I called out to Wu, casting him a meaningful glance, and said, It is not that you lack such peculiar tastes. Rather, you have never truly examined that painting. If you were to look at it earnestly, you too would fall in love with the woman depicted within. I had merely gazed at it for a brief moment, yet I found myself utterly captivated, let alone Wu. No way. I can't be so depraved as to fall in love with a painting, Wu declared with conviction. Moreover, the painting doesn't even reveal her face. How could I possibly develop feelings for her? Wu's current statements are akin to someone speaking without understanding the pain of the matter. I scoffed, saying, It is precisely because her face is obscured that one comes to love her. This is the brilliance of the painting of the common woman in the scarf. If the world were to behold her face, the painting would lose its significance. I am uncertain whether Wu comprehends my explanation, yet I am profoundly aware of the depth of that artwork. As I inched closer and gazed for a moment, I felt myself becoming entranced by her. Indeed, Chen Jiangshui concurred, remarking, Sir, you are absolutely right. The true brilliance of that painting lies in the fact that I cannot see Qin Yao's face. It is precisely for this reason that I yearn to behold her, to possess her. Enough, I interjected, to prevent him from uttering further frivolous remarks. You have said what needed to be said. Now, take us to the place where you acquired the painting. I wish to seek out the seller and inquire about certain matters. Chen Jiangshui appeared taken aback, stammering, Well, the seller is an outsider. After selling me the painting, he departed. I have no knowledge of his origins. A pang of alarm struck my heart as I fixed my gaze upon Chen Jiangshui's eyes. He avoided my stare, evading the truth. Is he still lying? Chen Jiangshui, do you truly wish for your demise? I probed, word by word, into his eyes. I. It is I. Suddenly, at that moment, the door swung open, revealing a striking woman, dressed in professional attire, complete with black stockings and high heels. She radiated the aura of a corporate individual. Zhou Xiaoya. Wu Pengzi could not suppress his exclamation. Zhou Xiaoya. The name rang a bell. It seemed Wu Pengzi had previously mentioned her. She was, if I recalled correctly, a childhood neighbor of Chen Sisi, the girl notorious for reporting on Chen Sisi's parents. Though Zhou Xiaoya is a professional in the workplace, her physique exudes a distinctive aura that captivated me the moment it manifested. According to the 12 palaces of physiognomy, her forehead slightly exceeds the average height, indicative of a fate that may bring misfortune to her partner, as well as a solitary existence. Perhaps due to her undeniable beauty, this aspect of her appearance is not overtly apparent. Her cheeks are scarcely fleshy, flat as if chiseled by a knife. Such a visage is not to be underestimated, for she is undoubtedly a formidable character, often contemplating matters in the most extreme directions. Nevertheless, there's an essence about her that feels familiar, akin to a righteous spirit, reminiscent of a practitioner of the Tao. How can it be you? Wu Pongzi inquired with a look of astonishment. Zhou Xiaoya met his gaze with unwavering determination and replied, "Indeed, it is I. The painting was sold to him by me." "Xiaoya, what brings you here?" Chen Jiangshui asked nervously upon seeing Zhou Xiaoya. She did not respond to him, her expression resolute as she regarded me with a sense of defiance. "That painting was given to brother Jiangshui by me, and the ensuing turmoil is entirely my fault. It is all my error." Chapter 92, A Woman's Jealousy. "Xiaoya, what are you saying?" Chen Jiangshui looked despondent as he uttered, "That painting was clearly, I took it from your home." His demeanor suggested he was on the brink of collapse. Wu Pongzi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Chen Jiangshui, exclaiming, "Stolen? You have such a habit?" "Chen Jiangshui, today you have truly opened my eyes. With your seemingly respectable appearance, I never would have imagined you capable of theft." Chen Jiangshui hurriedly explained, "No, it is not the kind of theft you might imagine. I simply could not restrain myself. From the very first moment I laid eyes on this painting, I fell deeply in love with it. I cannot help it. I must possess it. To me, it is not merely a painting, but a person." Still attempting to justify himself, he seemed to have completely shattered my worldview. Wu Fatty looked at him with a newfound understanding of his true nature. "Brother Jiangshui." Zhou Xiaoya gazed at Chen Jiangshui with a face full of remorse, shaking her head as she said, "Please do not say any more." She then approached Chen Jiangshui and bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, stating, "I apologize. This painting, in truth, I intentionally brought it out to tempt someone into stealing it. It just so happened that you were the first to express interest in it. In reality, I wished fervently for you not to see this painting." Was Zhou Xiaoya protecting Chen Jiangshui's dignity, or was she speaking the truth? I could not discern, so I continued to observe. Judging by Zhou Xiaoya's demeanor, it appeared she was about to reveal everything. Finally, she continued, "At this point, I have nothing left to conceal. If I were to hide any further, it would lead to your demise and mine, along with the deaths of many others. Master," she suddenly turned to me, her face filled with regret. "It is all my fault. All this is my doing. I was blinded by hatred, which led me to commit such acts." As she spoke, tears of remorse streamed down Zhou Xiaoya's face. I was unsure of what had transpired, but recognizing the urgency of the moment, I seized the opportunity to inquire, "What hatred?" Zhou Xiaoya raised her hand to wipe away a tear and, filled with righteous indignation, uttered a name none of us had anticipated. "Chen Sisi." Everything is the result of Chen Sisi's coercion. Upon hearing this name, I, Huang Yi, and Wu Pongzi were all taken aback. This revelation was entirely unexpected. Previously, when Chen Sisi spoke of Zhou Xiaoya, she merely stated that they were not friends, that she harbored a strong dislike for Zhou Xiaoya, without suggesting any animosity between them. Are you mistaken? Is it truly because of Chen Sisi? Wu Pongzi asked incredulously. Zhou Xiaoya gazed at Wu Pongzi, her eyes resolute, and replied, "Yes, it is indeed because of Chen Sisi. Everything I have done has been forced upon me by her. But Chen Sisi is already dead, isn't she?" Huang Yi, who had remained silent for a long time, could not help but interject. "Yes." Zhou Xiaoya continued with her unwavering voice. "It is precisely because she is dead that I have brought forth this painting. Had she lived, I would not have committed this error." Listening to her words, I found it utterly absurd. It seemed as though Chen Sisi's death had somehow ensnared Zhou Xiaoya in this predicament. What nonsense is this? Are you suggesting that her death has harmed you? Huang Yi articulated what I was thinking, and upon hearing her words, I couldn't help but steal a glance at her. Huh. Zhou Xiao let out a cold laugh and began an astonishing tale with a piercing gaze. Chen Sisi and I have been neighbors since childhood. My parents had a close relationship with her parents. They frequently visited each other. I am 7 days younger than Chen Sisi, which makes her my elder sister. Before we embarked on our educational journey, we were the best of childhood friends. However, everything changed once we entered school. Chen Sisi, with her beauty, academic excellence, and intelligence, garnered the affection of both teachers and peers, while I remained merely a shadow beside her, living in her radiant glow. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, my parents incessantly compared me to her, proclaiming her superiority in every regard. In middle school, I developed a fondness for a classmate who frequently engaged me in conversation and often sought my assistance. Just when I believed he might harbor feelings for me, I mustered the courage to confess my affection. To my dismay, he revealed that he did not like me. Rather, he was merely seeking a way to get closer to Chen Sisi through me. Can you fathom the impact of such words on a 13 or 14-year-old girl? The emotional turmoil it inflicted upon me was profound. At this juncture, her gaze shifted to Chen Jiangshui. Subsequently, upon entering high school, I encountered a charming senior on my first day, who graciously welcomed me. He was strikingly handsome and exuded warmth, and I confess, I was smitten from the moment he greeted me. Before long, we were dating and even holding hands. It felt as though I had truly fallen in love, as my heart swelled with sweetness at the sight of him. Yet again, there was Chen Sisi. In an effort to escape her shadow and no longer be her follower, I deliberately distanced myself from her. However, she took the initiative to seek me out, even during my date with that senior. Her presence inevitably led the senior to steer our conversations towards her, and I realized that the one I cherished had once again fallen under her spell. Before long, he ended our relationship to formally pursue Chen Sisi. At that moment, an intense hatred for Chen Sisi consumed me. I truly wished to never have met her. Wherever she appeared, the ones I admired seemed to be snatched away, and the things I cherished inexplicably transformed into hers. After graduation, we finally parted ways. She ventured abroad for further studies while I attended university domestically. In the absence of her, the sky felt infinitely blue and the air remarkably fresh. I experienced a genuine romance during my college years. Yet my heart belonged not to that young man, but to the courteous senior, for he was my first love. Even after our separation, my affection remained solely for him. Eventually, upon graduation, I ended my relationship with the man I did not love and stayed in the provincial capital for work. To my surprise, the senior also joined the company where I was employed. It felt like a celestial compensation. Encountering that radiant senior, I fell once more. We became a couple and even began cohabiting. Just as we approached discussions of marriage, Chen Sisi returned, appearing in our company as a partner. She had taken a position in her father's firm, which collaborated with ours. Her reemergence shattered my tranquil life once again. Although this time the senior did not end our relationship, I could distinctly sense that his attention was solely fixated on Chen Sisi. He never brought up our marriage again. Instead, he left our company to start his own venture. I understood that he was evading a relationship with me. At that moment, I began to realize that no matter how hard I strove, I could never measure up to Chen Sisi. Thus, thoughts of revenge against her began to take root in my mind. Chapter 93. 7-Day Catastrophe. At this juncture, Zhou Xiaoya paused, her gaze transforming into one that was fierce and penetrating. Huang Yi furrowed her brows and said, I believe you may be mistaken. This has little to do with her. Ultimately, the issue lies with that scoundrel of a senior you admired. His fickleness is a clear case of poor judgment. If you seek vengeance, it should be directed at him, not at Chen Sisi. Huang Yi's reasoning was indeed quite sound. Exactly. Wu Pengzi concurred. It is that man who is utterly despicable. Chen Sisi cannot be blamed for his faults. Zhou Xiaoya merely huffed, not responding immediately, but her gentle gaze remained fixed on Chen Jiangshui. While her eyes were cold when directed at us, they softened considerably when looking at him, akin to a benevolent mother gazing upon her wayward child. Filled with remorse and guilt, I locked my gaze on Chen Jianshui and asked, the senior you mentioned, is it you? My question caused Wu Pongzi and Huang Yi to turn their astonished eyes toward Chen Jianshui. He buried his head deeply, but the silence spoke volumes. The answer was evident to all. Wu Fatty once again erupted with expletives. For the sake of this pervert, I am utterly speechless. How could I have been so oblivious to your true nature? You are indeed a gentleman on the surface, but a beast at heart. I forbid you to speak of Brother Jiang like that. Zhou Xiaoya glared fiercely at Wu Fatty. Am I to believe he is not a scoundrel? If you don't want me to say it, then I have no desire to utter it. In fact, I have a question for you. Did you kill Chen Sisi for this trash? Wu Fatty's tone began to grow increasingly furious. Despite being aware of the insurmountable divide between him and Chen Sisi, had he known that she was harmed by the person before him, whether directly or indirectly, he would not easily forgive them. No, Zhou Xiaoya firmly refuted Wu Fatty's accusation. I did indeed contemplate using sorcery to eliminate Chen Sisi, for I am aware that my family possesses a room filled with ancestral relics. It contains items left by my great-grandfather, who lived during the Qing dynasty and was an exceptionally powerful yin-yang master. My father has never allowed me to approach it. I thought, since my great-grandfather was so formidable, he must have left behind some methods of killing without being seen. As luck would have it, I discovered in my study the reason why Chen Sisi has been persistently oppressing me and seizing my belongings. It is due to the concept of fate robbing. When two families reside on the same foundation, if one child is born before another by 7 days, the elder child will rob the younger of their fortune to avert calamity. The 7th day of the Lunar New Year is known as Renri, or the Day of Humanity, as it is believed that ancient deities created humans on this day. Thus, the 7th day is also referred to as Renri. The number 7 holds a special significance. It is said that a soul returns for the first 7 days after death, and the period following a child's birth is called the 7-day calamity. It is said that children born on this day tend to cry intensely, as they must overcome a certain tribulation. During her own 7-day calamity, Chen Sisi seized my fortune. I have encountered this notion of the 7-day calamity before, which closely aligns with what Zhou Xiaoya mentioned. Customs vary by region.